In 2070, the channel to the alien space was suddenly opened, and alien beasts poured into the blue planet like a tide, bringing unprecedented catastrophe. However, the opening of the channel to another dimension does not only bring disaster. Under the powerful energy impact, the spiritual energy of Blue Star revived, and humans gradually awakened their special talents and mastered the ability to practice. These awakened people are called warriors. With the help of the coordinated operations of warriors and hot weapons, humans were able to barely stabilize the situation, slowly advance the front line, and usher in decades of brief peace. Even so, humans were still forced to abandon large tracts of land, and those areas became wastelands, where strange beasts roamed, and they were forbidden areas that the living were never allowed to set foot on. And I am just an unknown small restaurant owner. Although I was lucky enough to awaken a talent, it was only the lowest level of junk talent. Among the many awakened people, my ability was mediocre and unremarkable. Just when I was confused about the future, a turning point came quietly. I bound to an online game system. From that moment on, every time I killed a monster, I would gain experience points and increase my level. In a yard, I didn't think much when I caught the chicken wings. My movements were as natural as when I was doing farm work in the backyard of my home in junior high school. I weighed the kitchen knife in my hand and cut it in one go. However, at the moment of chopping it down, something strange happened. Kill an ordinary old hen and gain experience +1. Current experience value, 1/1000. Sea-level talent heavy attack is triggered, proficiency +1. A cold electronic sound suddenly rang in my mind. I froze on the spot, my hands shook, and chicken blood splattered all over my pants. I almost lost my grip on the kitchen knife. What's that sound? I looked around. The yard was quiet. There was only me and a chicken, no one else in sight. Just when I suspected that I was hallucinating, the voice came out again. The novice gift pack has been distributed. Do you want to open it? At this moment, I was completely stunned. Online game? System? How did this happen to me? And where did the sound come from? As I was wondering, a light blue screen appeared in front of me, with a bunch of data densely listed on it. Host, Jiang Han combat power rating, 325 level, 1 strength, 25 agility, 23 constitution, 26 spirit, 17 current experience, 1 out of 1000 current talent, sea-level heavy attack, LV1, ***. I was dumbfounded. This data looked like a character panel, and I wasn't playing a game. But these words were clearly hanging in the air, and I couldn't wave them away. With a half-believing and half-doubting mood, I tentatively said in my mind, "Open the system space." The next second, the spoon in his hand disappeared out of thin air. Fuck! I couldn't help but swear, and then I quickly tried to get it back. Sure enough, the spoon returned to my hand intact, just like a magic trick. This time, I have to admit that this thing is really a treasure. The system space of 1000 grids alone is enough to make my heart surge. You know, the kitchen in my house is less than 50 square meters, and this thing can hold 100 cubic meters. Not to mention kitchen knives and soup spoons, even a whole cow can fit in. What's even more surprising is the 2 cards in the novice gift pack. 1. Training experience card. Within 3 hours, the experience and proficiency of killing monsters will be doubled. 2. Talent upgrade card. Directly upgrade the talent by 1 level. You can also upgrade talents? I was dumbfounded. Normally, talents are fixed after awakening, so is this card really possible? Without thinking too much, I decisively used the talent upgrade card. Talent upgrade card used successfully. Sea-level talent heavy attack upgraded to B-level talent critical attack. The talent description on the light screen changed instantly. Critical hit. There is a 30% chance of triggering a critical hit when attacking, causing damage equal to strength *3. When I saw this, I immediately got excited and clenched my fist in ecstasy. Awesome! This new talent completely crushes the old sea-level heavy attack. Before, that crappy skill only had a 10% chance of triggering, doubling the damage. Now the chance of triggering has tripled, and the damage has skyrocketed to 3 times. What's even more exaggerated is that my combat power soared from 325 to 516. I was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help laughing out loud. This is simply a life of cheating.
The combat power accumulated from 6 years of hard training was not as fast as that of a card. Breaking through 500 combat power is more than just a numerical improvement. 516 combat power means that I have officially entered the ranks of quasi-warriors and stood at a new starting point in my life. This is not just a slogan, but a real dividing line. Becoming a quasi-martial artist not only qualifies me to learn martial arts, but also allows me to receive a monthly government subsidy of 2,000 yuan. More importantly, this brings me one step closer to my dream of hunting exotic animals in the wilderness. And all these changes came from just a talent upgrade card rewarded by the system. I took a deep breath, tightened my grip on the kitchen knife, and chopped down hard on the chopping board. However, the knife only left a shallow mark. My talent didn't trigger. Try again. I pulled out the kitchen knife unwillingly and swung it down again. This time it was different. A force surged from my body to my right arm, and the kitchen knife embedded itself into the chopping board 1/3 of the way down with a dull sound. The system prompt sounded. B-level talent critical hit is triggered. Proficiency +1, current proficiency, 2 out of 500. Looking at the deep knife marks in front of me, I couldn't help but imagine. If this knife hits a strange beast, it should be able to break its defense, right? Although I haven't actually faced a strange beast, I have learned about their characteristics in cultural classes. With my current strength, I can definitely inflict fatal damage after triggering my talent. Thinking of this, I pulled out my kitchen knife, and a surge of pride surged in my heart. Even this kitchen knife could withstand my violent chopping without any damage, which can be regarded as good equipment. However, it is far from enough to just stay at the stage of quasi-warrior in 3 months. It will be the college entrance examination. In this world, the weight of the cultural subjects in the college entrance examination is negligible, and what really determines one's fate is combat power. A combat power of over 300 to be considered for entry, and the threshold for top universities is A-level talent, or a combat power of over 2,000. Once enrolled, one becomes a warrior. I have a B-level talent and a combat power of 516. Although I can barely get into a good university, it is not enough. I have a system, I can go further. My eyes scanned another training experience card in the system, and I already had a plan in mind. Double experience in 3 hours, enough for me to overtake others. I poured the stewed chicken soup into a lunchbox and walked towards Uncle Hu outside the door with it. Uncle Hu just hung up the phone, his face full of fatigue. I put down the lunchbox and asked, "Uncle Hu, are you going to the wilderness again?" "Yes." He nodded. "Last time I encountered the steel bristleboar king, all the quest materials were gone. If I don't complete it this time, I'll be in trouble for breach of contract." Listening to his words, I felt a little envious and helpless. Although Uncle Hu and his men were in danger, at least they could freely enter and exit the wilderness. But I, without a warrior certificate, couldn't even pass the border. The wilderness is not only synonymous with danger, but also the source of countless opportunities. Many exotic animal materials can be used as medicine, for scientific research, and even processed into ornaments, contributing an indisputable force to the technological progress of Blue Star. Many companies have made a lot of money from this industry chain. But all of this has nothing to do with me, whose combat power is less than 1,000. Seeing Uncle Hu off, I closed the restaurant's rolling shutter, and an unprecedented fighting spirit rose in my heart. I clenched my fists, my eyes determined. I want to be stronger. 3 months, fight. Xiao Jiang, are you here to buy chickens again? Uncle Li, the guard at the farm, waved at me with a smile. I smiled and nodded, pretending to be casual, and said, "Yes, Uncle Li, I've been very busy these days. By the way, are you still hiring chicken butchers?" Ever since the flora and fauna of Blue Planet underwent mutations, non-mutated animals have become a scarce resource. The farms have become key supervision areas, which not only require warriors to be stationed there to prevent the risk of mutations, but also to ensure a stable supply of meat. Inland City provide 80% of the city's meat supply, while the remaining 20% comes from the trophies of wilderness hunters killing exotic beasts. Hiring! You want to work part-time? Follow this road, there are vacancies in Area B2. Uncle Li casually pointed in a direction, obviously not taking it to heart. I smiled and thanked him, but I had already planned everything in my mind. Kill the chicken! Level up! Double the experience card! In this way, I successfully got a 4-hour job as a chicken butcher under the pretext of a weekend part-time job. With an hourly wage of 20 yuan, I changed into a set of linen work clothes and officially entered the slaughterhouse. The process of killing a chicken is actually very simple. Sit at your workstation, wait for the chicken to be delivered by the previous link, hold it firmly, and cut it with one knife. The live chicken is immediately killed, and the subsequent processing is completed on the entire assembly line. For others, this job is just a way to kill time, but for me, it is a great opportunity to gain experience. Use the training experience card. The training experience card has been activated. Experience gained from killing monsters is doubled, and talent proficiency is doubled. The remaining time is 2 hours and 59 minutes. The knife fell with the first cut. Kill an ordinary old hen, gain experience +2. B-level talent critical hit is triggered, proficiency +2. When I heard the prompt tone, I was overjoyed. This knife was worth it. I excitedly shouted to the uncle who was delivering the chickens. "Uncle, send more over here, I can do it!" The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, looked me up and down as if I were a fool, and muttered, "Young people nowadays are really working too hard." But he still pushed 2 baskets of chickens over to me. 2 baskets of chickens? Not enough. I stared at the chickens with burning eyes, as if I saw a series of experience bars that were constantly replenishing my energy. Time was limited, so I had to hurry up and gain experience. Kill an ordinary old hen and gain experience +2. B-level talent critical hit is triggered, proficiency +2. The system prompt sound kept ringing. My movements gradually turned from excitement at the beginning to mechanical. With every cut, the experience bar took a small step forward and my talent proficiency increased accordingly. For 2 hours I killed so many chickens that I lost count. My eyes were glazed over, but my hands never stopped. While others are slacking off, I am like a tireless chicken killing machine. Finally, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the experience value has reached 1000. Level increase, LV2. Unlock the task system and obtain free attribute points +100. Trigger the novice mission, Butcher, objective, kill 100 random units, reward, 1 extra talent slot. A series of prompts woke me up from the mechanical killing. I quickly opened the attribute panel. Host, Jiang Han combat rating, 516 level, 2 strength, 25 agility, 23 constitution, 26 spirit, 17 available free attribute points, 100 distance to next upgrade, January 2000. Current talent, B-level talent, critical hit LV1, current proficiency, critical hit, for 20/500 current task, Butcher, kill 100 random units. Although the combat power rating has not changed for the time being, the extra 100 free attribute points made me shine. This is a key resource for improving physical fitness. I have to plan carefully where to add it. What excites me the most is that the system can actually unlock multiple talents. Upgrading talents was outrageous enough, but now I truly realize that the madness of the system is far beyond my imagination. For decades, no one has ever had dual talents. This is an iron rule. However, when I looked at the tempting task rewards on the system panel, my heart was in turmoil. Extra talent slot? This is the ultimate miracle after awakening the talent. After forcing myself to calm down, I decisively issued an order. System, distribute these 100 points of free attributes evenly to the 4-dimensional attributes. As soon as I finished speaking, a powerful force surged into my body, and I could feel my body being instantly elevated to a higher level. The 4-dimensional attributes instantly exceeded 40, and the physical fitness even climbed to an astonishing 51. This doubling of growth made me feel a little sore and uncomfortable at first, but the muscle memory of years of training quickly took over my body. After a few minutes, I was completely acclimated and in perfect condition. At this moment, the system prompts sounded one after another. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the proficiency of the B-level talent critical hit has been fully mastered, and the talent level has been raised to LV2. Critical hit effect updated. Attacks have a 40% chance of triggering a critical hit, causing damage equal to strength *4. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the novice mission Butcher. Reward, 1 extra talent card slot. Ding! Triggering the phased mission Thousands of Killers. Target, kill 1000 random units. Reward, 1 extra talent card slot. I was delighted by the generous rewards of the mission, but the system added. The time for the training experience card has expired. This training will last for 3 hours, with an additional experience value of +749 and talent proficiency of +298. During these 3 hours, I swung the knife countless times, and the system prompts in my mind kept ringing. Experience +2. And proficiency +2. Even a little numb. But all the efforts were worth it. When I stopped, I opened the attribute panel, and the results shocked even myself. Host, Jiang Han combat power rating, 1208 level, 2 strength, 50 agility, 48 constitution, 51 spirit, 2 available free attributes, 0. Current talent, B-level talent, critical hit LV2, remaining talent slots, 1 current task, 1000-man kill, kill 1000 units. In just 3 hours, my combat power soared from 516 to 1208, and I officially entered the realm of warrior. Is this the joy of having a golden finger? I used to envy those geniuses who were A-level or S-level after their talents were awakened, and I felt that their world was beyond my reach. But now I just want to say to them, with the blessing of the system, you dare not even think about it. A careful review of the reasons for this sudden increase in combat power. 1. Free attribute point bonus. After 100 points of free attributes are evenly distributed, the 4-dimensional attributes soar, directly bringing 420 points of combat power. 2. Talent upgrade. Critical hit is upgraded from LV1 to LV2. Critical hit chance is increased to 40%. Strength bonus is changed from *3 to *4, directly bringing a 272-point combat power increase. With the current strength of 50, each time a critical hit is triggered, the damage is as high as 200 points. This is more than doubled from before. The increase in combat power has greatly boosted my confidence, but what I am more looking forward to is unlocking the second talent slot. Once the second talent is awakened, my combat power is expected to exceed 1500, officially entering the ranks of top universities. More importantly, this means that I can take the warrior qualification test and get a pass to the wilderness. Growing up, the wilderness is like a place full of legends and dangers. In Uncle Tiger's stories, there are thrilling scenes of hunting exotic animals, as well as the wealth and glory of digging out precious materials from the corpses of exotic animals. Now I understand one fact: I am no longer the little person who once envied others and yearned for the wilderness. The wilderness is my real stage. After finishing a day's work and preparing to go home, a middle-aged man in a suit stopped me. He had a supervisor badge on his chest and handed me a 100 yuan alliance coin. "Young man, you're doing a good job. Why don't you stay and become a regular employee?" he said with a sincere smile, as if he admired me very much. I waved my hand and responded with a smile. "No, I have to go to school tomorrow. I just came out to earn some pocket money this time." To be honest, I was mainly here to gain experience, but it was also nice to make some money. I took the money, thanked him, changed my work clothes, and walked out of the slaughterhouse. The setting sun shone obliquely, lengthening my shadows and dyeing the entire street red. On the way home, I glanced at my watch and found that it was already late. My mind moved and my pace quickened instantly. The effects of the attribute enhancement after awakening were immediately apparent, especially the bonuses to agility and physique, which made me run like the wind. The speed easily exceeded 15 meters per second, and the 100 meters could be run in more than 6 seconds. It seemed that the body was completely transformed. The power was endless, and the explosive power and endurance were both combined. The 3-kilometer distance was completed in just 5 minutes. When I got to the door of my house, I took a few breaths and returned to normal. The shutter door was half open, and the dim light from inside the house shone through. I raised my voice and called out, "Dad?" No one responded. I frowned and walked quickly into the kitchen, where I saw my dad standing in front of the chopping board. He was wearing an old leather jacket, holding a bottle of strong liquor, and staring blankly at the knife marks on the chopping board. "Dad, why don't you say anything?" I picked up my apron and tied it on, then walked over and patted his shoulder. "What do you want to eat today? I'll make it for you." He slowly turned his head to look at me, was silent for a while, took a gulp of wine and said, "Get some snacks and drink with me." I was stunned for a moment. Although my father usually drinks a lot, he has never asked me to accompany him. This is the first time. A few minutes later, I served 2 plates of hot snacks and found that there were already 4 bottles of white wine on the table. He even filled a glass for me. I asked hesitantly, "Dad, why did you think of asking me to drink with you today?" He smiled, his face full of fatigue. "You have grown up, you have become an adult, you can drink now." As he spoke, he turned his gaze and pointed at the knife marks on the chopping board and asked, "Did you make those knife marks?" I nodded. "When I awakened my talent before, I lost control of my strength and chopped it out." I didn't mention the system, thinking I'd give him a surprise after I got the warrior certificate. He nodded, didn't ask any further questions, just picked up the wine glass and motioned me to drink. I took a gulp with gritted teeth. The strong liquor was like fire, burning my throat and stomach and choking me so much that I coughed violently. My dad looked at my embarrassed look and burst into laughter. The long-lost laughter made me feel a little relieved. After a few rounds of drinks, I gradually couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep on the table with a dizzy head. Dad sat opposite, drinking alone, his eyes becoming deep and complicated. He murmured in a low voice, as if telling someone, "Xiao Xian, have you seen this? Our son has grown up and can drink with me." He paused, tears flashing in his eyes, and then continued, "He has awakened his talent and can take care of himself. Don't worry. I can finally complete that task." After saying that, he raised his head, drank the last glass of wine, and looked solemnly at the night sky outside the window. The hangover headache made me feel a little uncomfortable when I woke up, but after washing my face and standing in front of the window to get some fresh air, the remaining pain of the hangover was quickly dispelled by the freshness of the morning. "Dad, what do you want for breakfast?" I pushed open the door of my dad's room and asked skillfully. However, what greeted me was an empty room. Where are the people? The bed was clean and tidy, just as I had made it yesterday morning. There was a note lying quietly on the bedside table, with the words scribbled on it. Jiang Han, Dad has something to do and needs to be out for a while. Take care of yourself and don't worry. I sighed helplessly. My dad is always elusive. He goes on a long trip every 6 months, the duration of which varies, and he can even disappear for half a month. Although he never explains why, I have become accustomed to his disappearing trick. That's perfect. I'll give him a big surprise when he comes back this time. I folded the note and put it in my pocket. I tidied myself up briefly, changed into my school uniform, and walked towards the school. I am studying at Launcher No. 7 Middle School, where the education system is completely different from the past. Since the invasion of the alien space, the country has comprehensively adjusted the teaching model. Cultural courses were greatly compressed, and foreign language courses were directly eliminated, replaced by knowledge of exotic beasts and practical training. For me, this model is not a big problem. My academic performance is consistently in the top 3 in my grade, and with a combat power of over 1,000, I am confident that I can enter a top-notch university in the country with my B-level talent. But this is not enough. With only 1 month left before the college entrance examination, I have higher expectations for myself. As soon as I arrived at the school gate, I heard a familiar voice behind me. Lao Jiang, why are you here so early today? I felt a tap on my shoulder, and when I turned around, it was Jiang Han. This guy is my childhood friend, and his family is well off, running a pharmaceutical company. Although the conditions are good, we have always been close friends. My dad went out again and was too lazy to make breakfast, I said with a smile. Haven't you eaten yet? Let's go to the cafeteria and get 2 meat buns. Jiang Han shook the plastic bag in his hand, which contained 4 huge meat buns, with the filling almost overflowing. Along the way, we ate and talked, and unknowingly talked about the awakening stone. I casually asked, Mouse, do you know where I can buy the awakening stone? Awakening stone? Haven't you already awakened? Why are you asking this? He looked at me puzzled. I just wanted to buy it to study and collect it. I made an excuse with a smile. Awakening stones are not rare items. Let's go to the exotic materials market this afternoon and have a look. There must be some there. Jiang Han answered casually. The exotic material market is a place where danger and opportunity coexist. It specializes in trading exotic animal materials, medicines, and related items. Although I have heard many rumors, I have never been there. However, Jiang Han is familiar with the place. His family opened a medicine shop near the market. Halfway through the conversation, Jiang Han suddenly asked with a gossipy look on his face. By the way, did you know that Jiang Jiu was specially recruited by Shemu University? I paused and responded calmly. She was specially recruited? That's normal. With her S-level talent, it's normal for her to be directly admitted to a top university. Jiang Jiu, one of only 2 S-level talents among the 7 million people in Lan City, is recognized as the chosen one. She didn't tell you. Jiang Han's tone was full of surprise. Why would she tell me that? I smiled nonchalantly. Jiang Han opened his mouth, seeming to want to say something but stopped himself. He didn't say it, but I understood what he meant. Before I awakened my talent, Jiang Jiu and I had a very good relationship. Although we weren't together, the tacit understanding between us was obvious to everyone. But everything changed after awakening. She started with S-level talent, and her initial combat power exceeded 2,000. And I was only C-level, and I couldn't even catch up with her shadow. So I chose to step back, because no matter how hard I tried, I knew that this gap could not be made up. Old Jiang, listen to me, try the potion. After I used it, my combat power increased from 300 to 1070, the improvement is really obvious. You have a better foundation than me, so the effect will definitely be better, Jiang Han suggested sincerely. I smiled and shook my head firmly. The potion is indeed good, but it is not suitable for me. With the rapid development of science and technology, pharmacy has emerged. The body materials of exotic beasts have become precious resources, and various kinds of medicines can be extracted. Some can quickly recover, some can enhance explosive power, and some can even squeeze out potential and increase strength in a short period of time. The medicine Jiang Han mentioned was the last one. It is said that after taking it, combat power can instantly double, or even more, but the price is that it will be difficult to make any further progress. Jiang Han didn't care about this. His family owned a mine and was wealthy, and his goal was just to get a martial artist qualification certificate, get into a good university, and then come back to inherit the family business and live a smooth life. But I am different. I don't have the luxury of a big family and big business. Before the system, I could only rely on myself and try my best. I didn't want to rely on things like potions. Now, with the system, I don't need it anymore. The system is the strongest medicine, and it doesn't have any side effects. Facing Jiang Han's good intentions, I just smiled and didn't explain much. After all, this kind of thing is too complicated to explain. The morning class was as boring as usual and almost made me sleepy. After the awakening of my talent, the course was changed to talent control and spiritual energy training. The whole class was just sitting cross-legged and breathing in and out. It was so monotonous that it made me doubt my life. But today I got something unexpected. When I was practicing, the system prompted that my free attribute points would actually increase. Although it only increased a little in half an hour, it was better than nothing. After 2 hours of practice, I got 4 attribute points for free. Calculate it, if you practice 12 hours a day, that's 24. This is just the basic method. If you change to advanced methods, wouldn't it be a lot of money? So I made a prompt decision and went to take the martial arts qualification test at noon, striving to obtain a higher level of martial arts as soon as possible. Anyway, my dad has been very busy recently and can't take care of me. However, before the plan could be implemented, the morning class was interrupted by someone unexpectedly. A familiar figure appeared at the classroom door. Jiang Han. She was wearing a white sportswear and a high ponytail, looking neat and tidy. Teacher Zhang's face changed and he smiled. "Student Jiang, why are you here? Weren't you specially recruited by Shuimu University?" Jiang Han smiled and said, "Teacher, I'm here to find Jiang Han." The whole class was in an uproar, and the classroom windows were filled with gossiping heads. I was a little dazed, but still stood up, walked to the door, and left the classroom with Jiang Han. "What do you want from me?" I asked in a low voice. "Why can't I come to see you?" She raised her chin slightly, like a proud kitten. "Someone has been ignoring me, so I had to come here in person." I was speechless. I glanced at the classroom, and those excited faces were still pressed against the window. I sighed helplessly. "Let's talk somewhere else, it's not convenient here." She nodded and followed me out of the school gate. We finally chose a coffee shop across from the school. As soon as we sat down, I asked straight to the point. "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Jiang Han was in no hurry to answer, but just stirred his coffee, saying calmly, "Can't I come to you if I have nothing to do? Jiang Han, aren't we good friends?" "Yeah," I responded perfunctorily. She sighed. "Actually, I'm here to say goodbye. The Shuimu special enrollment students will be participating in a 4-month wilderness training and won't be back until school starts." As she spoke, the ring on her hand flashed, and she took out a wooden box and pushed it in front of me. "This is a special recruitment reward. I can't use it, so I give it to you. Also, remember to read the admission rules of Shuimu." After saying this, she stood up and left, with the sugar in her coffee not yet completely melted. I hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the wooden box. The box was very exquisite. Sliding open the lid, a book lay quietly inside. Ninefold Thunder Blade. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded. "Being Earth-level top-grade martial arts detected, do you want to learn it?" My hand holding the book trembled slightly, and I hesitated to press yes. Martial arts and talents are similar but not the same. If you have played online games, you may want to understand it simply. Talents are passive skills, while martial arts are active skills, the kind that can be released actively, and have cool special effects. As a warrior, if you want to improve your strength, there are only 4 ways. The first is to rely on talent. Once talent is awakened, it is fixed and cannot be upgraded or changed. Directly improving combat power is simple and crude. For example, Jiang Han, once his talent is awakened, his combat power soars by more than 2,000, far surpassing ordinary people. It is simply a king bomb at the beginning. The second is to rely on practice. Sitting cross-legged to absorb spiritual energy and strengthen the body, it sounds like a fairy-like experience, but it is actually so slow that it makes people crazy. After several months or even years, the changes in strength may not even be felt by oneself. The third is to rely on external things, such as potions and weapons. Jiang Han is a typical example. He relies on potions to save time for training and maximize his combat power in a short period of time. But this method overdraws potential and lacks stamina. Weapons are icing on the cake, but after all, they are external things and cannot be relied upon. The best one is to practice martial arts. At this point, my eyes fell on the book on the table. 9-layer Thunder Blade. Martial arts are divided into 4 levels. Heaven, Earth, Black and Yellow. And each level is further divided into 3 grades, upper, middle and lower. And this book is actually a martial art of the upper grade of the Earth level? It's not that I haven't seen martial arts. The school library also has them, but they are basically low-grade yellow-level books. The middle-grade yellow-level books are very rare, and the few high-grade yellow-level books are locked up and not available for borrowing. The teacher even said bluntly, "Martial arts are the business of martial artists. Students should not mess around with it." But now, this top-grade 9-layer Thunderblade is right in front of me. What does Jiang Han mean? Send me to practice? Before leaving, she also specifically instructed. Take a good look at Shuimu's enrollment rules. I picked up my phone, opened the browser, and searched for the admission requirements of Shuimu University. A few minutes later, the content on the screen shocked me. Shuimu enrollment rules. Anyone who has practiced any Earth-level martial arts to a minor level can be specially recruited regardless of the talent requirements. Special recruitment benefits. Equipped with a martial arts instructor, and a gift package worth 50 million, including real estate, weapons, armor, and martial arts. Wait, there is no mention of martial arts in the gift package. So, this copy of 9-layer Thunderblade was not sent by Shuimu, but was obtained by Jiang Han herself. She prepared this, specially for me? I stared at the book on the table, my mind was in turmoil. Finally I made up my mind. System, learn martial arts. System prompts popped up one after another. Ding, martial arts learning is successful. The Earth-level top-grade martial arts 9-layer Thunderblade has been learned. Ding, it is detected that the martial arts 9-layer Thunderblade is compatible with the B-level talent Critical Strike, and the talent triggering probability is increased to 70%. At this moment, the book suddenly turned into powder and disappeared. It turned out that this was a one-time learning mechanism specially designed by Wuho-level strongmen to prevent it from being spread outside. I opened the attribute panel and took a look. Host, Jiang Han, combat power rating, 1278 level, 2 strength, 50 agility, 50 constitution, 51 spirit, 44 current martial arts, Earth level top grade. 9-layer Thunderblade LV1. Strength times 2, agility times 2. Although the combat power has only increased by a few dozen points, the true power of the 9-layer Thunderblade can only be reflected in battle. I didn't hesitate any longer, paid for the coffee, hailed a taxi and headed straight to the Warrior Hall. Today's goal was to get the Warrior Certificate by the Awakening Stone in the afternoon and awaken the second talent. The Warrior Hall, one of the tallest buildings in Lan City, is 40 stories high. It is a warrior testing, rating, and management center established by the state. When I walked to the main entrance of the guild hall, I saw 2 huge specimens of exotic beasts, a flame lion with different pupils and an iron-boned winged tiger. These 2 lower-level exotic beasts were once absolutely powerful, but they were eventually killed by top warriors and made into specimens to shock the warriors passing by. Every time I saw them before, I felt a little scared. Today, I only have one question in mind. It won't be long before I can kill monsters of this level. However, how much experience points will they have? I took a deep breath, calmed my mind, and tried to put aside my chaotic thoughts. These lower-level beasts in front of me were indeed shocking, but they also made me clearly realize the reality. With my current strength, I am afraid that I will be dead if I get a claw from them, let alone kill them. I should be down to earth and start from the basics. I should complete the warrior assessment first. Entering the warrior hall, I found the examination registration office in the lobby on the first floor. Fill out an application form and then go to the 3rd floor to queue up. The staff member handed over a form without looking up while busy with his work. After filling out the form, I went up to the 3rd floor and found that there were not many people queuing. There were only a few candidates in front of me, including a few middle-aged people in their 30s and 40s. This surprised me a little, but I was relieved after thinking about it. After all, the threshold of a warrior, a combat power of 1000, is not something that everyone can easily reach. If there is no system to help me cheat, with my C-level talent, I am afraid that I can only barely touch the threshold at this age. The assessment items are very intuitive: punching power, speed, reaction, endurance, plus a practical test. The specific content will be adjusted according to the talent. My B-level talent is critical hit, so the punch strength test will let me try a few more times and take the highest value when the talent is triggered. It is quite humane. It didn't take long before it was my turn. I followed the examiner to the punch force tester. The machine in front of me was silver in color, exuding a cold metallic texture. It was definitely not a toy for street entertainment. I heard that the upper limit of this machine could measure up to 10 tons. Although I have some expectations for my abilities, I also know that my current strength is definitely not enough to reach that level. The examiner sat lazily in his chair and glanced at me. 5 chances, take the highest value. Start when you are ready. I took a deep breath, stood still, clenched my fists, and threw the first punch at the red test area. Bang! With a dull sound, the number quickly jumped out: 512 kilograms. Sure enough, my talent was not triggered. Just as I expected, under normal circumstances, my punch weighs about half a ton. 512, good, continue. The examiner said in a flat tone, obviously not taking it too seriously. I didn't say anything, adjusted my breathing, clenched my right fist again, and suddenly threw out the second punch. Ding! The B-level talent critical hit is triggered. This attack causes strength *4 damage. As the system prompt sounded in my mind, my fist landed firmly on the testing machine. Bang! This time the sound was much louder than before, like the sound of a huge war drum. The examiner's originally casual expression suddenly froze, and he stood up from his chair. Did your talent get triggered this time? I shook my numb fists and nodded. The numbers kept jumping up and down: 300, 500, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. Finally, it stopped at 2,108 kilograms. Good fellow! The examiner laughed. A B-level talent can deliver such a powerful punch. He is already close to the level of a martial artist. I was moved. Although I didn't know the specific standards for martial artists, the threshold for martial artists was 500 kilograms, and my performance had already far exceeded this standard. The following speed, reaction, and endurance tests were not difficult for me. The hard power supported by the system allowed me to pass them easily. Finally, the last item, which is also the practical test I am most looking forward to, has arrived. Outside the test room, the examiner said earnestly, "After you select your weapon and enter the room, the system will generate a digital beast. Although the beast cannot really hurt you, a fatal attack determined by the system will still result in elimination, so don't be impulsive." I nodded and walked to the weapon rack to choose a weapon. I finally chose a short knife, which felt good, a bit like the kitchen knife at home, and it was easy to use. "I'm ready," I said to the examiner and walked into the testing room. The lights came on instantly, and the alloy door slowly closed behind me. Before I had time to adjust to the environment, a tiger with a glowing body suddenly jumped out from the darkness, and its sharp claws went straight for my head. Fuck! I cursed reflexively and quickly rolled on the ground, barely avoiding the attack. Although the action was a bit awkward, I managed to save my life. After the tiger landed, it pounced on me again without any pause. But this time, I was prepared. I held the short knife tightly, the breath in my body flowed, and my muscles instantly tensed to the extreme. Ninefold Thunder Blade, the first fold thundering! The dagger seemed to be infused with life, and a faint light flickered on the blade. The system prompt sounded again in my mind. Ding! Ninefold Thunder Blade proficiency +1. Triggers a critical hit. This attack causes strength *8 damage. Huh! I took a deep breath, my eyes fell on the tiger's body with its head detached from the ground, and I felt indescribably complicated. Who would have thought that this seemingly dangerous battle could be resolved with just one sword? At first, I thought that facing a 3-meter-long mutant tiger, I would have to fight for at least a few minutes so that I could vent my anger. But what happened? It didn't even have a chance to struggle. Was I too strong, or was this tiger too weak? The actual combat test has been completed, and the test rating is A+. A cold mechanical voice sounded in my ears, and the alloy door slowly opened. I stepped out with the knife in hand, and was met with a look of astonishment on the examiner's face at the door. A+? He stared at me for 2 full seconds with eyes wide open, his voice full of disbelief. Even those experienced warriors who have been fighting in the wilderness for years find it difficult to get this rating. How did you do it? My heart tightened, but I pretended to be nonchalant and coughed twice. I don't know either. I just swung the sword and it happened to trigger my talent, and then that's it. The examiner was speechless and stared at me for a moment, then he sighed and solemnly wrote A+ in the practical assessment column of my test form. Okay, you have passed the warrior assessment. After returning your weapons, take the form to the 6th floor to register and receive your warrior certificate. Understood. I nodded and turned to walk towards the weapons area. When he put the short sword back in place, he couldn't help but open the attribute panel. Host, Jiang Han, Combat Power Rating, 1778, Current Martial Arts, Earth Level Top Grade, 9-Layered Thunder Blade LV1, 9-Layered Thunder Blade LV1, when using a sword weapon, Strength ×2, Agility ×2. 1778 Combat Power. I almost dropped my knife. It was only 1278 before, but it soared by 500 points after I held the short knife. No wonder the tiger couldn't even struggle just now. If it weren't for the amplification of the 9-layer Thunder Blade, I might not have been able to win so easily. This battle made me understand one thing: I am no longer afraid of dealing with low-level monsters. As long as I proceed step by step, they will not pose any threat at all. After completing the registration on the 6th floor, I received my own warrior certificate, a badge, and a warrior serial number. Anyone can check my test results and identity information by simply entering this number. What was even more surprising was that the staff asked me for my bank card number. After becoming a warrior, you can receive a subsidy of 20,000 Alliance coins every month. The first payment will be issued today. Almost couldn't hold it in when I heard this, and the joy of a windfall instantly surged in my heart. The small restaurant my family runs has always been unable to make ends meet, so this money is undoubtedly a timely help. As I walked out of the martial arts hall and back to school, I was thinking about how to spend the money. But after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that there was nothing special I needed. Forget it, I'll just save it for now, it will come in handy eventually. After having a meal at a small restaurant near the school, I went back to the classroom to start meditating. Although my free attribute points have been used up, I can still improve my strength slowly by relying on the system even if I meditate. The afternoon classes are cultural classes, which are so boring that they make people sleepy. I listened casually, and when the time was up, I pulled Jiang Han out of the classroom. There was another important task today: go to the special material market to buy awakening stones and try to awaken the second talent. The exotic materials market is much more formal than I imagined. It is not a simple market with stalls along the street, but a 30-story building, with different items sold on each floor. There is the awakening stone in the basic exotic materials area on the first floor. Jiang Han muttered beside him. I turned into a shop and asked, "Boss, do you have any awakening stones?" "Third shelf on the left, third row from the bottom, 100 per piece," the short-haired woman behind the counter said in a cold tone without even raising her head. I didn't care about the service attitude, and followed her instructions to find the awakening stone the size of an egg, emitting a faint fluorescent light. I took out the 100 yuan I earned from working last night to buy one, and carefully put it in my pocket. As he walked out of the store, Jiang Han started to talk again. "Old Jiang, what did Jiang Jiu say to you at noon? Did she persuade you to use potions to improve your strength again? Seriously, why are you holding on?" I was too lazy to pay attention to him, so I just said a few perfunctory words, but my hand kept playing with the awakening stone in my pocket. The system prompt sounded urging me to awaken, but I chose to put it aside for the time being. The main reason was that the awakening made too much noise. Jiang Han was next to me. What if he spoke too quickly and the whole school knew about it tomorrow? I should wait until I got back and find a place where no one was around. "By the way, Lao Jiang," Jiang Han suddenly patted my shoulder and said, "Since you are here, why not go to the 6th floor and take a look?" "6th floor?" I raised my eyebrows and asked in confusion. Jiang Han immediately took over the conversation, his tone revealing a hint of excitement. "The 6th floor sells warrior equipment, including protective gear, weapons and everything else. Didn't I just pass the warrior assessment yesterday? My dad gave me 30,000 yuan, plus the 20,000 yuan warrior subsidy. It's just enough to buy a set of handy equipment." After saying that, he seemed to suddenly realize something and quickly added, "Well, if you think it's inconvenient, let's go back." I looked at him hurriedly explaining, and couldn't help but smile and shrugged. "It's okay, I might as well go and take a look. Maybe I can use it someday." After hearing what I said, he breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately excitedly pressed the elevator button and took me to the 6th floor. In the elevator, Jiang Han acted like a tour guide, and began to introduce. Each floor of the exotic materials market is divided into different areas. The first floor is for awakening stones and basic materials. The second floor is a bar, where warriors go to relax after selling materials. Then, he continued, the third floor is the pharmacy area, where my store is located. The fourth floor is the mission hall, where all the missions that reward exotic beast materials are located. The fifth floor is the armor area, and the sixth floor is the weapons area. At this point, he lowered his voice and added mysteriously, "Going up, that's the high-level stuff. It's said that only warriors above the martial arts master level can enter the 7th floor. Uncle Tiger is a martial arts master, and Uncle Long is a great martial arts master. I heard that he can fight against Lord-level monsters alone." I nodded, feeling a sense of emotion. Among the millions of people in Lan City, warriors are rare, and martial artists are even rarer. These people are at the top of the food chain. "What weapons are you planning to buy?" I asked him curiously. "Sword. It must be a sword." His eyes lit up, as if he had already seen himself holding a sword and looking heroic. Then, he said excitedly, "You know what? When I was a kid, I read martial arts novels, and the protagonists were so handsome when they slayed demons with swords. Although I don't think it's possible to slay strange beasts, this dream must come true." As he spoke, he carefully took out a neatly folded piece of paper and handed it to me. "Here, I even gave it a name, Qihong." I unfolded it, and almost couldn't hold back my laughter. This design is as exaggerated as it can be, just like the "One Sword 999" design in the online game. But if you think about it carefully, this is in line with Jiang Han's second-year style. He will do anything to look cool. In contrast, I pay more attention to practicality. If I really have to choose a weapon, I will definitely choose one that is easy to use and can really play a role in actual combat, rather than just relying on appearance to hold up the scene. Ding! The elevator door opened, and a dazzling array of weapons on the 6th floor instantly came into view, and the various cold weapons were dazzling. After the legalization of knife trading, the market for cold weapons has flourished, but the state has also been ruthless in its crackdown on crimes committed by martial artists. If someone uses force, they will be imprisoned at the very least, or exiled to the wilderness at the worst. No one dares to take the risk. Jiang Han looked at the design in his hand and went straight to a sword shop. I wanted to join him in the fun, but he came out dejectedly not long after. "This one can't do it." He looked unhappy. "My design is so cool, but they said they can't make it and told me to ask other companies." I almost laughed out loud, but I held it back. "Ask more? Maybe someone can take the order. I'll go look somewhere else first." Jiang Han nodded, and I randomly picked a knife shop and walked in. As soon as I entered the door, a shopping guide came up to me and introduced enthusiastically. "Sir, the short knives are over here. The prices in this row range from 5,000 to 20,000. I nodded, picked up a short knife and weighed it. The blade was only as long as my arm, but it was very heavy, at least 50 kilograms. Seeing this, the shopping guide quickly explained. "This short knife is forged with blue steel alloy. It is sharp and durable. It is twice as heavy as ordinary fine steel and several times stronger." I wielded the knife and it felt quite comfortable, so I asked casually, "How much?" 8,200 alliance coins. The salesperson replied with a smile. "The curl blade can be returned for free within 3 months." The price was not low, but the quality was good, so I decided to buy it. When checking out, I asked, "Can it be delivered?" "Of course, sir. Leave your address and it will be delivered within the hour." I casually left the address as my family's restaurant. I live on the second floor of the restaurant, which is much more convenient. It's conspicuous and tiring to carry such a heavy knife around, so it's better to have it delivered to your door. Jiang Han finally compromised and picked a finished sword. Although it was not as exaggerated as the one he designed, the sword still revealed a strong sense of middle school. However, he specifically asked for a sword case, put it on his back, and walked through the corridor on the 6th floor with his head held high, as if all the eyes around him were amazed at his handsomeness. After leaving the weapons area, we headed straight to the armor area on the 5th floor. I took the opportunity to pick out a set of armor that cost 12,000 yuan. The design was similar to a bulletproof vest, but it was equipped with movable pants, so the joints were flexible and would not hinder movement. Although this expense directly emptied my first month's warrior's subsidy and I even lost 300 yuan, the moment I put it on, the sense of security I felt made me feel it was worth it. After filling in the mailing address, we both walked out of the exotic material market with a full sense of accomplishment. I squandered 20,300 alliance coins in one night, which was the largest sum of money I had ever spent in my life, but every penny was spent with peace of mind and satisfaction. After parting with Jiang Han, I trotted home. The clock had already pointed to 8 o'clock. I made some fried rice to fill my stomach. Just as I finished eating, the express delivery arrived. The dagger and protective gear had been delivered. I couldn't wait to carry the package upstairs, and took out the awakening stone first. "Ding! Do you want to perform the second talent awakening?" This time, I didn't hesitate at all and decisively chose, yes. The awakening stone suddenly lit up, and a light spread along my arm to my entire body. Then, a system prompt came into my mind. "Energy blocking awakening has been detected, and the energy has been automatically absorbed and stored. Talent awakening has been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-level talent, Insight." A-level talent? I was stunned. The first time I awakened, it was just a B-level talent, but this time it jumped directly to A-level. But what about the energy preventing awakening mentioned by the system? I frowned, feeling something was wrong. An ordinary warrior couldn't possibly have such an ability. He had to at least reach the martial marquis level, or even possess divine consciousness. And I have never seen a Wuhe level figure since I was a child, let alone offending such a strong man. If the other party really wants to deal with me, wouldn't it be easier to just kill him? Why bother to prevent awakening? A series of questions confused me for a while, so I could only sigh and suppress my doubts temporarily. Fortunately, the system not only preserved the awakening process, but also absorbed the mysterious energy. I opened the attribute panel to check the latest data. Host, Jiang Han Combat Power Rating, 2607 Current Talents, A-Level Talent, Insight LV1, B-Level Talent, Critical Hit LV2, Insight, automatically triggered when entering combat state, can see through the weaknesses of all things. Critical Hit, attack has a 40% chance to trigger a critical hit, causing damage equal to Strength x4. Stores burstable energy, 5,752, can enhance combat power for a short period of time after use. The 4-dimensional attributes were comprehensively improved, among which the spirit points soared by 30 points, becoming the highest single attribute. The combat power directly soared by more than 1,300, reaching a terrifying 2,607. And this is just the basic state. If I hold the short sword, my combat power will easily exceed 3,500 and officially enter the martial arts master level. However, the A-level talent, Insight, feels a bit useless to me. The ability looks strong, but it seems to be of limited help in direct combat. However, on second thought, the attribute improvement brought by awakening alone has made me very happy, not to mention that insight into weaknesses may become a fatal skill in special circumstances. I was so excited that I couldn't help but want to share my experience with someone. But when I looked around, I was the only one in the room. I don't know why, but I suddenly missed my dad. If he knew how strong I am now, he would be very proud, right? I took a deep breath, put aside all distractions, opened the package, and tried out the protective gear and the dagger one by one. The protective gear fit me perfectly, and I felt no restraint when I moved. And the moment I grasped the dagger, my combat power soared by more than 800 again, reaching 3,500. This number is far beyond the scope of ordinary martial artists. Looking at the leaping attribute panel, a bold idea popped up in my mind: should I go to the wilderness to try my skills? Cultural courses are not stressful for me, and the improvement of cultivation courses is too limited. If I want to become stronger quickly, it is obviously unrealistic to rely on meditation to absorb spiritual energy, and the wasteland is a perfect place to test and improve my strength. But before leaving, I need to make two preparations. First, ask for leave from school. Second, upgrade my warrior certificate to a martial arts master certificate. A martial artist not only makes it easier to find a suitable team to join, but also proves that my strength will not be a drag. In the wilderness, teamwork is crucial, and no one wants to bring in a newcomer who is only at the level of a martial artist. Chapter 14, Martial Arts Master Certification. It is easy to ask for leave. In fact, after showing his warrior certificate, the class teacher not only did not stop Jiang Han, but took the initiative to help Jiang Han apply for subsidies. 2,000 yuan a month. If you calculate the time, you can only receive it for 1 month. After all, after the college entrance examination, Jiang Han is no longer a student. A mosquito leg is still meat, no matter how small it is. Moreover, for Jiang Han, 2,000 alliance coins are not a mosquito leg. The only problem was that the class teacher was puzzled as to why Jiang Han's combat power suddenly increased so much. He clearly remembered that when Jiang Han awakened his talent, he only awakened sea-level talent, and he felt sorry about it. After all, not everyone can be as obedient and worry-free as Jiang Han. Jiang Han used the excuse that he had taken medicine, and the class teacher also expressed understanding. Even when Jiang Han got the leave note and was about to leave, he encouraged him. Don't be discouraged even if you take the medicine. You have good academic performance and can delve deeper into this area in the future. Being a scientific researcher is actually more suitable for you. Jiang Han naturally would not become a scientific researcher, but he still attached great importance to the meaning of the head teacher's words. After nodding in agreement, he bowed deeply to the head teacher and then left the office. The assessment for martial artists is much more difficult than that for warriors, but because they are all assessments for low-level warriors, the assessment content is still the same, but the standards have been raised by 1 dimension. Jiang Han's original 4-dimensional attributes were far beyond those of ordinary warriors. After awakening his second talent, his attributes soared again. A critical hit exploded, and the power of Jiang Han's punch reached 4 tons. Agility and physique are slightly worse, but fortunately they are above the passing line. The result of the speed test was that Jiang Han's current 100-meter speed was less than 5 seconds. The most crucial thing is the final actual combat. Compared with the mutated tiger last time, the digitized beast this time does not have the oppressive aura, but gives people a strong sense of eeriness. Because this time, what appeared was a forest, and Jiang Han couldn't even see where the strange beast was. Fear comes from the unknown. Jiang Han truly understood what this sentence meant. The transformed forest means that the strange beasts need to hide. As for the alien beasts that need to hide their bodies to attack, their frontal combat power is generally not very strong. All we have to do is be careful and cautious. Jiang Han muttered to himself and tightened the knife in his hand. In fact, he roughly guessed what type of strange beast would appear this time. Hide, be small, and attack from the dark. These information points would be perfect if combined with poisons and snakes. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Han silently said in his heart, "Open the insight! Talent insight has been activated. Talent experience value +1. +1. Insight is not triggered passively. You can control whether to turn it on and when to turn it on." Furthermore, the proficiency level was increasing at a rate of +1 per second. The only problem was that with Jiang Han 74's mental strength, he could clearly feel that after the insight was activated, his mental strength was being rapidly drained. The insight would not last more than a minute, so he had to act quickly. "I found you!" Jiang Han's eyes swept across the many trees in front of him, and then locked onto the spotted green snake wrapped around the branches. The snake's tongue extended and retracted regularly, and its head was facing Jiang Han below. Although the whole body is green, there are several spots on the snake's back, allowing it to better blend into the surrounding environment. Spotted bamboo leaf green! After Jiang Han saw the other person's appearance clearly, he couldn't help but take a breath. This thing came from the mutation of the bamboo leaf green before the disaster. Compared with the unmutated bamboo leaf green pit, its toxicity is much stronger. Jiang Han had read the introduction about the spotted bamboo pit viper. It was said that if one was bitten by this thing, even a great martial artist would die of the poison within 10 minutes. Jiang Han didn't have a tendency to be masochistic, so he tried to see if the toxicity of this thing was really as described in the book. Because he knew very well that if he tried this thing, he would die. Now that we have found the other party's location, there is nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, after detecting this spotted green pit viper, the insight automatically marked 2 red dots. Weakness. As the saying goes, hit the snake at its most vulnerable part. Jiang Han didn't know where the other red dot marked was, but he believed that talent was always right. Jiang Han tightened the dagger in his hand, stepped forward, and rushed up, slashing at the spotted bamboo green pit viper hanging on the branch. With Jiang Han's current strength attribute, a simple leap is enough for him to jump at least 3 meters, and it is easy for him to reach the spotted green pit viper on the tree. As if it didn't understand why Jiang Han could see it, the spotted green pit viper's movements paused for a moment. By the time it reacted and wanted to attack, Jiang Han's short knife had already hit the red dot firmly. Crack! There was a sound of a branch breaking. The spotted green pit viper that was chopped in half by a knife never figured out until its death why Jiang Han could capture its position so accurately. The spotted green pit viper, which had weak defense, could not withstand the nearly 4 tons of force burst from Jiang Han. Congratulations on passing the test. This test rating A+. Another A+? Jiang Han turned his wrist, retracted the knife, watched the digitized forest in front of him slowly disappear, and walked towards the alloy gate. Good boy, you are only 18 years old, but you are already at the martial arts master level. If you are given another 2 years, I don't know how far you will grow. The person in charge of the martial arts assessment was not yesterday's examiner. But he is a strong military general. However, because he became disabled while fighting with strange beasts in the wilderness, he withdrew from the wilderness and took charge of the martial arts assessment. If you want to go to the wilderness, it's best to find a reliable team. Seeing that Jiang Han had great potential, the other party was happy to give Jiang Han a few reminders and make friends with him. After becoming a martial artist, the monthly subsidy increased directly from 20,000 to 50,000. However, because Jiang Han had already received the subsidy yesterday, the next subsidy will have to wait until the beginning of next month. But it doesn't matter. What Jiang Han wants is just a martial arts certificate with the orange star in his hand. With this certificate, he can join other teams and head into the wilderness. However, before going to the wilderness, Jiang Han had to join a team of warriors first. Jiang Han, whose knowledge of the wasteland is limited to book knowledge, is well aware that there is a gap between reality and books. Back to my own little restaurant. Jiang Han packed up simply. It was necessary to turn off the water and electricity. He didn't know how many days he would be away this time, so these preparations must be done well. However, just as Jiang Han was about to pull down the rolling shutter door and then carry the box containing weapons and protective gear to the exotic materials market to look for the warrior team, a man's voice sounded behind him. Jiang Han, are you going out? When I looked back, I found 4 big men carrying boxes standing behind me. Chapter 15. I am already a martial artist. Uncle Long, Uncle Hu, Uncle Zhao, Uncle Dao. Jiang Han looked at the 4 big men behind him and called out to each of them. Why? Xiao Han, are you going out? The leader, Uncle Long, had a beard and alloy brass knuckles on his hands. He asked with a little doubt at this moment. Well, I have to leave for a while for something. If an ordinary person faced these 4 big men with murderous looks on their faces, he would probably not be able to speak properly. But Jiang Han is different. Ever since he can remember, these uncles have always taken good care of him. Watching him grow up, even if he is not my biological uncle, he is not much different. The only regret is that I didn't meet Uncle Li. Because he encountered the Lord-level Steel Bristle Wild Boar King, Uncle Li was seriously injured and disabled. He should still be recovering from his injuries now. Is it urgent? If not, please make us a meal first. Uncle Hu at the side said. We have to eat compressed dry food for a while, let's have some meat first. Jiang Han pushed the rolling shutter door back up without any hesitation. Come in and sit down first. I'll go cook some dishes. Uncle Long, Uncle Hu and the other 3 were not reserved either. After they came in, they sat down and started chatting, while Jiang Han went into the kitchen. I could vaguely hear what Uncle Long and the others were talking about. We can't take the original route into the wilderness this time. I heard that the steel-bristled wild boar king seems to be giving birth, so it's very frantic now. Besides us, there are 3 other teams that have been attacked. At this time, we should avoid them if possible. This is Uncle Long's voice. After hearing what Uncle Long said, Uncle Hu couldn't sit still. But brother, the things we want to get this time are only available in Fallen City number 283. Even if we take a detour, we still have to enter this city in the end. If we could just wait a couple more days, we would have a scout by then, and it wouldn't be so difficult. Well? Someone sighed, and it sounded like Uncle Zhao's voice. I can't wait any longer. Huan Company, which issued the task, is at a critical moment in its research and development, and they are in need of this thing. 4 million for a single mission, the premium is too high. If we hadn't been lucky enough to get it, this mission would have been taken by a team of great martial artists. I didn't expect it to become a burden to us. We had almost succeeded when a steel-bristled wild boar king suddenly showed up. The group of 4 were chatting outside, while Jiang Han in the kitchen was cooking while listening attentively. Can I get a reward of 4 million for just one mission? If we add in the materials obtained from hunting exotic beasts along the way, this mission could bring in about 5 million in revenue. Even if a team of 5 people divides it equally, each person can get 1 million. Jiang Han knew that becoming a warrior and hunting exotic beasts could make money, but he really didn't expect it to be this profitable. 1 million was something he couldn't earn even if he ran a restaurant for his entire life, but it was just what Uncle Long and his team earned from one mission. However, from what Uncle Zhao said, it seems that this kind of task is generally difficult to get. Okay, no matter what, we have to set off. The other party has given us an ultimatum. If we can't bring back the mission items within a week, we will have to reissue the mission. Let's go after dinner. As for the scout, I'll take on the role. Uncle Long is the strongest and is also the captain of this team. Seeing that his teammates were a little shaken, he spoke up to calm them down. But the table suddenly became quiet for a moment. Everyone knew they had to go, but at this point they were a little hesitant. On the other side, Jiang Han's hands were quick. First, simmer a big pot of rice. There is no complicated dish to cook, just a few home-cooked dishes that don't take up much time. When I walked out with the dishes, I found that everyone had a sad look on their face. After putting the dishes down, Jiang Han took off his apron and said, Actually, if you don't mind, you can take me with you. I can handle the reconnaissance work. Jiang Han's academic performance was very good, at least he knew a lot of exotic beasts. Plus the A-level talent insight, that's enough. But he seemed to have ignored the impact of his words on the people in front of him. The 4 of them looked at Jiang Han in unison, and 2 seconds later Uncle Hu spoke first. It's just that Uncle Hu seemed a little excited. Nonsense! We are going to the wasteland. Do you know what the wasteland is? Even us could end up staying there forever if we are not careful. You are not even a warrior, so don't join in the fun. Besides, you are a sea-level talent kid, what are you going to do? Are you going to die? When the strange beasts come rushing over, you won't be enough for them to eat. Not only Uncle Hu, but also the other 3 people frowned and looked at Jiang Han, but because Uncle Hu had already started to scold him, they didn't say anything. But obviously, their attitude is the same as Uncle Tiger's. When Jiang Han heard what Uncle Hu said, he didn't seem angry at all. Because he could feel that Uncle Hu and the others did this simply because they didn't want him to be in danger. Actually, I just went out to find a team to join in the exotic materials market. Jiang Han took the box that had just been placed at the door. After opening it, he let the 4 of them take a look at what was inside. Besides, I have already obtained the martial arts master certificate. He took out a seal from his trouser pocket, with Jiang Han's name engraved under the orange star mark. The 4 of them were stunned. Uncle Dao, who had been silent all the time, took the seal from Jiang Han's hand. After carefully examining it for a while, he nodded. It's real, it was issued by the Warrior Hall. After returning the martial arts master certificate to Jiang Han, the 4 of them fell silent again. After a long time, Uncle Long looked at Uncle Hu. Didn't you say that Xiao Han awakened a sea-level talent? What's going on now? Uncle Hu was confused and did not answer Uncle Long's words. Instead, he looked at Jiang Han. Xiao Han, tell me honestly, what is going on? Jiang Han smiled. Actually, I played a joke on you last time, Uncle Tiger. I awakened the B-level talent, critical hit, not heavy hit. I just wanted to give you a surprise. Jiang Han had a smile on his face. Although this explanation sounded a bit fake, it was the most reliable explanation Jiang Han came up with after thinking about it for a long time in the kitchen. B-level talent, becoming a martial artist at the age of 18, although still outrageous, it is more acceptable than C-level talent. It's not surprising at all. Uncle Hu still had a stern face and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Uncle Long. Okay, stop talking. Uncle Long looked at Jiang Han and said, Xiao Han, do you really want to go to the wasteland with us? Jiang Han nodded. We can take you there, but we have to tell you in advance that once you get in, you have to obey me in everything. If you can't even do this, then I will never let you go to the wasteland." Jiang Han nodded decisively again. He would definitely listen to Uncle Long and the others once he entered the wilderness. Although Jiang Han's strength was pretty good, after all, apart from 2 warrior tests, he had no experience in fighting against strange beasts. In this case, the experience of Uncle Long and the others was particularly important to Jiang Han. "Elder brother!" But Jiang Han agreed, and Uncle Hu became anxious. He wanted to say something, but was suppressed by Uncle Long. "Eat first, and then we'll talk on the way." Chapter 16,000 Miles of Defense. "Your protective suit is not high enough." After finishing his meal, Uncle Long opened the equipment box that Jiang Han had prepared and took out the protective gear that Jiang Han had purchased earlier. He just grabbed both sides and applied a little force, and the protective gear that Jiang Han had spent 12,000 yuan to buy was torn apart. Jiang Han was completely shocked by what he saw. But if you think about it, you will understand. As the main attacking master-level warrior of the team, Uncle Long's strength is naturally unmatched by ordinary people. This kind of protective gear is only for warriors to use. It's barely enough to protect against ordinary monsters, but if you encounter a high-level beast soldier or even a beast general-level monster, you won't be able to even stop it. It's too late to buy it now, so you can wear mine first. As he spoke, Uncle Long took out the set of protective gear from his box and compared it with Jiang Han's. "Not bad, you're tall, so the clothes fit you just fine. But I'm wearing this one. What are you wearing, Uncle Long?" Jiang Han took the protective gear and asked. "Don't worry about me. Ordinary monsters can't hurt me. As for the monsters that can hurt me, I usually won't provoke them unless something unexpected happens." Having said that, Jiang Han knew very well that if this was really the case, then all warriors would not need to wear protective gear and could just focus on attacking monsters that were far weaker than themselves. In fact, the most common thing in the wilderness is accidents. For example, the lowered-level steel-bristled wild boar king that Uncle Long and his friends encountered last time. Jiang Han wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Uncle Long. "Okay, I know what you are worried about, don't worry, just wear your clothes. You just promised to listen to me." "What? You're not listening to me before we even enter the wilderness?" Jiang Han had no choice but to put it on. "I'll buy you the alternate space storage ring when I come back from the wasteland this time. Is there anything else you need to bring? I can help you pack it first." Uncle Long saw that Jiang Han agreed and added another sentence. Jiang Han thought about it and then pointed to the kitchen. "Please bring me the cooking pot and some seasonings so I can cook in the wilderness." Uncle Long and the others were a little amused at Jiang Han's request, but after thinking about it carefully, they felt that what Jiang Han said made sense. They were all rough guys who couldn't cook, so they could only eat compressed dry food in the wilderness. But Jiang Han can cook. In the early stages, there aren't so many things that need to be put into the alien space storage ring, so there's nothing wrong with bringing a set of cooking equipment. When you need to put things in it, just throw these away. After a while, after making sure that they had packed all their belongings, the group of 5 boarded the high-speed train to the edge of the city. It is said to be the edge of the city, but in fact, it is the human defense line. Although Lan City is a satellite city of Hangzhou, one of the central cities, and is geographically closer to the defense line, it still takes nearly 4 hours to get there even by high-speed train. The area in the middle is purely a buffer zone. Even if a beast tide breaks out and breaks through the defense line, there is still a distance of nearly 1,000 miles, and people can be organized to stop the beast tide. Of course, this situation is already the worst outcome. In fact, from what Jiang Han had learned from the books, except for the time when the alien beasts first appeared and humans were beaten without any chance of fighting back, since the defense line was established, there has never been a case of alien beasts crossing this 1,000-mile buffer. There were a few times when they broke through the defense line, but were stopped by several human warriors. And those human warriors are called the Peerless Throne. As you get further away from the urban area, the surrounding scenery becomes more desolate. Precisely because it is sparsely populated, the vegetation appears more lush. In fact, low-level exotic beasts occasionally appear in these places, but as soon as they appear, warriors will come to clean them up. So don't worry, the real line of defense is still far away. As if noticing Jiang Han's curiosity, Uncle Dao, who was sitting next to him, took the initiative to introduce a few words to him. "Wang Dao, are you taking a newbie to the wilderness? From what I know, your mission this time is not an easy one. Are you really not afraid of failure when you bring a newbie with you?" Before Jiang Han could say anything, the person sitting in the front seat suddenly turned around and started chatting with Uncle Dao. Jiang Han didn't say anything, but Uncle Dao beside him couldn't help but speak first. "Although he is a novice, Jiang Han is a real martial artist. By the way, Li Yang, how old were you when you became a martial artist? 30? For some reason, Jiang Han always felt that Uncle Dao was not very friendly towards the man in front of him. Facing Uncle Dao's words that were obviously somewhat provocative, Li Yang snorted coldly, and then said sinisterly, "That's great, you've become a martial artist at such a young age, but no matter how talented you are, you're afraid that you'll die halfway. If he follows you, I'm afraid this kid won't even live to be 30. Don't let him end up like your brother." Hearing Li Yang's words, Jiang Han suddenly felt something was wrong. Sure enough, the next moment, Uncle Dao, who was sitting next to Jiang Han, stood up, drew out the long sword in his hand, and slashed towards Li Yang. Facing Uncle Dao's sudden attack, Li Yang seemed to have been prepared. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was a bit harsh and echoed throughout the carriage. Everyone turned to look over. Jiang Han knew some inside information. All this that happened suddenly was because Li Yang mentioned Uncle Dao's younger brother. Uncle Dao's younger brother is 12 years younger than him and only a few years older than Jiang Han. If he remembered correctly, Uncle Dao's younger brother had awakened an A-level talent, but his combat power was relatively low. In order to help him improve his strength as much as possible, Uncle Dao took his younger brother into the wilderness. But when he came back, Uncle Dao was the only one there. Since then, Uncle Dao has become taciturn. It was originally just an ordinary bicker, but now that the wound was exposed, it undoubtedly directly angered Uncle Dao. Although his attack was blocked, Uncle Dao had no intention of stopping. He changed the long knife in his hand and slashed it towards Li Yang's hand holding the knife, intending to force Li Yang to let go of the hand holding the knife. "Your swordsmanship is just like this. You only use these two moves over and over again. Do you really think I'm not prepared?" Li Yang stepped back slightly and simply avoided the knife. Uncle Dao, who was not in a hurry to retract his force, slashed the seat back with his sword. The metal back was easily cut into most of the blade. Jiang Han, who had been sitting nearby, frowned slightly, and the next moment, his pupils shrank slightly. There was a red dot marked on Li Yang's waist and right leg. "Uncle Dao, left waist, right calf," Jiang Han growled. Uncle Dao pulled the knife out from the backrest, looked back and said nothing, then looked back at Li Yang again. However, before he could do anything, he heard a voice stopping the two of them. "Stop! Stop!" Looking back, I found that it was Uncle Long and the other three approaching, and 4 people from Li Yang's side also approached. Chapter 17. Warriors are all heroes. What's going on? Uncle Long and the others were sitting a little far away from Jiang Han and Uncle Dao, so they didn't hear the conversation just now. "Fighting is not allowed on trains. Don't you know this rule?" Uncle Long frowned and scolded. Jiang Han really didn't know this rule, but after thinking about it carefully, he understood it. They are a bunch of strong men whose punches can easily weigh several tons. Even if the train is made of metal, it can't withstand such torture. Uncle Dao didn't say anything, but just stared at Li Yang not far away. On the other hand, after being stopped, Li Yang simply put the knife in his hand back into the scabbard and raised his hands. "Everyone around me can testify that it was Wang Dao who started it first. I was just forced to defend myself." Once these words were spoken, it was equivalent to putting all the responsibility on Uncle Dao. But Uncle Dao, who is usually taciturn, was too lazy to even make the most basic excuses at this moment. "What's going on?" The fight between the two alarmed not only Uncle Long and his men, but also the official personnel responsible for train safety. 3 men in slightly formal uniforms came over and spoke with some hostility in their tone when they saw the cut on the back of the seat. "Who did this?" After glancing around, the 3 men fixed their eyes on Uncle Dao, who was holding a knife in his hand. Uncle Long immediately went to meet him. It's okay. We just had a little argument and got carried away. We will compensate for the loss according to the price." Uncle Long originally wanted to make a big deal out of a small matter. After all, they came out this time to successfully complete the mission, and they haven't even passed the defense line yet, and such a thing has happened. If Uncle Dao was taken away, it would be hard to tell how much more difficult this mission would be. The 3 men seemed to be accustomed to this situation. Seeing that Uncle Long offered to compensate according to the price and no other losses had occurred, he planned to issue a ticket and leave. But Li Yang, who had been standing there without saying anything, sneered and said, "A quarrel? I think it's more than that, right?" Even though he knew that fighting was forbidden on the train, Wang Dao still drew his sword without hesitation. "If I wasn't much stronger than him, I'm afraid it wouldn't be the chair that was chopped off. I reported Wang Dao for illegally using force on the train. According to regulations, he should be detained for at least 15 days. Li Yang looked at the 3 men in uniform and spoke word by word. This time, not only Uncle Long had a strange expression on his face, but even Uncle Hu and the others looked at Li Yang with some unfriendly eyes. Jiang Han, on the other hand, was standing there, not knowing what he was thinking about. This Li Yang is very purposeful in targeting Uncle Dao. Provoke Uncle Dao, provoke him into taking action, and then report Uncle Dao. Jiang Han didn't know what the specific rules were, but if Li Yang really succeeded, then their mission this time would most likely be forced to fail. Wait, as a bystander, can I say a few words? Jiang Han spoke, attracting everyone's attention. You say. The leader of the three men in uniform said. I am a newcomer to the wilderness, and there are many rules that I don't understand. But after witnessing what happened just now from beginning to end, I always feel that there are several unreasonable places. I would like to ask the seniors. If any of you have relatives who died accidentally while killing strange beasts in the wilderness, can you bear being mocked for this matter, mocked for your relatives not living past the age of 30? His face changed. Everyone's expression changed. Uncle Long, Uncle Hu, and Uncle Zhao even held their weapons in their hands. I didn't know the reason before, but now. It was obvious that Uncle Hu and Uncle Zhao were waiting for Uncle Long to speak. As long as Uncle Long says to take action, I will help Uncle Dao to avenge him, even if I have to be locked up for 15 days and risk failing the mission. Not only Uncle Long and his companions, but even the other warriors who were watching, looked at Li Yang with murderous eyes after hearing Jiang Han's words. Even Li Yang's teammates subconsciously took a step back. It seemed that he wanted to distance himself from Li Yang, but after hesitating for a moment, he finally stood back next to Li Yang. Jiang Han saw all of this and was a little surprised, but also felt that it was reasonable. A basic introductory textbook for high school students about the wasteland and warriors, with a sentence written on the cover. Any warrior who dies fighting against strange beasts is a hero. It was probably to encourage warriors to fight bravely, but as far as Jiang Han knew, the country did do this. The reactions of the many warriors around at this moment further confirmed Jiang Han's guess. Compared to Uncle Dao's violence on the train, Li Yang's mistakes seemed to be bigger. Li Yang, what's going on? The person who spoke at this time was the captain of Li Yang's team. A man who is only about 1.75 meters tall looks very short. In fact, with the revival of spiritual energy, human physical fitness is getting better and better, and the average height is also soaring. The average height of adult men has increased by nearly 20 centimeters compared to before the disaster. Like the man in front of me, he is 1.75 meters tall, which is a bit short. The reason why Jiang Han was able to determine that the other party was the captain was purely because of his aura. This man, like Uncle Long, has the combat power of a great martial artist, and at least poses a great threat to Jiang Han. Boss, I didn't. Li Yang knew very well what the consequences would be if he offended everyone at this time, so he simply pointed at Jiang Han and said, This kid is in the same team as Wang Dao. At this time, he will definitely speak on Wang Dao's side. Besides, don't you know if I'm that kind of person, boss? He didn't say anything, and seemed to be thinking about how to end this matter. Just as Li Yang said, he knew what kind of person Li Yang was. He is a mean person in normal times, and because of his bad mouth, he doesn't have a good relationship with some of his teammates. If it weren't for the fact that this guy's strength was pretty good among martial artists, he would have kicked him out long ago. If this happened under normal circumstances, he could just pretend he didn't see it. But now that it has attracted so much attention, if he still pretends not to see it, then there is no need for the entire team to stay in the wilderness in the future. So this matter must be resolved by him, and it must be resolved beautifully. After much thought, the only way is to do as Li Yang said and put all the responsibility on the other party. Okay, let's leave it at that. No matter what, it was Wang Dao who started it first. The thin man said in a deep voice. To say this is to characterize the matter. If you have any problems, go find Wang Dao. It has nothing to do with them. Jiang Han didn't say anything, just looked at Uncle Long. No matter what, he is the captain of the team, and as a great martial artist, only what he says can make everyone take it seriously. Uncle Long did not express his opinion directly, but asked Uncle Dao, Lao Wang, what are you going to do about this matter? Uncle Dao's eyes had never left Li Yang. When he heard what Uncle Long said, he took a deep breath and said slowly, Li Yang, after we reach the defense line, you, follow me to the life and death stage. Life and death stage. After hearing Uncle Dao's words, everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. Chapter 18, Life and Death Stage. Those who can become warriors, or even martial artists, all have talents far beyond that of ordinary people. It's normal to be arrogant. Moreover, it is impossible for him to be bloodless after hunting exotic beasts in the wilderness for a long time. It is common for a dispute to lead to violence. However, in order to maintain social stability, the use of force is prohibited in cities or living areas. The life and death platform was set up under such circumstances, specially used to resolve conflicts between warriors. Jiang Han didn't know the specific rules of the life and death stage, but just by looking at the reactions of the people around him, he knew that as long as he got on the life and death stage, the consequences of losing would be very serious. As if seeing Jiang Han's confusion, Uncle Zhao, who was standing beside him, explained to him in a low voice. On the life and death stage, there are no restrictions, and no time limits. The only way to determine the winner is if one of the parties dies or surrenders. And if you admit defeat, you will need to pay a fee to the other party depending on your strength. For a martial artist like your Uncle Dao, if they lose once, they will have to pay a full 20 million. 20 million. Jiang Han didn't know how to describe the number he heard. It seems that ever since he became a warrior, his concept of money has been constantly refreshed. In the past, I had to calculate carefully and consider that the price of a chicken would increase by 1 or 2 cents per pound. But now, all we hear are numbers in the millions or tens of millions. It is true that Uncle Dao and his team can make money, but the most they can earn from each mission is 2 million. After the main output team leader took away most of it, the remaining 4 people divided it equally, with a maximum of 200,000 or 300,000. The best you can do is to go on a mission once a month. In other words, Uncle Dao's current annual income is only around 3 million. A bet of 20 million is equivalent to putting all the money earned previously on the line. Faced with Uncle Dao's proposal, Liang was obviously a little panicked. Although he is very confident in his own strength. But in the final analysis, he couldn't afford any consequence of failure. Agree or not? Liang looked at his captain, but it was obvious that his captain would not give him any advice. What? You don't dare anymore? Uncle Dao pressed on step by step, not giving Liang any chance to think carefully. Don't dare? Why shouldn't I dare? With your strength, I really can't think of how you can beat me. Don't worry, when we get to the life and death stage, I'll give you a chance to admit defeat. Give up? Uncle Dao just looked at Liang coldly, but everyone could understand the meaning in his eyes. He never considered the possibility of giving up. What seemed like a farce came to a temporary end. But everyone knows that the really good things can only be seen when you reach the defense line. Liang followed their team, while Jiang Han and Uncle Dao also sat next to Uncle Long and the others. You're a little impulsive. Uncle Long looked at the silent Uncle Dao and sighed after a long time. Li Yang's strength is definitely superior to yours, especially since both of you use knives. I guess Li Yang will ask Sun Wenbin for help. It's a pity that I'm using tiger knuckles. You can't use them even if I give them to you. Sun Wenbin should be the captain of Li Yang's team. The combat power of a great martial artist is one major level higher than that of a martial artist. In terms of strength alone, his strength is several times that of a martial artist. Therefore, there are higher requirements for the hardness of weapons. Otherwise, the weapon will break first when hit with full force, which is extremely fatal in actual combat. It was just like the armor Jiang Han bought before was torn apart easily by Uncle Long. And the most important thing is that high-level weapons can be enchanted. If he really borrowed the weapon, then your competition. Let me help contact them and see if there are any friends who can use a knife in the defense line. Uncle Long sighed and went to make a phone call. Uncle Dao didn't say anything from beginning to end. As for Uncle Hu and Uncle Zhao, they just patted Uncle Dao on the shoulder. They are brothers who have fought side by side for more than 10 years, and they know very well what Uncle Dao is thinking. There was basically no communication along the rest of the journey, and after more than 2 hours, the train finally began to slow down. Through the car window, Jiang Han could only see a tall great wall of steel. It is nearly 10 meters high and made of fine steel. This is how the Great Wall of Steel is described in books. The total length of the steel defense line is more than 1,300 kilometers. The fine steel used in casting alone reached 5.7 billion tons, which was the fine steel output of the Celestial Empire in 7 years. It cost more than 1 trillion yuan and took 8 years to cast in sections. It has resisted more than 1,780 large, medium, and small beast tides. At that time, Jiang Han had specially gone online to look at pictures, but only after seeing them with his own eyes did he realize that for some things, pictures and the real objects are really not the same concept. Several decades have passed since it was cast. It was covered with traces of attacks by strange beasts, as well as blood that was impossible to clean up. Behind the city wall is a row of tall buildings. After the train arrived at the station, Jiang Han and his group got off the train. A big man wearing protective gear and carrying a long knife on his shoulder came towards them. Aaron, what's going on? You're so anxious. Don't mention it. On the way here, Liang from Sun Wenbin's team had a conflict with Lao Wang and made an appointment for a life-or-death duel. So I'll borrow your knife. When the big man who had just arrived heard Uncle Long mention Sun Wenbin, he shook his head helplessly. How did you get into a conflict with these guys and even end up on a life-and-death stage? What a bunch of selfish guys. It won't be too late to settle accounts with them when we get to the wasteland. As he spoke, the big man handed the long sword on his shoulder to Uncle Dao. If it doesn't work, just admit defeat. If you lose some money, just pay some money. As long as you are still alive, there is still hope. Even if you have to settle accounts with them, don't get carried away. The big man obviously has a good relationship with Uncle Long and the others, and wants to persuade Uncle Dao. But things have come to the point of a life and death situation, and given Uncle Dao's character, he naturally would not choose to admit defeat. Uncle Dao took the long sword, weighed it twice, and then said thank you. Jiang Han also leaned next to Uncle Dao. Uncle Dao, when you were fighting with Li Yang on the train, I noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with his left waist and right calf. When you attack, try to go for his left waist and right calf. It should be useful. Jiang Han didn't dare to say too much, mainly because the matter was of great importance, and he was not sure whether the weaknesses given by insight would be really useful. Uncle Dao didn't say anything, just patted Jiang Han on the shoulder. The group walked towards one of the buildings. And Jiang Han also saw for the first time what a life and death stage was. A venue similar to an octagonal cage, but much larger than an octagonal cage. To become a martial artist, one's strength must have reached at least a certain threshold, and one can rush out a distance of 10 meters with one stride. If the venue is too small, it will be difficult for one to display one's skills. Chapter 19 Weaknesses. They signed a contract, indicating that both parties could accept any outcome on the life or death stage, and then each transferred 20 million into the official account. This is to prevent one party from refusing to pay after admitting defeat, even though the consequence of refusing to pay is not much better than paying 20 million. After completing these preparations, Uncle Dao and Li Yang both walked into the life and death stage. Li Yang's combat power is 4,800, while Lao Dao's combat power is only 4,200. The difference in strength is still a bit big. Uncle Hu, who was standing by, looked at the two people on the field with serious expressions and sighed. Others naturally knew the gap, but in the final analysis, they had done everything they could. As for the result, once on the stage of life and death, outsiders are not allowed to interfere, otherwise they will be directly judged as the loser. What's more, looking at the man standing with his hands behind his back next to the life and death stage, even Uncle Long does not have the strength to intervene in the competition. You can start when you are ready. As soon as the man finished speaking, Li Yang took the lead in attacking. With a step of his foot, he rushed straight towards Uncle Dao, who was 10 meters away at a very fast speed, and at the same time, the long sword in his hand chopped from top to bottom. Uncle Dao seemed to have seen nothing at all. He just stood there quietly without making any movement. It was not until Li Yang rushed to about 3 meters away from him that Uncle Dao raised the long knife in his hand. 9 profound sword techniques. Is Lao Dao crazy? He uses his ultimate skill right at the start? Uncle Hu, who was standing by, was shocked when he saw Uncle Dao's actions on the field. In a competition between warriors, except for those who know each other well or have overwhelming strength, they usually try a few times first to understand the opponent's talents and attack methods before using their full strength. But Uncle Dao obviously doesn't want this. While Uncle Hu was surprised, Li Yang was getting closer and closer to Uncle Dao. He was only 3 meters away in the blink of an eye. The long knife in Li Yang's hand has already fallen, but Uncle Dao's knife is faster. Your Uncle Dao has a B-level talent for speed, and the top-grade Xian level 9 mysterious sword technique has been cultivated by your Uncle Dao to the 4th level, which can provide an 80% speed bonus. He wants to exchange his life for another's. After listening to Uncle Hu's explanation, Jiang Han suddenly understood. No wonder Uncle Dao didn't take any action before and only reacted when Li Yang rushed closer. The purpose was to let Li Yang attack with all his strength and not give him the chance to retreat. 3 meters is an extremely ambiguous distance for a martial artist at the martial arts master level. If the distance is less than 3 meters, the two sides will fight hand to hand, but if the distance is more than 3 meters, the extremely high mental value will be enough for them to react and respond to any move of the other party. Uncle Dao is stuck at this extreme distance. Uncle Dao was determined to fight to the death with Li Yang even if he was hit by his sword. Without holding back at all, he just wanted to chop Li Yang's waist with this knife. Man! Li Yang really didn't expect that Uncle Dao would actually risk his life. But it's normal when you think about it. Since he is not as strong as Li Yang, he can only resort to unexpected tactics. Fighting for life is the first, bursting into action at super speed is the second, and attacking Li Yang's left waist is the third. Li Yang wanted to retreat, but found that he was unable to do so. He had no choice but to change the direction of the long sword in his hand. Instead of chopping towards Uncle Dao's head, he changed his attack to a side swipe and protected his waist. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard, a little harsh. Then everyone saw Li Yang flying backwards. He fell heavily on the stage, rolled several times, and finally climbed up with difficulty. Got it! Jiang Han has been watching. Although everything that happened on the field just now happened extremely quickly, with Jiang Han's current mental strength, it is not difficult to see the movements of the two clearly. Uncle Dao did as he said and did not choose to hit the neck or head which could have killed him directly, but chose to attack Li Yang's left waist. The knife was so powerful that Li Yang had no way of defending against it in such a hurry. If he hadn't chosen to block the knife in front of him in an instant, I'm afraid that this blow would have really cut him in half. But even so, Li Yang, who had struggled to get up from the ground, still held his waist with one hand. Low-level warrior armor can only block direct damage, but cannot prevent shock attacks. Just like internal injuries. It seemed that no actual damage was caused, but the back of the knife hitting the waist still had a considerable impact force. It works! Seeing Li Yang covering his waist, Jiang Han knew that the hint given by Dong Si was correct. Li Yang did have a problem with his left waist, he must have suffered a serious injury. And the shock just now touched Li Yang's wound. Not only Jiang Han was so excited, but even Uncle Long and Uncle Hu beside him also looked excited. Can! Lao Dao's sacrifice of his own life actually had an unexpected effect. Li Yang seems to be seriously injured. However, Li Yang's teammates who were also watching the game not far away, saw this scene on the court, and their faces instantly turned gloomy. In terms of combat power alone, Li Yang is far superior to Uncle Dao. But unfortunately, he underestimated the enemy. In other words, Uncle Dao dared to exchange his life with him, but Li Yang didn't dare, and he didn't have the courage to do so. As the saying goes, when two meet in a narrow road, the brave one wins. In terms of mentality alone, Li Yang was far inferior to Uncle Dao. In addition, he was seriously injured at the moment, so the balance of victory had already tipped towards Uncle Dao. And Uncle Dao obviously would not give Li Yang a chance to recover. Seeing Li Yang like this, his eyes lit up with joy, and then he took the initiative to attack. It was done before to catch people by surprise, but it is no longer necessary now. Li Yang exposed his weakness. After fighting with strange beasts for more than 10 years, Uncle Dao, who has extensive combat experience, already knows what to do next. It is better to cut off one finger than to injure 10 fingers. At this time, just pour all your attacks on the opponent's left waist. Speeding. 9 profound sword techniques. The long sword dragged on the ground, and a flash of fire flashed on the life and death stage made of fine steel alloy. The next moment, Uncle Dao was already in front of Li Yang. With the added speed bonus, even Uncle Dao's attacks were much faster. Prepare to die! Li Yang! Bang! Clang! Uncle Dao's attacks became more and more fierce after dozens of consecutive slashes, but Li Yang felt pain in his left waist and was unable to exert any strength. The core that provides explosive power is actually the muscles in the waist. But at this moment, he couldn't exert strength in his waist, and Li Yang even slowed down a bit. Faced with Uncle Dao's increasingly rapid attacks, he could only defend himself reluctantly, fighting and retreating at the same time, and occasionally getting hit hard. Die! Uncle Dao roared and slashed down with the last blow. Li Yang blocked it, but he flew out again. He didn't even have the knife in his hand to hold on to, and it flew out. The whole person was lying on the ground, without any movement. Even the protective gear he was wearing had become tattered and stained with blood. Call! After more than a dozen consecutive full-strength attacks, Uncle Dao was exhausted. But it's better than Li Yang. The tip of the knife dragged on the ground, and Uncle Dao walked slowly towards Li Yang, who was lying there motionless. Li Yang's teammates finally couldn't sit still anymore. He rushed down from the stands, but was blocked by someone. The competition has not yet ended. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere. Step back. Chapter 20 S-Level Talent, Gravity Field. For some reason, while the man was speaking, Jiang Han felt a strong pressure coming over him. It feels very real, as if I have become several times heavier. What's going on? As Jiang Han was swept by the pressure, all the muscles in his body tensed up. Turning his head to look, it seemed that not only him, but also Uncle Hu, Uncle Zhao, and even Uncle Long were all frowning at this moment, looking at the man in black clothes standing with his hands behind his back in the audience. S-Level Talent, Gravity Field. Uncle Long's voice was a little hoarse, as if someone was strangling him, but there was a strong sense of shock in his voice. S-Level Talent? Jiang Han turned around and looked at the man in the field. He has seen warriors with S-level talents. What Jiang Jiu awakened was the S-level talent, Phoenix Blood. But after all, Jiang Jiu, who had just awakened, still seemed too immature, and his combat power was not very high. At least, the pressure he put on Jiang Han was definitely not as great as the man in front of him. Jiang Han was sure that the man in front of him was far beyond the level of a great martial artist, and was even above the level of a military general. Even the pressure from those sitting far away is so great, what about the people who are under direct pressure? The 4 people in Li Yang's team, except him, all fell to the ground in a miserable state when facing the man. The same is true for the team leader Sun Wenbin, who is a great martial artist. However, compared to other teammates who were like dead dogs, Sun Wenbin still had the strength to struggle, but he couldn't stand up no matter what. This was the first time Jiang Han witnessed the combat power of a truly high-level warrior. The great martial artist couldn't even stand up because of the pressure alone. Is this the horror of S-level talent plus top-notch combat power? For some reason, Jiang Han's heart was suddenly filled with passion. He had never felt this intense before, but now. On the stage of life and death, Uncle Dao walked unsteadily, but was extremely determined. Li Yan had woken up, but he just turned over, facing the ceiling, breathing heavily. His injuries were too severe. Wherever his eyes looked, Uncle Dao, who was holding a long sword, had an icy look in his eyes. Li Yang, no one can insult my family, not before and not in the future. If anyone dares to insult my family, I will seek justice even at the cost of my life. Die! Uncle Dao almost roared out the last 3 words. He raised the long knife high in his hand and aimed at Li Yang's unprotected neck. As long as the knife falls, Li Yang will pay the price for what he said. But at this moment, Sun Wenbin, who had been struggling for a long time in the audience, finally spoke. Stop! We admit defeat! As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Han suddenly felt the pressure on his body disappear. After taking a deep breath, he felt his muscles all over his body become numb. It was only a dozen seconds, but it felt like I had run dozens of kilometers. There is a feeling of semi-exhaustion all over the body. And at this moment, when the pressure was suddenly relieved, the feeling of relief all over the body was so refreshing. One party admits defeat, and the competition is over. The man standing there with his hands behind his back waved his hand, and the tightly locked door was opened. Each of you take back your people. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Long from the stands rushed down. After a breath, he supported Uncle Dao, who had been drained of all his strength. After all, there is still some gap in the strength of the two sides. With Li Yang seriously injured, Uncle Dao also suffered considerable injuries from beating Li Yang like this. There were several cuts on his armor, and blood was flowing out. The doctor came in and gave everyone a quick checkup before they all breathed a sigh of relief. The injury is not serious, just a little weak. Just give some nutrient solution and rest for a night, and you'll be fine. Then I'll have to trouble you, doctor. After hearing the doctor's reply, Uncle Long let out a long sigh and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Li Yang was carried away by his teammates. But Sun Wenbin stayed. This matter is not so easy to resolve. Our Red Flame squad will remember this grudge. Uncle Long looked back. The response was straightforward. That's great. Let's not leave, let's have another show. Sun Wenbin obviously didn't expect Uncle Long to say that. After hesitating for a moment, he finally said nothing and left with his teammates. Okay, go back and rest. Old Wang needs a day to recover from his injury. We will set off again when he is almost healed. The time limit for the task is very tight, but the more urgent the situation, the less anxious you should be. It is necessary to give Uncle Dao some time to recuperate, and he must undergo a full-body examination to make sure there are no sequelae before he can enter the wilderness. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong in any link, the entire team may be destroyed in the wilderness. Fortunately, Jiang Han and the others are not in a hurry. They have already reached the defense line, so Jiang Han can take a walk around and get familiar with the place. He will probably come here often in the future. After the college entrance examination, there will be 3 months of rest. Since there is nothing to do anyway, I might as well come to the wilderness to train myself and improve my strength. Everyone took turns to stay by the bed, and Jiang Han was the last one. Just come over tomorrow morning. Old Zhao, take Jiang Han around to get him familiar with the environment, and teach him what to pay attention to after entering the wasteland. Okay. Uncle Zhao agreed immediately. It can be seen that after Uncle Dao won, the whole team was in a relaxed mood. Let's go eat first. We've been on the train for such a long time and then there was this incident. I'm starving. Uncle Hu also made a rare joke. Uncle Long didn't go. He accompanied Uncle Dao to the hospital so that if Uncle Dao woke up, he would have someone to take care of him. After Jiang Han and the other two finished their meal, Uncle Hu helped pack another portion and went to the hospital to deliver it. Jiang Han and Uncle Zhao walked around between several buildings. This place is the first line of defense for humans. Usually there are extremely powerful warriors stationed there to ensure that the defense line will not be breached by strange beasts. So the role it plays is still very important. We usually call this kind of place a safe zone. If you are going to stay in the wilderness for a long time, you will basically choose the nearest safe area to resupply. The iron line of defense is more than 1,000 kilometers long, with 12 safe zones, basically one safe zone every 100 kilometers. The warriors in Arlan City basically get supplies in the safe zone. These 2 buildings are for accommodation and can accommodate 8,000 warriors at the same time. That building is for trading in exotic materials. Uncle Zhao pointed to a building not far away and said, "Of the exotic materials we harvested in the wilderness, many are not needed for missions and we can't bring them on the train, so we choose to sell them right there. The prices are also quite reasonable. Most of the companies that come here to buy exotic materials are large Fortune 500 companies, and their reputation is guaranteed. Of course, for rare and precious materials, I still recommend selling them in the city or at auctions, where they can generally be sold at a price 10% to 20% higher. Other similar weapons and armor can also be purchased there. All that's left is the hospital and the military building." Chapter 21 Actual Combat and Surge in Combat Power. Uncle Dao recovered quickly. Of course, it was also because they were not seriously injured. That level of injury was commonplace for them who often went to the wilderness. "I just felt a little weak, but I recovered after receiving a few bottles of nutrient solution. All that was left was to bandage it, do another checkup, and then I was discharged from the hospital." Uncle Long also bought Jiang Han an alien space ring, which reportedly cost him 2 million alliance coins. Jiang Han did not refuse. After binding, he tried it out. The space capacity was very small and could only accommodate about 1 car. It was far from comparable to the space rewarded by the system. But this is enough. With the protection of the alien space ring, Jiang Han can use the system space at will. Jiang Han took all the pots, pans, and other things and put them into his own space ring. After the iron line of defense, there is the wasteland. After the advent of the alien dimension, humans retreated step by step, and all coastal areas fell. The wasteland includes the entire East China, Central China, and parts of North China and Southwest China. The total area of wasteland in the Celestial Empire exceeds 4 million square kilometers, and most of them were developed areas before the disaster. Uncle Long introduced the situation in the wasteland to Jiang Han and pointed out the mission. "Our mission target this time is Fallen City number 283. Before the disaster, it was a county-level city with a permanent population of over 800,000. The area is not too large. In a city of this level, there would not be lord-level beasts. The highest is only the beast general level. But suddenly a steel-bristled wild boar king broke in, so we must be extra careful on this mission. Go around the steel-bristled boar king to collect the quest items. Once we get them, we will leave immediately. You are not allowed to stay there. Do you understand?" Uncle Long looked at Jiang Han and asked seriously. He is not worried about others because they are all veterans and know that they should not cause any unnecessary trouble beyond their mission. But Jiang Han is different. Uncle Long is afraid that he has just entered the wilderness and will think he has the combat power of a martial artist, so he will act recklessly without knowing his place. Many young warriors have this kind of ignorant mentality when they first enter the wilderness. It would be fine if nothing serious happened, but if something really happened that shouldn't have happened, it wouldn't just be one person who would be ruined, but the entire team. "Don't worry, Uncle Long. I know my limits." Although Jiang Han was eager to kill the strange beasts to gain experience points, he was still clear about his own capabilities. "Especially since I just witnessed the strength of a high-level warrior yesterday." Jiang Han had no doubt that if the man yesterday had released the gravity field on him, he would not be much better than Li Yang's teammates. Knowing the strength of high-level warriors and high-level exotic beasts, Jiang Han naturally would not seek death. "It's okay, let him follow me. I can teach him practical combat." Uncle Dao, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Uncle Dao's face was still a little pale, mainly because he had lost too much blood. It would be difficult for him to recover without resting for a few weeks. But now the team has no time to give him a rest. "That's fine, Xiaohan, just follow your Uncle Dao." Jiang Han naturally agreed. Although his fighting ability is not much lower than Uncle Dao's, but in actual combat, Jiang Han will most likely be beaten by Uncle Dao. Combat power and practical experience are not the same concept. Uncle Dao is a veteran martial artist who has been roaming the wilderness for more than 10 years and he still uses a knife. This combat experience is exactly what Jiang Han lacks. There were 5 people in the group, each carrying a specially made large backpack. The capacity of the alien space ring is limited after all, and a person can only bind one alien space ring, so if it does not interfere with the battle, warriors will generally choose to carry another backpack that can hold some things. Once you enter the wilderness, you have to walk. The original roads are no longer usable due to disrepair, and there is a high probability that strange beasts will appear along the way. Even if there are means of transportation, they cannot go far. But fortunately, if you can become a martial artist, your physical fitness will not be bad. With Jiang Han's current physical condition, it would be no problem for him to travel 200 kilometers a day. They encountered some low-level exotic beasts along the way, but Uncle Long and the others had no intention of taking action, so they left it to Jiang Han to practice on. Uncle Dao was giving instructions from the side. When dealing with snakes, especially python-like beasts, you must be careful and not attack head-on. We need to find a way to get around it. Especially, you must be careful not to leave your back to the monsters. For example, if you changed your chopping move to stabbing here, the damage you caused would be higher. Uncle Dao squatted down and pointed at the nearly 2-meter-long fire-headed python in front of him, pointing out Jiang Han's shortcomings. This flaming python is only a mid-level beast soldier, and its strength is inferior to yours. In this case, you can defeat it by fighting like this. But if you reach a high-level beast soldier and evolve python scales, it will be difficult for you to inflict an actual wound with this strike. What will you do if the flame-headed python entangles you? When fighting against strange beasts, be careful not to be impatient. I know you want to show us, but you are putting your own safety behind you, don't you understand? Listening to Uncle Dao's teachings, Jiang Han recalled the battle scene just now in his mind, and then nodded. Don't worry, Uncle Dao, I will pay attention next time. Jiang Han was indeed a little anxious. Mainly because after Insight gave the weakness analysis, Jiang Han thought everything was settled, but after thinking about it carefully, the facts were indeed as Uncle Dao said. If the fire-headed python's defense was one level higher, the result would be really different. But fortunately, this time there was no danger. After killing the fire-headed python, Jiang Han also gained a lot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the intermediate beast soldier, flame-headed python. Experience gained, 286. A-level talent, Insight proficiency +1. +1. B-level talent, critical attack proficiency +12 inch. Experience value is full, automatically upgrade. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 3, reward, 100 free attribute points. Killing strange beasts is different from killing those old hens. It takes more effort, but the rewards are also greater. Just by killing a mid-level beast soldier, the flame-headed python, Jiang Han gained 286 experience points, and his talent proficiency also increased rapidly. It is many times more efficient than killing old hens. In just 2 hours, the team encountered 3 mid-level beast soldiers, 6 low-level beast soldiers, and more than 20 unleveled exotic beasts. Jiang Han gained more than 4,000 experience points and more than 1,000 talent proficiency points. After 2 levels were upgraded, 200 free attribute points were obtained. Insight almost reached level 2, but critical hit upgraded it again. With the addition of the 100 free attribute points, Jiang Han's combat power soared again. Host Jiang Han. Combat power rating, 4,827. Level 4. Strength, 120 agility, 120 constitution, 121 spirit, 124. Available free attribute points 0. Experience points required to upgrade to the next level, 89 out of 4,000. Current talent, A-level talent, Insight LV1, B-level talent, critical hit LV3. Insight, automatically triggered when entering combat mode, can see through the weaknesses of everything. Critical hit, attack has a 50% chance of triggering a critical hit, causing damage equal to strength *5. Current talent proficiency, Insight 1893/2000, critical hit, 103/2000. Currently available talent slots remaining 0. Current martial skill, Earth level top grade, 9-layered Thunderblade LV1. 9-fold Thunderblade LV1, when attacking with a sword, strength *2, agility *2. Current martial arts proficiency, 9-fold Thunderblade LV1, 869/2000. Currently available props, none. The current system space remaining is 0/1000. Current mission, kill 1,000 people. Stored explosive energy, 5,752, can enhance combat power for a short period of time after use. Chapter 22, Howling of Wolves in the Wasteland. With a combat power of 4,800, he is only one step away from reaching the threshold standard of a great martial artist. Of course, this threshold is just the minimum standard. Those with a combat power of over 5,000 can take the assessment for Grand Martial Master, but it does not mean that they will definitely pass. But even so, it is also great news for Jiang Han. Because he proved one thing. In the wilderness, he can speed up his upgrading progress. At this efficiency, it won't be long before he can truly become a great martial artist. A-level talent increases the combat power of a martial artist. Even if we look at the entire Celestial Empire, Jiang Han is an absolute genius and is qualified to enter a top university. It's almost time. Let's find a cool place to make a fire and cook. After eating, we will continue on our journey. Uncle Long made the decision, and Jiang Han and others naturally obeyed. Decades of being deserted have led to significant improvements in the ecological environment of the wasteland. There are many tall trees, so Jiang Han can just pick up some dry firewood. He doesn't even need to bring a lighter. A ball of flame rose from Uncle Hu's hand, and he threw it onto the dry firewood, which caught fire. There are 5 people in a team. Uncle Long awakened the A-level talent Tyrannosaurus. When the talent is triggered, strength, physique and agility will have a certain degree of bonus. Unlike Jiang Han's critical hit, Uncle Long's talent will last for a long time rather than being triggered by a single attack. Uncle Hu awakened the B-level talent of Fire Element, which allows him to condense Fire Element. Just like what he did just now, he created a fireball out of thin air. This is the most basic application of Fire Element. Uncle Dao awakened the B-level talent of Super Speed, which Jiang Han had seen before. What Uncle Zhao awakened was Danger Perception, a somewhat metaphysical talent that was of little use in the city, but in the wilderness, this talent, when triggered, would mean big trouble. It seems that the last time Uncle Long and his team were able to evacuate, it was because of Uncle Zhao's early warning. As for Uncle Li, who was recuperating in the hospital, he awakened the B-level talent Eagle Eye. It is somewhat similar to Jiang Han's insight, but Uncle Li can only see farther. He cannot do what Jiang Han does and directly see through the enemy's weaknesses. A team with this configuration is considered standard in the wilderness. Uncle Long is the lead attacker when advancing, Uncle Hu can make fire to block the road when retreating, and there is even Uncle Zhao who can predict danger in advance. Those who can survive in the wilderness for more than 10 years all have a trump card. Jiang Han held the kitchen knife his father left him and skinned the fire-headed python. When they went out this time, Jiang Han and his friends did not bring any meat, only seasonings and staple foods. There are so many exotic beasts in the wilderness, killing any one of them would be enough for them to eat. Moreover, the meat of most exotic beasts tastes more tender than farmed poultry and is more expensive, but because the wilderness is too dangerous, warriors rarely bring back an entire exotic beast. Unless it is some high-star hotels, they will occasionally issue tasks, asking warriors to go to the wilderness to kill some exotic beasts with top-quality meat and bring them back. It is worth mentioning that the long knife that Jiang Han bought in the exotic material market seemed extremely difficult to chop the fire-headed python, but this kitchen knife was very easy to use when facing the hard skin of the fire-headed python. With just one stroke, a hole was cut in the python's skin. Jiang Han couldn't help but be stunned. My goodness, is this really the kitchen knife he has used for more than 10 years? However, this discovery was just a surprise to Jiang Han, but not of much use. After all, he couldn't be fighting a monster with a kitchen knife in his hand, right? Jiang Han still has some image baggage. Blanch the fish in cold water, skim off the blood foam, remove from the water, clean it, and then stir-fry it. The set of movements was smooth and flowing, and several critical hits were triggered during the process, helping Jiang Han gain more than 10 experience points. The meat of the fire-headed python is much more delicious than Jiang Han imagined. Very tender and fresh. Not only him, but also Uncle Long and the others, had their mouths full of red oil. Uncle Hu even exclaimed, "Sure enough, when you come to the wilderness, you still need a cook. Otherwise, it would be a complete waste to kill so many strange beasts. If you want to eat exotic animal meat, you have to go to a star-rated hotel, and the price is so expensive. Now it's alright. If you want to eat something, just pick a suitable exotic beast and kill it. It's a comfortable life, it would be nice to have some wine." Hearing Uncle Hu sigh, Jiang Han silently flipped his palm, and then a bottle of fine liquor appeared in his palm. "I bought a few bottles before we left. You can't share them." Jiang Han spoke vaguely, holding a piece of snake meat in his mouth. Uncle Hu's eyes lit up when he saw the bottle of white wine in Jiang Han's hand. "Good boy. Your Uncle Tiger loves you well." Taking the white wine from Jiang Han's hand, Uncle Hu opened the lid and took a big gulp, then handed the bottle to Uncle Long. Uncle Long did not refuse. The levels of the strange beasts that could be encountered now were not very high. Even Jiang Han could kill them easily. There was no need to be tense all the time, as that would be very tiring. The bottle was passed around, and even the injured Uncle Dao couldn't help but take 2 sips, and finally it came to Jiang Han. Looking at the almost empty bottle, Jiang Han inexplicably recalled the last time he drank with his father. He shook his head and said, "You guys drink, I'll just drink water." Uncle Hu and the others smiled at each other, and did not try to persuade them any further. After eating and drinking, we continued on our journey. Because of the occasional encounters with strange beasts blocking the road, the actual distance walked today was much shorter than Jiang Han had imagined. From the time they set out at 10 in the morning to the time the sun set at 9 in the evening, the group of 5 only walked a little over 100 kilometers. Poisonous beasts will appear at night, so it's not suitable to travel. Let's rest here. Old Zhao, go spray some realgar powder everywhere. Jiang Han will be on duty on the first night shift. Ask your Uncle Hu to get up at 11 o'clock. Don't get up tonight, Lao Wang. Just rest in peace. Uncle Long arranged the order of the night watch, and Jiang Han was the first. In fact, this is the best way. Jiang Han's long-term study habits have prevented his biological clock from going to bed so early. Rather than being woken up in the middle of the night, he might as well stay up the first night. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Jiang Han entered a state of cultivation. In fact, practicing can also replenish energy, but it is not as direct as sleeping. The sky had become completely dark, with only the stars still twinkling in the sky. The moon had not risen yet, so the light was dim. But it's nothing to Jiang Han. Open your eyes from time to time and scan your surroundings with insight. Then he continued to practice while listening to the chirping of cicadas around him. In sharp contrast to the fighting during the day, the wasteland at this moment seemed a little too peaceful. But beneath the calmness, there is a murderous intent hidden. Ouch! A long wolf howl made Uncle Long and others who were still sleeping sit up instantly. That roar is from the Steppenwolf. Chapter 23, A Warrior of the Wuhu Level. Living in the wilderness for a long time made Uncle Long and the others unable to enter a deep sleep. They seemed to be asleep, but in fact any noise around them will wake them up directly. After hearing the wolf howl, Jiang Han also came out of his cultivation state. He knew what a Steppenwolf was. In terms of combat power alone, the steppe wolf is definitely not high, and is even pitifully low. The combat power of an ordinary wasteland wolf is just over 1,000, which is equivalent to that of an ordinary warrior. With this level of combat power, Jiang Han can easily kill it, not to mention Uncle Long. But the problem is that the fact that it is named wasteland is enough to prove that the distribution range of the wasteland wolf is wide and the population is large. Even the smallest pack of steppe wolves has over 100 individuals that can join the battle. The number can even reach thousands. Steppenwolf is the most typical example of a company that relies on quantity to make up for quality. This kind of battle is also what warriors are most reluctant to encounter. As long as one is human, there will be a time when one is exhausted. Once you are entangled by a steppe wolf, it will be a fight to the death. Unless the warrior is at a very high level and has a talent for wide-range damage. The sound comes from the southwest, about 1 kilometer away from us. Pack your things and head northeast, quickly! Uncle Long reacted quickly. After determining the approximate location of the wasteland wolf pack, he made a decision. The only valuable thing about the steppe wolf is its skin, but the price is not high. There is no need to conflict with them. If any accidents happen because of this battle, it will be a waste of time and effort. This is not the purpose of their mission this time. The things are easy to pack up. They are just a few sleeping bags that can be put into the alien space ring with a flip of the hand. Uncle Long walked in front, and Jiang Han and the other three followed behind, jogging all the way, and their speed was not slow. However, the howling of the steppe wolves behind him seemed to be getting closer and closer. The howling of wolves one after another gave people a sense of panic that a crisis was approaching. Jiang Han was driving and looked back from time to time. The moon is high at this moment, and visibility is quite high. Insight has a certain effect on Jiang Han's vision. Even in this situation, he can still see things nearly 1,000 meters away. Wherever the eyes looked, pairs of dark blue pupils were looking coldly forward. The silver-white bodies looked like afterimages, running wildly towards Jiang Han and the others. It's impossible to count the exact number with a quick glance, but Jiang Han is very sure of one thing: the number of this group of wasteland wolves is definitely over 1,000. It's outrageous. A pack of wasteland wolves of this size could easily kill a general-level warrior by sheer numbers. Uncle Long, there are more than 1,000 wasteland wolves behind us, and we haven't found the wasteland wolf king yet. Jiang Han loudly informed Uncle Long and others of what he had observed. At times like this, only by relying on their experience can they make the most accurate decision. There are more than 1,000 wasteland wolves. The Wolf King is likely to be at the Lord level. We cannot have a conflict. We need to change direction. Uncle Long had already made the decision as soon as he received Jiang Han's feedback. Run to Fallen City number 186 due north. Usually, exotic beasts have a strong sense of territory. Rush in and let those exotic beasts help stop the wasteland wolves. From a big picture perspective, humans and alien beasts belong to two camps, but the alien beasts do not live in peace with each other. Instead, it feels a bit like a primeval forest. If there is no human interference, it will form a complete food chain. The law of the jungle prevails, but it does seem to be in order. If Jiang Han guessed correctly, the steel-bristled wild boar king that Uncle Long and his friends encountered last time was about to give birth and would be in a week period, so it came from its original territory to Fallen City number 283. Because there is no monster in the Fallen City number 283 that is higher in level than it. Even in a week period, at least you can ensure that you will not be in any danger. Same thing now. High-level exotic beasts will have their own sense of territory. If other exotic beasts break in, there is a high probability that a fight will occur. Jiang Han was convinced by Uncle Long's trick of driving the tiger to devour the wolf. Fortunately, the fallen city number 186 was not far from Jiang Han and his party, only about 20 kilometers away. With Jiang Han and his party's speed, they could only run at full speed for about half an hour, and still have a certain amount of physical strength left to deal with emergencies. The pack of wasteland wolves behind them were getting closer and closer, and their howling was becoming clearer and clearer, but to the ears of Jiang Han and the others, it sounded a little different. Uncle Long, who was running in front, suddenly stopped. "Wait, something seems wrong." Several people looked at each other, and Uncle Long frowned slightly and said, "This group of wasteland wolves don't seem to be hunting for food. Why do I feel like they are running for their lives?" "So you feel the same way, brother?" Uncle Hu said something in a buzzing voice, panting. "I just heard that their voices were a little bit off, and there were even wailing sounds from time to time." Jiang Han looked back, and with his insight, he could see directly 1,000 meters away. But this time, Jiang Han saw it very clearly. "Uncle Long! There are warriors chasing these wasteland wolves!" There was a strong sense of surprise in Jiang Han's voice. Faced with a pack of wasteland wolves, even Uncle Long, a great martial artist, was forced to give way. How could someone dare to actively provoke a pack of wasteland wolves? What's even more outrageous is that this person could actually be chased by a pack of wolves in the wilderness. Hunting down Steppenwolf? How is that possible? Not only Jiang Han was shocked, even Uncle Long and the others looked surprised. "Xiaohan, did you see it clearly?" "I brought binoculars with me when I entered the wilderness, but they were useless at night as I couldn't see that far, and most of the exotic beasts were able to hide their own body heat." Jiang Han narrowed his eyes slightly, read it carefully, and then nodded. "A man dressed in black, he seems to be the warrior who presided over Uncle Dao's life and death match before." Although it was hard to believe, Jiang Han couldn't help but believe what he saw. The man didn't even have the intention of taking action. He stood with his hands behind his back, floating in the air and moving forward. Any wasteland wolf that came within a 50-meter radius of him was, without exception, pinned to the ground, unable even to struggle. As the man got closer, their bodies exploded. Flying by strength? Or talent? And he's actually flying! Fly! When Uncle Long and others heard this, they fell silent. After a few seconds, they spoke. "Okay, no need to go to the fallen city, just avoid these steppe wolves. I didn't expect that we would encounter a Wuhu-level expert at the edge of the defense line. But why would a Wuhu-level warrior chase after these wasteland wolves?" Chapter 24 Silver-Wing Wolf King. There is only one Wuhu-level strongman among a million. This is the real backbone of mankind's resistance to alien beasts. There are some strange beasts that can easily destroy an entire city, and only warriors at the level of Wuhu can resist them. At this stage, the number of people has no effect unless they are at the same level. Just like what Jiang Han saw just now. The man in black was just floating in the air. Wherever he passed, the steppe wolves couldn't even touch him and were crushed to death by his innate gravity field. But the only problem now is, why would a strong man of this level appear on the edge of the wilderness? Shouldn't he be hunting exotic beasts deeper in the wilderness? As if in response to Jiang Han's doubts, a high-pitched wolf howl sounded, which was obviously different from the sounds of other wasteland wolves. Jiang Han looked in the direction of the howling sound and immediately saw the Wolf King, who was obviously a lot bigger in size, among the wolves. The average steppe wolf is no more than about 1.5 meters tall and 2 meters long. This wasteland wolf is nearly 3 meters long, and more importantly, it has wings on its back. Silver-Wing Wolf King. A mutant of Steppenwolf. The alien beasts were mutated from the original creatures of Blue Star due to the influence of alien space energy. The deepest genetic sequence has been changed. But this is only the first change. Some creatures will undergo secondary mutations. But without exception, those who can undergo a second mutation and survive the mutation will eventually grow to extremely terrifying levels. Jiang Han had previously read an introduction to the Silver-Winged Wolf King in a miscellaneous book compiled by a warrior. The Silver-Winged Wolf King is derived from the second mutation of the Steppenwolf. The adult body is nearly 5 meters long and nearly 3 meters high. After the mutation, the combat power reaches the Lord level, and the adult body combat power can reach the Beast King level. Anyone who encounters Silverwings, the warriors of the Wolf King, should directly report to the Warriors Alliance, and kill them as soon as possible. This is an introduction to the Silver-Winged Wolf King. Although it is brief, every sentence shows the danger of the Silver-Winged Wolf King. When he reaches adulthood, he becomes a Beast King. Just these 7 words are enough to scare all warriors away. If Jiang Han remembered correctly, the most recent invasion of the defense line by the Beast King resulted in the deaths of over 10,000 warriors, including even a Wu-Ho level warrior. And Jiang Han finally figured out why that Wuho level expert appeared here. If it really is the Silver-Winged Wolf King, then it wouldn't be too much to have another Wuho level warrior come along. Uncle Long, among this group of wasteland wolves, there's the Silver-Winged Wolf King. Jiang Han didn't know what to do at this moment, so he had to throw the problem to Uncle Long and let him make the decision. Silver-Winged Wolf King! Uncle Long exclaimed in surprise when he heard Jiang Han's words. How is that possible? No, there are thousands of wolves in this pack, and they were hunted down by that Wuho level for such a long time, which means that the number of these wasteland wolves is much larger than this. Only the Silver-Winged Wolf King can lead a wolf pack of this size. But after it transformed into the Silver-Winged Wolf King, it proved that its strength was at least at the Lord level. We can't fight against a beast of this level at all. No, if it's really the Silver-Winged Wolf King, there's no way we can escape under these circumstances. Turn around and run back, try to avoid the main force of the wolf pack, and join up with that Wuho. After hearing Uncle Long's words, Jiang Han and his companions, who were originally running forward, suddenly slowed down. Everyone come closer. I'll lead the charge and break through the wolf pack's weak points to avoid the Silver-Winged Wolf King. He knew what it meant to have a Silver-Winged Wolf King appear among the wolves. The Lord-level Silver-Winged Wolf King's combat power is one level higher than his, not to mention Jiang Han and the others. I'm afraid that he will be killed by the Silver-Winged Wolf King in one encounter. Even though the Silver-Winged Wolf King is being hunted down now, that's only because the one chasing him is a Wuho-level warrior. If they keep running like this, there is a high probability that everyone will still be affected by the wolves. By then, the wolves whose leader has been killed will become completely violent, and this large area will be affected. And the biggest characteristic of Steppenwolf is that it holds grudges. Instead of doing this, it would be better to break through. As long as he gets behind that Wuho, he will be temporarily safe. Uncle Long made the decision in just a few seconds after getting the key information. Although this decision was not very friendly to Uncle Hu and others. When faced with a pack of over 1,000 prairie wolves, if you are not careful, you may be swarmed by the wolves. Therefore, everyone frowned and looked coldly at the prairie wolf running towards them. Only Jiang Han looked at the pack of prairie wolves only 300 or 400 meters behind him with a bit of fanaticism in his eyes. A wasteland wolf with a combat power of more than 1,000 was not a big threat to him. With the support of insight and critical strike, Jiang Han's combat power was infinitely close to that of a great martial artist. As long as you hit the weak point, the problem can basically be solved with one strike. Normally, you have to walk a distance to meet one. But now, hundreds or even thousands of prairie wolves were forced to gather together. In Jiang Han's eyes, these are all experience. Apart from being a little dangerous and having to keep an eye on the Silver-Winged Wolf King's location at all times, the rest did not have much impact on Jiang Han. Rush! Seeing that the prairie wolves were only 100 meters away from them, Uncle Long finally moved. With a step of his foot, he rushed straight towards the wolf pack, and then with a punch, he knocked a rushing wolf away. Jiang Han and the others were not slow either. Follow Uncle Long and rush forward. Jiang Han was even holding a short knife, guarding the team's flank. Relying on his insight, he could knock away any wolf that came close to him, even one that was nearly 2 meters long. At the same time, the system prompt to gain experience sounded in my mind. The 2-meter-long wasteland wolf weighs nearly 300 kilograms, but with the system upgraded twice, Jiang Han's own strength attribute has reached 120 points. If you take into account the critical hit and the blessing of the 9-layer Thunder Sword. If Jiang Han bursts out with all his strength, the power of a single swing of the sword will reach 1,200 points. If the short knife in his hand was not of too low a quality, Jiang Han would have held back for fear that the knife would have shattered. I'm afraid it wouldn't be difficult to split the struck wasteland wolf into two. Even so, it was enough to shock everyone around. Xiao Han, what kind of fighting power is this? You killed the Steppenwolf with just one strike? Uncle Hu and the others were afraid that Jiang Han would feel timid as it was his first time seeing such a scene, so they kept an eye on him the whole time. But they suddenly discovered that Jiang Han seemed to be calmer than they showed when facing this situation. He didn't even know why, but Uncle Hu felt that Jiang Han seemed a little excited. Just like at this moment, Jiang Han slashed with his knife and broke the neck of a wasteland wolf that attacked Uncle Zhao, then kicked the corpse away, helping Uncle Zhao out of the siege, and then rushed towards the next wasteland wolf with the knife in hand. They all tried to avoid him if possible, but when it came to Jiang Han, it felt like he was looking for a wolf to fight. Chapter 25, Lord-level Beast, so terrifying. Jiang Han doesn't have any area damage skills. But it's not a big problem. Once your strength reaches the level of overwhelming victory, it is just a matter of striking at the weak point with one blow. The experience provided by Steppenwolf is still very rich. Although a combat power of over 1,000 is not high, it is definitely qualified as an experienced monster. Every time Jiang Han killed a wasteland wolf, he could gain more than 180 experience points. There were slight fluctuations, but it never dropped below 180. Talent proficiency and martial arts proficiency are also rising wildly. It was already very close to upgrading. If it continues at this efficiency, it won't be long before it can be upgraded to the next level. It would be great if there was a training experience card now. Jiang Han and his group of 5 fought and advanced. Uncle Long was attacking from the front. Jiang Han was responsible for one side, Uncle Hu and Uncle Dao were responsible for the other side, and Uncle Zhao had lower combat power and was protected by several people in the middle, but it was not a big problem. Like a sharp blade, it directly tore a hole in the swarming wolves. The wasteland wolves were being chased by the Wu Ho level expert, so they didn't dare to stop and besiege Jiang Han and the others. This made Jiang Han and others seem to be at ease. If they continue like this, it won't take long for Jiang Han and his team to break through the wasteland wolf pack and be temporarily safe. But it was obvious that there were some strange beasts in the wolf pack that didn't want Jiang Han and the others to leave just like that. Killing so many wasteland wolves will inevitably attract the attention of the Wolf King. Ouch. After the second mutation, the howl of the Silver-Winged Wolf King was obviously different from that of other wasteland wolves. The difference was even more obvious when he was close. Turning his head to look, Jiang Han discovered that the Silver-Winged Wolf King, who had been fleeing in a panic, had approached them at some point. The silver-white wings on its back spread out. There was a lot of blood on one of the wings, which gave the other side a bit of momentum out of nowhere. "Uncle Long, be careful!" At the same time Jiang Han issued the warning, the Silver-Winged Wolf King had already soared into the air and pounced directly towards Jiang Han and his group. The speed of flying is obviously several points faster than the speed of running. Coupled with the realm's suppression, Jiang Han felt that before he could see the other party's actions clearly, the Silver-Winged Wolf King was already in front of him. Clang! There was a sound of metal clashing, and the next moment, Jiang Han saw Uncle Long flying backwards. "Uncle Long! Elder brother! Brother Long!" Jiang Han rushed up and caught Uncle Long in the air. He was still breathing, but he was unconscious. Jiang Han put his finger under Uncle Long's nose, and after making sure that Uncle Long was just unconscious, he handed him to Uncle Hu. Jiang Han had thought that the Lord-level monsters would be very powerful, but in the current situation, they were a little too powerful. After just one encounter, Uncle Long, a great martial artist, was knocked unconscious. One of the reasons was certainly that the other party launched a surprise attack and Uncle Long was caught off guard. But being able to disable Uncle Long, the main attacker, with just one strike, even Jiang Han felt a chill in his heart. This is a big trouble. After Uncle Long fell into a coma, Uncle Hu had to take care of him. Uncle Dao was injured, and Uncle Zhao himself was not very strong in fighting. In other words, the entire team has lost the ability to fight against the Silver-Winged Wolf King. What to do? Xiao Han! Separate and break out. Don't fight too long. As long as you can get to that Wu Ho, you will be safe. At the critical moment, Uncle Hu shouted loudly. Jiang Han heard it carefully and knew that this was the only chance. With no one able to confront the Silver-Winged Wolf King head-on, the only way to survive as many as possible is to break out separately. But in the final analysis, if they break out separately in this situation, one of them is bound to be hunted down by the Silver-Winged Wolf King. No matter whether it is Uncle Tiger, Uncle Dao or Uncle Zhao, they will all die when facing the Silver-Winged Wolf King. So, who should die? Watching the Silver-Winged Wolf King adjust his body and raise his wings again, Jiang Han knew that he had to make a decision as soon as possible. He took a deep breath, cut a rushing wasteland wolf in half with one sword, and then picked up the wolf's leg and smashed it towards the Silver-Winged Wolf King. Jiang Han's current strength attribute is still quite high. If this blow were to hit other wasteland wolves, it would probably kill them or seriously injure them. But when it hit the Silver-Winged Wolf King, it just made the other party tremble, and then looked over with a bit of anger in his eyes. Jiang Han gave the other person a middle finger and ran away without caring whether the other person could understand what he meant. His purpose was simple, to attract the attention of the Wasteland Wolf King to prevent Uncle Tiger and the others from being caught up. Although Jiang Han's own combat power is not that high, it is still much higher than Uncle Hu and the others. With a combat power of nearly 5,000, if he can't win, he should be able to run away, right? Ouch. There was another wolf howl, but this one was a little different from the previous ones. Because after the Silver-Winged Wolf King finished his cry, the other wasteland wolves all echoed him, their voices filled with deep sadness, and they seemed to be ready to die. The next moment, Jiang Han saw the wolves around him that were originally running wildly to escape, all rushing towards him. What's going on? As if sensing the impending danger, Jiang Han felt a chill on his spine, and his hair stood up. Didn't he just hit the Silver-Winged Wolf King? Why did he do this? He was surprised in his heart, but Jiang Han was not slow at all. Knowing that he couldn't continue fighting, Jiang Han didn't care about the experience points gained from killing these wasteland wolves. He used the short knife in his hand to clear the way, not seeking to kill, but only to break through, and his speed increased a bit. But no matter how fast Jiang Han was, he could not be faster than the silver-winged wolf king with wings on his back. The threat that ordinary wasteland wolves pose to Jiang Han is only this great, and even if there are more of them, it will not cause a qualitative change. But the silver-winged wolf king was different. Although Jiang Han was rushing forward, most of his attention was focused on the silver-winged wolf king behind him. Seeing the other party turning into a silver actor image and rushing towards him, Jiang Han felt that he had never been so focused. He turned around and swung his knife. Ninefold Thunder Blade! At the same time, his feet moved slightly, and when he was about to collide with the silver-winged wolf king, Jiang Han moved sideways to avoid the silver-winged wolf king's frontal attack. Instead, he chopped at the injured wing of the silver-winged wolf king. Jiang Han's goal is simple. The silver-winged wolf king's second transformation, his strength increased largely due to the wings behind him. With wings, the silver-winged wolf king has undergone great changes in both speed and attack methods. But if one of the opponent's wings is destroyed, the result will be different. Without wings, the silver-winged wolf king could only run on the ground. Although his attacks were still powerful, they could always leave traces. The previous injury should have been left by that Wu Ho, and now it became the target of Jiang Han's attack. It's just that Jiang Han had a good idea, but the silver-winged wolf king would never give him such an opportunity. After all, strength is still far superior. Just a flap of his wings protected the wound and made all of Jiang Han's attacks fail. What's even more outrageous is that Jiang Han's sword hit the wings of the silver-winged wolf king, but not only did it not leave a wound, but instead there was a sharp sound of metal colliding. Then, the dagger in his hand broke into 3 pieces at an inopportune moment. Chapter 26 Insight Upgrade. This short sword, which cost Jiang Han thousands of alliance coins, finally broke after a day of overloaded fighting. Although Jiang Han had already felt that the knife was almost at its limit. But the timing of the shattering is a bit too embarrassing. Facing a powerful enemy, I have no weapons in my hands. Jiang Han's combat power would drop drastically if he lost his dagger. Even the 9-layer Thunder Blade cannot be used. What to do? Jiang Han dodged the silver-winged wolf king's attack by leaning sideways. Seeing the wolf king turn around and prepare to pounce on him again, Jiang Han frowned. He was only 400 meters away from the Wu Ho. If he ran at full speed, it would take no more than half a minute. But now it seemed like an insurmountable chasm. With the silver-winged wolf king holding him back, he had no chance to run over there. The silver-winged wolf king seemed to know that he would inevitably have to fight to the death with that Wu Ho today, so he didn't run away now, as if he wanted to let Jiang Han and the others take the blame before the big battle. But the problem is that Jiang Han doesn't want to fight it. Ding! The A-level talent insight proficiency has reached full level, and the level has been increased. Current level LV2. The talent effect has been changed, please check carefully. Talent upgraded? The system prompt sounded in his mind, and Jiang Han was delighted, but then he calmed down. Insight is considered an auxiliary talent. Even if it is upgraded, it will not greatly increase combat power. In fact, it is more than just insight. Even if the critical hit is upgraded, it is not of much help to Jiang Han in the battle with the Silver-Winged Wolf King. The Silver-Winged Wolf King is not a beast with strong single-target attack power. Its main danger actually comes from its leadership ability after the Second Awakening. The Silver-Winged Wolf King, who becomes the king of beasts, can command most of the low-level exotic beasts. But even so, to become a Lord-level monster, the minimum combat power starts at 10,000. Some of the monsters with super strong combat power can even reach 80,000 or 90,000. For example, the steel-bristled wild boar king that Uncle Long and his friends had encountered before, generally has a combat power of 50,000 after it reaches adulthood. The Silver-Winged Wolf King's combat power is a little weaker, but not by much. Jiang Han estimated that their combat power was at least over 20,000. Otherwise, it would be impossible to knock out Uncle Long, a great martial artist, with just one strike. In this situation, unless Jiang Han can burst out a combat power of at least 10,000 in a short period of time, it will be impossible to defend against the Silver-Winged Wolf King. But is it possible to burst out a combat power of 10,000 in a short period of time? Jiang Han flipped his right hand, and a light flashed in his hand. The short knife that was only left with the handle was thrown away by him, and replaced by a kitchen knife. When I came out, time was too tight, so I didn't buy any additional weapons. I searched through all the rings in the alien space, and only this kitchen knife could be considered a knife. It can trigger the effect of the 9-layer Thunder Blade and is hard enough. The Silver-Winged Wolf King pounced again, flapping its wings behind it, at an incredibly fast speed. With Jiang Han's eyesight, he could only see an afterimage. Obviously, the silver-winged wolf king was really serious. He wanted to kill Jiang Han as quickly as possible and then hunt down the others. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Han was ready for battle. If he cannot withstand the attack of the silver-winged wolf king, his only outcome will be death. The silver-winged wolf king was only about 30 meters away from him. It took less than a second for the silver-winged wolf king to move and appear in front of Jiang Han. However, when the silver-winged wolf king was about 10 meters away from Jiang Han, its speed suddenly slowed down. Jiang Han subconsciously slashed with his knife, but found that the silver-winged wolf king did not rush to him at all. He slashed the air with his sword, feeling surprised. What's going on? The speed of the silver-winged wolf king when he bursts out at full strength is definitely more than 50 meters per second, and may even be faster. But now, in Jiang Han's eyes, it was extremely slow. The speed is at most 10 meters per second, which is similar to Jiang Han's speed when he was a warrior. Although it was still very fast, Jiang Han was able to fully capture the opponent's movements. Jiang Han's super high agility gives him super fast reactions. Seeing the silver-winged wolf king opening its mouth to bite him, and raising its right claw with the intention of hitting Jiang Han's waist, the next moment, Jiang Han flew into the air, dodging the silver-winged wolf king's attack, and slashed with the kitchen knife in his hand. The fight between the two sides lasted only a blink of an eye, and the next moment the silver-winged wolf king rushed out several dozen meters away. However, compared with just now, the silver-winged wolf king's fierce eyes were filled with deep doubt. It didn't understand why this human with such weak combat power could dodge its 2 attacks in a row. It didn't try its best the first time, but why this time? The silver-winged wolf king, who had just completed his 2nd evolution and became a lord, had already developed intelligence and possessed a certain level of thinking ability, no longer limited to instinct. But this situation is obviously not something it can understand. Jiang Han, on the other hand, reached out and caught a few strands of silver-white wolf hair falling from the air. This guy's defense is really high. Although he just made a casual stroke without using much force, it was definitely not light. If it were any other strange beast, it would probably be seriously injured if not killed. But when it fell on the silver-winged wolf king, it only cut off a few hairs of the wolf, which was outrageous. The combat power of a martial artist cannot even break through the defense. But even so, it is enough. Thanks to the sudden change, the speed that the silver-winged wolf king was proud of was suddenly reduced in his eyes. When he was able to react and respond, the danger of the silver-winged wolf king to him was suddenly reduced. This change is another effect brought about by the Insight upgrade. A-level talent Insight LV2. Insight, automatically triggered when entering combat mode, can see through the weaknesses of everything. When the mind is extremely focused, it can trigger a passive state, motion capture. Motion capture. Perfectly capture the movements of all creatures and objects within a 10-meter range. A somewhat idealistic ability. Combined with the scene just now, it is actually not difficult to understand. It's not that the silver-winged wolf king has slowed down, but that Jiang Han's motion capture ability has become stronger. In other words, he could capture the silver-winged wolf king's movements faster and process the information quickly. So to him, it seemed as if the silver-winged wolf king had slowed down. And this talent is of great benefit to Jiang Han, especially when facing a strange beast like the silver-winged wolf king that relies on speed to win. Motion capture is undoubtedly a magical skill. If that's the case, then the silver-winged wolf king doesn't seem to be that scary after all. The kitchen knife in his hand was slightly raised and held horizontally in front of him. He wanted to prepare for the next attack from the silver-winged wolf king, but he saw the silver-winged wolf king turn around and run away. The next moment, someone patted Jiang Han on the shoulder. Looking back, he found that the Wuho had already been behind Jiang Han without him noticing. Leave it to me from now on. This level of battle is not something you can participate in. Do me a favor and clean up the remaining Steppenwolves, especially the female ones. Chapter 27 Killing Crazy. Jiang Han held up the silver-winged wolf king for at least 10 seconds, and this time was enough for the Marquis to cross a distance of several hundred meters and come to Jiang Han's side. And the silver-winged wolf king obviously turned around and ran away because of this. After the Marquis finished speaking, without waiting for Jiang Han to respond, he flew into the air again. However, this time, his speed was obviously more than twice as fast as before. It rushed straight towards the silver-winged wolf king who was flapping his wings and trying to escape. It is true that the silver-winged wolf king is very fast, but it is only extremely fast among people of the same level. If it jumps to a higher level, the silver-winged wolf king's speed cannot be considered fast. What's more, one of its wings was injured and it couldn't burst out at its full speed. Gravity field! Jiang Han only heard a loud roar from the Wuho in the air, and the next moment, the silver-winged wolf king, who was as sharp as an arrow, fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Jiang Han's eyelids twitched as he watched. Is this Wu Ho? He could just barely deal with the silver-winged Wolf King relying on his upgraded insight. In front of Wu Ho, it was just a matter of bursting his talent, and he couldn't even escape. Shaking his head, Jiang Han knew that this level of battle was not suitable for him. He collected his thoughts, looked at the group of wasteland wolves around him who were staring at him fiercely, and tightened the kitchen knife in his hand. Uncle Hu and his men have already broken through. Without the obstruction of the silver-winged Wolf King, the threat they faced was not that great, and they are now safe. Except for a few scattered wolves that were still chasing, most of the wolf pack had already surrounded Jiang Han. But this is just right, as it saves Jiang Han from having to chase them one by one. Jiang Han naturally would not let this opportunity go as he finally got it. Especially after taking the time to glance at his attribute panel, Jiang Han felt more confident. After his insight was upgraded, Jiang Han's combat power steadily broke through the 5,000 mark and had now reached more than 5,300. Facing a wasteland wolf whose combat power was just over 1,000, I could barely say that I was able to handle it with ease. They are all experienced monsters, and they are all elite monsters. Jiang Han murmured something, and then without retreating, he rushed towards the nearest wasteland wolf. In this surrounded situation, we cannot stand still and fight. You never know when you might be attacked from behind. The safest way is to charge forward. At least this will ensure that you won't be attacked from behind by the prairie wolves, because they can't catch up with Jiang Han at all. This was also one of the practical experiences that Uncle Dao taught Jiang Han before. There is a huge difference between fighting alone and being attacked from all sides. But it is really useful after the insight upgrade. It not only played a big role against the silver-winged Wolf King, but it is also the case now. As the movements of the surrounding creatures were slowed down, the movements of this group of wasteland wolves were actually not much different from being still in Jiang Han's eyes. Jiang Han walked among the prairie wolves leisurely, and the kitchen knife in his hand hit the weaknesses given by his insight. Every time he swings his sword, the system will prompt him to gain experience points. This feeling of being bathed in experience is so wonderful. A rough estimate shows that although most of the wasteland wolves had been killed by the Marquis Wu, there were still quite a few left, about 200 or so. It is enough for Jiang Han to upgrade the system by 1 or 2 levels. Even if you are lucky, a critical hit and the 9-layer Thunder Sword can be upgraded to a higher level. This upgrade speed is really fast. If it were in the city, Jiang Han would never be able to do it. But in the wilderness, you only need to encounter a group of wilderness wolves. Jiang Han had gone mad with killing, with only one thought in his mind. Find the marked weakness on the rushing steppe wolf, then chop it with a knife, and then find the next one. I could vaguely hear Uncle Hu and the others calling Jiang Han over, but Jiang Han didn't care. An opportunity that you have finally come across should not be missed. However, Jiang Han's actions shocked Uncle Hu and the others. Even from a distance, one could still see that Jiang Han's entire body was covered in blood. From their perspective, they couldn't tell whether the blood belonged to Jiang Han or the wasteland wolf. They only saw Jiang Han like a god of war. Any wasteland wolf that approached him was chopped away by a single blow, and then he rushed to the next one. For some reason, Uncle Hu and the others always felt that Jiang Han didn't seem like a newcomer to the wilderness. Because no newcomer can be like Jiang Han, who faced a group of strange beasts without retreating and instead advanced, and had no idea what fear was. Jiang Han was so brave that they seemed a little timid, but after looking at the group of prairie wolves, all they could do was to ask Jiang Han to be careful and rush out quickly. Old Wang, Old Zhao, do you feel that Jiang Han doesn't seem to be a martial artist at all? Uncle Tiger still carried Uncle Long on his back, but his voice sounded a little muffled. You mean Jiang Han has reached the level of a great martial artist? That shouldn't be the case. If it's just a B-level talent, the combat power shouldn't increase so quickly. Uncle Dao tightly grasped the weapon in his hand and looked at Jiang Han not far away, full of doubts. It really shouldn't be, but the facts are there. If he was only at the martial arts master level, how could he face so many wasteland wolves and still seem so relaxed? At least I can't. Uncle Hu has been a martial artist for nearly 10 years, and his combat power has reached 4,007. He is only one step away from reaching the level of a great martial artist. Uncle Dao and Uncle Zhao thought about it, but soon they had the answer. I can't do that either. I certainly can't do that. The three of them looked at each other and already had the answer in their hearts. This kid, I don't know how many things he is hiding from us. Uncle Hu had a smile on his face. He was obviously very happy to see Jiang Han hunting the steppe wolf so easily. Jiang Han grew up in their eyes, and was no different from their own son or nephew. Seeing Jiang Han grow up and even surpass them in such a short period of time, they were filled with joy. After all, he is Brother Cheng's son, so it is normal for Jiang Han to have outstanding talents. And this kid works much harder than the average person. He deserves this strength. Uncle Zhao sighed, as if he remembered something, and shook his head and said, By the way, didn't Brother Cheng always tell us not to mention anything about the wasteland in front of Jiang Han? Why did you ask us to bring him to the wasteland again this time? I don't know. Uncle Hu shook his head and said, Who can guess what Qingji is thinking? But no matter what, Jiang Han's ability to grow to this point is really a surprise to us. As long as we go around a little bit, the mission shouldn't be difficult to complete. With 2 great warriors in a team, there won't be much danger as long as they don't encounter Lord-level monsters. Chapter 28 Wu Hou Li Chongyang. There is a characteristic of the Wasteland Wolf Pack: if they encounter an enemy, they will fight to the death. This is very similar to the wolves before the mutation, and the Wasteland Wolves after the mutation inherited this feature. This is also the reason why most warriors are unwilling to provoke the Wasteland Wolf Pack. Because once you are targeted, you must always be on guard against the siege of the steppe wolves, unless you kill the whole pack of steppe wolves. Or you may be so powerful that the wolves of the wasteland dare not bother you again. For example, the Wu Hou just now, even if it was just the instinct of survival, let the wolves of the wasteland know that they could never kill this Wu Hou. At this moment, when it came to Jiang Han, more than 200 prairie wolves pounced on him tirelessly, bringing him rich experience points. Just as he thought. More than 200 wasteland wolves allowed him to level up again. While gaining 100 attribute points, Jiang Han's level also successfully reached level 5. He grabbed the body of a wasteland wolf, wiped the blood off the kitchen knife, and then put it back into the system space. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, which made people feel nauseous. Jiang Han's body was covered with the blood of the wasteland wolf, which could not be wiped off. He could only wait until dawn to find a place with water to take a bath. Xiao Han. Uncle Hu and others came to greet them. When the battle was halfway through, Uncle Hu and the others came to help, but their efficiency in killing monsters was definitely not as high as Jiang Han's. Tell me the truth, kid. Have you reached the level of a great martial artist? Listening to Uncle Hu's question, Jiang Han silently read the attribute panel, glanced at the combat power, did not hide it, and nodded. After the insight upgrade, his combat power reached the threshold of the Grand Martial Master. Now with the addition of 100 free attribute points, Jiang Han's combat power has indeed broken through to the Grand Martial Master level, reaching 5892. Although his combat power is still at the lower level among the great martial artists, he does possess the combat power of a great martial artist. I knew you were hiding something from us. Uncle Hu had a smile on his face, which seemed like he was blaming him, but Jiang Han couldn't hear any blame in it. However, Jiang Han felt that it would be better for him to explain. Uncle Hu, Jiang Han was about to say something when Uncle Hu raised his hand to interrupt him. Okay, everyone has their own secrets, understand? Anyway, your combat power reaching the Grand Master level is a good thing for the entire team, and this mission will be more certain. No one will blame you for hiding your strength. Uncle Hu had no intention of asking Jiang Han about his hidden abilities. He expressed his attitude before Jiang Han could explain, which made Jiang Han feel a little embarrassed. The main reason is that when he first started, his combat power was indeed not at this level. If he had not hunted so many exotic beasts and leveled up 3 times, his combat power might not be as high as Uncle Tiger's. But it's better this way, so Jiang Han doesn't have to find excuses to explain. How is Uncle Long doing? Jiang Han looked at Uncle Long, who was still lying on Uncle Hu's back, and asked. It's nothing serious. I just got shocked and passed out. I'll wake up after resting for a while. Jiang Han hummed. The danger has now been temporarily lifted. Although exotic beasts are extremely sensitive to the smell of blood, ordinary beasts dare not approach such a strong smell of blood. Rest here, we'll leave when it's daybreak. Uncle Hu had just finished speaking. Before he sat down, he saw the Wu Hou who had chased the silver-winged wolf king away flying back again, but this time, he was holding the dead silver-winged wolf king in his hands. In front of the huge wolf body, the Wu Hou looked a little thin, but Jiang Han and others felt that this scene was extremely harmonious. Tyrannosaurus squad, meet Wu Hou. Uncle Hu and the others looked serious and bowed slightly to the Wu Hou floating in the air. The gap in strength and status between the two sides is too great, and the other party deserves the respect from Uncle Hu and others. Jiang Han, on the other hand, looked at the Wu Hou floating in the air and the silver-winged wolf king who was not yet completely cold, with a bit of heat in his eyes. Is this the top combat power? He killed the silver-winged wolf king, who was helpless against Jiang Han and his men, so easily. The Wu Hou floating in the air also spoke at this time. Tyrannosaurus squad? Very good. You dare to charge into the face of such a huge pack of wasteland wolves. Help me stop the silver-winged wolf king. Especially this kid. Wu Hou looked at Jiang Han. What's your name? Replying to Wu Hou, my name is Jiang Han. Jiang Han bowed slightly. Jiang Han? Wu Ho nodded, and then his right hand that was holding the body of the silver-winged Wolf King loosened, and the silver-winged Wolf King weighing hundreds of kilograms fell heavily to the ground. You helped to stop the silver-winged Wolf King. You have some merits. You can take a material from the silver-winged Wolf King as a reward. After listening to Wu Ho's words, Jiang Han and the others looked at each other, all with some surprise. Those who can become Wu Ho are usually arrogant and too lazy to say even a word. But the person in front of them is not only willing to talk to them, but even willing to share the body of the silver-winged Wolf King with them. The corpse of a lord-level exotic beast usually sells for between 1 million and 5 million. Depending on the strength and scarcity of materials, the price fluctuation is quite large. The silver-winged Wolf King is a creature that can only appear after the second mutation of the wasteland wolf. Although its strength is not very strong, its price is still very high due to its scarcity. The overall price is around 3 million. Just one of them is worth more than an average warrior team's monthly income. But now, a lord-level silver-winged Wolf King was thrown in front of Jiang Han for him to choose. If Jiang Han chooses the most valuable wings or wolf fangs, he can directly get nearly 1 million. Jiang Han had to admit that he was a little moved. As long as he makes a choice, he can get nearly 1 million alliance coins. Not only he was tempted, but Uncle Hu and the others were also tempted. However, this Wu Ho did not let them choose, so even though they already had the answer in their hearts, they did not dare to say anything. The Wu Ho floating in the air just looked at Jiang Han quietly, with no intention of urging him. After a few seconds, Jiang Han finally looked up at the Wu Ho again. I have to say, this proposal from the senior is very tempting. But I know very well that I haven't played any significant role, so I'd better forget it. The ability to kill the silver-winged Wolf King was entirely due to Senior's own strength. If I'm not mistaken, Senior must want to catch all of these wasteland wolves in one fell swoop to prevent the silver-winged Wolf King from leaving any offspring, so you let the silver-winged Wolf King escape for so long, right? After hearing Jiang Han's reply, Uncle Hu and the others were all surprised. Jiang Han actually doesn't want the 1 million that was delivered to his door. However, after hearing Jiang Han's reply, the Wu Ho showed a smile on his face. Interesting. Jiang Han, right? I'll remember you. You have the combat power of a great martial artist at such a young age, and your mind is so meticulous. I'm afraid your achievements in the future will not be much lower than mine. I'm giving you this silver-winged Wolf King. Consider it my investment in you. Remember, my name is Li Chongyang, Wu Ho Li Chongyang. Chapter 29, Maximizing Warriors' Benefits. Li Chongyang left. All that was left were the corpses of wasteland wolves on the ground and the body of the silver-winged Wolf King with the sword piercing his neck. Jiang Han and the others looked at each other, all a little confused. What's going on? The body of a silver-winged Wolf King worth at least 3 million alliance coins was just left there like that. Even if you are Wu Ho, you shouldn't be so generous, right? Wu Ho is indeed better at making money than Jiang Han and the others. The fact that he could easily kill a lord-level monster proved that any martial marquis was wealthy. But by the same token, the higher the combat power, the higher the requirements for weapons and armor. Even the resources needed for cultivation are more numerous and more expensive, so the cost is naturally higher. For a warrior who has just been promoted, 20,000 alliance coins are enough to buy a set of weapons and armor. But when it comes to the martial artist level, the highest estimate for a set is likely to reach the million mark. There is no other way. When one's strength reaches a certain level, the quality of these equipment must keep up, otherwise they will be useless, just like Jiang Han's dagger. Jiang Han didn't know the price of Wu Ho level equipment. But you don't have to think about it to know that it is definitely not a small number. Uncle Tiger, what should we do now? Looking for a chance to return it? Jiang Han had never encountered such a situation before, and he didn't know whether it was normal or not. When Uncle Hu heard Jiang Han's words, he pinched his chin and frowned slightly. It's hard to say. If it was given to me, I would definitely accept it directly. But if it's for you, I suggest you consider it carefully. If you accept it, it means you owe the other person a favor. You are growing too fast. As an 18-year-old martial arts master, your future achievements may not be inferior to that martial arts marquis. And the other party made it very clear that this is an investment. So this matter can only be decided by you. If you accept it, it means you have accepted the other party's investment, and you owe them a favor. And if you don't accept it, it's best to find a chance to return it as soon as possible. Uncle Hu explained it very clearly to Jiang Han, but it was precisely because he explained it so clearly that Jiang Han became more hesitant. He didn't like to owe favors to others, even though in the eyes of many warriors, owing a favor to Wu Ho was something worth bragging about. After thinking for a long time, Jiang Han finally made a decision. Uncle Tiger, let's divide this silver-winged Wolf King. Jiang Han still planned to accept the body of the silver-winged Wolf King, mainly because he really needed money now. The protective gear on his body belonged to Uncle Long, otherwise, Uncle Long would not have been knocked unconscious by the silver-winged Wolf King. Even the alien space ring was bought by Uncle Long and others. He also needed to buy another set of weapons and protective gear for himself, and the cost would definitely not be small. Even if the mission goes smoothly this time, the money Jiang Han gets will not be enough to cover such a large expense. So Jiang Han needs to accept the silver-winged Wolf King. Give it to us? Uncle Hu and others were stunned when they heard Jiang Han's words, and then smiled and shook their heads. Uncle Dao patted Jiang Han's shoulder with relief and said, "It's good that you have this intention, but don't do this again in the future. In the wilderness, everything depends on your own strength. It's still the same even if there are 5 of us. You get what you put in, and that's how everyone will be fine. What's more, this silver-winged Wolf King was specifically given to you by that Wu Ho, and he wants you to do him a favor. We can't afford the favor of Wu Ho." Uncle Dao made a joke and gave all the benefits to Jiang Han. It's not just Uncle Dao, it's also the same with Uncle Hu and Uncle Zhao. After thinking about it, Jiang Han didn't say anything else. He grabbed the silver-winged Wolf King's leg with his right hand. The next moment, there was a flash of light, and the body of the silver-winged Wolf King entered Jiang Han's alien space ring. With the body of the silver-winged Wolf King, Jiang Han will be able to replace all his equipment when he returns to the city next time. I didn't expect to gain such a reward my first time entering the wilderness. It would be a lie to say I'm not excited. An accident, a blessing in disguise. If the next mission goes smoothly, plus the exotic beasts hunted along the way, Jiang Han will be able to earn about 1 million. Is this how fast a warrior makes money? Jiang Han felt that he would never be able to earn that much even if he ran a restaurant for his entire life. What's more important is that with his current ability to make money, my dad won't need to drink low-quality liquor anymore. After a battle, everyone felt a little exhausted. They all simply sat down on the ground and took a rest. With such a strong smell of blood as cover, ordinary beasts didn't dare to approach, allowing Jiang Han and the others to sleep peacefully for a whole night. The next morning, everyone who had seemed exhausted became full of energy again. Uncle Long, who had been in a coma, has now recovered after a night of recuperation. After learning from Uncle Hu and others about the series of events that took place after last night, and the news that Jiang Han's combat power might very well reach the Grand Martial Master level, Uncle Long was silent for a long time. Then he patted Jiang Han on the shoulder. "Be cautious, and think twice before you act." This is the warning Uncle Long gave to Jiang Han. Jiang Han felt a little strange, as if ever since he revealed his strength, Uncle Long and the others had been warning him to be cautious. But if you think about it, you will understand. The reason Uncle Long and his team were able to stay in the wilderness for so long was because of their caution. Moreover, the reason why a genius is because he has not yet grown up. If he dies halfway, he can no longer be considered a genius. Jiang Han is not the kind of person who likes to show off, so when he heard Uncle Long and the others' warnings, he nodded and agreed. "By the way, Xiao Han, when you get back, go get the Great Martial Master certificate. By then, you will be qualified to form your own warrior team. This way the benefits will be greater." The group of 5 walked for more than 10 miles and found a small lake. There were many strange beasts drinking water by the lake, but their strength was not very good. At most, they were at the beast soldier level and posed no threat to Jiang Han and his friends. Not even bothering to take off their protective gear, several people jumped into the water. The blood on his body that had been dried by the wind was soaked in the lake water, dyeing the surrounding area red. The cool lake water made Jiang Han and the others feel much more relaxed. Especially when you have been haunted by the smell of blood all night. Comfortable. Jiang Han let out a long sigh and couldn't help but sigh out loud. "Are you tired?" Uncle Long was floating on the lake, enjoying the great state. Hearing Jiang Han's sigh, he couldn't help but smile and said, "If you choose the path of a warrior, you will have to endure a long period of hardship in the future. Besides, it won't be long before you become the captain, and then you'll have a lot more to consider." "Uncle Long, do I need to form a team of warriors myself?" Jiang Han didn't quite understand the question. "Isn't it good like this now? You've been in the wasteland for so short a time, it's normal that you don't know." Uncle Long said slowly, "Your strength is growing too fast, and the upper limit is very high. In this situation, you won't be able to stay in a normal warrior team for long before you reach the team's strength limit. This is really a question of maximizing revenue." Chapter 30 Arrival at the Target City. A team usually consists of a high-level main attacker and 4 supporting players. Like right now. You joined when I was a martial arts master, and just happened to fill a vacant spot in the team. I will lead the attack, and you will assist from the side. If we encounter an ordinary beast general level beast, we can kill it. But the addition of a great martial artist does not bring any qualitative improvement to the team's strength. We can still only kill beast general level monsters. Jiang Han heard Uncle Long's explanation very clearly and found it easy to understand. After all, he had always been among the top 3 in his grade in academic subjects, so Jiang Han could have figured out these things on his own even without Uncle Long telling him. Uncle Long's meaning was very simple. As long as Jiang Han stayed in this team, he would always be just a supporting role. But if Jiang Han can obtain the Great Martial Master Certificate and form his own team, then Jiang Han himself can become the main attacker, and the money he earns will increase significantly. I have to admit that Jiang Han was moved. He is very short of money now. It is indeed necessary to obtain the Grand Master Qualification Certificate, but as for forming a team, after thinking about it, Jiang Han still felt that there was no need for it. His strength improvement far exceeds that of ordinary warriors. At this rate of upgrade, even warriors who have awakened S-level talents are estimated to be not as fast as him. Even if he formed his own team, it would most likely not last long and would be forced to disband because Jiang Han's strength increased too quickly and the strength of other people could not keep up with Jiang Han. It would be better to hunt exotic animals in the wilderness by yourself. Anyway, he has insight and Jiang Han doesn't need that much assistance. It can also ensure that your secrets will not be discovered. Of course, the most important thing is to ensure the safety of the warriors and reduce unnecessary casualties. If you want to enter the wilderness, you must have a great martial artist to lead the team. Is there such a restriction? Jiang Han nodded when he heard this, which was considered as his agreement. If this is true, then this great martial artist proves that Jiang Han is really going to take him down. Of course, we have to wait until we get back to deal with these things. The most urgent task now is to continue the journey and get the mission items as soon as possible. After soaking in the cold lake water for a few minutes, all the fatigue was swept away and the group finally washed off the blood stains on their bodies. The smell of blood will irritate the strange beasts to a certain extent. If you are not careful, you may even be besieged by them. In this kind of weather, there is no need to dry your clothes. They will be dry after walking for more than 10 kilometers. After refilling their water bottles, the group of 5 set out again on the journey to their target city. There weren't any major setbacks along the way, and no strange beasts like the silver-winged wolf king appeared again. After all, the silver-winged wolf king is something you can only encounter by chance. However, Jiang Han could clearly feel that as they went deeper and deeper into the wilderness, the monsters they encountered became stronger and stronger. From the previous common monsters, low and mid-level beast soldiers, it has become that the lowest level is high-level beast soldiers, and occasionally you will encounter monsters at the beast general level. Fortunately, there are 2 great martial artists in the team now. Jiang Han and Uncle Long worked together to deal with these beast general level monsters, which was quite easy. At least they didn't encounter any danger. If they really encountered a high-level beast general level monster, they would have avoided it early because of Jiang Han's reminder. Everything went smoothly all the way, and Uncle Hu and his men rarely even had the chance to take action. It can be seen that they all have big smiles on their faces. This mission was really easy. There was no need for them to take action against the low-level monsters. Jiang Han wanted to practice, so he took the initiative to step forward. As for the high-level monsters, Uncle Long would be the main attacker and Jiang Han would be the auxiliary, so they also did not need to intervene. All he needed to do was give some pointers on Jiang Han's slightly immature fighting skills from time to time, and the rest was to enjoy the food. Every time he hunted down an exotic animal with tender meat, Jiang Han would shave off the most delicious part of its body, allowing Uncle Hu and his friends to feast on the delicious food. Why don't you stay, Xiaohan? I feel like life in the wasteland won't be that hard with you on the team. Uncle Tiger joked. Your cooking skills are amazing. Is there any meat left from the turkey you killed yesterday? Can you grill a chicken leg for me today? Jiang Han's consciousness sank slightly. He glanced at the system space, where a pile of exotic beast meat was quietly placed. After confirming that there were also 2 chicken legs as big as chairs, he withdrew his consciousness from the system space. And 2 chicken legs. The reason why all the meat was placed in the system space was because Jiang Han discovered another function of the system space. Vacuum preservation. The alien space ring is actually connected to the other side of the space through special means. It has air and cannot maintain quality and freshness. But the system space is different. This discovery was not very useful to Jiang Han, but it was also a small surprise. At least if he encountered fresh ingredients, he could put them in and preserve them for a long time without worrying about running out of food. Okay, we are only 10 kilometers away from the target fallen city. Just rest here. We'll go in after we've had enough to eat and drink. Xiaohan, remember to roast more later. Everyone should bring some. We won't be able to make a fire after we go in, and it will attract the attention of the monsters. I'm not sure how long it will take to get the quest item, so be prepared in advance. Uncle Long looked at the vague outline of the city not far away, and couldn't help but frown slightly, and spoke out to remind everyone. After traveling for hundreds of kilometers, they finally arrived at the mission city, and everyone stopped joking. Whether this trip is profitable or not depends entirely on the next period of time. But when everyone thought of the steel-bristled wild boar king in the city, they inexplicably felt a little overwhelmed. Jiang Han, on the other hand, didn't notice anything at all. He took out the 2 turkey chicken legs from the system space. Each one weighs more than 30 kilograms, which is almost as heavy as a farmed pig leg. The main reason is that the fiery chicken itself is quite large in size, a junior beast general, and possesses low-level fireball attack skills, hence the name. But the meat is really tender. After rinsing it, marinating it for a while and grilling it, Uncle Hu and Uncle Dao took on the task of turning the chicken legs over. The chicken legs are bigger, so they need to be roasted longer, but it doesn't matter. When they arrived near the target city, Jiang Han and his team were not in a hurry anymore. Taking advantage of this time, Jiang Han took a look at his panel attributes, at least to know himself. Host Jiang Han. Combat power rating, 5,927. Level 5. Strength, 156 agility, 145 constitution, 151 spirit, 149. Available free attribute points 0. Experience points required to upgrade to the next level, 789/8000. Current talent, A-level talent, Insight LV2, B-level talent, Critical Hit LV3. Insight, automatically triggered when entering combat mode, can see through the weaknesses of everything. Critical Hit, attack has a 50% chance of triggering a critical hit, causing damage equal to strength *5. Current talent proficiency, Insight 325/3000, Critical Hit, 1286/2000. Currently available talent slots remaining 0. Current martial skill, Earth level top grade, 9-layered Thunderblade LV1. 9-fold Thunderblade LV1, when attacking with a sword, strength *2, agility *2. Current martial arts proficiency, 9-fold Thunderblade LV1, 1569/2000. Currently available props, none. The current system space remaining is 241/1000. Current mission, kill 1,000 people. Stored energy that can be used explosively, 5752, can enhance combat power for a short period of time after use. Chapter 31, Fallen City Number 283. In the wilderness, Jiang Han would basically spend his time meditating and practicing at night when he had nothing to do, so he gained a few extra attribute points, which he added to his strength and physique. Strength allows him to burst out with greater combat power, while physique can help him maintain combat status for a longer period of time. Jiang Han's combat power has steadily exceeded 5,000. Now he possesses the combat power of an early great martial artist. He can stand his ground in the wilderness. As long as he doesn't seek death by fighting those high-level monsters, it is unlikely that anything will go wrong. Insight has just been upgraded, but Critical Hit and 9-layer Thunder Sword are about to be upgraded again. At this rate, Jiang Han will be able to gain enough proficiency if he kills about 100 strange beasts. By then, his combat power will see another major boost. The only problem is that as the level increases, the experience points Jiang Han needs to double for each level up. It's only level 5 now, and the experience points required for upgrading are as high as 8,000. If you upgrade 2 more levels, the experience points required will be an astronomical number. If Jiang Han relies solely on hunting exotic beasts to gain experience points, I'm afraid he will really have to spend most of his time in the wilderness in the future. But it was the last one that made Jiang Han ponder. If he remembered correctly, these stored energies should be the energy that prevented him from awakening when he awakened and gained insight before. It was just absorbed and stored by the system. He had never paid attention to it before, but after looking at it carefully now, Jiang Han suddenly had an inexplicable feeling that if this energy was used well, it might produce unexpected results. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Han withdrew his consciousness from the system. Seeing that the chicken legs on the grill were almost cooked, he sprinkled the seasoning he had prepared in advance on them. When grilling, you cannot sprinkle the ingredients in advance. You have to wait until the food is almost cooked before sprinkling them. Otherwise, if the seasoning is roasted for too long, it will have a burnt smell. The fat in the chicken legs is roasted and sizzling, and after being sprinkled with seasoning, the taste is even more amazing. Uncle Hu and the others even started drooling. After roasting for a few more minutes, Jiang Han took out 2 large plates from the alien ring, took out the roasted chicken legs, and tore off the lean meat on them. The aroma mixed with the hot air was wafting up, and it was really hard to bear the sight. Uncle Hu took a piece first and put it in his mouth. While chewing, he said, "Let me taste it first to see if it's cooked." With Uncle Hu taking the lead, Uncle Dao and Uncle Zhao couldn't help it either. Even Uncle Long took a piece and put it in his mouth with a look of satisfaction. If Jiang Han wasn't here, they would probably be eating compressed dry food now. How could they possibly eat freshly roasted chicken legs? The gap between them is not huge, but it is not a little bit either. After eating and drinking their fill and packing the chicken legs, the group set off again. The fallen city number 283 was originally named Chong City. It was not very large before the disaster. As a tourist city, the greening work is still very well done. When the disaster struck and all humans in the city evacuated, there was no one to manage and maintain the city. The high-rise buildings and roads were invaded by plants, resulting in the scene that Jiang Han saw before his eyes. High-rise buildings and plants coexist, a scene that can only be seen in movies. But it looks extremely harmonious. First, occupy a commanding height. Xiaohan will explore the surrounding environment. After finding the trace of the steel bristle wild boar king, we will go around it. The strongest person in the entire fallen city number 283 was only a high-level beast general. He posed a certain threat to the entire team, but it was not fatal. With Uncle Long around, they could still retreat after blocking the monsters. But since the arrival of the steel bristle boar king, the danger level has increased by more than one level. If it weren't for the fact that the only fallen city on the outskirts of the entire wasteland was number 283, Uncle Long and his team would never come in again. Now that we are here, we naturally have to advance steadily. Uncle Long held a map in his hand. After spreading it out, he pointed to a place and said, "The mission target is in the medicinal material base of the Research Institute." After the advent of the alien space, plants were also affected and mutated. Some have evolved to be aggressive, while others have undergone drastic changes in their effectiveness due to mutations. It will be of great benefit to ordinary people, and even warriors. We call this plant a panacea. And our mission target this time is the second-grade upper-star spiritual medicine that has been renamed broken bean grass. It has the effect of healing serious injuries. It is one of the auxiliary materials for making the 4th-level potion, life-restoring powder. It was accidentally discovered by a team of warriors before, but it was not ripe, so it was not picked. Gather at least 20 stalks of broken bean grass, and then leave. Do you understand? Uncle Long said this and took out another photo and placed it on the map. The picture shows a patch of grass about 20 centimeters high, like chives. In fact, Uncle Long and his team have already seen the mission target and even collected it. If it weren't for the steel bristle boar king, they would have completed the mission long ago. I am saying this now just to make things clear for Jiang Han. After confirming the mission location and objective, Jiang Han nodded. In that case, let's go upstairs. Uncle Long put away the map and photos, and then led everyone to the building next door. A 7-story building is not tall, but it is enough. After cleaning up the 2 ordinary monsters in the building, Jiang Han stood on the roof, with his insight activated, and he could see everything without any obstructions. After scanning 3 times, Jiang Han finally gave a positive answer. There are probably more than 100 strange beasts that I can see within a kilometer. There are 2 mid-level beast generals and 7 low-level beast generals. No high-level beast generals or the steel bristle boar king were found. Jiang Han told everyone what he had observed. Uncle Long was silent for more than 10 seconds, and made a decision. Don't hunt those beast general level beasts. The smell of blood can easily excite the beasts. Our only goal is to cut off the bean grass. Keep pushing forward. No one said anything when they heard this. An ordinary exotic beast costs around a few thousand yuan, while a beast soldier level exotic beast costs tens of thousands of yuan. A beast general level exotic beast would only cost a few 100,000 or several 100,000. There are many opportunities to hunt exotic beasts, and the top priority now is to get the broken bean grass. Compared with the mission reward of 4 million, killing a few extremely powerful beasts seems insignificant. After going downstairs and moving forward 500 meters, Jiang Han went upstairs again. There are fewer exotic beasts this time. About 80 or 90. 5 low-level beast generals, no mid-level or high-level beast generals, and no steel-bristled wild boar king. This time, not only Uncle Long noticed something was wrong, even Jiang Han felt strange. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't the closer to the city center, the more exotic beasts there are and the higher their levels? Why is it that the closer we get, the harder it is to spot the strange beast? Go ahead, and push forward 1 kilometer this time. Uncle Long didn't say anything, but just increased the propulsion efficiency. 3 low-level beast generals and about 50 exotic beasts. Chapter 32, A Herd of Strange Beasts. Everyone was certain that something was wrong with the city. There are only 2 possibilities that could lead to this result. High-level warriors have already cleared out the strange beasts in the city. Or there are high-level exotic beasts that summon all the exotic beasts together. The first situation is not so bad, at least there will be no danger, and it is enough to clean up the remaining strange beasts on the edge. But the second case. Jiang Han and his team were almost certain that what they were facing now was the second situation. I hope the place where the strange beasts gather is not the medicinal material base. Otherwise, this mission will be forced to fail. Uncle Hu sighed, feeling a little unsure. What nonsense! Keep going. Xiao Han, please pay more attention and report anything wrong immediately. Uncle Long's expression also looked a little ugly, and he looked at Jiang Han and said. Jiang Han just felt a huge pressure. When these high-level exotic beasts are gathered together, if one is not careful, one move could lead to a chain reaction. If one accidentally breaks into the group of exotic beasts, even if all of them are great martial artists, it would be difficult to break out. Because the strength of the alien beast has reached the level of beast general, its combat power is on par with that of a great martial artist. The only difference is the level of combat power. It is precisely because of this that Jiang Han basically never stopped observing to ensure that he could discover the situation as soon as possible. The proficiency of insight is increasing rapidly. It's still 3 kilometers to the medicinal materials base. Push forward 300 meters. The closer they got to the city's medicinal materials base, the more cautious Uncle Long became. From pushing forward 500 meters or 1 kilometer at the beginning, it has now become necessary to explore every time we pass a tall building. The oppressive feeling brought about by the collective disappearance of high-level exotic beasts is really too strong. At Jiang Han and his group's speed, the 3-kilometer journey would only take a few minutes. But now, every time they walked 100 or 200 meters, they had to stop and scout for a long time. It took nearly an hour for the group to advance 2 kilometers. Xiao Han, haven't you seen any traces of those strange beasts yet? They were getting closer and closer to their destination, but there was no trace of the strange beasts. Everyone had a bad premonition, but no one dared to speak out, for fear that it would come true. But from a distance, Jiang Han's expression suddenly changed. We have discovered a herd of strange beasts. Jiang Han's voice sank and everyone looked over. Where? Uncle Long noticed that Jiang Han's face looked a little strange and asked. Jiang Han pointed with his right hand, and everyone's faces changed when they looked in the direction he pointed. It's over, why is it there? This steel-bristled wild boar king really knows how to pick a place. How do we get in? If there are really so many high-level beasts here, there's no way the 5 of us can get the quest items. Uncle Hu and the others all looked grim. The worst situation had happened. Don't panic! At the critical moment, Uncle Long was able to keep his composure. Looking at Jiang Han, he asked, Can you see clearly how many strange beasts there are? Jiang Han didn't say anything, just concentrated his attention. After the insight was upgraded, the distance that could be seen increased a lot. By concentrating and squinting his eyes, Jiang Han could clearly see the densely packed and slightly gathered strange beasts. Every strange beast has its own sense of territory. The only difference is that the higher the level, the stronger the territorial consciousness and the larger the scope. If other strange beasts break in, a fight is bound to break out. But now, Jiang Han only took a cursory glance and discovered more than a dozen intermediate beast general level monsters, and 3 advanced beast general level ones. But these strange beasts didn't show any intention of getting into conflict. They may lick their own hair, lie on the ground with their eyes closed and take a nap, or patrol back and forth. Any one of these high-level exotic beasts would be enough to keep Jiang Han and his 5-man team busy for a while. Now that so many high-level beasts have gathered together. What's more important is that there are definitely more than just these high-level exotic beasts in the city. Jiang Han only saw one and didn't see all of them. A lot. Jiang Han couldn't give a specific number, he could only say this. As soon as these words were spoken, it confirmed the fact that all the strange beasts had gathered here. Can you see the steel-bristled boar king? Uncle Long asked again, and Jiang Han shook his head. I can't see it, but all the strange beasts are living in peace. I have reason to believe that these strange beasts were summoned together by the steel-bristle wild boar king. From the looks of it, the steel-bristle wild boar king should be inside the medicinal material base. Jiang Han could roughly guess why the steel-bristle boar king chose this place. After giving birth, it will fall into a period of weakness, which is one of the side effects of viviparity, and even if it mutates, it will not change. The magical medicines in the medicinal material base can help it recover quickly to a great extent, so as to avoid encountering enemies during its weak period. It has to be said that although the intelligence of the Lord-level beasts is not fully developed, it is enough for them to avoid danger and seek good fortune. Uncle Long was silent for a long time before he made up his mind again. You 3 stay here. Xiao Han and I will go a little further. Xiao Han, you must find the trace of the steel-bristle wild boar king. The beasts of mid-level and high-level beast commanders have not yet developed their intelligence. Everything depends entirely on instinct. The key lies in the steel-bristle wild boar king. If there is a way to lure out all these strange beasts, this mission may be accomplished. Uncle Long still didn't want to give up, and Jiang Han didn't refuse. Everything depends on human efforts. If there is really no chance, Uncle Long will definitely give up decisively. But if there is a chance, Jiang Han also wants to try it himself. This time Jiang Han and Uncle Long did not choose to go downstairs. As you get closer to the city center, high-rise buildings appear densely packed together. A row of buildings are basically connected together. Even if there is a break in the middle, the aisles are no more than 30 meters wide. With Jiang Han and Uncle Long's physique, with a running start, they can jump 50 meters in one step. Moving on the roof can avoid being discovered by the strange beasts downstairs and attracting the attention of those high-level strange beasts. The two ran wildly on the roof, and the observation point was pushed forward another 600 meters. This time, Jiang Han could finally see clearly. There will be more than 10 high-level beasts, 2, 4, 6. 13 high-level beast generals, 38 mid-level beast generals, and low-level beast generals. There are too many low-level beast generals, and there are at least more than 300 beast soldier-level beasts. If such a large number of strange beasts were to go berserk, it would be enough to trigger a small-scale beast tide. Jiang Han's team was not enough to fill the gap. The steel-bristled boar king has not been found yet. Then continue to observe and decide whether to advance or retreat after finding the steel-bristled boar king. Chapter 33. The beast leaves its nest. The steel-bristled boar king is considered to be a very powerful lord among the lords. Under normal circumstances, with the steel-bristled wild boar king guarding them, Jiang Han and his companions would not have any chance at all, nor would they dare to have any ideas. Definitely turn around and leave. But after knowing that the steel-bristled wild boar king came here to give birth, Jiang Han and the others began to have ideas. After giving birth, the steel-bristled boar king will fall into a weakened state, with only 1/10 of its combat power remaining. Even though it is still very high, it is not to the extent that you can kill the opponent instantly when you meet him. The previous fight with the Silver-Winged Wolf King gave Jiang Han a preliminary understanding of the combat power of over 10,000. It seems that it is still within an acceptable range. I can't defeat the opponent, but I can still fight for a few minutes by relying on my upgraded insight abilities. However, Jiang Han, who was standing on the top of a tall building and only a few hundred meters away from the medicinal materials base, could not see any trace of the steel-bristled wild boar king. 1 hour. 2 hours. The sun had passed overhead and was gradually setting. If he hadn't seen so many high-level exotic beasts gathering together again, Jiang Han would have really doubted whether the steel-bristled boar king was among them. Uncle Long was not in a hurry either. He leaned against the wall on the roof and closed his eyes to take a nap. If Jiang Han discovered the trace of the steel-bristled boar king and determined that there was an opportunity to take advantage of it, the task of luring the steel-bristled boar king and this group of high-level exotic beasts out of their nest must be accomplished by him. He must ensure that his mental state is at its peak. Facing dozens or even hundreds of strange beasts whose combat power was not weaker than his, it would be a bit of an ease to say that he had escaped death. A long time passed, the sun was already setting, a cool breeze blew above the tall buildings, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. The time is almost up, it's time to hunt the strange beasts. The strange beasts guarding the research institute were sent out in batches, and then returned with the captured food. Jiang Han held a piece of previously grilled meat in his hand and chewed it slowly, bite by bite. At times like this, they can only wait and not be impatient. Uncle Long had no intention of urging Jiang Han and was also eating a piece of barbecue. But at this moment, a roar was heard from the medicinal materials base. The voice was very loud, and Jiang Han could feel the deep pain from it. Steel-bristled boar king! Jiang Han's eyes flashed, and the barbecue in his right hand was put into the system space. At the same time, insight was activated. Uncle Long, who was originally sitting on the ground, also stood up, looked at the somewhat panicked group of strange beasts not far away and asked, "Have you found the steel-bristled wild boar king?" "No, but it must be in the medicinal material base. Judging from the sounds, the steel-bristled wild boar king seems to be giving birth." Although the medicinal materials base is built with glass structure, a layer of optical coating is added on the glass to ensure that sunlight can enter but is difficult to be reflected back. Almost like frosted glass. It was originally intended to ensure that the temperature in the medicinal materials base was suitable for the growth of medicinal materials, but now it has completely blocked Jiang Han's investigation. The steel-bristled boar king's own combat power is over 50,000 points, but after giving birth, it will fall into an extremely weak state. Even with the help of spiritual medicine, it is difficult to recover to its peak state in a short period of time. The opportunity has come. Xiao Han, you stay here and I will find a way to mobilize the herd of exotic beasts and the steel-bristled boar king out of the research institute. When the time comes, find a way to sneak in and pick up the mission items. Once you succeed, run southwest and leave through the subway entrance. We'll meet outside the city, at the place where we had the barbecue this morning. Do you understand? After getting the key information, Uncle Long made a decision instantly. After seeing Jiang Han nod, he turned around and ran back. There are some things he can't do alone, and he needs the cooperation of Uncle Hu, Uncle Dao, and others. Watching Uncle Long leave, Jiang Han's attention was once again focused on the medicinal materials base. The cries of the steel bristle wild boar king became more and more miserable, and the group of strange beasts guarding the periphery of the medicinal materials base became more and more panicked. Before, it had been suppressed by the steel bristle boar king, so it seemed very well behaved. But the steel bristle boar king couldn't even take care of himself, so it was normal for him to be in chaos. It's messy, the messier it is, the better. Only in muddy waters is it easy to fish. Reproduction seems to be an iron law set by nature, and no matter how strong one is, one will be greatly affected. When the combat power reaches the level of the steel bristle boar king, unless his life is in danger, his combat power will basically not be affected too much. But unfortunately, giving birth will make it weak from the inside out. As for Uncle Long, Jiang Han didn't know what method he planned to use to lure the strange beast out of its nest, so he could only wait. It seemed like it would be very dangerous for Jiang Han to rush in alone. In fact, the premise for Uncle Long to let Jiang Han take action was that the steel-bristled wild boar king came out of its nest. The ones who bear the direct pressure are Uncle Long and his men. Wait, keep waiting. Jiang Han waited for nearly half an hour. The wailing of the steel-bristled wild boar king in the medicinal materials base had gradually weakened. It looked like the end was approaching. If the steel-bristled boar king eats the elixir after giving birth, its fighting power will be restored at all times. In this case, Jiang Han and the others will really have no chance. But at this moment, a loud noise suddenly occurred, and then Jiang Han saw with his own eyes a tall building collapse. The collapsed tall building was opposite Jiang Han, with the research institute in between. The result of the collapse of this building over 100 meters high was that smoke and dust instantly spread all over the sky, and steel bars and concrete splashed everywhere, causing the entire group of strange beasts to go wild. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiang Han finally understood how Uncle Long planned to lure the strange beast out of its nest. And it took so long. With such a big commotion, it would be hard for these strange beasts to escape their nest. The high-rise building weighing more than 10,000 tons collapsed, even killing several junior beast generals who didn't have time to dodge. Roar! Amidst the smoke and dust, an extremely angry roar rang out. Jiang Han used his insight function and was able to barely penetrate the thick smoke and dust. And vaguely, in the picture that Jiang Han saw, a wild boar over 5 meters tall appeared. The fangs protruding from the corners of its mouth alone are 2 meters long. Just by taking a look from a distance, Jiang Han felt a chill down his spine. Compared with the steel-bristled wild boar king, the silver-winged wolf king seemed a little too immature. After all, the silver-winged wolf king had just mutated, and his combat power was not that strong. Even though his growth limit was much higher than that of the steel-bristled boar king, his combat power was not that high when Jiang Han fought with it. At this moment, the steel-bristled boar king, for some reason, just stood there, giving Jiang Han a feeling of oppression that he had no way of dealing with. With the appearance of the steel-bristled boar king and his roar, the originally panicked group of strange beasts instantly quieted down. Then there was another howl, and Jiang Han saw the group of strange beasts rushing towards Uncle Long and the others like a tide. Chapter 34 Broken in Grass and Black-Striped Bamboo. Those who can be brought over by the steel-bristled boar king to guard are generally quite strong. The lowest level of combat power are high-level beast soldiers, which is the martial artist level. Those who can reach this level of combat power are much taller and longer than ordinary beasts. Any one of them you pick out will be over 3 meters tall. But at this moment, it was like a tide, rushing towards one place. Jiang Han didn't know what words to use to describe the shock in his heart at this moment. All he could do was pray that Uncle Long and the others had evacuated. If you are attacked head-on by a beast tide of this size, you must have the strength to reach the Wuho level. Otherwise, there will be a time when you will be exhausted. Not to mention that there are several exotic beasts in the herd whose combat power is even higher than Uncle Long. The effect was achieved and the group of strange beasts were lured out. But the most important steel-bristled boar king showed no intention of moving. He just stood quietly in the smoke and dust, his pair of fist-sized eyes glancing around. Jiang Han could roughly guess what this beast was thinking. It is weak after giving birth, and its cubs are still in the medicinal materials base. It will not move unless there is a real reason for it to go out. Uncle Long, hit me harder, this isn't enough. Jiang Han murmured something, staring at the steel-bristled wild boar king. As soon as it left, Jiang Han entered the medicinal materials base. It seemed like a response to Jiang Han. There was another loud noise. As far as the eye can see, another building over 100 meters high collapsed. Moreover, the timing was very good. When the building collapsed, the group of strange beasts just ran into the range that could be affected. And this time, it's not just one building. Boom! 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 There were 3 consecutive loud noises, and 3 buildings collapsed, with only a few seconds in between. This time the smoke and dust were no longer confined to one place, and even Jiang Han, who was so far away, was spread to the area. Fortunately, the inside effect is still strong. Even hundreds of meters away, Jiang Han can still clearly see the steel-bristled boar king. But any further away there will be problems. As the 3 buildings collapsed, killing many strange beasts, the steel-maned boar king finally could not sit still anymore. It seemed to realize one thing: anyone who could make such a noise must have strong combat power. And the existence of this kind of combat power came here, obviously targeting it. Looking back at the medicinal materials base, the weakened steel-bristled boar king turned around and ran towards the place where the building collapsed. When the opponent was clearly coming for it, the steel-bristled boar king had only one thought in his mind at this moment: to leave its children and avoid being affected by the battle. Run away! Jiang Han watched the steel-bristled wild boar king run away with his own eyes, and a surge of excitement surged in his mind. After all, it is just a beast that has just gained intelligence. The noise made by Uncle Long and the others would have been enough for any human to sense that something was wrong. If he was really strong, why did he do so much useless work? Wouldn't it be better to just kill him directly? But the steel-bristled boar king didn't notice anything wrong. In the smoke and dust, Jiang Han's maximum field of vision after driving with insight was 1 kilometer. After making sure that the steel-bristled boar king had left, Jiang Han jumped directly from the roof. From time to time, the force is released on the protruding parts of the building wall to avoid excessive impact when landing. This way of going downstairs is not a difficult task for Jiang Han if he is not pursuing efficiency. Jiang Han could even slowly climb down along the outer wall of the building. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Jiang Han had landed and then ran towards the medicinal materials base. The group of strange beasts and the steel-bristled wild boar king guarding the door had been lured away by Uncle Long and his men, but this sleight of hand could only buy Jiang Han a short amount of time. No matter how low the intelligence of the strange beast is, it will definitely react if it cannot find the enemy. It is just a matter of time. All Jiang Han needs to do is to pick up the mission items before the strange beasts return to their nests, and then leave. Can't delay. The thick smoke and dust were of no use to Jiang Han, who was using insight. Jiang Han easily crossed the walls that were knocked down by the huge bodies of the strange beasts, and entered the medicinal materials base very smoothly. Blocked by tempered glass, there was no smoke or dust in the medicinal materials base. It covers a large area, about 7 or 8 acres in length and width. But most of the land is dry. After humans withdrew, the maintenance of the medicinal materials base stopped. No one watered or fertilized the base, and there was no natural rainfall. Except for the spiritual herbs that were tenacious and still thriving, the ordinary medicinal herbs had all died. This made it convenient for Jiang Han, as he could see the task items at a glance. In a square that looks like a leek field, patches of broken shade grass grow. Jiang Han flipped his right hand and held a kitchen knife in his hand. The main function of the shade-breaking grass is its leaves, so you just need to cut it off like cutting leeks, leaving the grass roots, and there is a possibility of secondary growth. However, just as Jiang Han approached, he discovered a litter of piglets sleeping quietly in the grass. There was mucus all over its body, its eyes weren't even open, and its head was no bigger than a palm. The cub of the steel-bristled boar king? I really can't understand why the steel-bristled wild boar king is so big, but the cub is so tiny. As long as Jiang Han is willing, he only needs to cut with his knife, and these 6 newborn cubs will die. But after thinking about it, Jiang Han still held back. Although it is the cub of the steel-bristled boar king, it sounds intimidating, but it is just a cub after all. Even if it is killed, it is useless and there is no material to be collected. Instead, it will completely infuriate the steel-bristled boar king. Before, Uncle Long and his friends had accidentally angered the steel-bristled boar king, and were hunted down by him. If Jiang Han kills its cub now, the fight will be to the death. Jiang Han squatted down, grabbed the leaves of the broken neem grass with one hand, cut them with a kitchen knife, and then put the cut broken neem grass into the system space. And so on. Jiang Han's movements were still very fast. In just a dozen seconds he had harvested all the neem grass. However, just as Jiang Han was about to put away the kitchen knife and leave, his attention was attracted by a dead branch. Jiang Han didn't notice it before as he was mixed up in the wasteland, but when he took a quick glance just now, he found that this piece of dead branch seemed a little different. It looks like a dry bamboo joint, thin and straight, but the difference is that it has black circle patterns of different sizes. Black vein bamboo? Another magical medicine. However, the grade of the black vein bamboo is much higher than that of the broken neem grass, reaching the 3rd grade middle star. The price is also much higher than that of broken grass. If Jiang Han remembered correctly, the price of 3rd grade spiritual medicines was calculated by gram. Chapter 35. Someone escaped and the old nest was stolen. There are very few spiritual medicines of 3-star grade. Moreover, unless in the deep mountains and forests, 3rd grade spiritual medicines are rarely found in ordinary cities. Jiang Han didn't know the specific price of black vein bamboo, but at this moment there was a very strong voice in his mind. Harvest! All harvested! There are patches of black vein bamboo, although each one is only a dozen centimeters high, it is enough. If Jiang Han could collect these black striped bamboos, the harvest would definitely not be less than the corpse of the silver-winged wolf king. This alone is enough. After recognizing the black vein bamboo, Jiang Han did not hesitate at all. He turned the kitchen knife in his hand and took a step forward. The black vein bamboo itself is between spiritual medicine and spiritual material. It can be used as medicine and can be smelted. As a magical medicine, black vein bamboo has the effect of healing broken bones, and the effect is extremely strong. It may take 100 days for a broken bone to heal, but if black vein bamboo is used as medicine, it only takes 3 days to heal. As a spiritual material, black vein bamboo is an indispensable catalyst for smelting and casting high-level weapons, which can make the smelted weapons or armor more resilient. It is precisely because black vein bamboo can be used in many scenarios that its demand exceeds its supply, and its price has remained high. But I never thought that there would be such a large area here. A quick glance revealed at least hundreds of them. Get rich! This was the thought that came to Jiang Han's mind after he harvested the first black vein bamboo. He was not slow, and he didn't even need a kitchen knife to chop it. Instead, he simply grabbed the bamboo pole and pulled it out by the roots, then put it into the system space. Black vein bamboo is different from the broken grass. Leaving the roots will prevent secondary growth, and the roots also have a certain value, so the only option is to pull them out. However, just as Jiang Han was busy collecting the black vein bamboo, a deafening roar was heard outside the collection site. The moment Jiang Han heard the roar, he felt a chill down his spine. The steel-bristled boar king is coming back. And judging from the sound, it's very close. He moved his hands a little faster, and Jiang Han could even hear the ground shaking caused by the steel-bristled wild boar king's wild running. Faster, faster, faster. Jiang Han was well aware of the consequences of being targeted by the steel-bristled boar king. Even though it is in a weak state at this moment, its combat power can still easily exceed 10,000. After all, it is a lower-level monster with a combat power of over 50,000 at its peak. Jiang Han's hands kept moving, but his attention was focused on feeling the movements brought by the steel-bristled wild boar king. The feeling of the ground shaking and the sound of running wildly. Not only the steel-bristled boar king, Jiang Han also sensed other footsteps. It's very messy, there should be a lot of them. 1 minute after being lured away by Uncle Long and his men, the steel-bristled wild boar king finally discovered something was wrong and rushed back with the herd of strange beasts. 600 meters, 500 meters. Jiang Han bent down and pulled out the black vein bamboo while muttering to himself. 400 meters, 300 meters. No, I have to go. Jiang Han looked up at the small piece of black vein bamboo that had not been harvested yet, and finally gritted his teeth and turned around. Black striped bamboo is certainly good, but if it is left behind by the steel-bristled wild boar king and surrounded by a group of strange beasts, then it will be useless no matter how much black striped bamboo Jiang Han collects. He chopped with the kitchen knife in his hand, but the tempered glass before the mutation could not block Jiang Han's attack at all. The sounds of glass breaking rang out simultaneously, one in front of Jiang Han and one behind him. Jiang Han didn't dare to look back or stop. He knew very well in his heart that the sound of glass breaking behind him was caused by the steel-maned wild boar king. Roar! Hearing a deafening sound behind him, Jiang Han rushed straight to the outskirts of the research institute. As long as he could leave this flat land, he could use the tall buildings to hide his body. Fortunately, the nearest tall building is only 400 or 500 meters away. With Jiang Han's current speed, it only takes 20 to 30 seconds to run at full speed. The only problem is that the footsteps of the strange beast behind him seem to be getting closer and closer. The steel-bristled boar king seemed to have discovered that all the magical herbs had been harvested. These 2 magical pills were intended to help it quickly recover its strength. But now, it's gone, all gone, not only the broken grass, but even the black striped bamboo is only left with a small patch. From beginning to end, Jiang Han was the only one who entered the medicinal materials base. Even though the steel-bristled wild boar king had a low level of intelligence, he knew that all this was caused by Jiang Han. Angry. The steel-bristled boar king was really angry. I just took a look around and found nothing. When I came back, I found that my nest had been robbed. Although the cubs were still alive, the elixir used for recovery was enough to make it go crazy. A beast is a beast after all. When it is angry, it doesn't bother to think about anything else and just chases out. With the system upgraded several levels, Jiang Han's agility attribute reached 145 points. In a battle at the martial artist level, Jiang Han's speed was considered extremely fast. But among the great martial artists, it seems a little bit inferior. Not to mention the Lord-level Steel Bristle Boar King behind him. The sound of running was getting closer and closer behind Jiang Han, as if there was a tank chasing him. However, the combat power of the Steel Bristle Boar King is obviously much higher than that of the tank. There was still a distance of more than 100 meters from the tall building. Normally, it would only take 3 or 4 seconds, but at this moment, 3 or 4 seconds were enough for the Steel Bristle Boar King to catch up with him. Feeling the footsteps getting closer behind him, Jiang Han estimated the approximate distance in his mind. A second later, Jiang Han finally couldn't help but look back. Insight! Ninefold Thunder Blade! As the insight was opened, Jiang Han watched helplessly as a fawn nearly 1 meter long stabbed towards his back. Clang! A dull sound was accompanied by a recoil force, and Jiang Han felt a numbness in the base of his right hand holding the knife, and the knife almost slipped out of his hand. Jiang Han could be sure that his strength had been fully exerted. When triggering the critical hit and the 9-layer Thunder Sword, the power attribute attached to Jiang Han's sword is as high as 1,500 points. Even if it was a low-level beast general, if it was hit hard by Jiang Han's sword, the result would be that it was cut in half. However, when the fangs of the steel-bristled Wild Boar King landed on him, Jiang Han felt like he was hit hard and was thrown flying. The Steel Bristle Boar King simply slowed down his charge. Fortunately, this attack was blocked, and Jiang Han did not suffer any substantial damage except for slight numbness at the base of his palm. The gap in strength between the two sides is still a bit too big. Jiang Han's all-out attack had no effect on the steel-bristled Wild Boar King. Knowing that he was no match for the enemy, Jiang Han used the recoil force to fly backwards nearly 100 meters and landed next to a tall building. Then he pushed off his feet and rushed straight to the roof. Using the slightly protruding edge of the windowsill as leverage, he took just a few steps and the entire person disappeared onto the rooftop. There is absolutely no intention to fight the steel-bristled Wild Boar King head-on. Chapter 36. Take advantage and run away. Jiang Han's goal was very simple. He had already obtained the broken grass and the black-striped bamboo. Although not all of the black-striped bamboo was stored in the system space, it was enough to take away most of them. Jiang Han is not that greedy person. He is the kind of person who has a clear understanding of what he does. Saving your own life is the most important thing, followed by the broken grass. As for the black-striped bamboo, it is just a supplement. Although the price of black vein bamboo is much higher than that of broken grass. He didn't feel any regret. All he was thinking about now was how to get rid of the group of strange beasts, and the steel-bristled Wild Boar King behind him. After Jiang Han disappeared on the rooftop, the steel-bristled Boar King obviously did not intend to give up just like that. It is huge in size and cannot use the force of the force to jump to the roof like Jiang Han did, but that doesn't mean other exotic beasts can't do it. Looking back, the steel-maned Wild Boar King fixed his sights on several strange beasts with wings on their backs. Roar! With a roar, the strange beasts with wings on their backs understood the meaning of the roar. With a flap of its wings, it flew straight to the roof. The rest of the strange beasts that could not fly were carried along by the steel-bristled Wild Boar King and continued to run forward. Jiang Han kept walking, occasionally crossing between two tall buildings, with several flying beast general-level monsters chasing him from behind. Fortunately, these beasts were all junior beast generals, and the threat they posed to Jiang Han was not that great. He just looked a little embarrassed. The key point is that the steel-bristled Wild Boar King still doesn't give up chasing him on the street downstairs. Jiang Han truly felt what Uncle Hu and the others had meant when they said that even the load-bearing columns of a 100-meter-high building could not withstand a steel-bristled Wild Boar King. Jiang Han felt as if he was experiencing an unprecedented earthquake. The tall building behind him that he had just jumped over collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. But Jiang Han couldn't stop. Because once he stopped, the tall building under his feet would be knocked down by the steel-bristled Wild Boar King, and then he would be greeted only by hundreds of strange beasts on the road. It would be better to run for your life like this. He raised the kitchen knife in his hand to block the attack of a strange beast. With the help of his insight, the movements of these primary beast generals seemed extremely slow in Jiang Han's eyes. In addition to the weaknesses marked on their bodies, as long as Jiang Han stops, it should not take long to deal with them one by one. But Jiang Han just can't stop now. But this is not a solution. They ran along the roof for nearly 3 minutes and covered 3 or 4 kilometers, but the group of strange beasts still refused to give up. The tall buildings ahead had become visibly fewer. Even if Jiang Han could jump as fast as he could, it was impossible for him to jump over a distance of 200 meters in one jump. No, we have to think of another way. The physique of exotic beasts is generally several times stronger than that of humans of the same level. Jiang Han was not crazy enough to compete with the steel bristle boar king in endurance, otherwise the few wild boars behind him would be enough to exhaust Jiang Han to death. But at this moment, the steel bristle boar king seemed to suddenly realize something. It was originally ramming into the load-bearing pillars but suddenly stopped and turned to look in the direction of the medicinal materials base. But the distance was too far, and the sky was filled with smoke and dust, so it couldn't see anything. Roar! With another howl, the steel-bristled boar king gave up chasing Jiang Han, turned around and ran back, even faster than when he was just chasing Jiang Han. Even the group of strange beasts stopped after hearing the wailing. What's going on? Most of Jiang Han's attention was on the steel-bristle wild boar king. Jiang Han noticed it immediately after he made the abnormal behavior. Not chasing anymore? Jiang Han was confused, but did not hesitate too much. He jumped down from the tall building, turned around and rushed into other streets, hiding his figure. Although he didn't know why the steel bristle boar king suddenly turned back, Jiang Han knew very well that this was his only chance to escape. If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to find such a suitable opportunity again. So Jiang Han was very decisive. Even though he was sure that he had shaken off the group of strange beasts behind him, he still did not stop at all. Uncle Long had told him the meeting place before, so Jiang Han jogged all the way, planning to evacuate the city first. Anyway, the mission items have been obtained, and many exotic beasts have been hunted along the way. There were also unexpected gains such as the silver-winged wolf king and black-striped bamboo. Even if you leave now, it can definitely be said that you have made a lot of money. One cannot be too greedy, especially in the wilderness. Along the way, we encountered several beast soldier-level monsters. With the idea of leaving in a low profile, Jiang Han wiped their necks one by one without letting them make any noise. A beast soldier-level monster is worth at least tens of thousands of alliance coins. Jiang Han would naturally not let go of such an opportunity. When Jiang Han arrived, Uncle Long and the others had already arrived. After confirming that Jiang Han was not injured, several people breathed a sigh of relief. How's it going, Xiao Han? Is everything okay? Uncle Long asked. To be honest, before he met Jiang Han, his mental state had been tense. Jiang Han was sent by him, and if anything happened, the responsibility would be on him. Although life and death in the wilderness are determined by fate, Jiang Han is always like his own son or nephew to him. Not only could he not get over it with Jiang's father, he also couldn't get over it with his own conscience. Originally, this kind of task should not be completed by a novice like Jiang Han, but unfortunately, in the entire team, only he and Jiang Han had reached the level of Grand Martial Master. It's no big deal. I have already collected the broken yin grass, and this time I got an unexpected reward. Jiang Han said this and flipped his right hand. Then a pile of green grass and nearly 100 dead branches appeared on the ground. Uncle Long and the others looked at the things on the ground, and at first they were just happy on their faces, because Jiang Han did bring back the broken yin grass. But after seeing another bunch of branches, everyone was shocked. Black-striped bamboo? Uncle Hu recognized the pile of dead branches on the ground, and his voice couldn't help but become several pitches higher. The other people were in a similar state, with a feeling of confusion and shock permeating everyone's heart. Xiao Han, how did you get these black-veined bamboos? Uncle Long looked at Jiang Han and said seriously. In the medicinal material base, it grows together with the broken yin grass. I just took a lot of it back. Unfortunately, a small part of it was not received because the steel-bristled boar king returned. Is it a pity? It is indeed a pity. Although I didn't count carefully, there should be at least 30 black-veined bamboos left, which is definitely not a small number. However, Uncle Long and the others, after hearing Jiang Han describe the origin of the black-veined bamboo in such a nonchalant manner, were a little at a loss for words to describe their feelings at the moment. If I remember correctly, the most recent auction of black-veined bamboo seemed to have sold for a whopping price of 32,000 per gram. Uncle Long said this slowly, which made Jiang Han's eyes widen. Chapter 37, Black-veined bamboo worth 50 million. Jiang Han had never weighed the black-veined bamboo he harvested. After all, there was no chance to weigh him. But a single piece of black bamboo weighs about 20 grams. The quality of black-veined bamboo is not too high, and it feels very light in the hand. At this moment, there were more than 80 black-striped bamboos thrown on the ground. That's about 1,600 grams. If, as Uncle Long said, 1 gram of black-veined bamboo can be sold at a sky-high price of 32,000, then the total value of the black-veined bamboo that Jiang Han had just harvested has exceeded 50 million alliance coins. Even Jiang Han felt his blood rushing up. No wonder Uncle Long and the others had such expressions just now. Anyone else would not be much better than Uncle Long and his friends. Some would even try to snatch the black striped bamboo the moment they saw it. It involves a spiritual medicine worth 50 million. A martial artist may not be able to earn so much money in his entire life. How could he not be tempted? However, looking at Uncle Long and the others, although they were surprised and envious, Jiang Han could not see any other emotions in their eyes, let alone greed. Put the black bamboo away first. This thing is too tempting. Uncle Long took a deep breath, and then warned. Remember one thing in the future. When it comes to high-value gains, you must learn how to hide them. This is just in front of us. If it were any other team, I'm afraid they would have started fighting by now. Uncle Long could see that Jiang Han really had no idea about how to act in the wilderness, and he trusted them too much, so he had to give Jiang Han a reminder. Oh. Jiang Han seemed to have noticed something was wrong. He placed his right hand on the black vein bamboo and put it all into the system space. Only after the black striped bamboo disappeared did Uncle Long and his companions breathe a sigh of relief. This feeling of suppressing one's inner desires is really uncomfortable. Out of sight, out of mind. What I just said is the auction price. Generally, in this situation, there will be malicious bidding and price manipulation, so the price will be somewhat inflated. But even so, the normal price of black vein bamboo is around 30,000. The main reason is that the demand for this thing is too high, and it cannot be artificially cultivated. The growth cycle is 20 years, which means that the quantity of black bamboo will not be large, so the market price has remained high. Xiao Han, if you trade these black vein bamboos slowly, the total value should be around 50 million. When he said this, there was a hint of helplessness in Uncle Long's tone. Originally Jiang Han was the poorest among them. But now, Uncle Long suddenly discovered that Jiang Han seemed to be the richest among them. The exotic beasts that Jiang Han hunted along the way were worth about 300,000 or 400,000 yuan, and the body of the silver-winged wolf king was worth more than 3 million alliance coins. In addition, Jiang Han contributed a lot in this mission, so he can take nearly 40% of the mission rewards, which is another 1.5 million alliance coins. With just these, Jiang Han's profit from his first entry into the wasteland reached 5 million alliance coins. If we add these black bamboos, 55 million. Uncle Long has been struggling in the wilderness for 20 years, but his savings are only over 30 million. Jiang Han's profit from just one trip reached 55 million. Not to mention Uncle Hu and the others. Although no one was talking, the atmosphere between them had a hint of lemon. Jiang Han noticed that something was wrong with the expressions of several people. He took the initiative to say, "Actually, you also have a share of these black vein bamboos. If you hadn't helped me lure away the steel bristle wild boar king, I wouldn't have had time to collect the black striped bamboo. How about this, these black vein bamboos?" Jiang Han was halfway through his words when Uncle Long raised his hand to interrupt him. "These black vein bamboos are all your own harvest. We lured away the steel bristle wild boar king just to cut off the eaten grass. It has nothing to do with the black striped bamboo. Although your uncles are not as good at making money as you, they have saved a lot over the years. You can keep these black vein bamboos for yourself." This was the second time Jiang Han was rejected. The last time he was rejected was when Jiang Han got the body of the silver-winged wolf king. But there was a huge difference between that time and this time. Jiang Han really didn't expect that Uncle Long and the others could actually refuse 50 million alliance coins. If each person shares the black vein bamboo, which is worth 50 million, they can get about 10 million. Not only did Uncle Long refuse, Uncle Dao also understood the meaning behind Jiang Han's words and couldn't help but laugh and said, "Who are you looking down on? It's just 50 million, isn't it? You're just pretending it's nothing." Uncle Dao said it very easily, but he seemed to be qualified to say it. Before, on the life and death stage, Uncle Dao took 20 million from Li Yang, plus his own 20 million, these two items alone totaled 40 million. "Okay, stop talking about this nonsense." Uncle Long reached out and picked up the broken eaten grass on the ground. "Now that we have obtained the quest items, it is time to leave. I will hand in the mission after I return. The mission reward will be credited to my account in about 3 days. Then we can negotiate the share based on each person's contribution." In order to prevent everyone from focusing on the batch of black vein bamboo, Uncle Long took the initiative to change the subject. Originally, the few of them came out this time just to complete the mission and entered the wasteland in a hurry. Although everything went smoothly, I was still a little tired. Now that I had obtained the quest items, there was no reason to stay in the wilderness any longer, so it would be better to go back early. The group of 5 jogged along the same route they had taken. At this speed, as long as there are no accidents, we will be able to reach the steel line around noon tomorrow, and then take the train back to the city. But what is most lacking in the wilderness is surprises. I don't know why. They didn't encounter any powerful monsters when they came here, but when they were leaving, monsters would rush out from time to time and block Jiang Han and his companions' steps. Moreover, the quality of the exotic beasts ranges from high-level beast soldiers to mid-level beast generals. If it was an ordinary encounter, it would be fine. Jiang Han practiced with Uncle Long and was not afraid of any intermediate beast generals. But unfortunately, this group of strange beasts came too closely, one after another. Often, just a few minutes after Jiang Han and his team dealt with one beast, they encountered the next one. It was also because of this that Jiang Han and his team's progress was severely slowed down. There is another point that Jiang Han and the others cannot understand. Every strange beast they encountered would howl loudly, as if calling its companions. The abnormality in the middle made Jiang Han and his friends realize that something was wrong. "Don't fight, leave quickly!" Seeing two intermediate beast general level beasts appear in front of them and start howling to the sky, Uncle Long finally couldn't help but give an order. This oppressive feeling of impending storm makes everyone feel a little uneasy. Chapter 38: The Steel-Bristled Wild Boar King Chasing Up. Two intermediate beast general level monsters are the maximum combat power that the entire team can bear. Jiang Han and Uncle Long each held one, and the other three supported and assisted in the attack. As long as there are no other accidents, and we can overcome them bit by bit, we should be able to resolve the battle within half an hour. If it weren't for the unusual incident before, Uncle Long would have ordered a battle. But now, the strong feeling of uneasiness made it impossible for several people to fight with peace of mind. Although several people were evacuated from the urban area, they were still within the city. No one knows what happened in the city to cause so many abnormal situations. The crowd who only wanted to leave as quickly as possible naturally had no reason to get entangled with these two strange beasts. After hearing Uncle Long's order, Jiang Han and Uncle Long looked at each other and already had the answer in their hearts. Uncle Hu and the other two kept moving and continued to evacuate along the predetermined route, while Jiang Han and Uncle Long met the two intermediate beast generals. They need to help hold back the two strange beasts, and then shake off the beasts and catch up after Uncle Hu and the others leave. In sight! Ninefold Thunder Blade! The combat power of the exotic beast that can reach the beast general level is over 5,000. The combat power of intermediate beast general level beast is generally around 7,000. With Uncle Long's combat power, he can handle it, and he doesn't even need help from others. He can kill the enemy with his explosive talent. However, Jiang Han's strength is still a little bit lacking, so he must go all out. However, with the help of insight, it can be done easily. Seeing that Uncle Hu and the others were getting smaller, Uncle Long just called out, "Xiao Han, find a way to get rid of them. We should leave too." Jiang Han responded, and then burst out with all his strength, fighting 3 times with the intermediate beast general in front of him. Then, with the help of the recoil force, he flew backwards and successfully escaped from the battle. The unintelligent beasts fought based entirely on instinct, and had no idea that Jiang Han and the others were doing this simply to escape. By the time they reacted, Jiang Han and the other man had already run 100 meters away. It was almost impossible to catch up with them, so they could only stand there and roar angrily. Roar! The roar was quite loud, but it was followed by an even louder roar and the shaking ground. What's going on? Jiang Han subconsciously looked back, only to find that the 5-meter-tall steel-bristled wild boar king had already appeared not far behind them. At this moment, it stretched out its 4 hooves and chased after him and Uncle Long. Uncle Long! The moment Jiang Han saw the steel-bristled wild boar king, he felt all the hair on his body stand up. It's not like in the city, where there are tall buildings to help provide cover. Outside the city, apart from some dense bushes and weeds, even big trees are pitifully rare. In this situation, Jiang Han and his friends had no place to hide or maneuver. In fact, even without Jiang Han shouting, Uncle Long had noticed something strange behind him. Turning back, he also noticed the steel-bristled wild boar king chasing him. Uncle Long's reaction was not much better than Jiang Han's. Even though he had been wandering in the wilderness for so long and had experienced countless dangers, he was still terrified when he saw the steel-bristled wild boar king chasing him. This is no longer a question of whether to fight or not. But if they were caught by the steel-bristled boar king, both he and Jiang Han would die here completely. The steel-bristled boar king is indeed in a weak state, but no matter how weak it is still a Lord-level fighter. The threshold for the Lord level is a combat power of more than 10,000. Not to mention that there are 2 intermediate beast general level monsters beside the steel-bristled wild boar king. No matter how you look at it, they seem to have lost all vitality. What's going on? Why is the steel-bristled boar king going crazy? Jiang Han could clearly see that the steel-bristled boar king's eyes were red. Etc. Jiang Han's mind suddenly flashed back to the scene where the steel-bristled wild boar king chased him madly but suddenly turned around and ran away. For some reason, Jiang Han always felt that the mad steel bristle boar king must have encountered something just now, which was why he was like this. Jiang Han didn't turn back to see what had happened, so he naturally didn't know what had happened, and now was not the time to think about it. The mad steel bristle boar king doesn't care whether it has anything to do with you or not, it just wants to kill Jiang Han and the other two. Xiao Han! Neither of us can escape at this rate. I'll help hold back the steel bristle boar king, you run in that direction. After I leave, you will lead the team. Your Uncle Tiger and the others will help you. Uncle Long shouted words that sounded like his last words, and at the same time took off the alien space ring on his finger and threw it to Jiang Han. Before Jiang Han could respond, Uncle Long suddenly stopped running and turned back. After a roar, his talent exploded. For some reason, Jiang Han felt that there seemed to be the shadow of a Tyrannosaurus Rex around Uncle Long. His aura was quite strong, but when facing the steel-bristled wild boar king rushing towards him, he couldn't help but fall into disadvantage. Jiang Han also stopped. He looked down at the alien ring in his hand, then glanced at Uncle Long in front of him, who had his back to him and was planning to fight the steel-bristled boar king on his own. For some reason, Jiang Han felt as if he was touched by something. A sense of inexplicable anger suddenly rose in my heart. In order to buy a chance for Jiang Han to survive, Uncle Long took the initiative to confront the steel-bristled wild boar king. However, everyone knew that Uncle Long's combat power was only over 7,000. Even if he burst out his talent, his combat power would definitely not exceed 8,000. Facing the steel-bristled wild boar king with a combat power of at least 10,000, and two intermediate beast general-level monsters with a combat power of more than 7,000. There is no chance of survival after 10 deaths. If it were someone else, they would have run away long ago, even if the final result would most likely still be caught up by the steel-bristled wild boar king, but they would definitely not be willing to sacrifice like Uncle Long at this moment. But Uncle Long did just that. After throwing the alien space ring to Jiang Han, he no longer had any worries. It was precisely because he knew this in his heart that Jiang Han stopped. He couldn't leave Uncle Long alone and run away. It was as if Uncle Long was willing to sacrifice himself to give Jiang Han a chance to escape. The steel-bristled wild boar king was very fast. Before it came within 10 meters of Jiang Han, he could only see the silhouette of the steel-bristled wild boar king as it ran wildly, but he could not see it clearly. Uncle Long, who was charging towards the steel-bristled boar king, raised his right hand high, and the alloy knuckles on his hand flashed with cold light. Bang! A muffled voice sounded. The power of the steel-bristled boar king completely crushes Uncle Long. Especially in this kind of flesh-to-flesh collision, Uncle Long only temporarily slowed down the steel-bristled boar king, but he himself flew backwards. Just one encounter, and the army was completely defeated. Jiang Han, who had the whole scene in sight, jumped high and caught Uncle Long in the air. Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you still here? Go! Uncle Long looked at Jiang Han beside him and couldn't help but get anxious. Jiang Han didn't say anything, but his eyes fell on the steel-bristled wild boar king in front of him. Then, the aura around him suddenly began to surge. Chapter 39, Energy bursts out, combat power exceeds 10,000. Originally, Jiang Han's strength was one level weaker than Uncle Long. Although the aura it exudes is strong, it does not pose any pressure to Uncle Long. But now, Uncle Long could clearly feel that Jiang Han's strength was rising rapidly, from being one level weaker than him, to being on par with him, and then surpassing him. In just a few blinks of an eye, Jiang Han had already surpassed him. What's going on? Uncle Long exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Han, on the other hand, felt the surging power in his body and gradually gained confidence. Stored energy has been fully released, increasing combat power by 5752, and can last for 30 minutes. Current combat power, 11679. The system prompt sounded and Jiang Han breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that he could not defeat the steel-bristled boar king with his own strength alone, Jiang Han just extracted the energy he had stored before. After using the burst, Jiang Han's combat power successfully broke through the 10,000 mark. Whether for exotic beasts or warriors, a combat power of 10,000 is a threshold. If a monster has a combat power of over 10,000, it is a lord. A fallen city may not have a lord-level monster. If a warrior's combat power exceeds 10,000, he is considered a general. There is only one general among thousands of soldiers, which is enough to prove how rare general-level warriors are. Warriors of this level usually roam deeper into the wilderness. With the combat power of the steel-bristled boar king, he would have been able to crush everyone in a place like this. However, after Jiang Han's fighting power exploded, he was not without the ability to fight against the steel-bristled wild boar king. The steel-bristled wild boar king seemed to have noticed the changes in Jiang Han. His originally scarlet eyes seemed to have regained some rationality, and he did not rush forward recklessly. Instead, he looked at the two intermediate beast generals behind him. Roar! After a low growl, the two intermediate beast generals looked at each other, seeming to be a little hesitant. But when the steel-bristled wild boar king looked at them again, he did not dare to hesitate any longer and rushed straight towards Jiang Han. Although his intelligence has not yet been fully developed, at least he has some intelligence. Jiang Han's strength increased inexplicably, which made the steel-bristled boar king a little unsure, so he sent two intermediate beast generals to test him. It's just a pity that Jiang Han, who has a combat power of over 10,000, doesn't feel any pressure at all when facing these two intermediate beast generals. However, Uncle Long was on high alert when he saw the two intermediate beast generals rushing over. Xiao Han, we will each take one and try to finish them off as quickly as possible. Uncle Long's voice was very serious, because he realized that if he didn't deal with these two intermediate beast generals, he would not be able to deal with the steel-bristled boar king. But just as he finished his words, a hand appeared in front of him. Uncle Long, please step back to avoid being affected. Jiang Han held a kitchen knife in his right hand, his body still covered in dust from his previous trip to the city, but the smile on his face showed that he was very confident. Uncle Long was silent. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, he had to admit that Jiang Han's strength was now more than twice as high as his. It is impossible to achieve a combat power of over 10,000 in a short period of time unless Uncle Long takes banned drugs. He silently took a few steps back and gave up the battlefield to Jiang Han. The next moment, Jiang Han turned around and rushed straight towards the two intermediate beast generals. Slow, too slow! Jiang Han murmured to himself, moving the kitchen knife in his hand without stopping. After his combat power temporarily broke through the 10,000-point mark, Jiang Han's four-dimensional attributes also experienced a brief surge. It's not just strength that's improved. The four-dimensional attributes, which were originally around 150 points, now soared to over 350 points. In Jiang Han's eyes, the two intermediate monsters that were originally quite fast had now become extremely slow. Even without insight, Jiang Han could still easily capture all their movements. It was a crushing defeat in pure combat power. After just a face-off, Jiang Han slashed out with two swords, hitting the weak point with a critical strike of up to 3,500 points of power. Without any suspense, the two intermediate beast generals were killed instantly by Jiang Han. Congratulations to the host for killing the intermediate beast general Red Spirit Ape. You have gained 596 experience points and 148 talent proficiency points. Congratulations to the host for killing the intermediate beast general, the different-eyed golden tiger, and gaining 589 experience points and 147 talent proficiency points. Two consecutive prompt sounds rang out, making Jiang Han feel extremely comfortable. The feeling of hunting exotic animals to gain experience and talent proficiency is addictive. The only problem was that when the steel-bristled boar king saw Jiang Han kill two of its subordinates so easily, fear in his eyes grew even stronger. But he just refused to retreat. But this was exactly what Jiang Han wanted. After the energy burst, Jiang Han's combat power successfully broke through the 10,000 mark. With the blessing of critical strike and insight, Jiang Han was confident that he would be able to fight even against the steel-bristled boar king. Jiang Han couldn't say why. He always felt like there was a ball of heat inside his body, constantly stimulating his nerves and making him want to explode the power in his body. This feeling is especially obvious when looking at the steel-bristled boar king. It seems that now only the steel-bristled boar king can be his opponent. Jiang Han could only attribute this feeling to his warlike mentality. However, being bellicosity at this time is not a bad thing. It can help Jiang Han concentrate better and maintain a state of insight. However, the steel-bristled wild boar king already had the answer in his mind after he had his men test Jiang Han's combat power. The combat power of the person in front of him is now at the same level as it. In this situation, we naturally cannot rush forward recklessly. The steel-bristled wild boar king dug its hose on the ground and stared at Jiang Han intently, as if looking for Jiang Han's flaws. Jiang Han walked towards the steel-bristled wild boar king step by step without hurrying. There was a trace of blood of a strange beast on the kitchen knife in his hand. Wearing protective armor, facing the setting sun, with a shadow elongated by the setting sun behind him, holding a kitchen knife in his hand, and in front of Jiang Han was the steel-bristled wild boar king, which was over 5 meters tall and extremely huge. For some reason, Uncle Long, standing in the distance and watching the scene in front of him, felt inexplicably harmonious. Inexplicably, he recalled Jiang Han's words just now, asking him to step back so as not to affect him. I am old after all. Uncle Long sighed, then looked at Jiang Han, who was dozens of meters away, and said loudly, Xiao Han, the defense on the back of the steel-bristled wild boar king is too high. Attack its abdomen. The abdomen has no thick skin to protect it, and it has just given birth, so it is a weak point. Hearing Uncle Long's voice, Jiang Han waved his hand to indicate that he understood. In fact, without Uncle Long telling him, Jiang Han also discovered the weakness mark on the steel bristle boar king by using his insight. Before his combat power was improved, the only weak spot that Jiang Han could detect was the abdomen. But after its combat power exceeded 10,000, the steel bristle wild boar king was now full of weaknesses in Jiang Han's eyes. Chapter 40. Talent and martial arts are both upgraded. Jiang Han was not in a hurry. The combat power bonus that lasted for half an hour was enough for him to end the battle with the steel bristle boar king. In this situation, the steel-bristled wild boar king was the one who got anxious as he moved forward step by step. After its production, its combat effectiveness dropped a lot, and only 1/10 of its original strength remained. In this situation, it was not completely sure that it could kill Jiang Han. The human in front of him could have been crushed to death at will in his heyday, but now, under normal circumstances, if the steel-bristled boar king encountered Jiang Han, who had explosive combat power, he would have retreated long ago. But the problem was that it had to kill Jiang Han to avenge itself. The anger eventually clouded his already limited rationality, and the steel-bristled wild boar king took the initiative to move towards Jiang Han. Seeing the steel-bristled wild boar king charging forward with unstoppable force, Jiang Han couldn't help but laugh. Although he was not sure about the current combat power of the steel-bristled boar king, Jiang Han could feel it just from the many flaws revealed by his insight and the fact that the pressure of facing it was far less than before. Even if the steel bristle boar king's combat power is higher than his, it is still extremely limited. You can definitely fight. But what Jiang Han wanted was not to defeat the steel bristle wild boar king, but to kill the beast. Even the last trump card has been exposed. If there is no gain, wouldn't Jiang Han be at a loss? The steel bristle boar king was very fast, and as it charged forward, its two slender, curved fangs looked extremely dangerous under the setting sun. If hit by it, the protective gear Jiang Han was wearing would be of no use at all and would only be pierced. Jiang Han would not stand there stupidly and get hit by the steel bristle wild boar king. After it entered the 10-meter range around Jiang Han, its speed suddenly dropped sharply. At the same time, Jiang Han's feet also moved. While dodging the attack of the steel-bristled wild boar king by leaning sideways, Jiang Han grasped the kitchen knife with both hands and stabbed it down fiercely. The target was the exposed belly of the steel-bristled boar king. Boom! However, it was a bit beyond Jiang Han's expectations. He stabbed out with such force that the knife hit the belly of the steel-bristled wild boar king. It was as if it hit a ball. After making a dull sound, it bounced back. Jiang Han instantly realized that this was not feasible. Although the kitchen knife in his hand is sturdy, it is not sharp enough. Although the strength of the steel-bristled boar king was damaged, it did not affect its defense attribute, which was almost full. Even in battles of the same level, the steel-bristled boar king's defense is considered top-notch, and few can break through its defense. Not to mention Jiang Han. Even though his combat power exceeded 10,000 at this moment, he still could not break through the defense of the steel-bristled boar king. Even though he attacked the relatively weakly defended belly of the steel-bristled boar king. No, we have to think of a way, at least to break its defense. Jiang Han and the steel-bristled boar king moved aside and were not threatened. Thoughts raced through his mind, and then he saw the golden flaw behind the steel-bristled boar king. His eyebrows twitched. No! The place marked by the insight is actually where the steel-bristled boar king defecates. It's outrageous. However, this golden flaw, apart from appearing on lower-level exotic beasts, was the first time it appeared on the steel-bristled wild boar king. Jiang Han had no doubt that if he attacked there, the defense would definitely be broken. Only, the steel-bristled wild boar king missed its first attack and its body slowed down suddenly. Then, as if it had completely ignored inertia, it left several hoof marks more than 2 meters long on the ground. The next moment, it turned around and rushed towards Jiang Han again. Jiang Han's eyelids twitched when he saw this. The huge steel-bristled wild boar king definitely weighs more than 20 tons, and the speed it just ran at was more than 100 meters in 3 seconds. Under this kind of inertia, the series of actions of slowing down, stopping and turning around occurred without even a pause. Jiang Han couldn't figure it out, and could only attribute everything to the steel-bristled wild boar king's strong physical fitness. Jiang Han tightened the kitchen knife in his hand. This time he did not wait there, but rushed towards the steel-bristled wild boar king. Even though the skin cannot be broken, sometimes bleeding is not enough to be considered an injury. The steel-bristled boar king could certainly block the kitchen knife, but the real force fell on its body. Jiang Han now seemed to be fighting a boss of a higher level. He was unable to break the boss's defense, and could only inflict some forced blood loss. But even if it is forced to deduct blood, it is not a big deal once or twice, but if it happens too many times, it can still cause internal injuries. The only difference is whether Jiang Han can kill the steel-bristled boar king within the specified time. And this time is the maximum 30 minutes that the energy burst lasts. Fortunately, With the help of insight, the Steel Bristle Boar King's single attack method did not have much impact on Jiang Han. In this kind of cross-level battle, the motion capture provided after the insight upgrade is completely BUG level. The Steel Bristle Wild Boar King charged, Jiang Han dodged and stabbed it with a knife. He repeated this operation 7 or 8 times, and the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King also noticed something was wrong. It seemed like Jiang Han had slipped away. Angry, it is really angry. It's bad enough that I can't easily take down this weak human in front of me, but now I can't even touch him? Since becoming the Lord, the Steel Bristle Boar King has never encountered such a situation again. It seemed like a humiliation, and the usually proud Steel Bristle Boar King couldn't stand it. But this time, without waiting for the Steel Bristled Wild Boar King to move, Jiang Han rushed up on his own, and his speed was nearly twice as fast as before. Because just after that cut, the system prompt came again. Congratulations to the host. Your talent, critical hit proficiency, has reached maximum level and will be automatically upgraded. Critical hit. Attack has a 60% chance of triggering a critical hit, causing damage equal to strength *6. Current talent proficiency, 53 out of 4000. Congratulations to the host. Your martial arts skill 9-fold Thunderblade proficiency has reached full level and will be automatically upgraded. 9-fold Thunderblade LV2, when attacking with a sword, strength *4, agility *4. Current martial arts proficiency, 16 out of 4000. A series of system prompts made Jiang Han feel more confident. The most important thing is that after the critical hit and the 9-layer Thunder Sword are upgraded, Jiang Han's burst of power is stronger, and his combat power is higher. After the energy burst, Jiang Han's strength attribute reached 354 points, and with the blessing of the critical hit and the 9-layer Thunder Sword, Jiang Han's explosive power reached a full 8,500 points. One strike of the sword is enough to cut off mountains and separate rivers. This is why Jiang Han has the confidence to counterattack the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King. Such an explosion is certainly not as strong as that of the Steel Bristle Boar King in its peak period, but facing its current weak state, hitting its weak points is enough to cause considerable damage. A hard-thumping blow. 9-fold Thunder Blade. Die. Jiang Han roared angrily and jumped high into the air. The kitchen knife in his hand left a trail of afterimage and headed straight for the head of the steel-maned Wild Boar King. Chapter 41. This knife weighs 85 tons. Can you take it? The ratio of strength attribute converted into specific strength is about 110. That is just a little bit of strength, which is the force of a 10-kilogram punch. When Jiang Han burst out with all his strength attribute reached as high as 8,500 points. That's a total of 85 tons of punching force. This level of power is coupled with a tough kitchen knife, even though it's not very sharp. However, when facing the Steel Bristle Boar King, he can still break through the defense easily. After several fights before, the Steel Bristle Boar King had a rough idea of Jiang Han's strength. Although his combat power was not lower than its current strength, Jiang Han was unable to hurt it at all due to its tough skin. Knowing this, the Steel Bristle Boar King felt aggrieved. Because Jiang Han couldn't hurt it, and it couldn't touch Jiang Han either. For some reason, this thing always felt extremely slippery. With its strength, Jiang Han would be seriously injured if it hit him, but it just couldn't touch Jiang Han even once. Seeing Jiang Han rushing up to him, the steel-bristled Wild Boar King was not angry but happy. Dare to fight it head-on? In its eyes, Jiang Han's move was tantamount to seeking his own death. The pig's trotter dug the ground twice, then rushed towards Jiang Han. This time, the steel-bristled Wild Boar King had used all his strength and had finally caught this opportunity. Naturally, he was unwilling to let it go. He only wanted to defeat Jiang Han with one blow, but he didn't think about why Jiang Han suddenly changed. Roar! The roar roared out, and under the setting sun, Uncle Long saw with his own eyes Jiang Han leaping high with a kitchen knife in his hand, and then colliding with the steel-bristled Wild Boar King that was rushing towards him. The next moment, the two powerful forces collided with each other, causing an illusory air wave that rushed to the surroundings and raised dust. Uncle Long's eyelids were twitching as he watched. When it was decided to bring Jiang Han to the wilderness, Jiang Han's strength was only at the martial artist level. However, in just a few days, Jiang Han's strength soared from the martial artist level to the great martial artist level, and then to the current general level. At this moment, Jiang Han's head-on collision with the steel-bristled Wild Boar King refreshed Uncle Long's perception of Jiang Han. At this moment, Jiang Han can hardly be considered a weakling even among the generals, right? Although the steel-bristled Boar King was weak after giving birth, he was still a real lord-level monster. Even if his combat power dropped by 50,000, it was still beyond his imagination. Especially this scene at this moment, the power is strong enough to create an air wave, which is enough to prove everything. In a battle of this level, Uncle Long, a great martial artist, doesn't even have the qualifications to participate. As for Jiang Han, who was at the center of the battlefield, the physical burden brought about by the huge burst of power was unimaginable. If his fighting power had not exploded and doubled his physical strength, he would not have been able to withstand the blow. But even so, the huge recoil force mixed with the force of the collision with the steel bristle wild boar king and transmitted along the kitchen knife, still making Jiang Han's arms numb. It felt like being hit by an electric current. Jiang Han was sent flying backwards by the force, releasing his strength to avoid secondary damage while also putting some distance between himself and the steel bristle boar king. But his attention has always been on the steel bristle boar king. However, what Jiang Han didn't expect was that after the collision, the steel-bristled wild boar king did not continue to chase him. The originally reckless figure now feels shaky, as if it will fall down at any time. He shook his huge pig head twice, and even his eyes became vague and weak. There was a bloody wound on the top of his head that was more than 10 centimeters long, which was just the length of the blade of a kitchen knife, and blood was flowing out of it. It seems that even the steel-bristled wild boar king couldn't withstand Jiang Han's blow. But it's normal to think about it. 85 tons of force are applied to the slender blade, and the force-bearing area is too small. This is equivalent to infinitely amplifying Jiang Han's strength. In this situation, no matter how tough the steel bristleboar king's skin was, it could not withstand Jiang Han's sword. What's more, it crashed into it itself. He single-handedly stopped the steel bristleboar king, leaving him with scars. It seems that you are not invulnerable. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes slightly and shook his hands, trying to relieve the numbness in his arms. Then he grabbed the knife again and rushed towards the steel bristleboar king. Before, Jiang Han was unable to break the defense and could only maneuver. But now, with his full strength bursting out, the steel bristleboar king was simply unable to fight him head-on, so there was naturally no need for Jiang Han to drag it down. More importantly, he had only been fighting with the steel bristleboar king for less than 2 minutes when he could already vaguely hear the sound of the strange beasts running towards him. The ground shook slightly and a faint sound could be heard. Everything indicated that the group of strange beasts were not far away from Jiang Han and the others. Although there is still some time before the combat power burst ends, Jiang Han is very clear that if he is surrounded by a group of strange beasts, it will be difficult for him to break out even if he can maintain this combat power. Without area damage skills, even if Jiang Han's strength is superior to that of the group of strange beasts, he will eventually run out of strength. So he must make a quick decision. Jiang Han rushed back, but the steel-bristled wild boar king was no longer as ferocious as before. After a hard fight, Jiang Han was unharmed, but it just felt dizzy, as if it had been hit by a sledgehammer. While he was wondering why Jiang Han's strength suddenly increased so much, he also understood one thing. With its current state and combat power, it is no longer able to kill Jiang Han and the other two. Wait, it must wait now. When the group of strange beasts arrive, Jiang Han and the other two will naturally be besieged and killed. Knowing this clearly, the steel-bristled wild boar king turned around and ran away when he saw Jiang Han rushing towards him. He no longer had the unstoppable momentum he had before, like a dog that had lost its home. Want to run? Seeing that the steel-bristled wild boar king was about to run away, Jiang Han's eyes flashed, and he unleashed the 4 times agility of the 9-layer thunder blade, increasing his speed again and again. But in Uncle Long's eyes, all this seemed a little too unreal. At this point in the battle, he still hadn't figured out how Jiang Han had done it. It was clear that a few minutes ago, he and Jiang Han had no choice but to run away when facing the steel-bristle wild boar king. But in these few minutes, he saw with his own eyes that Jiang Han had the strength to fight the steel-bristle wild boar king in just a few breaths. Then after the two sides fought for several rounds, Jiang Han suddenly broke out, and the two sides went from being evenly matched to him overpowering the steel-bristle wild boar king. Even a single blow on the hardest part of the steel-bristle boar king's skull could leave a long, bloody wound. At this moment, the steel-bristle wild boar king was so frightened that the only option he had was to run away when faced with Jiang Han, who was coming towards him with a knife. However, Jiang Han had completely lost his previous weakness and was chasing the steel-bristle wild boar king madly. His speed was so fast that even Uncle Long, a great martial artist, felt as if he could not see his figure. Is this Makoto's son? Sure enough, none of my sons are simple. Chapter 42. Congratulations to the host for killing the steel-bristle boar king. Jiang Han repeatedly refreshed Uncle Long's understanding of him, and he was surprised at first. But when I thought of Jiang Han's father, I suddenly felt that everything seemed to be explained. Seeing that Jiang Han was about to run away from the steel-bristle wild boar king, Uncle Long couldn't help but shout loudly. Xiao Han, don't fight anymore, let's leave as soon as possible. Jiang Han did not respond to Uncle Long. In fact, he didn't have the time to reply to Uncle Long. With Jiang Han's quadruple speed burst, it was not a big problem for him to catch up with the steel-bristled wild boar king. But after this beast knew that his death was approaching, he struggled desperately. In addition to increasing his speed again, he was still trying to counterattack Jiang Han. Even a rabbit bites when it is cornered. Facing the counterattack of the steel-bristled wild boar king, Jiang Han was slightly injured even though he was careful and had the help of insight. The steel-bristled boar king's fangs hit his waist. Fortunately, the kitchen knife was blocked in time, and the protective gear given to him by Uncle Long helped to dissipate the force. Jiang Han only felt a softening and dull pain in his waist, but there was nothing else serious. However, it was precisely because of this that Jiang Han's anger was completely aroused by the steel-bristled boar king. A critical hit, and 9 thunder swords burst out at the same time, and each sword was aimed at the soft part of the waist and abdomen of the steel-bristled wild boar king. Even when facing the hardest defense on the top of his head, Jiang Han was able to break it, not to mention the softer waist and abdomen. With each slash, Jiang Han would make another slash to expand the wound. The steel-bristled boar king could only wail in pain and wanted to fight back, but facing Jiang Han, who was fully alert, he could not find any chance at all. Fresh blood with a strong fishy smell flowed out, and the body of the steel-bristled boar king became increasingly weak. She had already been drained of all her strength after giving birth, and now she was bleeding too much. No matter how strong the steel-bristled boar king was, he was already very weak at this moment. The sounds of the strange beasts were getting closer and closer. With his insight, Jiang Han could already see the dust raised by the strange beasts as they ran towards him. They were only 3 or 4 kilometers away from Jiang Han and the steel-maned wild boar king. With the speed of this group of strange beasts, it would only take 1 or 2 minutes. But the steel-bristled boar king seemed unable to hold on until then. A heart-thumping blow! 9-fold thunder blade! The powerful force surged into his arms again, and he exerted force on his waist. Then, he swung the kitchen knife in his hand down heavily, landing on the neck of the steel-bristled wild boar king. A knife had previously struck his neck, leaving a shallow wound. At this moment, with the help of insight, Jiang Han's knife landed on the wound on the neck of the steel-bristled boar king with great precision. Without the protection of the tough skin, Jiang Han's cut was deep and heavy. Roar! With a wail, the steel-bristled wild boar king that was originally rushing towards Jiang Han instantly lost control of its body. After just a whimper, it rolled on the ground like a ball of meat. It rolled for dozens of meters before stopping. This time, the powerful steel-bristled wild boar king showed no signs of struggling. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Lord-level beast steel-bristled boar king and gaining 58,965 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent Insight Proficiency +1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent of Critical Hit Proficiency +896. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Martial Arts 9-fold Thunderblade Proficiency +682. Experience value is full, automatically upgrade. Experience value is full, experience value. A series of system prompt sounds proved that the steel-bristled boar king had been killed by his sword. Under the setting sun, the only ones left were Jiang Han standing there gasping for breath, and the steel-bristled wild boar king which had turned into a corpse not far away. The after-effects of fighting against opponents of higher levels were quite serious. Jiang Han felt as if his whole body was exhausted, and the pain in his waist was even worse. Fortunately, the steel-bristled boar king was finally killed by him. The gains from killing the steel-bristled wild boar king were also so great that Jiang Han was amazed. Apart from anything else, the nearly 59,000 experience points alone are enough to make Jiang Han earn a fortune in this battle. The feeling of being promoted several levels in a row made Jiang Han take a deep breath. He took a step forward, and the next moment he was already beside the steel-bristled wild boar king. He stretched out his hand and placed it on his body, and the next moment his huge body disappeared, leaving only the blood that had soaked the ground. The group of strange beasts was getting closer and closer. Jiang Han was in a semi-exhausted state, and could not sustain the battle for long. He had to leave first. It won't be too late to check the profits this time after getting rid of the group of strange beasts behind you. Although he didn't look closely, Jiang Han knew without thinking that the gains from killing the steel-bristled wild boar king above his level would be absolutely unprecedentedly huge. Uncle Long, let's go! Uncle Long was still standing there waiting for Jiang Han to come back. When he saw that Jiang Han was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. In the absence of high-level alien beasts blocking their way, it was quite easy for Jiang Han and the other two to get rid of the group of alien beasts behind them. What's more important is that without the steel-bristled boar king to suppress them, this group of strange beasts were not united to begin with, and it was even more impossible for them to unite to hunt down Jiang Han and the others at this moment. Not long after, the sound of the strange beasts running wildly behind him disappeared, and the billowing smoke and dust also disappeared. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Han and his companions successfully caught up with Uncle Hu and his companions who had left earlier. Or rather, after they escaped the tracking range of the steel bristle-boar king, he had been waiting for them under a tall tree. Only after confirming that Uncle Long and Jiang Han were both fine did they feel relieved. By the way, brother, how did you escape from the steel bristle-boar king? The group of 5 people hurried back across the wilderness during the brief sunset, and Uncle Hu asked the most concerned question. How did you get out? Asked Xiao Han. Uncle Long glanced at Jiang Han and then shrugged. However, at this moment, Jiang Han was checking the proceeds from killing the steel bristle wild boar king, and did not hear the conversation between Uncle Long and the others. Host Jiang Han. Combat power rating, 7,639. Level 8. Strength, 156 agility, 145 constitution, 151 spirit, 149. Available free attribute points, 300. Experience points required to upgrade to the next level, 8783/64,000. Current talent, A-level talent, Insight LV2, B-level talent, Critical Hit LV4. Insight, automatically triggered when entering combat mode, can see through the weaknesses of everything. Critical Hit, attack has a 60% chance of triggering a critical hit, causing damage equal to strength *6. Current talent proficiency, Insight, 625 out of 3000, Critical Hit, 1386/4000. Currently available talent slots remaining 0. Current martial skill, Earth level top grade, 9-layered Thunderblade LV2. 9-fold Thunderblade LV2, when attacking with a sword, strength *4, agility *4. Current martial arts proficiency, 9-fold Thunderblade LV2, 1036/4000. Currently available props, none. The current system space remaining is 641/1000. Current mission, kill 1,000 people. Stored energy that can be used explosively, 0. Chapter 43, A Big Flower on the Cake. Adding the 300 points of free attributes to the 4-dimensional attributes, each attribute is increased by 75 points. Jiang Han's combat power increased by another 1,800. Reached 9,400 points. Even without the support of explosive combat power, Jiang Han's combat power is close to the level of a military general. Judging from this trip's experience, with Jiang Han's current strength, he can basically move around easily in the outer area of the wasteland as long as he doesn't trigger a beast tide. Ordinary high-level beast general-level monsters cannot pose any threat to Jiang Han in a one-on-one situation. Thanks to the motion capture that came with the Insight upgrade, Jiang Han felt that his actual combat capabilities should be even higher. The effects of Critical Hit and 9-layer Thunderblade after upgrading are even more powerful. The only problem is that both the experience required for Jiang Han's own upgrade, as well as the experience required for upgrading his talents and martial arts, have increased by more than one level. The profits from hunting the steel bristle boar king directly raised Jiang Han's upgrade threshold to a level that he could not complete in a short period of time. But even so, Jiang Han was already satisfied. This trip to the wilderness lasted only 2 or 3 days, but it allowed Jiang Han's strength to make a rapid leap. Especially after killing the steel bristle boar king. The feeling of continuous upgrades makes Jiang Han look forward to the next time he hunts such a high-level beast. But it's just something to think about. The reason for being able to achieve such high returns is that the steel bristle boar king's combat power level is far superior to Jiang Han's. His own combat power reached 50,000, and without explosive energy, Jiang Han's combat power was only 5,000 or 6,000. Under normal circumstances, there is no way he could kill the steel bristle boar king. After giving birth, the steel bristle boar king fell into a weak state. Except for its skin, which remained tough, the rest of its strength was only 1/10 of what it was, with a combat power of just over 10,000. Jiang Han's burst of energy, coupled with the upgrades of his critical hit and the 9-layer Thunderblade, was enough to slightly suppress the steel-bristled wild boar king and kill it. Several elements are indispensable. If any one of these items was missing, the final result would be that Jiang Han would be entangled by the steel-bristled wild boar king, and then surrounded by a group of strange beasts and die. So although it seemed that Jiang Han had killed the steel-bristled wild boar king by leaps and bounds, in fact, it was all just a coincidence. If it happens again, Jiang Han may not be able to do it. What's more, the stored energy has been fully utilized by him. After realizing his own strength, Jiang Han shook his head with a dumb smile and gave up the unrealistic ideas in his mind. Xiao Han? Just when Jiang Han was thinking about something and didn't notice the people around him talking, someone patted him on the shoulder. He came to his senses and looked at the man who tapped his shoulder. Uncle Hu looked at Jiang Han curiously and asked, "What are you thinking about? You can't even hear me?" "Nothing much, just summarizing my experience in fighting the steel bristle boar king." Jiang Han found an excuse to explain it away, and then asked, Uncle Hu, what did you just say? I say, how did you escape from the hands of the steel bristle boar king? Escaped? Jiang Han was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly reacted. He flipped his right hand, a ray of light flashed, and a huge corpse of a strange beast appeared in front of everyone. Uncle Hu and his men instantly jumped back and formed a battle formation. Steel-bristled boar king! After seeing clearly that there was actually the corpse of a strange beast on the ground, Uncle Dao exclaimed in surprise. How could it be? For some reason, Uncle Hu and the other two felt their scalps tingling. At this moment, Jiang Han spoke up. Won't it be safe if we kill the steel-bristle wild boar king? Jiang Han's slow words reached the ears of Uncle Hu and the other two, and what responded to him were the three people's surprised and puzzled eyes. Are you serious? Uncle Zhao, who had been silent all this time, looked at Jiang Han for a long time before he expressed the common thoughts of the three of them. The whole process was actually quite thrilling, but after I saw the steel-maned wild boar king knock Uncle Long away, I don't know why, a burst of energy suddenly erupted in my body. And then, it happened like this. Jiang Han couldn't explain the existence of the system, but the energy burst was real, and Uncle Long could testify to that. Now you know why we can escape. Uncle Long spoke, but there was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Originally, he was the strongest fighter in the entire team, but just now, he was surpassed by Jiang Han's nephew. This feeling is quite frustrating. The three of them looked at each other, as if confirming their own thoughts. Uncle Hu subconsciously said, No wonder Brother Qing asked us to bring you to the wasteland. It turns out that Brother Qing had already arranged it. However, Jiang Han heard other meanings in Uncle Hu's words. Wait, it was actually my father who arranged for me to come to the wilderness? Also, what has my father arranged? Although Jiang Han was meticulous, he was unable to guess what Uncle Hu meant just by hearing his words. Uncle Hu, what do you mean by my dad asking you to bring me to the wasteland? Jiang Han looked at Uncle Hu with a puzzled look on his face and asked. Uncle Hu was about to say something when Uncle Long glared at him. Nothing, just that your father asked us to take care of you before he passed away. Uncle Long interrupted. Jiang Han was suspicious, but he could also tell that Uncle Long didn't want to discuss this topic any further. Further questioning would not yield any results, so he just gave up. But it was obvious that Uncle Long knew something. Although Jiang Han did not mention this matter again, he remembered it in his heart. He would definitely ask his father about it next time he saw him. Xiao Han, put away the body of the steel bristle wild boar king first. The smell of blood will easily attract the attention of other beasts. Jiang Han nodded, waved his hand and took the steel-bristled wild boar king back into the system space. In this way, with 2 Lord-level beasts, a bunch of low-level beasts, black-striped bamboo, and mission rewards, Xiao Han's income from this trip to the wilderness will exceed 60 million. The price of the steel-bristle wild boar king alone reached 8 million. I'm so envious. No, Xiao Han, if you don't stew 2 old hens for us to drink some soup after we go back, I will feel unbalanced. Uncle Hu was a carefree person. After he roughly calculated the income of Jiang Han's trip, he could only click his tongue in envy. No problem. When we get back, I'll pick 2 of the fattest old hens to make soup for you. Jiang Han was also in a good mood. The profits from his trip were already huge, and the steel bristle wild boar king was just the icing on the cake. However, the selling price of 8 million alliance coins was just a bit too much. Compared to the benefits, I am more concerned about why the steel bristle boar king suddenly went crazy and happened to catch up with us. Jiang Han stroked his chin lightly and said in confusion. When I saw the steel bristle wild boar king before, it was strong but not crazy. Chapter 44. Someone is playing dirty tricks behind the scenes. The question of why the steel-bristled wild boar king suddenly went mad has troubled Jiang Han for a long time. Even though he had killed the steel-bristled boar king. But all this was caused by the fact that his own strength had skyrocketed because of the system, and the steel-bristled boar king was in a weak state. If Jiang Han was a little weaker, or if the steel-bristled boar king was a little stronger, the result was that Jiang Han and his group were completely wiped out. In this situation, how could Jiang Han not think back and wonder why the steel-bristled boar king suddenly went berserk? You mean you suspect there's something else going on? Uncle Long frowned slightly, noticing something wrong with Jiang Han's words, and asked, Do you have any guesses? Jiang Han nodded, and then said in a deep voice, For the steel bristle wild boar king, the most important thing is its newly born cub and the elixir that helps it recover. As for the rest, we can tell from the fact that Uncle Long and the others made such a big fuss before, but the steel bristle boar king did not pursue us any further. It's not very interested. And most of the spiritual herbs in the medicinal material base have been picked by me. The only reason that could make it furious again is that something happened to its cub. So I suspect that after me, someone else entered the medicinal material base and killed the cubs of the steel bristle wild boar king. That will drive the steel bristle boar king into a frenzy. This is the only explanation. This was the only explanation that could explain why the steel-bristled wild boar king suddenly turned back halfway through chasing Jiang Han, and later spread out the group of strange beasts to look for warriors around the city. If not, the steel-bristled boar king had just given birth, and there was no need for him to leave his cubs even for a moment. In other words, you suspect that someone is trying to take advantage of the situation? Uncle Long frowned tightly. The wasteland is home to exotic beasts, but it is not uncommon for warriors to encounter them by chance when they enter it. It is even quite normal. If you meet a friendly team, you will say hello. However, they did not encounter any other warriors along the way, even when they entered the fallen city. There are only two possibilities. One is that the other party was already in this fallen city, but the noise they made was too loud, so it attracted the other party's attention. Another possibility is that someone is following them all the way. The first situation is okay, it's all just a coincidence, and there's nothing to say. But the second case. He followed them all the way and angered the steel-breasted boar king at the critical moment, with the intention of using the steel-breasted boar king to destroy their team. It was unintentional. If Jiang Han hadn't suddenly mentioned it, they wouldn't even have thought of it, and would have just thought that they were unlucky. From this point of view alone, the man has succeeded. Jiang Han and the others still don't know who did it. If Jiang Han hadn't suddenly exploded, their entire team would have been wiped out by the steel-bristled wild boar king. What a sinister person. This thought popped into everyone's mind. Then the anger rose. As the saying goes, a team of warriors entering the wilderness, even if they are not close, will not do such things that harm others and benefit themselves. In fact, if they leave any traces, they will bring trouble upon themselves. But that person did it. In other words, that person has a grudge against Jiang Han and his team. For some reason, the image of a small team emerged in everyone's mind. Uncle Dao took a deep breath and said, "After I go back, I will ask Li Yang for everything." Only Uncle Long remained rational at this time. It may not necessarily be Li Yang and his group. Perhaps another warrior saw the black striped bamboo in the medicinal material base and couldn't hold back for a moment. When we get back, keep an eye out to see if there are any other people besides Xiaohan who are selling black vein bamboo in large quantities. In fact, Jiang Han had thought of this without Uncle Long saying it. Once you enter the medicinal materials base, the biggest harvest is the black striped bamboo, followed by the cubs of the steel-bristled wild boar king. The trading volume of black vein bamboo is already very small. Although Jiang Han has not counted them carefully, there are still about 30 black vein bamboos left in the medicinal material base. This amount is definitely not small. With such a large amount of black vein bamboo flooding the market, it is impossible that there would be no news at all. Therefore, Jiang Han and his team only need to go back and find out who has been buying black striped bamboo in large quantities recently. The news Jiang Han released cast a shadow over everyone's heart. But fortunately this time it's a return trip. The closer to the defense line, the lower the level of the monster. With Jiang Han's help, they had nothing to do. The only problem is that ever since they found out someone wanted to kill them, even the food Jiang Han cooked didn't taste good anymore. Only Jiang Han seemed to not care at all. When it's time to kill the monsters, kill the monsters. When it's time to eat, eat. Looking at the ever-increasing experience bar, I would occasionally smile. There is no other reason. It is purely because Jiang Han's own strength is increasing rapidly. The person who is playing dirty tricks behind the scenes only dares to use the steel bristle wild boar king to achieve his goal, which proves that his strength is not much higher than Uncle Long and others. Otherwise he would have come and killed me long ago. Why do you need to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Jiang Han has never cared much about those guys who are not strong enough and only dare to do tricks behind the scenes. Because sooner or later they will be caught. However, he still lacks connections among warriors, so the matter of tracking down the black vein bamboo can only be left to Uncle Long and the others. It is useless even if he is anxious. After stopping and walking along the way, Jiang Han and his team finally returned to the steel defense line on the afternoon of the second day. Just like when I first arrived, the steel defense lines seemed both quiet and noisy. There are many warriors on this side of the high wall, making it seem noisy, while on the other side, the wall is stained with blood and the trees are sparse, making it seem solemn and murderous. Following Uncle Long and the others, Jiang Han took out the corpses of the low-level monsters in the system space. Only the bodies of black-striped bamboo, silver-winged wolf king and steel-bristled wild boar king were left. Successfully exchanged for 1.02 million alliance coins. And because most of these strange beasts were killed by Jiang Han received a reward of 500,000 alliance coins. Jiang Han was still very satisfied with this number. From having nothing before to having $500,000 in the card now, the gap is quite big. Of course, Datu had to wait until he returned to the city before taking any action. Uncle Long had even planned to take Jiang Han to the capital to trade these high-value gains. There are more wealthy people in the capital, so the price of exotic beast materials will naturally rise, and you can make more profit. However, after that incident, Uncle Long and others obviously no longer had the mood to go to the capital. However, these are not important. Black Striped Bamboo Jiang Han does not plan to take action for the time being, so as not to disturb everyone's attention. The materials of the two Lord-level beasts will not have too much price fluctuation, so it makes no difference whether to go to the capital or not. Chapter 45 Returning Home. Sizzle. The key was inserted into the lock of the rolling door, turned and pushed upwards, and the rolling door closed by itself, making a harsh sound. However, to Jiang Han's ears, it sounded full of familiarity. I haven't been back for just a few days, but I suddenly have a feeling of nostalgia. There was a thin layer of dust on the dining table. Jiang Han hadn't cleaned it in the past few days, and there was another sandstorm in Lan City. Even with the door closed, fine sand and dust can still get in through various gaps. I stretched my body and felt very comfortable coming home. Although Jiang Han's spirit was not tense all the time in the wilderness, he rarely had time to relax. At this moment, Jiang Han, who was in the city, knew that there would be no danger and couldn't help but relax. A feeling of sleepiness came over me. Jiang Han basically never had a good night's sleep in the wilderness, and spent the entire time in meditation. At this moment, back in the familiar environment, Jiang Han just wanted to have a good sleep. As for the rest, he would think about it after he woke up. Jiang Han didn't even have dinner. He slept from the evening until noon the next day, when the sun was high in the sky. He was awakened by hunger. The warriors are exhausted. The higher the grade, the more energy is consumed every time you move your hands, and the way to replenish energy is to eat. Jiang Han's current appetite has already exceeded that of ordinary people by several times. The vegetables and other things that I bought before leaving the wasteland had long since rotted, but fortunately there was still some fresh and tender exotic animal meat left in the system space. He cooked a pot of rice, which could probably fill 7 or 8 bowls, and also picked up a piece of lean meat and fried 3 dishes. Jiang Han was very satisfied with the meal. But after eating, I felt inexplicably lonely. The first thing Uncle Long and his family did after returning was to spend time with their family. As for Jiang Han, his father was not here, so he was alone. For some reason, Jiang Han suddenly wanted to drink some wine. He got up and went to a luxury tobacco and liquor store outside to buy a few bottles of wine, but he only placed them on the counter carefully. He doesn't like drinking, and the only time he drank was with his dad. I bought these wines just to keep them for my dad. He has made a lot of money now, so naturally he wants to let his father drink better wine. Since he had nothing to do, Jiang Han simply cleaned the restaurant from inside to outside. I had lunch alone and dinner alone. Jiang Han finally couldn't stay any longer. For some reason, the longer I stayed in this small restaurant, the more anxious I became. I simply changed into some casual clothes and went out. There are still 2 corpses of Lord-level monsters in the system space that have not been sold, and weapons and armor need to be updated. This will avoid the embarrassment of not having anything prepared when setting out to the wilderness again. Although the kitchen knife his father gave him was tough and easy to use, it was still a little unsuitable for a warrior. It is too incongruous for a top martial artist to hold a kitchen knife in his hand. Although the kitchen knife is easy to use, it is too short to fight against strange beasts. When encountering a huge monster, the protective fat layer alone is thicker than a kitchen knife. Even if the blade is immersed in it, it is difficult to cause much damage. Therefore, Jiang Han needs to buy a weapon of high enough grade that has both toughness and sharpness. Of course, before that, Jiang Han needs to sell the corpses of the 2 Lord Beasts first, otherwise the deposit of 500,000 Alliance coins will not be enough to qualify for high-grade weapons and armor. This time Jiang Han was not with Chang Hao. Jiang Han took a leave of absence before going to the wilderness, and hadn't been to school for a long time. Moreover, after showing your warrior certificate, you only need to take the college entrance examination, and there is no need to stay in school any longer. I had been to the special materials market with Chang Hao once before, so I had a general understanding of it. However, the last time he came, Jiang Han's own strength was not strong, and he barely passed the threshold of a warrior. If you want to buy high-quality items, you need to go to the 6th floor or above. Fortunately, Jiang Han had a martial arts certificate on him, so he was qualified to enter the higher floors. It is different from the lower floors. If you want to enter the elevator to a higher floor, you must first enter your warrior number. The certificate issued after becoming a warrior will have a string of numbers on it, just like an ordinary person's ID card. They correspond to the region, the time when one became a warrior, and the unique number. Those who can become warriors have already surpassed the majority of people, so this system was introduced for the convenience of management. After Jiang Han entered his warrior number, a female voice sounded in the elevator. Welcome, martial artist Jiang Han. The sound came from the speaker. The elevator went straight up to the 7th floor. Since he had nothing to do, Jiang Han didn't plan to go home so early, so he might as well spend more time in the exotic materials market. It's also okay to start from the 7th floor and work your way up. As Jiang Han stepped out of the elevator, a short-haired woman in a professional suit came to greet him. The high heels made a tapping sound as they stepped on the floor. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am your shopping guide this time. My employee number is 2589. Responsible for introducing product attributes and prices to you. The shopping guide looks pretty good, especially in a uniform and with short hair. She looks neat and tidy. Before I choose the goods, I would like to ask, do you accept exotic animal materials? Although the system space contained things worth tens of millions of Alliance coins, Jiang Han's bank card only had 500,000 Alliance coins that he had earned from selling low-level animal materials. As for the mission rewards, the mission has not been submitted yet, and Uncle Long has not paid the money yet. 500,000 Alliance coins were definitely not a small amount, but Jiang Han wanted to go all the way and purchase a set of general-level weapons and armor directly, so 500,000 was far from enough. It felt like Jiang Han was carrying a mountain of gold on his back, but couldn't take out a single penny in cash. Sir, please follow me. The shopping guy turned and walked away, leaving Jiang Han with only his back. Jiang Han followed. The only thing that is a little strange is, there were many warriors on the 1st to 6th floors. It wasn't crowded, but at least it was lively enough. But after reaching the 7th floor, Jiang Han was the only one on the entire floor. If Jiang Han had not seen the bustling 1st floor after entering, he would have even suspected that he had walked into the wrong building. Well, isn't there usually anyone here? Jiang Han finally couldn't hold back the doubts in his heart, and asked. The shopping guide who was walking in front turned around and smiled and said, No, Mr. Jiang, there are no items above the 7th floor. Everything you see now is projected by virtual reality technology. Once you have selected the products you want to purchase, the corresponding manufacturers will start making them. But I can guarantee that it will be delivered to you within 3 days. Projected by virtual reality? Jiang Han glanced around, and was surprised to find that without activating the insight function, he could not detect anything unusual with his naked eyes. Chapter 46 Sale. Not only the surrounding shops, but even the shopping guide in front of you are all digitized. Jiang Han couldn't help but sigh at the development of technology. High-level weapons and armor are all customized on site. Because warriors have different requirements for weapons and armor, there is no market for standardized weapons and armor. If the product cannot be sold after it is made, the manufacturer will have to bear the loss. A high-level weapon could easily cost over 1 million Alliance coins, so naturally no one wants to take this risk. Fortunately, even for customized products, the efficiency is high enough and they can be produced and delivered to customers within 3 days. Moreover, except for some extremely talented warriors, other warriors usually need at least several years of training to improve their combat power to 1 level. After listening to what the shopping guide in front of him said, Jiang Han nodded and said nothing more. I followed the shopping guide to an office and watched her knock on the door. A man's voice came from inside. Come in. The shopping guide pushed open the door and Jiang Han followed her in. The office was very large, and there was only a middle-aged man sitting inside. Seeing Jiang Han and the other person coming in, the middle-aged man did not stand up, but just looked at the shopping guide. Okay, you can get out now. The shopping guide nodded and turned to leave the office. Jiang Han watched with his own eyes as the shopping guide walked out of the office and turned into a stream of data before disappearing. Mr. Jiang, please take a seat. I am Huan, the manager in charge of the 7th floor of the Lan City Exotic Materials Market. I already know your purpose. I wonder what level of exotic animal materials Mr. Jiang plans to sell? Huan poured a glass of water for Jiang Han and then asked. Well, I have the corpses of 2 Lord-level monsters. How do you estimate the price? Jiang Han picked up the water cup and took a sip. The corpse of a Lord-level monster? Or 2? A hint of surprise flashed across Huan's eyes. If he remembered correctly, Jiang Han's strength should be that of a martial artist. How could he possibly possess the corpse of a Lord-level monster? However, to be able to sit in this position, he still has some shrewdness. Jiang Han's strength had nothing to do with him. He only cared about whether the 2 Lord-level beasts Jiang Han mentioned were real. If it is in the alien space ring, Mr. Jiang can just extract it directly. Huan pointed to a place not far away. Although the office is so big, the furnishings are simple. Apart from a desk and a set of sofas, an open space is deliberately left. Now it seems that it was to reserve a place for placing the corpses of the strange beasts. Jiang Han didn't say much. The special materials market was established and built by the state, and its operation is also guaranteed by the state. There won't be any mess. After the bodies of the steel bristled boar king and the silver-winged wolf king were extracted from the system space, the office, which originally seemed empty, suddenly seemed a bit crowded. The two huge corpses of the strange beast shocked Huan even more. Is it really a lord-level beast? Whether it is a strange beast or a warrior, the higher the level, the stronger the vitality. For example, the silver-winged wolf king and the steel bristled boar king have been dead for more than a day, but they still give people a feeling of vitality. Being able to sit in this position, Huan's eyesight must have been very good. He recognized the two strange beasts on the ground with just a glance. Silver-winged wolf king, steel-bristled boar king? There was a hint of surprise in his voice, and he looked at Jiang Han with some confusion. Mr. Jiang, these two strange beasts. The meaning was very clear. He was doubting the origins of these two strange beasts. One is extremely rare, and the combat power of another is as high as over 50,000. With Jiang Han's martial arts master-level combat power, there is no way he could possibly get it. The rest of the team has other things to do, so let me help with the sales. As for the other end, it was given to me by Senior Li Chongyang. This was the excuse Jiang Han had thought of long ago. Although there won't be any chaos in the exotic materials market, the other party will probably lower the price madly because they see Jiang Han is young. It is necessary to bring up Li Chongyang. Li Chongyang? Hearing the name, Huan was obviously stunned for a moment. After he came to his senses, he did not say anything. He just walked to the two strange beasts and reached out to touch the fur of the silver-winged wolf king. Except for a wound on one wing, there are no external injuries on the body. All the internal organs were crushed by gravity. This was indeed Li Chongyang's method. When he turned around and looked at Jiang Han again, there was obviously more importance in Huan's eyes. Since the exotic beasts were given to you by Li Chongyang, you must be aware of the value of these two exotic beasts. The combat power is different, the role of the different materials is different, and there will be a certain difference in price. This silver-winged wolf king just completed its second mutation not long ago. Its strength is at the primary lord level, but its fur is intact. The price is 3.3 million alliance coins, and 180 points will be recorded. As for the steel bristle boar king, its combat power exceeds 50,000, and its intermediate level is close to the strength of a high-level lord. Moreover, its exotic materials have more application scenarios. The price is 8.2 million, and 820 points will be recorded. After inspecting the condition of the two strange beast corpses, Huan gave Jiang Han a quote. This price is not much different from the price estimated by Uncle Hu and others before Jiang Han came. The silver-winged wolf king is 3 million, and the steel-bristled boar king is about 8 million. In other words, after selling the corpses of these two exotic beasts, combined with the proceeds from selling those low-level exotic beast materials before, Jiang Han will have a full 12 million in his hands. Even if he didn't sell those black vein bamboos, Jiang Han's earnings this time would be equal to an ordinary martial artist's earnings in several years. It was enough for him to buy a set of weapons and armor that his generals could use. But what's the use of these points? Okay, that's the price. There was no big deviation in price, and Jiang Han was very straightforward. Okay, Mr. Jiang. This is a purchase contract. Please sign it and fill in your bank card number. The proceeds from the sale will be transferred to this account after you sign. Seeing that Jiang Han agreed, Huan went to the desk, took out 2 paper contracts, and handed them to Jiang Han. Jiang Han had never signed a contract before and didn't know there would be such a process. Uncle Long and his team had never encountered this kind of thing when they were selling low-level exotic animal materials before. When Huan saw the confusion in Jiang Han's eyes, he knew that Jiang Han was a complete newcomer. He patiently explained. It is like this, Mr. Jiang. The prices of the 2 beasts you sold are too high. Each of these exotic beasts must be registered and managed. The contract proves the source of the animal materials. It's a proof. Jiang Han nodded to show that he understood. The arrogant silver-winged wolf king and steel-bristle wild boar king were treated as commodities. After signing his name on it and leaving his bank card number, Jiang Han asked another question in his mind. By the way, Manager Hua, what are the points you just mentioned for? Chapter 47 Tang Sword. Each high-level weapon has an enchantment, is difficult to make, and is extremely powerful. So a star rating system was created. If you want to buy high-level weapons, the buyer's star rating must meet that standard. Starting from the weapons and armor of the Great General level, you need to have at least 1 star to purchase them. Some general-level weapons and armor also require a 1-star standard. To gain points and upgrade your star level, you need to hunt high-level exotic beasts or make donations. For example, Mr. Jiang, the 2 lord-level beasts you hunted have reached the standard for bonus points. And if you donate, you get 100,000 alliance coins and 1 point. It takes 1,000 points to become a 1-star. Manager Hua did not neglect Jiang Han just because he did not understand. In fact, these things are not really secrets. The elders in the family or the team leaders basically know about it, but Jiang Han doesn't, probably because he has never been exposed to these things before. Explaining it patiently at this moment would be considered a good thing for Jiang Han. Apart from anything else, he is already a martial artist at the age of 18, and judging by his aura, his combat power should be more than just a martial artist. He is definitely a genius and may achieve great success in the future. There is no harm in building a good relationship with such people. Jiang Han understood after hearing Manager Hua's explanation. This star rating can be roughly understood as a contribution value. If you want to buy high-level items, you need to make corresponding contributions. The price of the Silver-Winged Wolf King is much lower than that of the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King, but its points are higher than that of the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King. This is probably because its growth limit is much higher than that of the Steel Bristle Wild Boar King. Nod to show that you understand. Manager Hua acted quickly. After receiving the contract signed by Jiang Han, he waved his right hand and took away the 2 corpses of the strange beasts in the office. Then he operated the computer for a few times, and Jiang Han's bracelet started to ring. Your ICBC bank account ending in 0311 has transferred 11.5 million alliance coins, and the current balance is 12 million. The account has arrived. Looking at the long string of zeros on the account balance, Jiang Han felt somewhat excited. I even had the urge to take out all the black veined bamboo and sell them all. You really can't blame him for this. Before the alliance coins arrive in the account, there is no way to spend them directly. For Jiang Han, they are of no use. Other warriors all go from low to high in a gradual process. When it comes to Jiang Han, it only took him a few days to go from being a poor boy to earning more than 10 million yuan. It is normal that he cannot change his mindset. I still have to go buy weapons and armor, so I won't bother Manager Hua. With the alliance coins in hand, Jiang Han could go buy weapons and armor. He stood up and wanted to say goodbye, but was stopped by Huan. Wait a moment, Mr. Jiang. This is my business card. If you have anything good to sell next time, you can contact me. As for the price, it is backed by the government, so you can rest assured. I can eat anything that others can't eat. Jiang Han did not refuse the business card that Huan handed over, and he knew roughly why Huan did so. Where there are people, there will be competition, especially for people like Huan who are at the top of the special materials market. The competition is naturally greater. It goes without saying that Huan does this because of performance requirements. I heard that good things can be sold at a higher price on the black market, but Jiang Han, who doesn't know much about this, is still more inclined to sell them to countries that can guarantee fairness. Also, this is a membership card, which can only be obtained if you spend more than 10 million alliance coins. If you spend money on floors above the 6th floor, you can get a 5% discount. Although Mr. Jiang has not reached the standard, it is only a matter of time. Jiang Han took the business card and rubbed it with his fingers, only to find that there was a black and gold metal card underneath the business card. Then he heard Huan explain with a smile. The discount amount is not huge, but it is definitely a windfall. A 95% discount means that if Jiang Han purchases an item worth 10 million alliance coins, he can save 500,000 alliance coins. Jiang Han accepted this favor. Putting the business card and membership card into his pocket, Jiang Han nodded slightly towards Huan. The smile on Huan's face became even more intense. In addition, Huan took out a golden card from the alien space ring and handed it to Jiang Han. There will be a rather large auction tomorrow night, with many strange and bizarre items. If Mr. Jiang is interested, you can go and take a look. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains. Is this the benefit of a change in status? Jiang Han had never come into contact with these things before, but after his strength increased, these things came to him all at once. Welcome everyone. Whether it's useful or not, let's talk about it later. Then I wish Mr. Jiang a happy shopping. 2589. Huan shouted towards the office door, and then there was a knock on the door. Come in. Jiang Han looked towards the door and saw the female shopping guide who had disappeared into the data stream before walked in again in high heels. Take Mr. Jiang for a walk around. Okay, Mr. Jiang, this way please. The female shopping guide nodded slightly and raised her right hand, motioning Jiang Han to follow her. Jiang Han turned around and said hello to Huan before leaving. There's one advantage of database shopping guides. The service attitude is absolutely impeccable. After all, it is all programmed. Moreover, no matter her appearance, figure or voice, they are all top-notch. Apart from giving Jiang Han an illusory feeling after seeing through her, there are no other disadvantages. Mr. Jiang, the information shows that you are good at using knives. Do you have any specific requirements? Jiang Han hummed and then asked. Do you have any Tang Dao style? Yes, Mr. Jiang, please take a look. Shopping guide number 2589 made a slight move with his right hand, and the scene in front of Jiang Han changed. On a row of shelves, there is a row of tang swords. Jiang Han originally had no interest in long swords, probably because he was used to using kitchen knives. However, this trip to the wilderness made him realize a problem. There is a reason why weapons are stronger the longer they are. Among the long swords, Jiang Han particularly likes the tang sword. Tang Dao is actually a general term, but the styles are basically the same. The blade is slender, lacking the heaviness of a broadsword. It is similar in style to a sword and can be used for chopping, splitting, and stabbing. Remove the scimitar. Jiang Han made another request. The scene on the shelves before my eyes changed again. That one. Jiang Han pointed with his right hand, and shopping guide number 2589 walked over, took down the tang sword on the shelf, brought it back and handed it to Jiang Han. Mr. Jiang, this tang sword is made entirely of blue silver, which is 36 times harder than fine steel. It can withstand a force of less than 300 tons without damaging the blade. The blade is 1.2 meters long, of which the handle is 20 centimeters long, the blade is 1 meter long, and weighs 72 kilograms. The whole blade is quenched in blue, and the handle is wrapped with soft vines to prevent it from slipping out of your hand. The price is 7.4 million alliance coins. It is called Taihan. Chapter 48, Armor that cannot be afforded. Taihan. The long sword projected by virtual technology is not physical, but it can move along with Jiang Han's movements. Just by trying the feel of the sword, Jiang Han was extremely satisfied with this tang sword. The most important thing is to hold the long sword lightly and swing it a few times, which is very smooth. There will be no embarrassment of being too long or too short. The most important thing is to be tough enough. The fact that it could withstand a force of over 300 tons without bending the blade was enough to satisfy Jiang Han. With Jiang Han's current attributes, if he swung with all his strength, he would be able to unleash nearly 100 tons of force. Under such a terrifying explosion of power, an ordinary blade would probably break when it came into contact with the skin of the monster. Just like the dagger Jiang Han bought before, it was completely unusable. The only problem is that the selling price is a little different from what Jiang Han expected. With a deposit of 12 million, Jiang Han originally wanted to spend only about 4 million on weapons, and keep the rest for protective gear. Because the price of armor is generally much higher than that of weapons. At the same level, the price of armor is generally twice that of weapons. The main reason is that protective gear uses more materials, and warriors are more concerned about saving their lives. After all, it's a job that involves walking on the edge of a knife. Taihan was priced at 7.4 million alliance coins. Even with a 95% discount, the price was still over 7 million. That leaves only 5 million for purchasing protective gear. What to do? Jiang Han looked down at the blue-tempered Taihan in his hand, and still insisted on what he was thinking. I want this knife. Jiang Han looked at shopping guide number 2589 and spoke. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I have placed an order with the foundry. Weapon manufacturing requires making molds, melting materials, and forging them repeatedly. It will take about 2 days, and then someone will deliver it to you. Upon hearing that, Jiang Han decided to buy it. Shopping guide number 2589 showed a look of surprise on his face. It should be a program preset by the programmer. Let's take another look at the armor. Jiang Han nodded. Since he was already here, he might as well buy some protective gear as well. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Shopping guide number 2589 waved his hand slightly, and the scene in front of him changed again. The tang swords that originally filled the shelves disappeared, and the tang sword in Jiang Han's hand also disappeared. Instead, there were sets of armor. Mr. Jiang, the armor is divided into multiple sets. You can buy the sets individually or as a whole set. The most common ones are helmets, breastplates, skirts, shin guards, knee pads, and shields. The shopping guide was introducing the products on the side, and Jiang Han listened while looking at the protective gear in front of him. Different from the armor in those special effects dramas. These protective gears in reality are all made of real materials. When a complete set of some armors is worn, except for the eyes, the rest of the body will be covered by armor. Like a heavily armored warrior in ancient times. It's a bit ugly, but it's very protective. This kind of protection without blind spots can always give people a strong sense of security. If a certain part is damaged in a battle with an alien beast, it can be purchased separately. But the price is slightly higher. After listening to the guide's introduction, Jiang Han pointed to a set of heavy-looking armor not far away and said, "How about this one?" The shopping guide looked in the direction Jiang Han pointed. This set of armor has a 3rd-level protection rating, and can resist attacks from most beast general-level monsters. The price is 2,800,000. Jiang Han didn't know how the armor's protection levels were divided, but after hearing that it could only withstand attacks from Beast General level monsters, he gave up. The Beast General level monsters no longer pose any threat to Jiang Han now, unless he is besieged by high-level Beast Generals. But if he is besieged by high-level Beast Generals, then this set of armor will be of no use. It can't stop much. Are there any higher-level armors? Jiang Han shook his head to indicate that these armors were useless. Shopping guide number 2589 said nothing and waved his right hand again. The protection level of these armors has reached level 4, and they can defend against attacks from Lord-level monsters. It's just that the price is 5 to 10 times that of the previous batch of armor. It is enough to defend against attacks from Lord-level monsters, but the price? 5 to 10 times of 2,800,000, which means that even the cheapest set of armor would cost around 15 million. After hearing the price, Jiang Han suddenly realized. He knew nothing about these high-level weapons and armor. I originally thought that 12 million was a lot. However, I never thought that the price would soar so much just because the protection level of the armor was increased by 1 level. If he didn't sell the black vein bamboo, the 5 million he had wouldn't be enough to buy a set of armor. Buy parts to assemble a set of armor? This idea popped up in Jiang Han's mind, but he immediately denied it. Armor protection comes in sets and is repeatedly debugged at the beginning of the design to ensure that it can provide the best possible protection without affecting the warrior's large-scale movements. It is difficult to prevent the pieced-together protective gear from bumping into each other. In this case, it is better to buy a few key pieces of protective gear separately rather than cobbling together a set. For example, breastplates and leggings. Shaking his head, Jiang Han finally decided not to sell the black vein bamboo. As for the individual protective gear, Jiang Han didn't find any that he liked, so he had to give up. After receiving 11.5 million and spending 7.03 million, Jiang Han left the exotic materials market with the remaining 4.97 million. Walk straight towards the warrior hall. Before entering the wasteland next time, Jiang Han still needs to obtain the Great Martial Master Assessment Certificate. Only then can he enter the wasteland alone. Just as Uncle Long said, Jiang Han's current strength is far ahead of the rest of the team, but not completely overwhelming. Jiang Han's stay in the team did not make much difference to the overall strength. If Jiang Han wants to maximize profits, the best way is to form his own team. However, Jiang Han did not agree with some of Uncle Long's statements. The purpose of forming a team is to make up for the shortcomings. A team consists of 5 people with clear division of labor. Some are responsible for the main attack, some are responsible for harassment, and some are responsible for scouting the situation of strange beasts. However, with Jiang Han's strength increasing at a high speed, ordinary warriors simply cannot keep up with his speed. It seems useless. He does not need assistance from others and has insightful reconnaissance. Therefore, entering the wilderness alone is the most suitable way for Jiang Han. As the lights came on, the warrior hall seemed extremely lively. Many people choose to come for testing and assessment at night. After taking a quick look and not finding anyone he knew, Jiang Han went to the assessment level office and took out an assessment application form. Chapter 49, Skip Level Assessment. Military General Level. This is Jiang Han's 3rd visit to the warrior hall. The first 2 times I came were just a few days ago. Speaking of which, it has been less than a week since Jiang Han bound the system, and his combat power has soared from over 300 to nearly 10,000 now. This upgrade speed is so fast that it cannot be described as rapid. Probably the only ones who can be compared with Jiang Han are those top students who have awakened their talents. The problem is that their combat power will only soar when they awaken their talents. If they want to improve their combat power afterwards, they will need to practice hard and study and master their talents. Compared with other students with lower talents, they improved their strength at an unimaginable speed, but compared with Jiang Han, they were much slower. However, at this point, it would be extremely difficult for Jiang Han to quickly improve his strength. After obtaining the experience points provided by the Steel Bristleboar King, the system was upgraded 3 levels in a row, and the experience points required for the system upgrade were doubled. Up to now, Jiang Han needs 64,000 experience points to reach the next level, which is outrageous. Aside from upgrading to improve strength, what remains is to gain talent and proficiency in martial arts, which are also numbers that cannot be achieved in a short period of time. It's difficult. Jiang Han was lost in thoughts and found an empty table to sit down. Then I filled out the form. However, I hesitated when it came to the assessment level. This column is filled with the warrior level you want to advance to. For example, the first time Jiang Han filled in warrior, and the second time he filled in master. But this time, Jiang Han had already reached the combat power of a great martial artist. However, according to the combat power standards given by the system, he is still a little far from being a military general. But relying on his dual talents of insight and critical strike, Jiang Han's combat power is more than what it seems on the surface. If he burst out with all his strength, and used the combined power of a critical hit and the 9-layer thunder sword to chop at the weakness given by the insight, even a Lord-level monster would not be able to withstand Jiang Han's sword. The best example is the Steel Bristleboar King. So here comes the question. Is the assessment for a great martial artist or a military commander? Jiang Han was really hesitant. Jiang Han still understood the principle that a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. With such a rapid upgrade, it would be hard not to be noticed. Once noticed, many of Jiang Han's secrets will not stand up to scrutiny. However, the benefits of becoming a military general are really great. The country has never concealed the welfare of warriors and is even promoting it. When Jiang Han first became a warrior, he could receive a subsidy of 20,000 alliance coins per month. This amount of money already exceeds the monthly income of an average couple and is not lower than the income of some well-off families. After becoming a martial artist, this subsidy was increased to 50,000. According to the information provided by the official website of the Warrior Hall, if you become a military commander, the monthly subsidy alone will reach 1 million. In other words, even if Jiang Han did nothing, the subsidy every 3 months was equivalent to Jiang Han hunting down a silver-winged wolf king. Not to mention the other benefits. Becoming a military general will directly raise your contribution level to 1 star, and you can purchase restricted items. You will also be rewarded with a villa in the city, and you and your family can move into the villa community built by the country specifically for military generals. By then, your status and position will be completely different, and even the connections you make will have undergone earth-shaking changes compared to the past. After thinking for a while, Jiang Han finally filled in the word military general on the application form. Some things cannot be avoided, not to mention that he has the strength to increase his speed. It is very likely that the next time I come, I will have to take the assessment at the level of a great general. By then, the leap from a martial artist to a great general will be even more astonishing. Being noticed is just a matter of time. In this case, it is better to enjoy the benefits of the military general level earlier. What we should worry about now is how to pass the assessment of military general level. After filling out the application assessment form, Jiang Han took the form and submitted the application. However, when the staff saw the word military general written on the application form submitted by Jiang Han, he couldn't help but look up at Jiang Han. He carefully confirmed Jiang Han's talent again. Sea-level talent, heavy attack? Are you sure you are right? Young man, you filled it in wrongly. You should fill in warrior instead of military general. The person in charge was a middle-aged woman in her 30s. She took out a new form and handed it to Jiang Han. Take it back and fill it out again. Don't make any mistakes this time. Jiang Han didn't answer, but smiled and said, You filled it incorrectly, it's the military commander assessment. Forehead. The middle-aged woman looked at Jiang Han again and said nothing this time. Perhaps he regarded Jiang Han as an ignorant kid, or he simply wanted to test his own strength through the assessment. The Warrior Hall provides strength testing services, but this service is charged at 1,000 alliance coins per time. If it is an assessment, this fee can be saved. Of course, the assessment is not unlimited, unless you pass the assessment. If you fail, you will only have 1 chance that year. It's not her fault for thinking this way. It's really impossible for Jiang Han, who has a sea-level talent, to pass the military general assessment. In other words, with a sea-level talent, it's impossible for him to possess the strength of a military general in his lifetime. Jiang Han had no way to deal with this. The talent test results could not be modified because there had never been any change in talent. Holding the stamped application form, Jiang Han went straight upstairs. The assessment for military commander level is on a higher floor. However, after arriving at the place, Jiang Han discovered something was wrong. The assessment for military commanders is different from that for warriors and martial artists. There are no tests such as strength and agility. There are only 2 assessment items for the military commander level. You have to complete a test and then take a direct combat assessment. Jiang Han could understand the practical assessment, but this set of test questions confused Jiang Han. In one of the questions, he was given a picture and asked Jiang Han to write down what he felt after seeing the picture. The picture is very simple. A giant beast over 100 meters tall stands in the city, not much different from the dozens of story buildings around it. Jiang Han's answer was equally simple. Top-level exotic beast, extremely dangerous, causing countless casualties among ordinary humans and low-level warriors. It took Jiang Han half an hour to finish a set of test questions. Unlike the usual exams, this set of test questions had a wide variety of questions. If it weren't for the test questions given by the Warrior Hall, Jiang Han would probably not even take a second look at them under normal circumstances. After completing the test and submitting it, the rest is the practical assessment. As the metal door slowly closed, lights came on. Unlike previous assessments, this time the actual combat assessment site is very large, with a length and width of over 100 meters and a height of over 15 meters. This is equivalent to freeing up 5 floors of space to build a combat test field. Exaggerate. After seeing the venue clearly, Jiang Han took a deep breath and tightened the Tang's sword in his hand. He knew very well why the warrior hall had built such a large venue. About 30 meters in front of Jiang Han, a group of strange beasts gradually gathered and turned into a solid entity. Roar! The violent roar of the lion spread throughout the entire test field, and Jiang Han's ears were buzzing. Lowered-level beast, explosive flame lion! Chapter 50, Pass the Test. General Jiang Han. As the king of the grassland, the lion was at the top of the grassland food chain before the mutation. Except for a few large animals such as rhinos and elephants, all other creatures are within their hunting range. After the mutation, the explosive lion's strength was greatly enhanced. For example, the male explosive lion in front of you has fiery red mane all over its body, long and thin fangs on its lower jaw, and cold eyes. Jiang Han had no doubt that if he was really bitten by this explosive master, the pair of slender fangs would easily penetrate his skin. Meeting his icy eyes, Jiang Han subconsciously tightened the Tang's sword in his hand. Even though he knew in his heart that his fighting power was not much lower than that of the explosive lion, the outcome of a true life-and-death fight was still unknown. But there is always pressure in my heart that cannot be dispelled. Roar! Another roar was heard, and the powerful voice echoed back and forth in the narrow testing room. At that moment, Jiang Han felt that his brain was a little blank. He watched the explosive lion rushing towards him, but had no intention of picking up the sword. Is this the lion's roar? The test room was just over 100 meters away. With Jiang Han and his team's current speed, it would only take a few seconds to go back and forth. In just the blink of an eye, the explosive flame lion, which was originally dozens of meters away from him, had already rushed in front of him. Jiang Han frowned and forced himself to come out of his blank state. Insight! After the upgrade of Insight, not only does it come with motion capture, but Jiang Han can also activate Insight more freely. With a thought, the explosive flame lion, which had originally left a red afterimage, suddenly slowed down. The afterimage is gone. From Jiang Han's perspective, the explosive lion's huge claws came towards his face. The force was quite strong. Jiang Han estimated that the force contained in this claw was at least more than 10 tons. The air was cut by the lion's claws, and there were even a few sounds of air explosions. The next moment, Jiang Han, who was standing there, had disappeared. Ninefold Thunder Blade! Speaking of which, this was the first time that Jiang Han relied on his own strength to fight a Lord-level monster. The Silver-Winged Wolf King was killed by Wu Ho, while the Steel-Maned Wild Boar King took advantage of the opponent's weakness after childbirth and his own burst of energy. But this time, Jiang Han had no help, even though the explosive lion was projected by virtual technology, and would not cause any harm to him. But if he was hit by this claw, the system would still judge Jiang Han as injured, or even directly fail the assessment. The quadruple agility burst provided by the 9-layer Thunderblade allowed Jiang Han to easily avoid the powerful claw of the explosive flame lion. Then he slashed with a knife. There are 2 weaknesses given by Insight. Neck and belly. Jiang Han wanted to attack the neck. If he hit it, it would directly destroy the central nervous system of the explosive lion. At that time, the initiative of whether to advance or retreat would be in Jiang Han's hands. But there is an obvious problem with attacking the neck. The explosive lion is more than 4 meters tall, so if it wants to attack, it can only jump. However, Jiang Han had no means of flying and could not change his shape in the air. In a fight of this level, there may only be a moment of opportunity for the opponent to seize and deal a fatal blow to you. Jiang Han firmly believed that the explosive flame lion would not miss such a good opportunity, so he did not dare to take any risk. The best result is to attack its soft belly. Jiang Han's attack did not trigger a critical hit, but even so, with the blessing of the 9-layer Thunderblade, the force of this attack exceeded 10 tons. However, when the blade touched the skin of the explosive lion's abdomen, a sound of scratching on leather was heard. The skin on the explosive lion's abdomen was not pierced at all. Jiang Han could be sure that his sword was very accurate, and he had indeed cut it according to the weak spot marked by the Insight. But why didn't it work? He knew that the Steel Bristleboar King had strong defense, but was even the explosive flame lion's defense so strong? Could it be that every Lord-level monster is so resistant to attacks? The 2 sides passed each other sideways. Jiang Han frowned, looking at the explosive lion not far away, thinking about countermeasures in his mind. However, the explosive lion obviously would not give him time. After failing to attack him, it turned around and rushed over again. This time its speed was even faster. It leaped up more than 10 meters in front of Jiang Han and pounced on him with its huge body. Jiang Han looked up and saw the explosive lion grabbing towards him with its claws, and at the same time, its mouth opened wide. Just looking at the size of this mouth, Jiang Han felt that he might not be big enough for the explosive flame lion to swallow in one bite. The body shapes of the two parties are completely different. The fangs in its mouth alone are longer than Jiang Han's lower body. However, Jiang Han is not the kind of person who would sit and wait for death. Seeing the explosive lion pouncing on him, Jiang Han's eyelids suddenly twitched. As his thoughts raced, he had already thought of a way to break the impasse. He exerted force on his legs and rushed back towards the explosive lion. Since we can't break through the explosive lion's defense from the outside, let's rush inside. He raised the tang sword in his hand slightly, held it horizontally in front of his body, and simply curled up. The explosive lion did not have the blessing of insight, and rushed towards Jiang Han at full speed. Before it could react, it felt a pain in its throat. A heart-thumping blow! Ninefold thunder blade! Jiang Han's angry roar rang out from within its body, and the next moment, a piercing pain surged from within its body. Roar! The explosive lion roared twice and tried to struggle, but it was ultimately unable to stop Jiang Han. In a flash, it turned into dots of fluorescent light and disappeared in the actual combat testing room. In the fluorescent light, Jiang Han's figure slowly emerged. He held a tang sword in his hand, took a deep breath, and then exhaled. He guessed right. The explosive lion's skin is tough. If the stalemate continues like this, the final result will only be a delay. Either Jiang Han will be worn to death by it, or it will be worn to death by Jiang Han. But doing so is a waste of time and the outcome is uncontrollable. If Jiang Han is not careful, the explosive lion may seize the opportunity. The action just now was purely a sudden inspiration after seeing the explosive lion's open mouth. The strange beasts in the actual combat testing room are all generated by system projection. In this case, whether the test is passed depends on whether the warrior can cause enough damage to the transformed monster. The actual combat testing room will collect injury data and give an assessment. Jiang Han's entry into the explosive lion's body would not have any effect on him. Instead, after drilling into it, he was able to see through and mark out more than 10 golden weaknesses. Faced with this situation, what Jiang Han has to do is very simple. Chop with all your strength, no matter where. Dozens of tons of force hit the soft internal organs. Even if the explosive lion has strong vitality, there is no possibility of survival. And the result is obvious. Jiang Han made the right bet this time. Congratulations on passing the test. This test rating A+. Chapter 51, Head of the Warrior Hall. No experience points were gained from killing virtual monsters, but several hundred points of talent and skill proficiency were gained. It is a consolation, although it is little, but it is better than nothing. After the system determined that Jiang Han had passed the test, the alloy door that had been closed was reopened. All lights in the examination room are turned on. A+ assessment? The examiner standing at the door waiting listened to the results given by the test system, his eyes full of surprise. Looking at Jiang Han, who was breathing heavily in the test room not far away, he didn't know how to describe it for a moment. The talent of this general, who is just 18 years old, is already enough to be compared with those geniuses who have awakened S-level talents. The most crucial point is that what Jiang Han awakened was only the C-level talent of heavy attack. This is the most important thing. Because C-level talents, in the general perception of society, are those that have no future at all. Even though it is better than those who have not awakened their talents, it is not much better. If you are lucky or your family is wealthy, you can raise your combat power to the level of a warrior before the college entrance examination and get into a better university. But that's all there is to it in this life. No team would take a person with a combat power of barely over 1,000 into the wilderness. When the examiner first saw the application form Jiang Han handed in, he thought he had read it wrong. He confirmed with Jiang Han twice, and only allowed Jiang Han to enter the practical testing room after getting a positive answer. I originally thought Jiang Han just came here to broaden his horizons, but now it seems. Was this kid's previous demeanor due to his confidence? 18 years old, C-level talent, a military commander-level master. These words are extremely incongruous when put together, but at this moment they are perfectly combined together, and the result is Jiang Han, who just got an A+ evaluation. With a look of surprise and bitterness, the examiner looked down at Jiang Han's application form, and then wrote an A+ in the assessment result column. Seeing Jiang Han coming out of the testing room, the examiner bowed slightly towards Jiang Han. Congratulations, General Jiang Han. I hope you can fight for the future of mankind in the days ahead. Seeing the other party bow, Jiang Han also nodded as a response. The military commander's badge needs to be made temporarily, but it will be delivered to your address tomorrow morning. Your information will be updated tonight. Being able to become a military general means that you already have the strength to become the backbone of the human team against the alien beasts. Because he has become a military general, it proves that he can hunt Lord-level monsters. The status of Lord-level alien beasts is somewhat transcendent. This is certainly due to their own strong strength, but more importantly, after becoming a Lord-level alien beast, they will open up simple intelligence and can command the group of alien beasts. And the experience summarized from the long-term battle between humans and alien beasts. Whenever there is a tide of exotic beasts, there will inevitably be Lord-level exotic beasts. It is also because of this that the general level, or the Lord level, is a watershed of strength. Crossing this hurdle means entering the realm of high-level combat power. It's no wonder that the examiner was somewhat respectful towards Jiang Han. It was entirely because Jiang Han's status soared after he was promoted to a military general. Jiang Han had some understanding of this, but he still felt a little uncomfortable when he saw the other person like this. After returning his weapons and protective gear, Jiang Han went to do a simple registration and then left the warrior hall. After a whole night of hard work, it is already 10 o'clock in the evening. What Jiang Han didn't know was that after he left, the examiner who had been in charge of him went straight to the top floor with Jiang Han's assessment application form and knocked on the door of an office. And on the door of the office, the word, "Director," was written. "Come in." An old voice sounded in the office. The examiner pushed the door open and saw a white-haired old woman sitting at the desk. There were a few age spots and wrinkles on her face, and her long silver hair was tied behind her. Old yet capable. When the examiner came in, the old woman looked up and saw the examiner's complicated expression. She couldn't help but frown slightly. "Xiao Zhang? What's the matter?" "Director Su, someone has just passed the military commander level assessment." Examiner Zhang spoke with an excited look on his face. "Military general level? Then what?" After hearing what Examiner Zhang said, the old woman screwed the cap on her pen and said, "Although few people pass the military general level, it's not a big deal, right? Is it necessary to be so anxious?" No. Hearing the old woman say this, Examiner Zhang became visibly agitated and walked over with a form in his hand. "You'd better take a look at what's on this form first, then you'll know why I'm so excited." Examiner Zhang put down the form and took 2 steps back. Then the old woman's fingers moved slightly, and the form originally placed on the table flew up and fell into her hand. If Jiang Han saw this scene, he would be shocked, but Examiner Zhang seemed to have known it for a long time and just waited silently by the side. The old woman was not hesitant about anything. Examiner Zhang had his reasons for saying so. As for why it was so, just look at the table and you will know. Jiang Han, 18 years old, military commander level. The old woman's eyes seemed to be a little presbyopic. She adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose and muttered to herself as she read. But when he got to this point, he suddenly stopped. An 18-year-old general? Even the old woman's voice contained a hint of surprise. What a great talent! An 18-year-old general has a bright future ahead of him. Xiao Zhang, you did a great job. After making sure that he was not mistaken, a smile appeared on his originally serious face. He looked at the respectful Examiner Zhang a few steps away and praised him. Unexpectedly, when Examiner Zhang heard what the old woman said, he just kept shaking his head. It's not just because of this. Take another look. Examiner Zhang pointed at the application form. The old woman stopped talking and focused her attention on the application form in her hand. Studying at Lan City No. 7 Middle School, the same school as Xiaoyue? Talent, sea-level talent, heavy attack. The old woman suddenly fell silent. He frowned slightly, said nothing, and just waved at Examiner Zhang. Examiner Zhang naturally knew what the old woman meant. After bowing slightly, he turned and left the office. The old woman sitting on the chair frowned even deeper after Examiner Zhang left. An 18-year-old general, but his talent is only sea-level? It shouldn't be like that. Jiang Han, who had jogged all the way home, had no idea that his application form was placed on the desk of the director of the Lan City Warrior Hall. After arriving home, he simply washed up and sat cross-legged on the bed with his 5 hearts, facing the sky. Being in the city, Jiang Han can rarely practice with peace of mind. Chapter 52 Grandma Su. The sunlight shone through the small window and fell on Jiang Han, making him feel warm all over. Call! After letting out a long breath, Jiang Han slowly opened his eyes. After a night of practice, he felt refreshed. Compared to sleeping, cultivation obviously replenishes the body more. After 10 hours of practice, Jiang Han gained 12 attributes again. This gain is definitely not small. However, the only problem is that cultivation seems to be tiring. In the beginning, Jiang Han can gain a little attribute every half an hour, but as time goes by, the attributes gained become less and less. It often takes 3 or 4 hours to increase a little. But even so, Jiang Han was very satisfied. He could gain 12 attributes in one night, which was basically half of the system reward for his level up. If he continues at this pace, Jiang Han's combat power will steadily increase. It seems like it would be nice to stay in the city and practice. Jiang Han stretched lazily, and his bones made a crackling sound. After sitting cross-legged for a whole night, my legs felt a little numb. But this was nothing to Jiang Han. He stomped his legs on the ground twice and he felt better after the blood circulated. After practicing all night, Jiang Han felt hungry. After washing up, he cooked himself a pot of porridge. He was too lazy to go back to the kitchen to get rice, so he simply took the pot out and added 2 salted duck eggs. It was quite rich, and the quantity was enough. After his combat power increased, Jiang Han's appetite also increased, and he could clearly feel that after his physical fitness points exceeded 200 points, his digestive ability also improved. The difference is that the energy after digestion is stored instead of converted into fat. This is probably another benefit of becoming a warrior. Young man. However, just as Jiang Han was concentrating on drinking porridge, an old woman's voice was heard at the door of the restaurant. Looking up, he saw the old woman, dressed in plain linen clothes, with her silver hair tied behind her back. She was looking at him with a kind smile on her face. "I'm sorry, Grandma, the restaurant isn't open yet." Jiang Han put down the chopsticks in his hand and replied. "Normal restaurants open at noon, and it is only 8:15 in the morning." "Hee, old lady, I'm hungry, can you give me some porridge?" After hearing Jiang Han's words, the old woman at the door seemed not to hear them and continued talking to herself. Jiang Han took a look at the rice porridge in his pot, then stood up and said, "Okay, then Grandma, please come in and sit down first. I'll go get you a bowl." Jiang Han did not refuse, mainly because there was enough rice porridge in the pot. How much could an old woman drink? It was just a bowl, which was nothing. Jiang Han went to the kitchen and got a set of clean bowls and chopsticks, then helped the old woman serve a bowl of rice porridge. When he was cooking the porridge, he specially added a portion of wild boar tenderloin cut into thin strips. The meat was tender, and the rice porridge tasted richer. The bowl was full and the old woman didn't hesitate to say thank you and started drinking with chopsticks. After taking just one sip, he closed his eyes slightly. "The tenderloin of the wild boar tastes great with rice porridge. I haven't had it in a long time." Jiang Han was a little surprised when he heard the old woman's words. "Grandma, how do you know this is the tenderloin of a wild boar?" "The tenderloin of the wild boar is more tender, tastes better, and has a higher nutritional value than unmutated domestic pork. Although it was just an ordinary beast, its meat was tender. After killing it, Jiang Han took out the tenderloin and stored it in the system space. These are not the key points. The key point is, how could the old woman in front of him recognize that this is the tenderloin of a wild boar? Haha, the old man in my family used to be a warrior. He is a good cook. When he goes out to hunt exotic beasts, he occasionally brings back some exotic beast meat. Thinking about it carefully, since the old man passed away, I haven't had such delicious porridge for almost 7 or 8 years. Hearing this, Jiang Han said apologetically, "Sorry, Grandma, I didn't expect." The old woman smiled and shook her head. "It's okay. I'm old enough to leave now. There's nothing to be sorry about." Jiang Han nodded and pushed the plate of salted duck eggs forward a little. "Grandma, try drinking porridge with salted duck eggs, it tastes better." "Haha, okay." The old woman did not refuse, and the two of them drank porridge and chatted. In fact, it was mainly the old woman who spoke, and from time to time she asked Jiang Han something about himself. Jiang Han answered every question about these things. During the interview, Jiang Han was asked why he did not go to school at this time, and he explained that he had asked for leave. "Speaking of which, my little granddaughter also attends the 7th middle school, but she doesn't pay much attention to her studies and her grades aren't very good." The old woman said this and put down the chopsticks in her hand. Jiang Han filled a bowl for her. He thought there would be some left over, but the old woman had a good appetite and actually finished it. "I haven't had such delicious porridge for a long time. Xiao Jiang, thank you for giving me a bowl of porridge." The old woman had a kind smile on her face and looked at Jiang Han with gentle eyes. "It's okay, Grandma Su. I should be here these days. If you want to drink porridge, you can come over every morning." Although he had only spent a dozen minutes or so with the old woman, she gave him a very friendly feeling. I can't say why I have this feeling. Perhaps it was because Jiang Han had never seen his grandmother, and the old woman in front of him overlapped with the image of his imagined grandmother. "Then I'll trouble you, Xiao Han, to prepare a bowl of porridge for me." Jiang Han stood up to see Grandma Su out, but saw Uncle Long and Uncle Hu walking towards him. "Uncle Long, Uncle Tiger." Jiang Han opened his mouth to greet them, but found that Uncle Long and Uncle Hu's eyes were fixed on the old woman next to Jiang Han. Su! Uncle Long was about to say something when he saw the old woman raise her right hand slightly, and the next moment Uncle Long's words were choked back. Grandma Su, I'll take you here. My captain and the others are here. Haha, okay, I'll leave first then. Grandma Su responded to Jiang Han with a smile, then glanced at Uncle Long and Uncle Hu before slowly leaving. However, Uncle Long and Uncle Hu, with beads of sweat on their foreheads, looked at each other, then shut up in tacit understanding and watched the old woman leave. Uncle Long, Uncle Hu, why are you here? Only after knowing that the old woman had left did Jiang Han turn around and look at Uncle Long and the other two. Any news about the black vein bamboo? Uncle Long shook his head and asked Jiang Han. Xiao Han, what was that old woman doing here? What did you do? I didn't do anything. I just drank a bowl of porridge and left. Jiang Han looked at Uncle Long and the other man, whose foreheads were covered with beads of sweat, and asked in confusion. Is it so hot? Are you sweating? Chapter 53. There is black vein bamboo at the auction. Although the weather is hot, Uncle Long and Uncle Hu are in good physical condition, so they can still withstand the sun and don't sweat so much. The main reason for sweating is not because of hot weather. Looking at Jiang Han's expression, it seemed that he really didn't know the identity of the old woman just now. Uncle Long raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and looked at Uncle Hu. The two of them tacitly did not mention the identity of the old woman just now. Instead, he took the initiative to change the topic. There's news about black-striped bamboo. Uncle Long's voice was a little low, and Jiang Han's heart suddenly started to tremble. Come in first and let's talk. Jiang Han led Uncle Long and the other man into the restaurant, and served them each a bowl of porridge. Uncle Hu was not polite and started drinking with his bowl and chopsticks. Uncle Long didn't move, with a serious look on his face. Uncle Long, what's going on? Jiang Han looked at Uncle Long and asked. After I came back, I asked my friends to find out if there was any black bamboo for sale recently, and just now, a friend of mine called me. Uncle Long frowned slightly and continued. He said that the exotic materials market will organize an auction tonight. There will be a number of high-quality items for auction, and among them there will be a number of black vein bamboos for sale. Auction? When Jiang Han heard Uncle Long mention the word auction, he inexplicably felt familiar. The next moment he remembered that when he went to the exotic materials market yesterday, Manager Hua seemed to have given him an invitation to the auction. Yes, it's an auction. Originally, the auction list had already been released, but last night, a batch of items were temporarily added, including the black vein bamboo. It's all just a coincidence. Normally, you wouldn't see black vein bamboo for more than a month, but after what happened in the wilderness, black vein bamboo was auctioned off. There is a 90% chance that the person who sold the black bamboo is the one who caused trouble in the wilderness. In fact, even without Uncle Long's explanation, Jiang Han could be sure that there was something behind this by connecting a few key words together. Originally, Jiang Han had no interest in the auction, but after receiving this news, Jiang Han found that he really had to go there. In that case, let's go to the auction. Jiang Han Sikhen made a decision after a few seconds. It's not that easy to go to the auction. The most important thing is that you need an invitation to enter the auction. If I have more time, I can use my connections to get an invitation. But time is too tight now. The auction will start at 8 o'clock tonight. Uncle Long frowned slightly and sighed. It's really frustrating to be backstabbed by someone and not be able to catch the culprit. After finally getting the news, you can't get in because of the invitation letter. Invitation letter? Jiang Han laughed when he heard it. He moved his right hand and the golden card in the system space appeared in his hand. I do. Uncle Long looked over in surprise, and even Uncle Hu put down the bowl of porridge in his hand. I went to sell the bodies of the silver-winged wolf king and the steel-bristled boar king yesterday, and Manager Hua on the 7th floor of the exotic materials market gave me an invitation letter. Jiang Han explained, and Uncle Long suddenly understood. You sold the corpses of 2 lord-level beasts and earned over 10 million. If I were you, I would also want you to spend more. But this way there won't be any problem. Now that we have the invitation, we will go to the auction tonight. Uncle Long had already given up hope, but at this moment, a sudden turn of events gave him a surprise. We'll come to your place for lunch, and after we're done, we'll go to the auction. Uncle Long thought about it and made a decision. Jiang Han naturally agreed. The sooner the guy behind the trouble is found out, the less worried Jiang Han will be. Then he can also change hands of the batch of black vein bamboo in his hand. I came here in a hurry this morning and didn't have breakfast. Xiao Han, the porridge you cooked is really delicious. Uncle Long was preoccupied just now and had no time to drink his porridge. Now that his preoccupation was relieved by Jiang Han, his appetite naturally opened up. If it tastes good, drink one more bowl. There's more. Jiang Han held a spoon in his hand and filled another bowl for Uncle Hu. When he cooked, he boiled the full pot, which was originally prepared for himself. But Grandma Su, Uncle Long and Uncle Hu came one after another and shared a lot. But it doesn't matter. The difference is that Jiang Han drinks until he is full, or until he is 70% full. Excuse me, who is Mr. Jiang Han? While Jiang Han and his two companions were drinking porridge and chatting, a man's voice was heard at the door. The three of them turned around and saw two middle-aged men wearing work uniforms of the special materials market. I am. When Jiang Han saw the clothes on the other person, he knew that the tang sword Taihan he bought yesterday had arrived. It was supposed to take 2 or 3 days, but it was forged in just one night, which surprised Jiang Han. He stood up and went to greet him. Hello, Mr. Jiang, this is the item you bought yesterday. You need to submit proof of identity and then sign for the item after confirming it is in good condition. Jiang Han had gone through the process before. He showed his ID card to the other party. After confirming that it was him, the two staff members of the special materials market opened the rectangular metal box they brought. After all, it is a weapon worth millions, so the protection work is done very well. After the long metal box was opened, a long knife with a sheath lay quietly inside. The scabbard is engraved with a golden dragon pattern, which is simple yet very elegant. At first sight, Jiang Han fell in love with her. Uncle Long and Uncle Hu heard the noise and came over. When they saw the long sword inside, Uncle Long couldn't help but sigh. What a good sword! Although the knife has not been unsheathed, the workmanship alone is enough to show its high value. Jiang Han reached out and picked up Taihan. The blade was a little heavy, but it was just right for Jiang Han's current strength. If the blade is too light, it will lack some feeling. Clang! The sound of metal rubbing against each other was heard, and then Taihan was pulled out by Jiang Han. Just like what he saw when he bought it yesterday, it was completely blue-quenched and had been sharpened. He flicked his finger on the blade and a buzzing sound was heard. Although the blade was slender, it gave people the feeling of a heavy sword without a blade. Although it was painful to spend millions, Jiang Han was very satisfied after receiving the items. With Taihan, he doesn't have to worry about weapons, at least for a long time. Taihan is more than capable of handling Lord-level battles. At least Jiang Han no longer has to carry a kitchen knife to fight against strange beasts. What's more crucial is that with Taihan obtained, high-grade weapons will also greatly enhance Jiang Han's combat power. Jiang Han's original combat power was still a little far from breaking 10,000, but at this moment, his combat power directly soared by 1,900 points. After exceeding 10,000, there can be a floating profit of 1,000. Chapter 54, a series of excitement. My goodness, this knife is not cheap, right? Uncle Hu reached out and touched Taihan's blade, which was cold to the touch, and flicked it with his fingers. The Taihan sword made a dull humming sound, as if the entire blade was resonating. Fortunately, after I sold the corpses of the 2 Lord-level exotic beasts, Manager Hua of the exotic material market gave me a membership card. After the discount, it was worth just over 7 million. Jiang Han was very satisfied with the effect of the 7 million. The most important thing is that he used his insight to take a quick look at the blade and did not find any weak spots. This was enough to prove that the person who forged this tang sword was definitely a master. The blade is so seamless that even a keen eye cannot find any flaws. You can imagine how hard it is. 7 million. Uncle Hu couldn't help but show a bit of envy in his eyes when he heard the number Jiang Han reported. Only you can bear to do that. Uncle Hu smacked his lips and withdrew his hand. Not really, Uncle Hu, your income is not low, 2 to 3 million a month. You can buy a knife like this in 3 months, right? Jiang Han was surprised when he heard this. It's not as simple as you think. Uncle Hu didn't say anything, but Uncle Long on the side spoke up. Martial arts masters cost more than you think. The casualty rate in the wilderness is simply too high. Everyone has to buy insurance before they set out, and the amount varies according to their own financial situation. And this insurance is a one-time policy. For a martial arts master like your uncle, the insurance cost for a single trip is 30,000. Weapons and armor basically need to be replaced every 2 months. There are also expenses for supplies, healing, and the like. Although warriors don't have to pay taxes on their income from hunting exotic beasts, they can't actually save much money just from these high-end items. Unless you are strong enough to crush the enemy in the wilderness, you don't need insurance, supplies, or replacement of weapons and equipment. As Uncle Long spoke, he looked at Jiang Han with a bit of envy. You are lucky this time. You have gained so much in one go, but don't think that the wasteland is just like this. To be able to push the entire human race into a desperate situation, the danger is definitely greater than you imagine. Jiang Han's knowledge of the wilderness was insufficient, so Uncle Long naturally had to find a way to correct it. Otherwise, the wrong understanding may very likely cause Jiang Han to die in the wilderness. Jiang Han didn't say anything else. He nodded and put Tai Han back into the scabbard. By the way, Xiao Han, has your warrior level been promoted? There are still many benefits after the promotion. It will only benefit you and not harm you. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I might as well chat. I went for the promotion last night. The assessment was quite difficult, but luckily I passed. The Great Martial Master test is indeed very difficult. I almost didn't pass it at first, Uncle Long said seriously. But it's good that you passed it. As an 18-year-old Great Martial Master, Xiao Han, your future is limitless. Jiang Han understood the meaning of Uncle Long's words and knew that he had misunderstood. He wanted to explain something, but he heard the voice at the door again. Who is Mr. Jiang Han? Jiang Han and the other two looked towards the door again. The visitor this time was not wearing the work clothes of the special materials market, but a uniform, a dark green uniform. When they saw who was coming, the expressions on Jiang Han and the other two's faces instantly became serious. I am. Jiang Han went over to greet him, and then the man standing at the door saluted Jiang Han with his right hand on his temple. Hello, Mr. Jiang Han. I am here on behalf of the Warrior Hall to give you the Warrior Badge Certificate. As the 35,895th Military Commander of the Celestial Empire, I hope that you, Mr. Jiang, will stick to your original aspirations and continue to work hard for the future of mankind. The country and the people will never forget your contributions. The square face was full of seriousness. Jiang Han and the other two, who were originally chatting casually, were all shocked at this moment. Jiang Han returned a fairly standard salute. Please rest assured, I will do my best to hunt the strange beast. Jiang Han admitted that he couldn't say those exciting words, but as long as he said them, he would definitely do it. And whether for others or for himself, Jiang Han will kill as many exotic beasts as possible. On the other hand, Uncle Long and Uncle Hu were staring at Jiang Han and the middle-aged man in uniform in a daze, with complicated expressions on their faces, but they didn't say anything. After listening to Jiang Han, the middle-aged man took out a small box. It contains your military certificate, Mr. Jiang, and the key to the villa given by the state. The villa community is located in the south of Lan City, number 658. I have other things to do, so I won't bother Mr. Jiang anymore. I wish Mr. Jiang to improve his cultivation. The middle-aged man came quickly and left quickly. But the impact it left was even more shocking than when Jiang Han had previously purchased a sword worth 7 million. Uncle Long and Uncle Hu, in particular, could not accept this answer for a long time. After a long while, Uncle Long finally murmured, Wu Jiang? I just wanted to tell you, but I didn't have time. Jiang Han shrugged. When I applied for the assessment yesterday, I wanted to try out how difficult the military commander level assessment was. I took a shortcut and passed the assessment. Jiang Han said it very easily, but to Uncle Long and Uncle Hu, it did not sound as easy as they had imagined. Xiao Han. Uncle Long had a complicated expression. A combat test for the military commander level costs 10,000 each time. Do you know how much I have spent in the testing room over the years? Uncle Long said helplessly. I spent a total of 760,000. Every time I come back from the wilderness, I go back to test it. But without exception, they were all crushed. Even though my current four-dimensional attributes are very close to that of a general-level warrior. I have worked so hard for so long but still haven't become a general. How long have you been a warrior? Jiang Han could clearly feel that when Uncle Long said this, his eyes were full of envy. This time, he was really envious. It's not just Uncle Long, it's the same with Uncle Tiger as well. Xiao Han, if I remember correctly, it seems that it has been less than a week since you became a warrior? Uncle Hu had an expression of indescribable surprise on his face. You don't have an S-level talent, do you? In fact, your combat power has been increasing since your awakening, right? Yes, that's right. There will be a period of adaptation after the talent awakens. That's for sure. Uncle Hu was muttering to himself. Jiang Han knew they had misunderstood him. He opened his mouth to explain something, but Uncle Long raised his hand to interrupt him. All right, no matter what the reason is, we will just assume that you have awakened an S-level talent. There's no need to explain the rest to us. Also, Xiao Han, you have to learn to keep a low profile. Sometimes, improving your strength quickly is a good thing, but if others know that your strength is improving quickly, it is not a good thing. You know what I mean? Jiang Han was silent. He had to admit that what Uncle Long said was right. Okay, let's go first. If we stay any longer, we don't know what stimulation you are going to give us. Remember to make a portion for me and your Uncle Hu when you cook in the afternoon. After saying that, Uncle Long pulled Uncle Hu away, fearing that if they stayed any longer, Jiang Han would give them some excitement or something. Chapter 55 Auction Venue, The auction was held on the 12th floor of the building housing the special materials market. The venue was much larger than Jiang Han had imagined. As if to protect the privacy of bidders, the auction venue was divided into small compartments. There was a thin veil in front, so people outside couldn't see what was going on inside. There is a projector hanging on the wall of the cubicle. When Jiang Han and his group arrived, most people were already there. Hand the invitation to the waiter waiting nearby. Hello, Mr. Jiang Han. I'm employee number 5471. At your service. Please follow me. This time the service staff was replaced again. Long wavy hair, the difference is that the waitress projected this time is obviously dressed more seductively than yesterday. The big golden waves paired with a little leather skirt made Jiang Han, who had never even been in a relationship, afraid to look at her. Seeing Jiang Han in such an awkward situation, Uncle Long and Uncle Hu found a rare way in which they were better than Jiang Han. Xiao Han, do you like it? Uncle Hu had a smile on his face. When he saw Jiang Han looking at him, he raised his eyebrows at Jiang Han. It's pretty nice. Jiang Han didn't know how to describe it, he could only say it was beautiful. I'm asking if you like it. Isn't it nice to look at? Uncle Hu saw Jiang Han like this, but the evil smile on his face became even stronger. I'll tell you a secret that all experienced warriors know. On the 10th floor of the exotic materials market, there's something called a virtual headband, which costs 300,000 alliance coins. Once you put it on and turn it on, it can access your brain waves and generate images directly in your brain. When the time comes, just enter the other party's work number and spend 10,000 alliance coins. Although it's not as good as reality, it feels much more real than a dream. Uncle Hu was introducing things to Jiang Han in a serious manner, but the waiter walking in front seemed not to have heard what Uncle Hu said at all, and didn't even bother to turn around. Once more strange knowledge has been gained. Jiang Han is not opposed to this kind of thing, but he is not keen on it either. He understood the need of warriors who had been fighting in the wilderness for a long time, and whose minds were tense, and needed to relax quickly. Naturally, we can also understand the difficulties that the authorities have to condone the existence of such behavior in order to maintain social stability. After all, if you keep your mind tense and don't relax, it's easy to get into trouble. So when Jiang Han heard Uncle Hu say this, he just remained silent and pretended not to hear it. Uncle Long, however, couldn't stand it anymore. He patted Uncle Hu on the shoulder and said, Okay, stop teaching Xiao Han these messy things. Xiao Han, actually this virtual headband is for the convenience of warriors to learn martial arts. High-level warriors can create their own martial arts, and part of their income comes from selling their own martial arts. But learning martial arts by just reading the content in books will not help you get started quickly. And with the help of the virtual headband, warriors can watch virtual images in their dreams to observe the actual combat of high-level warriors and learn from them. As for what your Uncle Tiger said, just pretend you didn't hear it. I see. After hearing Uncle Long's explanation, Jiang Han understood the true use of this thing. The fact is indeed, as Uncle Long said, learning martial arts is more complicated and difficult than awakening talent. If it weren't for the fact that he had a system and could get started directly, Jiang Han would have relied on the contents of the book to understand on his own and would have been unable to make any achievements until now. And even if there is a system, the difference in difficulty between the two sides can be seen very intuitively just from the experience points required to upgrade martial arts and talents. I just don't know if this virtual headband can help Jiang Han speed up his training progress. As for what Uncle Hu mentioned, it was just the invisible income that was accidentally developed by the virtual headband. Of course, this unexpected hidden income may have far exceeded the profit that the person who designed this product originally expected. There was no in-depth discussion on this topic because the three of them had already entered the box under the guidance of the waiter. Mr. Jiang, please sit in the box. The items on the auction table will be projected onto the table through the projector. People in other boxes cannot see what's going on in your box. If you want to bid, just tell me. However, after you place your bid, we will check the available balance in your account. The bid will only take effect if the available balance is sufficient. Please understand this. Jiang Han naturally understood this. After all, it was to ensure the normal progress of the auction. Besides, Jiang Han had no plans to shoot anything, so it had no impact. The auction starts at 8 o'clock, and it's 7:40 now, but the seats are almost full. But looking at the situation, something seems to be wrong. That's not right. The standards of this auction seem to be a bit high. Uncle Long looked outside through the gauze of the box. In a normal auction, the venue wouldn't be decorated so well, and there wouldn't be so many people coming. Especially in some of the private rooms, why do I feel like there are warrior-level masters in there? In fact, Jiang Han also felt something strange without Uncle Long telling him, but he had never attended an auction before and didn't know what it was like, so he never said anything. Jiang Han was obviously more aware of the sense of breath than Uncle Long. There are at least 5 Wu Ho, Without activating the power of insight, he couldn't see through the other veils, but just from the occasional loud laughter and the pressure released inadvertently, it was enough for everyone to know his strength. The specifications are indeed a bit high, Jiang Han also echoed. What are you talking about? Jiang Han and Uncle Long each had their own concerns, but Uncle Long, due to his own weak strength and not being so sensitive to his surroundings, was the most contented one. At this moment, he was holding a banana in his hand and eating it by himself. It's okay. We are just here to join in the fun and get information about the black vein bamboo. The rest has nothing to do with us. Uncle Long spoke again, but it sounded like he was just consoling himself. In comparison, Jiang Han does not have that much pressure. After all, he is a military general now, at least a high-level warrior. The three of them were sitting in the box, chatting amongst themselves, with a waiter standing next to them who seemed to be in a daze. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, I finally saw a woman in Cheongsam walk up to the auction table in the middle. The woman looked to be around 30 years old. Her temperament gave people a feeling of elegance and luxury, so I unconsciously thought that she was around 30 years old. And for some reason, when Jiang Han saw the other person's face, he always felt somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Chapter 56, The Peerless Throne. Hello, dear customers of the exotic materials market. My name is Teng Yun, and I'm the new person in charge of the Lan City Exotic Materials Market. I came over to say hello to everyone. Please take care of me in the future. Tang Yun's voice was very cold, and there was a sense of, keep away from strangers, in her words, but it was not the kind of feeling that it was lonely at the top. It is so pure and elegant that it makes people feel inferior involuntarily. I think I am in a completely different class from the other person. This is definitely from a big family. This was the first thought that came to Jiang Han's mind. Without a sufficiently rich family background to support it, this kind of temperament cannot be nurtured at all. Just hearing Tang Yan's words, there was a burst of discussion in the boxes. After his strength improved, Jiang Han's hearing also improved a lot, and he could barely hear the discussions in the surrounding boxes. What a beautiful woman! How can she be the person in charge of a special materials market in a prefecture-level city at such a young age? I'm afraid she didn't rely on others to get to the position, right? Hush, you want to die but I don't. Don't you know who the real boss behind the exotic materials market is? The boss behind the exotic materials market? Isn't this place owned by the government? It belongs to the country, but the country only holds 51% of the shares. The remaining 49% of the shares are in the hands of other people. The noise in the box suddenly quieted down. As long as you are a warrior, you will know how huge the market for exotic materials is. And from what one person said in the box just now, we can draw a conclusion that the special materials market is actually a public-private partnership. Jiang Han originally thought that an enterprise of this scale, involving so many warriors, would only be managed by the state. But the news he just received obviously shattered Jiang Han's understanding of the exotic materials market. Moreover, judging from what was said, the elegant woman on the stage seemed to have a close relationship with the boss behind the exotic materials market. With this thought in mind, Jiang Han's gaze fell on Tang Yun again. As the first auction after I took over the Lan City Exotic Materials Market, I specially prepared a few things I brought from the capital. I have reorganized the items for this auction. I can guarantee that the items in this auction are all absolutely exquisite. Tang Yun's voice was still cold and clear, and her eyes swept across the drawn curtains as she spoke. I believe everyone is already curious about this auction. In that case, let's leave professional matters to professionals. I declare that this auction officially begins. After Tang Yun finished speaking, she left the stage. After she and Cheongsam left, a woman in uniform came up. It was not until Tang Yun left that all the boxes returned to their previous bustle. Discussions gradually arose. Uncle Long, do you know where this Tang Yun came from? Why do I hear people around me say that the boss behind the exotic materials market is not just the government? The first item to be auctioned was a bottle of elixir that could help a general-level warrior break through the bottleneck of cultivation. Jiang Han had no interest in it. Anyway, he only needs experience points to break through, not pills. Therefore, all attention was placed on Tang Yun. The most important thing is that Jiang Han felt that Tang Yun gave him a very familiar feeling, but Jiang Han couldn't remember where this feeling came from. Uncle Long had no interest in the pills on the stage, mainly because they were too expensive. As soon as they came on stage, the price was driven up to more than 13 million. It was not worth it. After hearing Jiang Han's question, his face darkened. I don't know about Tang Yun, but from what she said, she should have been in the capital before. But I do know a little about the background of the exotic materials market. I also heard this from a high-level warrior more than 10 years ago. I don't know whether it is true or not. But before we talk about this, Xiao Han, do you know what stage a warrior reaches when he practices to the highest level? Jiang Han nodded. The ranks of warriors from low to high are warrior, martial master, great martial master, military general, great military general, martial marquis, god of war, human envoy, and peerless throne. The peerless throne is the ceiling of human combat power. There have been 7 of them in the Celestial Empire. But later, one of them died in a battle with a 3-headed beast, emperor-level beast during a beast tide. Another one later retired. As for more specifics, I don't know. These are all written in textbooks, but the records of these 7 peerless thrones in the textbooks are too simple, and even their names do not appear. Except for 2 who are now senior military officials and come out from time to motivate everyone, Jiang Han has some impression of them, but he has no memory of the other 5. Uncle Long heard Jiang Han's words and nodded. The higher the level of a warrior, the better the social welfare they can enjoy. Low-level warriors like us only enjoy the lowest level of cash benefits. When you reach the level of a military commander, the state will arrange accommodation and the like. And if your strength improves further, the state will even provide funding to help you set up a company and arrange for professionals to help you manage it. That's the exotic materials market. The state holds more than 50% of the shares and helps with the operation. And the other boss of the exotic materials market is named Tang. Jiang Han couldn't help but widen his eyes after listening to Uncle Long's words. Uncle Long, what you mean is that the boss behind the exotic materials market, a person outside the country, is actually a peerless throne? And Tang Yun and that peerless throne both have the last name Tang? Uncle Long didn't say anything, just nodded. Jiang Han suddenly felt as if his 3 perspectives had been refreshed by something. I don't know if the news is true, but judging by what I know, there is a 70% chance that it is true. After all, there are indeed many high-level warriors who have companies under their names, and the country and the warriors themselves each hold half of the shares. Uncle Long's news shocked Jiang Han greatly. The key point is that Jiang Han inexplicably has a very familiar feeling towards Tang Yun, and Tang Yun is related to an unparalleled throne? It's so messy. Jiang Han wanted to pull out a thread from it, but he couldn't find where the end of the thread was. After all, we still know too little information. It is difficult to make sense of what we know now. Probably only when his strength has improved to a certain level and he knows more information, will we be able to figure out a clue. Jiang Han frowned slightly, but there was nothing he could do. He could only think that he was overthinking it. He had never met Tang Yun before, let alone be familiar with her. 27 million for the 3rd time, deal! Boom! Thank you to the guest in box 23 for bidding 27 million for this bottle of memory shaping pill. Next, let's take a look at the second lot, the protective gear left behind by the fallen god of war Su Xian. Chapter 57, the armor left behind by the god of war. The protective gear left behind after the fall of the god of war? Hearing what the auctioneer on the stage said, Jiang Han subconsciously looked over. At the same time, an illusory image gradually took shape on the small stand in the box. After careful examination, Jiang Han discovered that this so-called protective gear was actually a ball of black liquid. However, Jiang Han's focus was not on this, but on the previous owner of this thing, the god of war Su Xian. Will all beings at the level of god of war fall? Jiang Han didn't know what words to use to describe how he felt at the moment. Even from Jiang Han's current perspective, a warrior at the god of war level is still an extremely distant existence. After Wu Ho, there is the god of war. Although Jiang Han had never seen the strength of a war god level warrior, he had seen the combat power of a marquis level warrior. It cannot be said to be stunning, but according to Jiang Han's estimation, even if he becomes a military general, he will still be powerless to fight back against a Marquis of Wu, let alone a god of war who is 1 level higher. Originally, he thought that with his current strength, as long as he didn't do anything stupid, he could walk around the wilderness freely. But this news seemed to be a heavy blow to Jiang Han. Even the god of war can fall, so what qualifications does he have to act recklessly in the wilderness? Not only Jiang Han was shocked by the news, but even the people in other boxes were shocked like Jiang Han at this moment. The originally noisy auction venue suddenly became quiet after the auctioneer said those words. Everyone was shocked at the fall of a god of war. Especially those high-level warriors, they no longer had the mood to chat at this moment. One of them sighed and said, I met Senior Su Xian 4 years ago and received his guidance. I didn't expect to meet him again under such circumstances 4 years later. Yeah, come to think of it, I've also received guidance from Senior Su Xian. Alas, these damned monsters, Senior Su Xian is such a good person. War god-level warriors are extremely rare, and most of them have gone to the capital city when they grow to this stage, because the capital city has more developed economy and other infrastructure. Those who stayed in a prefecture-level satellite city like Lan City had a highest level no higher than Wuho level, so it was understandable to call God of War Su Xian a senior. We are also extremely saddened by the death of God of War Su Xian. However, After the death of war god Su Xian, his family was unable to maintain the company and was forced to auction off the protective gear left by senior Su Xian. We will not take any commission from the proceeds of this auction except for necessary taxes. Please also help senior Su Xian's family. The auctioneer on the stage bowed slightly, indicating the attitude of the exotic materials market, and received a lot of praise. Okay, let's get back to the items themselves. As senior Su Xian's previous personal protective gear, this set of protective gear has a defense level of 6. The original price was 1.29 billion. However, because senior Su Xian encountered an attack higher than the defense level in the last battle, the internal spirit formation was destroyed, causing the defense level to drop by 1 level. But it can still defend against attacks from low-level overlord-level monsters. At the same time, this armor also has the ability to change its defensive shape at will. You can turn it into a shield, or you can turn it into a protective vest and wear it on your body. This is a unique property of high-quality armor. The starting price is 17 million. Please start bidding. The auctioneer on the stage briefly introduced the attributes of the item and then announced the starting price. However, those Wuho who had previously said that God of War Su Xian had done them a favor, all remained silent. Is 17 million expensive? It's a bit expensive, but that's only for low-level warriors. For a Wuho-level expert, 17 million is just what they earn from a trip to the wilderness. But the starting price cannot be the transaction price. The starting price of 17 million is often less than half of the final price. And if the price of this piece of armor reaches 30 or even 40 million, they will really have to think carefully. After all, although it is easy for them to make money, they also risk their lives to go to the wilderness. And the daily expenses are definitely not small. Of course, the most important thing is that the protection level of this armor is still a bit low. The biggest drawback is that it has dropped in grade and can only defend against attacks from low-level overlord-level monsters. Those who can become Wuho have the ability to fight against overlord-level monsters. Compared with strange beasts, the biggest disadvantage of humans is that their defense is very poor and they are vulnerable to attacks, so they need protective gear for protection. In battles of the same level, warriors usually use protective gear of a higher level to avoid accidents. In this case, the set of protective gear left by Su Xian seems a bit useless. If you say it is useless, it can defend against the attacks of low-level overlord-level monsters, but if you say it is useful, it can only defend against the attacks of low-level overlord-level monsters. It's useless to buy it, but it would be a pity not to buy it. This kind of protective gear is actually most suitable for generals and great generals-level warriors. But the military commanders and great military commanders can't make money as fast as the military marquises. Very embarrassing position. It was precisely because of this that, after the auctioneer announced the starting price, only a few people participated in the bidding, and the prices were only slightly higher than 17 million. After 4 or 5 rounds of bidding, the price barely exceeded 20 million alliance coins. Jiang Han, why do I feel that this armor suits you very well? Uncle Long on the side looked carefully at the projected liquid and spoke. Jiang Han nodded upon hearing this. It really suits me, but the price. Jiang Han had previously sold the corpses of 2 lord-level monsters, leaving a balance of 12 million alliance coins on his card. He then bought Taihan, leaving only 5 million. 5 million sounds like a lot, but at the moment I am not even qualified to make an offer. Of course, if the black vein bamboo was sold, Jiang Han would be able to directly obtain 50 million alliance coins, but now is not the time to sell the black vein bamboo. It's okay. Your Uncle Long has saved up a small fortune over the years. If you need it, I can lend you 30 million, no 35 million. Uncle Long saw the desire for this armor in Jiang Han's eyes, and he also knew that Jiang Han really needed a high-level armor now. He took the initiative to suggest lending money to Jiang Han. Uncle Hu, who had been eating and drinking and had paid no attention to the items at the auction, now spoke up. I also have some savings. Although not as much as your Uncle Long, but if we pool our savings together, we can still get out 10 million. Hearing what the two said, Jiang Han smiled helplessly and said, Aren't you afraid that I won't pay you back after borrowing the money? If Uncle Long and Uncle Hu could lend him 45 million, then plus his own 5 million, he could make up a total of 50 million. If he really took out all of it, he would be qualified to buy this piece of armor. Don't be afraid. We know your character. You are not that kind of person. Besides, even if you run away, someone will help you pay it back. Uncle Hu picked up another apple, wiped it with his calloused hands, took a big bite, and then said vaguely, Someone help me pay it back? What do you mean? Jiang Han looked at Uncle Hu a little confused. Chapter 58, 42 million, take down the protective gear. For some reason, Jiang Han always felt that Uncle Long and Uncle Hu were hiding something from him. I had this feeling before in the wilderness, but I didn't ask further. Hearing Uncle Hu say this again, how could Jiang Han not notice something strange? I looked towards Uncle Hu, but saw that he seemed to realize that he had said something wrong and just stared at the projected protective gear. Uncle Hu, what exactly did you mean by that? Jiang Han couldn't help but ask again. But this time, Uncle Long interrupted Jiang Han. After glaring at his brother, Uncle Long looked at Jiang Han and said, Xiao Han, there are some things that we don't want to say, but we can't say them. As for what is going on, you will know it sooner or later. But not now. You just need to know that we won't harm you. Uncle Long's expression was very sincere, and Jiang Han remained silent after hearing that. I don't know how to describe what I'm thinking, but Jiang Han knows very well that even if he continues asking today, there will be no result. But this feeling of being surrounded by some big secret is really uncomfortable. Jiang Han was silent, and Uncle Long and the other two were also silent. As for the other person in the box, he was just a projection of a stream of data and had no thoughts of his own. The three of them each had their own thoughts, and they only heard the price of the auction outside constantly rising. Although the grade of the armor left by the god of war Su Xian was reduced because it exceeded its endurance limit, it was still a level 5 armor. Even if it is only at the lower level among the 5 levels, it still has its own value. Not to mention that it can change its shape, can be worn close to the body, or turned into a shield. Although this seems a bit icing on the cake. The auction price was raised from 17 million to 35 million by many generals and great generals. The price has nearly doubled. Uncle Long, is it true what you just said about lending me money? Jiang Han turned to look at Uncle Long and asked. Of course it's true, how could I lie to you? Uncle Long said, and took out a bank card from the alien space. Are you interested? I'll transfer it to you now. Well, this set of armor is just right for me. I have weapons but lack a set of armor. If I can get this set of armor, it will make up for my shortcomings. And it can last for a long time. Jiang Han did not hide his liking for this set of protective gear at all. The 5th level of protective gear is enough for him to reach the level of a great general. Even if you cross the threshold of Wuhou, it is not useless. Can it be worn close to the body? At worst, I can buy another set of armor and use this piece of protective gear as lining. Then I'll transfer the money to you now. Uncle Long did not hesitate. At a time like this, the faster the better. After the price reached 35 million, fewer and fewer people participated in the bidding. I estimate that after 2 more rounds of calls, the deal will be done. While Uncle Long was transferring the money, he also reached out and pulled his younger brother. Uncle Hu also reacted and transferred money to Jiang Han. After 2 consecutive prompt tones, Jiang Han took out his mobile phone and took a look. After the 2 transfers from Uncle Long and Uncle Hu, the balance of his bank card barely reached 50 million, only 10,000 over the limit. But that's enough. Although this piece of armor left by the god of war is very expensive, its value is obvious and cannot exceed 50 million. Otherwise, you might as well buy another set of level 5 armor. 36 million. Another bid was heard, and the auctioneer on the stage raised his hand slightly in the direction where the voice came from. Box 34 is bidding 36 million. Is there anyone else bidding? 40 million. When Jiang Han's voice sounded, he directly raised the price by 4 million. Now that I have decided to take this set of armor, there is no need to hesitate. As for why the price was raised so much all of a sudden, it was simply because the price would eventually be called out to more than 40 million. Save time and put some pressure on everyone. 40 million! After hearing Jiang Han's offer and getting feedback from the earphone, the auctioneer looked over here. His expression was slightly excited. 40 million for the first time, are there any customers who want to bid? Only this time, those who had participated in the bidding before were obviously a little hesitant. The price of 40 million made them back off. If the price is below 40 million, you can buy a set of level 5 armor, which can barely be considered a small profit. After all, the price of any set of level 5 armor is more than 40 million. But if the price exceeds 40 million, it seems unnecessary to bid further. After all, they already have a set of advanced armor, and buying another set would only be a backup at most. Is it worth spending another 40 million for a spare set of armor? Everyone hesitated. The auctioneer was very knowledgeable. Seeing everyone's hesitation, he said, 40 million, the second time. Although the grade of this set of armor has dropped, it is still a high-level armor. Moreover, its own characteristics are destined to make it extremely rare. Besides, it's normal for warriors to update their protective gear. They have to replace a set every 6 months. It's not a bad idea to buy some as a spare. Are there any customers who want to bid? Apart from anything else, the auctioneer's words are really useful. After hearing this, someone made another bid, but this time he only increased the price by 200,000 yuan, because the minimum bid increase standard for this item was 200,000 yuan. 42 million. In comparison, Jiang Han seemed much more generous, and raised the price to 42 million. This time no one followed. 42 million is almost the real value of this set of armor. There is no need to make it any higher. Although level 5 armor is rare, it can be bought if you have money. The only difference is that it does not have the ability to change shape. The most important thing is that Jiang Han's attitude clearly shows that he is determined to win. If they follow, Jiang Han will also follow, but if the price is really too high, Jiang Han will not follow and the money will be wasted. They have no grudge against Jiang Han, so they wouldn't do anything like maliciously raising the price. It was a bargain for Jiang Han, as he bought it at a price of 42 million. He originally estimated that it would cost around 45 million. 42 million for the third time, deal! Congratulations to this guest. You have won this set of armor at a price of 42 million. Someone will deliver it to your box later. Let's move on to the next lot. After getting it, Jiang Han breathed a sigh of relief. In this case, he no longer had any obvious shortcomings. The weapons and armor will be enough for him to use for a while. At that time, even if he enters the wilderness alone, as long as he doesn't do anything stupid, he can be guaranteed to be safe. Before Jiang Han could get over the joy of saving 3 million and getting the armor he wanted, he heard the auctioneer on the stage speaking again. The next lot is one of the highlights of this auction. It was obtained by a warrior by chance. Please welcome this round's lot, Black Vein Bamboo. Chapter 59, The True Combat Power of the Wuho Class. The Black Vein Bamboo is finally here. This item attracted all the attention of Jiang Han and the others and was regarded as one of the finales of today's auction. Although the price is much lower, it is normal to be regarded as one of the finales due to its rarity. Jiang Han didn't care about this, the only problem was. Through the projected images, Jiang Han could be sure that these 30 or so black vein bamboos were from the same batch as the ones he harvested. Black vein bamboo grows slowly. If you want to know whether they grow together, just look at their length, thickness and thickness. Just based on the appearance, Jiang Han and the other two were sure of it. Is there really someone playing dirty tricks behind the scenes? Uncle Long frowned and said in a low voice. They were not very sure before, but now seeing this batch of black vein bamboo, everything can be explained. The fact was indeed as Jiang Han guessed. Someone sneaked into the medicinal materials base after they left. In addition to harvesting the remaining black-striped bamboo, they also slaughtered the cubs of the steel-bristled wild boar king and transferred their hatred to them. But that person probably didn't expect that Jiang Han's fighting power exploded when facing the steel-bristled wild boar king, and he made breakthroughs one after another and killed the steel-bristled wild boar king. After confirming this, Jiang Han and the other two looked at each other, and everything else was easily explained. But now the problem has changed again. After confirming that someone is causing trouble, we still need to determine who is causing trouble? With the information they currently have, they have no way of figuring out who it is. It's another headache. Uncle, who was used to being straightforward, and hated things like this that required him to use his brain. After thinking hard for a while without any result, he said viciously, "If I find out who hurt us, I will tear him to pieces." Jiang Han and Uncle Long turned and looked at him. Then Uncle Long's voice rang out. "He was able to get close to us without our knowledge, and was able to divert the trouble away from the hands of the steel-bristle wild boar king. That person's strength is no less than mine. Are you sure you want to tear him apart alive?" Uncle whose face froze when he heard what Uncle Long said, and then he said nonchalantly, "Don't be afraid, you guys help me hold him down, and I'll tear him to pieces." Uncle Tiger is still Uncle Tiger after all, and he is still so unconventional. With Uncle Who's interruption, the atmosphere in the box seemed less heavy. Everything depends on human efforts, and since the other party has done such a thing, there must be something left behind, which will come to light sooner or later. Due to its scarcity, black vein bamboo on the market has been in short supply. But the quality is not as high as imagined, so the price is not sky high. Of course, this is only relative. The price of black vein bamboo calculated by gram is naturally sky high for an ordinary family, but for a group of great military generals, or even a marquis, it is nothing. 17 million! 19 million! 20 million! A series of quotes rang out, and the price continued to rise. Things like black vein bamboo rarely end up at auctions, and whenever they do appear, they are usually found in the capital. Or they may simply be bought out privately by the Fortune 500 companies. Ordinary warriors without a strong background rarely encounter black vein bamboo. Faced with the continuously rising prices, Jiang Han felt secretly sad. At this rate of price increase, the final transaction price is estimated to be no less than 25 million. And what was taken out here were only more than 30. Calculated based on this price, the price of each black vein bamboo is close to 800,000. 40,000 per gram? If this is true, then the nearly 100 black vein bamboos in Jiang Han's hand can be sold for a full 80 million. This price is a bit high. It has exceeded the price estimates of black vein bamboo by Uncle Long and others. And Uncle Long obviously also discovered this. He turned to look at Jiang Han. Xiao Han, do you think it's still useful for me to regret it now? Jiang Han turned around and looked when he heard that, then smiled and nodded. Forget it. Seeing Jiang Han agreed, Uncle Long shook his head and said, Since I have already made the decision, I will not regret it. Otherwise, how will I save face if the news gets out? Although Uncle Long said this, Jiang Han still saw that the corners of Uncle Long's eyes twitched slightly when he said this. If it were someone else, I'm afraid Uncle Long would have been tempted by now, right? As the price of black vein bamboo gradually rose, the atmosphere in the entire auction venue became more aroused. Things like black vein bamboo are not as good as protective gear. Protective gear can be purchased at any time in the exotic material market, but black vein bamboo is not always available. It only flows into the market once in a while, and by the time they know about it, it's already too late. As a panacea for healing wounds, even if it is not useful for the time being, if you carry it with you, it may save your life at any time. Never underestimate a warrior's cherishment of his own life. And among those who can become a Wu-Ho, is there anyone who has only one means of preserving his life? As the price gradually went up, generals and great generals level warriors gradually withdrew from the bidding. Leave the battlefield to the Wu house. 24,800,000. I want this black vein bamboo. A rough male voice sounded. I hope you can give me Kaishinhu some face. I asked someone to refine a furnace of elixir, and I just need this black vein bamboo as the medicine. Mountain opening tiger. According to the layout of the auction venue, a curtain is hung in front of each box to prevent others from peeping, in order to ensure sufficient privacy. Few people will take the initiative to reveal their identities. But this person did just that. The purpose is obvious. He wants to rely on his fame to outbid others who are bidding against him, as a deterrent. Jiang Han has only been a warrior for a short time, so he doesn't know much about this pioneer. But Uncle Long seemed to know him. Seeing Jiang Han turning his head to look at him, Uncle Long whispered what he knew about the mountain opening tiger. This is a Wu-Ho who has awakened the S-level talent earth-shaking. But before awakening his talent, he already possessed strength close to that of a warrior. After awakening his talent, he became famous in the wilderness. His fighting style is aggressive and his personality is carefree. He has the feeling of an ancient knight. He achieved the title of Wu-Ho 13 years ago, and has been the backbone of mankind's resistance against strange beasts ever since. Do you know why he is called Kaishinha? Uncle Long looked at Jiang Han and asked. Because of his talent? Jiang Han asked uncertainly. Yes. Uncle Long nodded. There is a tiger in his fate. But what really made it famous was a small-scale beast tide. Nearly 10,000 alien beasts rushed towards the steel defense line. Faced with such a large number of alien beasts, everyone couldn't help but retreat. But this mountain-opening tiger used his talent to its fullest and caused an earthquake. On the Wanli Plain, a gully 10,000 meters long and 100 meters deep has appeared. He even closed the gully with his own strength. With just this one strike, nearly half of the alien beasts were destroyed. Uncle Long's voice was kept as calm as possible, but it still made Jiang Han's eyelids jump. Chapter 60. The clue is broken again. Jiang Han had seen Wu-Ho take action. Previously in the wilderness, Wu-Ho Li Chongyang had used his methods in front of Jiang Han. However, Jiang Han's strength was low at that time, and he couldn't see the trick at all. The silver-winged Wolf King felt helpless and had no power to fight back when facing Li Chongyang. But judging from what Li Chongyang showed, according to Jiang Han's current understanding, he wasn't that amazing, at least not something that was out of reach. After hearing Uncle Long's words, Jiang Han realized that Li Chongyang probably didn't use his full strength that day. Otherwise, with the silver-winged Wolf King's strength at the initial Lord level, it would be impossible for him to withstand Li Chongyang's attack. There was just one thing Jiang Han didn't understand. If Li Chongyang was so powerful that he could easily crush the Wasteland Wolf Pack and the Silver-Winged Wolf King, why did he just chase the Wasteland Wolf Pack instead of just solving the problem directly? This is a big doubt. But Jiang Han was just confused at the moment, and had no way to go to Li Chongyang to verify it. He collected his thoughts and looked at the black striped bamboo on the stage again. But then another voice was heard echoing throughout the auction hall. Mountain opening tiger? Who gave you the confidence to feel that you have such a high profile? The voice sounded like an old man, but he was full of energy. Combining the meaning of the other party's words, it is not difficult to understand that the person who just spoke is another Wu-Ho. As soon as the old man finished speaking, a woman's voice was heard. I have a student who needs the black bamboo. How about you two give it to me? Another Wu-Ho level warrior. Jiang Han's heart was startled. Up to now, 3 martial marquises have emerged to compete for the black vein bamboo. Although black vein bamboo is good, it is not necessary to fight for it like this, right? Especially for the strong men at the Wuho level, the black striped bamboo should not be worth it for them to do so. But this scene happened right before his eyes, and Jiang Han had no choice but to believe it. After the woman spoke, the 2 men seemed to recognize each other from the voice and fell silent. But after a few seconds he spoke again. Lingen, at the auction, the highest bidder wins. There is no such thing as giving up. Even if you are Mr. Shuimu, you can't change this. There's no point in talking anymore, just make your offer. The first sentence was said by the mountain-opening tiger, and the second sentence was said by another unknown Wu Ho. But when Jiang Han heard this conversation, he had some thoughts. Shuimu's teacher? His name is Lingen? It was obvious that Jiang Han knew nothing about Shuimu, and they had never had any intersection. But after hearing that the other party was Shuimu's teacher, Jiang Han inexplicably developed a sense of goodwill towards him. Maybe it's because I love the person and the people in him. But that's all. Jiang Han memorized the other person's name in his mind and said nothing. Here, he had no right to interfere in the affairs between the Wu House, and the same went for others. It seemed as if there were only those 3 Wu House in the entire auction venue. 26 million! This price has already exceeded the original price of black bamboo. If we bid any lower, it will not be worth it. And your 2 people's demand for black vein bamboo is not as great as mine, so why do you raise the price so much? Because the 2 people who were bidding against him were both as powerful as him. Kai Shinhu put away his previous rebellious attitude and turned to persuasion with kind words. 26.5 million. I said before, this black vein bamboo will be of great use to me as a student, so I must get it. A female voice sounded. It was the teacher Shuimu named Lingen. Spending more than 26 million alliance coins for a student? Is there such a good teacher in the world? Lingen, he's just your student, why bother? Another voice sounded, raising the price again. In fact, when the price reaches this level, it has far exceeded its true value. Every time it goes up, they will lose 1 point. The difference lies in whether their demand for black vein bamboo can offset the loss? In other words, is it worth spending so much money on this black vein bamboo? 28 million. With the price raised to this level, Kai Shinhu was no longer in a hurry. Everything that needs to be said has been said, and what remains is simply a competition of financial strength. 28 million. 200,000. 2,000. Lingen wanted to make an offer, but was interrupted. Because they were a bit far away and blocked by the private room, Jiang Han couldn't hear the specific content at all. He only knew that the one who stopped Lingen was also a female voice. A few seconds later, Lingen's voice sounded again. Forget it, I'll give this piece of black bamboo to you. Hearing Lingen's words, Kai Shinhu and another Wu Ho were obviously delighted. No matter what, as the teacher of Shuimu, Lingen puts pressure on them which is definitely not comparable to that of the other bidder. Being able to become Mr. Mizuki means having a huge network of contacts behind him. There is no benefit in making enemies with such a well-connected person. Lingen's voluntary withdrawal actually reduced the pressure. Kai Shanhu, I have a suggestion. If we continue to compete like this, neither of us will benefit, and we will just give others a free ride. I don't need much black bamboo. 10 pieces are enough. How about I give you the remaining 20 pieces? After much thought, this seems to be the best outcome. Otherwise, if the 2 continue to argue, it will only damage the harmony and benefit others. More than 20 million is nothing to Wu Ho, but this price is far more than the price of the black vein bamboo itself, so it is not worth it. Okay, after the auction is over, I'll sell you 10. The roar of the mountain-opening tiger was still deafening, but it also meant that the farce was over. The following several lots were not attractive to Jiang Han. Either he couldn't afford it, or it was useless, so he simply turned around and looked at the quiet waiter beside him. Can I meet your boss? The waitress with big wavy hair and wearing a small leather skirt turned her head and looked at Jiang Han when she heard the words. She didn't say anything, but seemed to be communicating with someone. After a few seconds, he responded. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, our boss doesn't see guests. No guests? Jiang Han was stunned, but then he reacted. I want to sell something, but the price is a bit expensive, so I need your boss to set the price himself. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, our boss said he won't see any guests. The waiter still had a professional smile on his face, but Jiang Han frowned slightly. In his original imagination, Tang Yun, who had just come on stage, must know who was auctioning these black vein bamboos. Approach the other party on the pretext of selling black bamboo in large quantities and find an opportunity to ask. But at this moment, the other party refused to even see him, which was equivalent to cutting off this path. Uncle Long guessed Jiang Han's idea and shook his head, saying, The auction will not expose the auctioneer's information unless the other party takes the initiative to expose it, so this way will not work. Why not? Wait for me to ask my friends about it. Chapter 61. Going alone to the wasteland. At this point, although it has been confirmed that someone is behind the incident, the clues have been cut off due to obstacles at every turn. All we can do is wait for Uncle Long to ask someone to help us get the news. Shaking his head, Jiang Han put aside all those inexplicable guesses. The auction was still going on, and Jiang Han and the other two showed no intention of leaving. Although I can't afford these finale items that cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, there's no problem in taking a look at them. There's nothing to do when I go back anyway, so I might as well broaden my horizons. Jiang Han is currently in a stage where he is hungry for all kinds of knowledge. These things are impossible to appear in books. The auction lasted until after 11 o'clock, and a total of 72 items were auctioned. The price of any single item will not be less than 20 million, and the average price is close to 35 million. Jiang Han made a rough calculation and found that tonight's auction alone would bring a cash flow of 2.5 billion to the exotic materials market. However, most of the 2.5 billion cash flow will be paid to the auctioneers who put up the items for auction. But even so, out of 2.5 billion, even if only 5% is left, it would still be more than 120 million. Is there anything more profitable than this? In one night, at an auction, they made more than 100 million. Jiang Han thought he was quite efficient in making money, but after going to the wilderness and working hard for several days, he still didn't make as much as he did at an auction. The gap between these. It is precisely because of this that Jiang Han is more eager to improve his own abilities and start a company. Uncle Long, Uncle Tiger. After leaving the high-rise building of the exotic materials market, Jiang Han looked at Uncle Long and Uncle Hu and said in a deep voice, I have already replenished my weapons and protective gear, and my warrior certificate has also been upgraded. I will probably set out for the wasteland again tomorrow. If you have any information about the person behind this, you can send me a message directly. I'll see when I get back to Steel Meridian for supplies. For some reason, since obtaining the system, Jiang Han has felt that more and more strange things are happening around him. He didn't notice it before because he wasn't strong enough, but now, as he becomes stronger, this feeling becomes more and more obvious. My father often disappears, sometimes for a few days, sometimes for 10 days or half a month. The force that prevented him from awakening his talent when using the awakening stone. Although Uncle Long and Uncle Hu didn't say it explicitly, someone was always watching him behind the scenes. Wu Holi Chongyang's attitude towards him was a little too enthusiastic. He had been chasing a pack of wasteland wolves before, as if they were waiting for him on purpose, and even gave him a silver-winged wolf king. The person hiding behind the scenes and doing dirty tricks in the wilderness. And Tang Yun, who gave him a sense of familiarity. These anomalies made Jiang Han feel like a storm was about to come. But he couldn't find the answer to any of the questions, which made him quite distressed. After thinking about it, I still have no clue. I might as well go into the wilderness and hunt exotic beasts to improve my own strength. As long as his strength reaches a certain level, these inside stories will inevitably be revealed by themselves. So soon? Uncle Long and the others were a little surprised after hearing Jiang Han's words. You've only been back for a day, why are you in such a hurry? Why not rest for 2 more days? I know you are extremely talented, Xiaohan, but if you stay tense for too long, even the most determined warrior will collapse. Besides, your team hasn't been formed yet, right? When Uncle Long and Uncle Hu heard Jiang Han's words, there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. How could an ordinary warrior fight as desperately as Jiang Han? No need to rest. There's nothing to do in the city anyway. I might as well go to the wilderness. As for the team, Jiang Han hesitated for a moment, and then continued. There is no need to form a team. If we temporarily form a team without running in, we will be restricted everywhere, and ordinary warriors can't keep up with my pace. Knowing that what Jiang Han said was true, with Jiang Han's current strength, unless a team was formed by martial artists at the Grand Master level, even they would not be able to keep up with Jiang Han's pace. Uncle Long and the other two did not say anything to persuade him. They just patted Jiang Han on the shoulder and said, I am old after all. I am not as energetic as you young people. Since you have made up your mind, we won't try to persuade you. Let's go to the restaurant tonight. You can help me cook a few dishes. I'll call your Uncle Dao and the others to have a drink with you. Jiang Han could feel it. Although he had fought side by side with Uncle Long and the others in the wilderness before, the 4 of them all regarded Jiang Han as their junior, even though Jiang Han's strength surpassed theirs step by step. But in fact, they care about and protect Jiang Han more. But at this moment, Jiang Han said that he wanted to go to the wilderness alone. Uncle Long and the others have just changed the relationship between Jiang Han and them. Until this moment, the few of them seemed like comrades in arms. As for drinking to see him off, Jiang Han remembered how embarrassed he was when he drank with his father before, but he did not refuse. Uncle Long called Uncle Dao and the other two to come over. Jiang Han went to cook some side dishes. However, when they heard that Jiang Han was going into the wilderness alone, Uncle Dao and his companions had the same attitude as Uncle Long and his companions at the beginning. No, it's too dangerous to go to the wilderness alone. I don't agree. Uncle Dao and the other man were very determined. They had been wandering in the wilderness for so long but still could not guarantee their own safety. Jiang Han had only entered the wasteland once from beginning to end. So what if he was stronger than everyone here? There are many people who are extremely powerful and talented but die in the wilderness. Even the god of war will fall. How can Jiang Han be immune? Jiang Han and the other two looked at each other at the firm attitude of Uncle Dao and the other two. Uncle Long and Uncle Hu simply pretended they heard nothing and let Jiang Han persuade him on his own. Don't worry, Uncle Dao, I'm going to the wilderness alone just to hone my practical combat experience. With my current combat power, as long as I don't go deep into the wilderness, I won't encounter any life-threatening situations. Besides, even if we encounter a high-powered Lord-level monster, we can still run away if we can't defeat it. It's not life-threatening. Uncle Dao still refused to agree to this, but his tones softened a bit. Jiang Han and Uncle Long drank a lot of strong liquor for him. By the time he came to his senses, he couldn't even speak clearly, so he naturally couldn't stop Jiang Han. Jiang Han didn't usually drink, and Uncle Long and the others didn't force him, so he drank little. After sitting cross-legged and practicing for a whole night, he sobered up a long time ago. When he went out to take a look, he saw Uncle Long and the others sleeping soundly on the table, so Jiang Han did not disturb them. I went to the kitchen to clean up, took some pots, pans, seasonings, etc., and put them all, including the kitchen knife, into the system space before going out. At this moment, the sky outside was just getting light, but Jiang Han had already boarded the train to the steel defense line. Chapter 62, Fallen City Number 157. Jiang Han was still curious about the wasteland. The last time I came here with Uncle Long and the others, we were on a mission. Moreover, the mission objective was so clear that the 5 of them had been on the road for several days in the wilderness. Although he experienced 2 high-level battles along the way, for Jiang Han, this experience was not rewarding. So this time when he came to the wilderness, he made the plan to stay there until the college entrance examination and then go back. After getting off the steel defense line, Jiang Han went to the special materials market to replenish some auxiliary products, such as water and healing medicines. Anyway, the system space is still empty. Even if a certain amount of space is reserved for storing those exotic beast ingredients, it is enough for Jiang Han to move large and small bags into it. It is worth mentioning that Jiang Han bought another awakening stone. After awakening his talent last time, the requirement for awakening his talent again was, kill 1,000 people, which means that Jiang Han had to kill 1,000 strange beasts. Originally, this task could be accomplished by slaughtering old hens. But when Jiang Han was cooking for Uncle Long and the others yesterday, he slaughtered an old hen, and got the answer that the old hen could no longer provide any progress in the task for Jiang Han now. Not even experience or talent proficiency is given. But it's normal when you think about it. With Jiang Han's current combat power and level, he is already far ahead of the old hen. Only by hunting the exotic beasts in the wilderness can he gain experience and proficiency. But it's okay. The last time Jiang Han came to the wasteland, he killed quite a few wasteland wolves. Together with other scattered strange beasts, he had already completed a quarter of the task of killing 1,000 people. If we continue at this efficiency, it won't take long before we can complete the task of killing 1,000 people. It was also because of this that Jiang Han specially bought an awakening stone and kept it with him. As the alloy door slowly opened, a low and old sound was heard, and Jiang Han, wearing black armor with only his head uncovered, walked out from the alloy door. In his hand he held the blue temper Taihan. Although there are strange beasts everywhere in the wasteland, there are also differences in the number of strange beasts. The plains are mostly filled with exotic beasts that live in groups, and their quality is relatively low. Although most of the exotic beasts in the city are solitary, there are a lot of them, and their strength is generally higher than that of the exotic beasts in the plains. So my goal is the city. Jiang Han muttered to himself, and a map appeared with his right hand. This was also what he had just purchased. The only regret was that it only recorded the 500 miles around the steel defense line. This area is the outskirts of the wasteland. If you go further in, you will go deep into the wasteland. But even so, it is enough. There are red dots marked on the map, and next to each red dot is a text description. The number of the fallen city and the degree of danger. Like the target city for the mission that Jiang Han and his team visited before, number 283, the danger level is grade 3A, which means that there are high-level beast generals and exotic beasts surviving in it. Compared to the outskirts of the wasteland, this is already a fallen city with a relatively high danger level. Ordinary warrior teams generally would not enter unless necessary. Because with the high-level beast generals coveting them, they simply cannot hunt exotic beasts with peace of mind. Once they are targeted by the high-level beast generals, there is a high probability of casualties. But for Jiang Han, high-level beasts will be used as experienced monsters, which is just right. His targets were those fallen cities whose danger levels were marked as grade 3A. The closest one to me is fallen city number 157. In that case, let's go to fallen city number 157 first. Jiang Han took out another pen, placed the tip of the pen on fallen city number 157, and drew a line to the next fallen city. He is planning his own route. After doing all this, Jiang Han flipped his hand and put the map and pen into the system space, and held Taihan in his hand again. The next moment, Jiang Han took a step and rushed straight towards the target. After a series of promotions, Jiang Han's combat power successfully exceeded 10,000, and at this moment, his four-dimensional attributes all exceeded 230 points. The effect of the 230 points of attributes is Jiang Han's current speed, which easily exceeds 100 meters in 2 seconds. A 1-kilometer journey only takes 20 seconds. What's more important is that this speed is achieved without the support of the 9-layer Thunderblade. However, the speed enhanced by the 9-layer Thunderblade is only suitable for short-term bursts, and is not suitable for long-term journeys. Even so, even when running at full speed, Jiang Han's speed was still close to 180 kilometers per hour, much faster than the speed of an ordinary car. At this speed, Jiang Han would be able to reach the fallen city number 157 when the sun was high in the sky and start the first round of hunting. The sun was high in the wilderness. It was approaching summer, and the temperature was getting higher and higher. However, this temperature was nothing to Jiang Han today. The only problem is that running for nearly an hour is a bit too much of a strain on your physical strength. So they walked and stopped together, and occasionally encountered a few beast soldier-level strange beasts on the road. Jiang Han did not hesitate to use the Taihan in his hand and send it into the necks of the strange beasts. Although the experience and talent proficiency gained were small, a mosquito leg is still meat, and Jiang Han still understood the principle of accumulating little by little. Jiang Han harvested several pieces of animal materials and meat worth several thousand alliance coins and put them into the system space. Jiang Han walked and stopped along the way, stopping from time to time to drink water and eat dry food. It took him a full 2 hours to reach the fallen city number 157. As recorded in the historical records, before the disaster, fallen city number 157 was a resource-based city with mining as its main industry. The population is not large, mostly workers and their families. There are not many buildings, and there are rarely any buildings with more than 30 floors. This kind of population and industrial structure will cause residential areas to be scattered, with one residential area every other distance on the road. It may seem that the area is large, but in fact it is not very prosperous. But it doesn't matter. No matter how prosperous a city is, it will still become dilapidated after a disaster. This kind of city with mostly low-rise buildings actually makes things convenient for Jiang Han. After the strange beasts mutated, their bodies generally became huge. As long as Jiang Han entered the main urban area and found a high-rise building, he could easily find the traces of the strange beasts. After the insight upgrade, the visible range increased from 1 kilometer to 3 kilometers. A 3-kilometer radius in the city is enough for Jiang Han to clear out all the beast general level monsters in the entire city. Eat and drink until you are full and go in. Jiang Han held a bottle of water in one hand and a chicken leg in the other. But the next moment, a roar sounded. Jiang Han turned his head and saw a little tiger no more than 1 meter tall staring at him with its fangs bared, as if trying to threaten Jiang Han to leave. But in Jiang Han's eyes, instead of looking fierce, it looked cute. Chapter 63, halfway through. The little tiger has white fur all over its body. If it were before the disaster, it would definitely not be considered small. But after the catastrophe, if it grows 1 meter, it will be almost the same as an ordinary monster. Just by looking at the size, Jiang Han can estimate that the combat power of this little guy is probably less than 1,000. Jiang Han didn't even think of taking action against this little guy whose combat power was no more than 1,000. Even if you kill them, you won't gain much experience or proficiency. At most, you will have completed the task of killing 1,000 people. Go away, don't bother me. Jiang Han waved his hand, trying to get the little guy in front of him to leave, but instead of retreating, the other party pounced on Jiang Han. Roll! Seeing that the other party didn't know how to retreat, Jiang Han frowned and roared. The sound was not loud, but the momentum surged out. It was visible to the naked eye that a cloud of dust was raised with Jiang Han as the center, and rolled towards the little tiger. After Jiang Han's combat power was promoted to the military general level, he was able to release his aura. However, the outward aura has little lethality, and its only function is to pretend to be a master and intimidate the enemy. Just like at this moment, Jiang Han released his aura, stirring up a trail of dust, and the little tiger, which was originally pouncing over, suddenly stopped. Then, as if frightened by something, the car braked suddenly. The tiger's eyes, which were originally fearless, now showed a hint of fear. He looked at Jiang Han again, and the next moment he turned and ran away. So decisive? Jiang Han looked at the little tiger's back as it left and couldn't help but sneer, but ignored it. His targets are those strange beasts whose combat power has reached the level of beast generals. As for the others, he will kill them selectively. Either the meat is tender, or the value of the body materials is not lower than that of a beast general level monster. Although the system space is large, it does not have unlimited storage. Jiang Han had already planned to only hunt and collect valuable items before entering the wilderness. Facing the scorching sun, Jiang Han walked slowly on this somewhat dilapidated national highway. The national highway can lead directly into the city, and the outline of the city in the distance is getting bigger and bigger. It seems that Jiang Han is only 3 or 4 kilometers away from the fallen city number 157. After eating and drinking, Jiang Han put the remaining half bottle of water in his hand back into the system space and summoned Taihan again. The next moment, he took a step forward, leaving a black afterimage and rushed straight towards the fallen city number 157. The strange beasts hunt and devour each other, with the stronger ones devouring the weaker ones. This is the law of survival. After so many years, they have actually passed the chaotic stage long ago. Although the beast general level beasts do not have the ability to command other beasts, they still have an instinctive sense of territory. Under normal circumstances, generally no one would interfere with anyone else, and everyone would survive in their own territory. Ordinary warrior teams entering the area do not dare to hunt exotic beasts on a large scale, mainly because high-level beast generals are no longer something that ordinary warrior teams can hunt. Without a military commander, it is impossible to safely kill a high-level beast commander. But unfortunately, an unusual guy came to the fallen city number 157. The roars of beasts came one after another, filled with anger and fear. Sizzle! Jiang Han pulled out the Taihan in his hand that was deeply stabbed into the huge body of the strange beast, and it was stained with a few streaks of light green blood. Jiang Han seemed unaware of this and kicked the strange beast in front of him, which weighed more than 5 tons, and turned over. The experience given by beast general level monsters is pretty good. The experience given by beast generals is better than nothing. Level suppression? Jiang Han murmured something, then skillfully waved Taihan to cut off the horn and claws of the strange beast. It's a pity that half of the horn was cut off. Although we can find the cut part back, the quality is still not perfect. The price will be lowered by a few thousand alliance coins. The most valuable parts of this intermediate beast general are the single horn on its head and its 4 claws. The former can be made into weapons after smelting, and the latter can be used as medicine. The price is quite generous. By slaughtering this one, Jiang Han can earn about 100,000. But these are not the point. The point is, Taihan is sharper than he could have imagined. As the only means of attack for this intermediate beast general, the horn on its head is extremely hard. But even so, when Jiang Han triggered a critical hit and used the 9-layer thunder blade, the horn was like a piece of tofu and was cut off by Taihan without any pressure. Having lost its only means of attack, the intermediate beast general could only panic and rage before being stabbed in the neck by Jiang Han. I killed this intermediate beast general and gained another 800 experience points. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Han placed the Taihan in his hand on the fur of the strange beast, rubbed it twice, then put the knife back into the scabbard and called up the attribute panel. Host Jiang Han. Combat power rating, 12,753. Level 8. Strength, 234 agility, 221 constitution, 230 spirit, 229. Available free attribute points 0. Experience points required to upgrade to the next level, 15689/64,000. Current talent, A-level talent, Insight LV2, B-level talent, Critical Hit LV4. Insight, automatically triggered when entering combat mode, can see through the weaknesses of everything. Critical Hit, attack has a 60% chance of triggering a critical hit, causing damage equal to strength *6. Current talent proficiency, Insight, 1225/3000, Critical Hit, 1568/4000. Currently available talent slots remaining 0. Current martial skill, Earth level top grade, 9-layer Thunder Blade LV2. 9-fold Thunder Blade LV2, when attacking with a sword, strength *4, agility *4. Current martial arts proficiency, 9-fold Thunder Blade LV2, 1836 out of 4000. Currently available props, none. The current system space remaining is 185/1000. Current mission, kill 1,000 people. Stored energy that can be used explosively 0. Jiang Han looked at the attribute panel, thinking deeply. His combat power reached 12,700, firmly reaching the level of a military general. His four-dimensional attributes also exceeded the 200-point mark, with strength and physique being the most prominent. The former ensures explosive power, while the latter ensures durability. The reason why it is higher than the other two attributes is because Jiang Han added the attribute points obtained from his daily practice to these two items. As for the rest, whether it is the experience points required for upgrading or the talent proficiency and martial arts proficiency, the progress is not even halfway through. But it's not a big problem. If he wants to upgrade based on his current efficiency in hunting exotic beasts, it won't take much time. A beast general level monster. Due to the difference in level, the experience points and proficiency provided will vary. Fortunately, even the beast general level monster that provides the lowest experience can bring Jiang Han no less than 500 experience points and a proficiency of over 100. If Jiang Han continues at this efficiency, he will be able to meet the upgrade conditions after killing about 100 beast general level monsters, and upgrade his talents and martial arts at the same time. By then his combat power will soar significantly. Keep going! Jiang Han's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and then he jumped onto a tall building, his eyes locked on another beast general level monster in the distance. Chapter 64, Wanton Massacre. Both. 10. 30. Jiang Han slowly pulled out the Taihan and put the entire corpse of the strange beast in front of him into the system space. 3-soul deer, the antlers can be used as medicine, the deer skin can be made into luxury goods, the deer meat is fresh and tender, and the whole body is useful, take it, take it. Call. Jiang Han looked up at the sky, which was gradually getting darker, and the range visible to the naked eye was getting shorter. This period of time is often the most uncomfortable, so it is better to wait a little longer. When the moon is high in the sky, the visible range will become wider. After hunting exotic beasts for nearly 10 hours, even though Jiang Han's physical fitness was over 200 points, he still felt tired. We can't continue today. We need to reserve some energy to deal with emergencies. Losing strength in the wilderness is an extremely dangerous thing. Moreover, Jiang Han's harvest during the day was not small, including 30 beast general level exotic beasts and more than a dozen high-level beast soldier level exotic beasts. If the average price of a beast general level beast is 150,000, then these 30 beast general level beasts will cost 4.5 million. The high-level beast soldier level exotic beasts were all selected by Jiang Han. The unit prices were very high, with an average price of around 50,000, which brought a profit of 600,000 to 700,000. In other words, Jiang Han's efforts that day brought him nearly 5 million alliance coins. With this efficiency, Jiang Han has surpassed most general-level warriors, and even earns as much as some great generals. But the reason is that Jiang Han is alone, and does not need to share with others. Moreover, his super-strong individual strength allows Jiang Han to advance and retreat freely. A general-level warrior with a combat power of 12,000 is basically in a crushing situation when facing these strange beasts whose general combat power is only 7,000 to 8,000. The only problem is that there are generally about 50 beast general-level beasts in a city. Even if some cities cover a larger area, there will be no more than 70 beast general-level beasts. If the city is larger, lower-level monsters will move in. The fallen city number 157 is not large in scale and is close to the steel defense line, so there are not many beast general-level monsters. This can be seen from the fact that Jiang Han rarely finds high-level exotic beasts later on. After the moon rises, the exotic beasts will leave their nests in large numbers. Then we'll see if we can find a few beast general-level exotic beasts. If the number is too scarce, we have to change cities. But before that, I have to go back to the Iron Line and sell the exotic beast materials in the system space. Jiang Han glanced at the system space and found that most of the 1,000 grid space had been filled. If he continued to hunt exotic beasts without clearing the system space, he would probably have to give up some animal materials. Go back tomorrow and replenish your energy first. Jiang Han found a building with more than 20 floors, and with the help of force, he reached the top of the building. Making a fire and grilling meat at a high place can avoid attracting the attention of strange beasts and disturbing them, and it is also convenient for observation. I went to the office in the building and found a solid wood table. After a few cuts, the solid wood table was chopped into pieces. He took some cooking oil from the system space, poured it on the wood, and lit it with a lighter. After just a few minutes, a deer leg was placed on the fire. The blood in the deer leg slowly flowed out under the high temperature, and made a sizzling sound when it fell on the fire. The deer leg was very big, so Jiang Han cut it a few times to make it heat more evenly. If you continue at this pace, you only need to go through 3 cities to meet the upgrade conditions and upgrade your critical strike and 9-layer thunder blade to the next level. Jiang Han slowly turned the deer leg on the shelf with one hand, but his thoughts had drifted away. I don't know how Jiang Jiu is doing now. She said before that she would follow the teacher to the wasteland. She should have come in now, right? I just don't know if there is a chance to meet her in the wasteland. Jiang Han murmured, but then shook his head. Shuimu is in the capital. Even if he wants to go into the wilderness, he should take a high-speed train from the capital to the steel defense line. The supply point of the high-speed train in the capital is different from that in Lan City. The iron defense line stretches for thousands of miles, and more than 10 supply points are set up. Each supply point requires a warrior to be stationed. In order to ensure a rough balance of defensive strength, each city has its own exclusive supply point. It was as if Jiang Han entered the wilderness twice, taking a bus from Lan City and going to the same supply point. Forget it, there's no point in thinking about these things, so I should just focus on improving my own strength. But with my current strength, it doesn't seem to be that difficult to enter Shuimu through the college entrance examination, right? Although Shuimu is one of the highest level institutions of higher learning in the country, its admission standards are still not good enough for Jiang Han today. Due to the limitations of human development, if one wants to awaken one's talent, one must wait until the human body can withstand the power of the awakening stone. And this limit can only be reached after adulthood. Therefore, it is most appropriate to concentrate on awakening 1 month before the college entrance examination. And for a warrior, how much improvement can he make in a month? Putting aside bug-level existences like Jiang Han, for ordinary students who have just awakened, 1 month is just enough time for them to go through the improvement period after their talent awakening. By taking the college entrance examination at this time, it is possible to see whether a student has good talent or not. Even if ordinary students pass this improvement period, they can only just reach the threshold of warriors. With this kind of strength, there is no way that Shuimu could be specially recruited. However, Jiang Han's combat power of over 10,000 is enough to enter Shuimu. Jiang Han understood what was going on. He took a small knife in his hand, cut off a piece of the deer leg whose skin was already burnt, and put it into his mouth. The meat of this 3-souled deer is indeed delicious. No wonder it sells for a high price of 300 alliance coins per pound. Jiang Han took the deer leg off the grill, cut the cooked deer meat into a large plate, and put the remaining part of the deer leg that was not yet cooked back on the grill. The deer leg is too big, and the meat inside is difficult to roast thoroughly. If you continue to roast it like this, the skin will easily burn, so it needs to be roasted a second time. Take out the seasoning and sprinkle it on the venison, and Jiang Han's dinner is ready. But at this moment, a voice came from the corridor, echoing in the empty corridor, and was then keenly captured by Jiang Han. Boss, aren't there a lot of general level beasts in City 157? How come we haven't seen many along the way? We only killed 2. You asked me, but who should I ask? Another man's voice rang out. I'm also confused. I finally sold the black bamboo and purchased a batch of high-level equipment. I was planning to hunt general level monsters to replenish my health, but I ended up finding an empty city. Black vein bamboo. Originally, Jiang Han didn't intend to pay any attention to it. It was normal to encounter other teams of warriors in the wilderness. The worst that could happen was that he could wait for them to reach the roof and let them find a place to rest. But when he heard the 3 words, black vein bamboo, Jiang Han couldn't help but take it seriously. Chapter 65 Laser Cannon. Jiang Han had stored the roasted meat into the system space, but now he was not in a hurry to eat it. Concentrate and calm down, then listen carefully to the sounds coming from the corridor. How are Li Yang and his team doing? Have they found any general level alien beasts? No, if we find it, there will be a signal. But there is no signal so far, so they probably haven't found anything. The sound was a little far from the rooftop, and even with the sound reflected in the corridor, it was still not very clear. Jiang Han walked slowly to the entrance of the corridor, and could hear it more clearly. This shouldn't happen. Logically speaking, for a city this big, with the danger level of level 3A, there should be many general level monsters. How come they seem to have disappeared en masse? Jiang Han recognized whose voice it was. Sun Wenbin. Li Yang, who had previously clashed with Uncle Dao and ended up on a life and death stage, was a subordinate of Sun Wenbin. Is black vein bamboo related to Sun Wenbin? This thought popped into Jiang Han's mind and he couldn't get it out of his mind. This had not been considered before, but now it is basically confirmed. Sun Wenbin has the ability to do this. With the strength of a great martial artist, it is not difficult for him to do it if he plans it intentionally or not. And he has enough motives to frame Jiang Han and others. With his brows slightly furrowed, Jiang Han never expected that the mastermind, whom he had not found in the city before, would meet him under such circumstances. For a moment, Jiang Han felt that he couldn't help but take action. But after thinking about it, he still didn't take any action. From what the other party said, it seemed that not all the members of their team were present at the moment, and the others were scattered elsewhere. If they took action now, it would easily alert the enemy. Boss, do you think there might be a master who has cleared out all the general level monsters before us? No, how can a true master have the time to clean up a beast general level beast? Killing a lord level beast casually would earn you millions. Why bother? Then we will now. Let's wait for news. If Liang and his team can't find the herd of strange beasts, then we'll move to a fallen city. Boss, we've been traveling all day, let's replenish our energy. Canned food again. Is there nothing else to eat? F***CK. In the wilderness, we can only make do with it for now. Don't be angry, boss. The noise in the corridor continued, but Jiang Han had already made up his mind. His plan to return to the supply point might have to be put on hold. He had to follow Sun Wenbin and the other person first, and find an opportunity to find out what the other party was planning, and by the way, find out whether Sun Wenbin was behind it. If it was really Sun Wenbin who was behind this, then Jiang Han would have enough reasons to take action. It has been just over a week since Jiang Han became a warrior. Although he no longer has any psychological burden about killing after this period of training, there is still an essential difference between hunting exotic beasts and killing a team of warriors. Fortunately, Jiang Han is not the kind of person who is easily merciful. When facing people who want to kill him, Jiang Han always believes in giving people a taste of their own medicine. Jiang Han took out a piece of barbecue from the system space and chewed it while listening to the conversation between the two people downstairs. Boss, can you let me take a look at your new treasure? Let me take a look. What if you show it to me and it breaks? Don't worry, when we find the herd of strange beasts, there will definitely be a chance for you to take a look. I'm not sure about this, boss. What if we attract the herd of strange beasts and the treasure you just bought turns out to be useless? Then won't we? What nonsense are you talking about? Since I dare to cause trouble to the alien beasts, I must be confident enough. Otherwise, why do you think I spent 70 million to buy this laser cannon? Yes, boss, I feel relieved when you say that. Laser cannon? Hearing the conversation between Sun Wenbin and the other person, Jiang Han's heart trembled inexplicably. He had read an introduction to laser weapons in a military magazine. After the global catastrophe, in order to resist the attacks of alien beasts, human weapons technology entered a period of great development. Nuclear weapons are prohibited from use because their subsequent radiation will promote secondary mutations of alien beasts, so the direction of weapon development has gradually shifted towards high-precision single weapons. From weapons that initially relied on gunpowder to achieve their lethality, the upper limit of lethality has been broken one after another. In the entire history of weapon development, laser weapons are definitely one of the most brilliant pearls. Individual laser guns, detachable laser cannons, and super-large laser turrets. The former, due to its small size and limited lethality, can only cause damage to ordinary beast soldier-level monsters. If it fails to hit the vital parts, the monster's powerful vitality is enough to allow it to survive for a period of time and continue attacking. However, even so, it is still equipped in large quantities by the army. Because compared to laser guns, gunpowder firearms, except for some sniper rifles equipped with armor-piercing weapons, are completely incomparable. Jiang Han had never seen a detachable laser cannon, but he had seen an ultra-large laser turret. Thousands of laser turrets were installed on top of the steel defense line. Basically, there is a laser cannon every kilometer, aimed at the wasteland. If Jiang Han remembered correctly, the description of the laser turret in the military magazine was, as one of the most successful inventions of mankind in the field of weapons, the super-large laser turret can cause sufficient damage to the Beast King-level monsters after gathering energy, and can kill them with one shot by hitting their vital parts. The Beast King-level beasts are on the same level as the War God-level warriors. This is the basis on which human beings can live and work in peace and contentment in urban areas. Only the steel defense line equipped with thousands of laser cannons can give them enough sense of security. Originally, this kind of weapon should not appear in the wilderness. Although the laser cannon is powerful, its internal parts are extremely delicate and easily damaged, and it is extremely expensive. That is why it was laid on the iron line of defense to deter the beasts, rather than to counterattack and take back the land. But Jiang Han just happened to learn from Sun Wenbin that he had purchased a laser cannon. If it was a laser cannon, Jiang Han would really have to plan carefully how to do it. Because with his current strength, even with advanced protective gear to protect him, Jiang Han couldn't guarantee that he could withstand a hit from a laser cannon. Just as Jiang Han was distracted, a flare rose into the air not far away. Boss, there's news! The two people downstairs were shocked when they saw the flare. Let's go, hurry over there! After seeing the flare, Sun Wenbin became even more excited. The next moment, Jiang Han heard the sound of a broken window, and two figures rushed out of the tall building and ran towards the direction where the flare was rising. Follow up. Jiang Han did not hesitate at all. He used a knife to disperse the still burning fire, letting it die out on its own. The whole person disappeared on the roof. Chapter 66, Creek Gold Vein. If there was no laser cannon, Jiang Han could take action at any time. With a combat force of over 10,000, they can crush Sun Wenbin's team. Even if they are a lineup of one great martial artist and 4 martial artists, they still cannot resist. It's just like when Jiang Han and the others faced the Silver-Winged Wolf King. Uncle Long, a great martial artist, was knocked unconscious by a single blow from the Silver-Winged Wolf King. With Jiang Han's current strength, he might be slightly inferior to the Silver-Winged Wolf King in speed, but his strength is not inferior at all, or even stronger, not to mention that he has the support of Taiyan. Under such circumstances, Sun Wenbin's team could not withstand Jiang Han's attack. But if there is a laser cannon, it's a different story. Because Jiang Han didn't know what level of laser cannons Sun Wenbin had. Ordinary laser guns are mostly level 1 or 2, and can cause fatal damage to ordinary monsters and beast soldier level monsters. But when it comes to the laser cannon level, the starting level is level 3. If it is a high-level laser cannon, the damage caused will be extremely terrifying. It is questionable whether Jiang Han's protective gear can withstand a cannon shot. Even if Jiang Han wanted to kill the other party, he had to do so while ensuring his own safety. The moon had not yet risen, and the moonlight had not yet shone. Under the cover of night, 2 figures were running wildly ahead. Jiang Han, who was following from a distance, was able to easily capture the figures of the 2 with the night vision ability provided by his insight. Every step is cushioned and rarely makes any sound. Jiang Han's speed was not fast. He even deliberately slowed down just to maintain this distance. Being able to become a martial artist or a great martial artist, one's 5 senses are enhanced to a certain extent. If one follows too closely, he or she will easily discover them. They followed slowly, almost crossing the entire city, and then Sun Wenbin and the other 2 in front slowed down. The flare was lit up right in front. Almost there. Jiang Han heard what Sun Wenbin said in front of him and slowed down by another 2 points. He distanced himself from the 2 people in front of him. The closer they got, the more cautious he had to be. After running for about another 2 minutes, Sun Wenbin and the other person in front stopped, and Jiang Han also stopped at the 500-meter distance. 3 people rushed over to meet Sun Wenbin and his companion. Boss! Li Yang! At a distance of 500 meters, Jiang Han could still see everyone's face clearly. After seeing the 3 people coming towards him, his brows slightly frowned. He continued to approach slowly. Although he could see their faces clearly, Jiang Han could not hear their conversation. He didn't know lip reading, so he could only try to get closer. Fortunately, these people were not paying attention to observing the surrounding situation. Although this place is outside the urban area, there are still many bungalows. However, due to years of disrepair, most of the roofs in this area are leaking, and the walls are broken, making it look very desolate. Mining area? Jiang Han glanced around and came to a conclusion. What he had cleared out before were all high-level exotic beasts in the urban area, and he had never been to the mining area. But this does not mean that there are no high-level exotic beasts in the mining area. It is simply because Jiang Han feels that there is no need to go into the mine to look for exotic beasts. Another reason is that fighting with strange beasts in a mine can easily cause the mine to collapse if the mine is not maintained. No matter how strong Jiang Han was, he had no power to resist the collapsed mine. Unless he can possess the strength of a marquis, or awaken his earth-related talent. Have you found a group of beast general-level alien beasts? Sun Wenbin looked at Li Yang, who was coming towards him, and asked. Although Li Yang has been discharged from the hospital, he was still seriously injured before and now has a bandage wrapped around his head. It was probably because he had to pay Uncle Dao too much money in compensation on the life and death stage that he took the risk of entering the wilderness again. Being closer, Jiang Han could barely hear a few people talking. No, it seems that all the Beast Commander-level monsters in the Fallen City number 157 have been cleared out. Although there are a few scattered ones, they are not worth using laser cannons on. It was another person who responded to Sun Wenbin. Upon hearing this, Sun Wenbin frowned and said with a bit of dissatisfaction in his voice. Why did you call us here if you didn't find the herd of strange beasts? Although we didn't find the herd of strange beasts, the harvest this time may be greater than the herd of strange beasts. I sense the Creek Gold Mine. Creek Gold Mine. Creek Gold Mine? When Sun Wenbin and the other man heard this, they were slightly stunned, but then expressions of ecstasy appeared on their faces. Is it really the Creek Gold Mine? Well, I have confirmed it. It is indeed a gold vein. However, it was formed not long ago, only about 2 or 3 years ago, so it has not been discovered. But this is not difficult for me. After all, my awakened talent is perception. Jiang Han naturally also faintly heard the conversation between Sun Wenbin and others, and also caught the 3 words. Qi Gold Mine. Creek Gold Mine? Jiang Han knew about Qi Gold Mine mainly because it was so famous. Shijin appeared after the catastrophe. It was disturbed by the energy from another space, which changed its own element cycle and evolved from gold mine. But the difference from ordinary gold is that stream gold gathers together like stream water and can flow underground under the interference of magnetic field. Moreover, the quality is extremely high, and they are generally distributed about 400 to 700 meters underground. The most important thing is that Shijin's application scenarios are so wide. Whenever there is a scene involving high-end alloy manufacturing, Shijin will basically be present. Like the Taihan in Jiang Han's hand, although nominally made of blue silver, it is actually an alloy product made of blue silver, titanium, nickel, and a small amount of Shijin. If Jiang Han remembered correctly, the price of Shijin was twice that of gold, and the unit price was 600 alliance coins per gram. The storage capacity of the Shi gold vein is calculated in tons. The smallest reserves of commonly discovered stream gold veins are more than 2 tons. How could Sun Wenbin and his people be able to catch up with such a good thing? Jiang Han frowned unconsciously. Last time, Sun Wenbin took advantage of them and stole the remaining black vein bamboos. Now he has even found the gold vein in the stream? Can a person really be so lucky? Jiang Han was thinking about countermeasures, but on the other side, Sun Wenbin and others were immersed in the excitement of discovering the Shi gold vein. Can we detect how much reserves there are? The man who discovered the gold vein shook his head. It's at the extreme distance, so we can't detect it. We can only sense that the reserves are quite high. But this is not what we should focus on now. But there is a high-level beast deep in this mine. Its combat power is at least at the Lord level. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a gold-type beast that has also sensed the existence of the gold veins in the river, so it lives in the mine cave for a long time and evolves by absorbing the gold veins in the river. Chapter 67. A large sum of money will always bring about a brave man. Exotic beasts have different attributes, and their combat power can also be improved by swallowing the extraordinary energy between heaven and earth, or by swallowing some natural treasures. They are generally divided into 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, but there are also strange beasts with other attributes. For example, the silver-winged wolf king killed by Li Chongyang was a wind-type monster, and the steel-bristled wild boar king was an earth-type monster. However, this attribute distinction is not necessary when the monster is at a low level. Because the strange beasts have not evolved any innate magical powers, at most they only have some bonuses in certain aspects. For example, the speed of the silver-winged wolf king and the strong physique of the steel-bristled boar king. Although the Lord level is the watershed of alien beasts, in the final analysis, this is only because Lord-level alien beasts can command lower-level alien beasts and have evolved intelligence. But the real watershed in combat power actually comes at the Overlord level. Only by acquiring innate magical powers can you become a hegemon. It was precisely because of this that everyone present did not feel surprised when they heard that there was a gold Lord-level beast in the mine. With the help of natural resources and treasures, it is normal to evolve into the Lord level, as long as it is not a high-level Lord. Boss, do you want to fight? After the man introduced the situation, Li Yang asked with some excitement in his eyes. The stream gold vein. As long as they can take over this stream gold vein, billions of wealth will flow into their team's pockets. Even if Sun Wenbin took the lion's share, the 4 of them would still be able to get a lot. Under the temptation of such huge benefits, no one can remain calm. You are talking nonsense, aren't you? I have to fight you. But you have to fight with a plan. The combat power of a Lord-level beast is too terrifying. With our strength, it is impossible to cause any substantial damage to it. But luckily I had the foresight to buy the laser cannon at the auction. First, find a way to lure the strange beast out and see how strong it is. If it's not that strong, then just kill it with one shot. Those who can become warriors are all greedy. In the face of huge benefits, any warrior will not be willing to give up. Sun Wenbin's words at this moment undoubtedly touched everyone's hearts. Seeing that Sun Wenbin had made a decision, the remaining 4 people all had excitement in their eyes. Li Yang, come with me to set up the laser cannon. The 3 of you go a little further inside and throw as many blast mines as you can. The mine is several hundred meters deep. If you don't take the risk to go deeper, you won't be able to affect the Lord-level monster inside at all. After hearing Sun Wenbin's decision, no one hesitated. This was a risk that everyone had to take. As he spoke, Li Yang took out a few shock bombs from the alien space ring and handed them to one of them. Li Yang did the same. Then the 5 people separated. Sun Wenbin and Li Yang walked towards a dormitory building. In the entire mining area, that was the only place that could be considered a commanding height. As for the other 3, they walked towards the mine. Jiang Han's current position forms a triangle relationship with the dormitory building and the mine. This situation is the safest. If the situation is not right, Jiang Han can evacuate easily. And if the plan of Sun Wenbin and the other 4 is effective, Jiang Han can also reap the benefits. Jiang Han's current position is only about 600 or 700 meters away from the dormitory building. With his current speed, with the power of the 9-layer Thunderblade, he can reach Sun Wenbin and the others within 10 seconds. This is the most crucial thing. Each time the laser cannon attacks, it needs a certain time interval to recharge, which can be long or short, but it takes at least 10 seconds. And these 10 seconds are the opportunity that Jiang Han needs to seize. Okay. 2 or 3 minutes later, Sun Wenbin set up the laser cannon on the roof of the dormitory building and shouted at the 3 people standing at the entrance of the mine. With the help of the faint moonlight, Jiang Han watched the 3 people make a gesture to Sun Wenbin, and then entered the mine. Sun Wenbin and another person on the roof of the dormitory building were staring at the entrance of the mine nervously. Next to them was a laser cannon with a barrel nearly 2 meters long. The silver-white gun barrel looks extremely eye-catching under the faint moonlight. Jiang Han didn't know much about laser cannons and had no idea what level this laser cannon was. However, the fact that Sun Wenbin dared to attack a Lord-level monster proved that this laser cannon could cause fatal damage to a Lord-level monster. With this kind of power facing Jiang Han, even with the 5th-level armor blocking in front of him, he still felt unsafe. Just as Jiang Han was distracted, the roar of a strange beast suddenly sounded from inside the mine. Spreading out through the narrow mine tunnel, the roar was louder than anyone had imagined. Along with the roar came waves of vibrations on the ground, and the source of the ground vibrations was at the entrance of the mine. Jiang Han could clearly see that dust and dirt were constantly falling from the entrance of the mine, which was originally reinforced with cement and red bricks. This kind of commotion was enough to make even Jiang Han feel startled. If he was not sure before, Jiang Han can be sure now that the Lord-level monster in the mine is at least as powerful as a mid-level Lord. It is at the same level as the Steel Bristle Boar King in full condition, with a combat power of at least 50,000. Invincible. This thought emerged in Jiang Han's mind, and the next moment he wanted to turn around and leave. If the monster of this level is angered, it will easily trigger a large-scale beast tide, and the entire team of warriors in the fallen city number 157 will be destroyed. However, Jiang Han forcibly suppressed the idea of leaving. He had cleared out a lot of beast general level monsters in the fallen city number 157, and the threat posed was not great. As long as he did not encounter a head-on attack from this intermediate lord, with his strength, no monster could stop him from leaving. What's more, Sun Wenbin and others are standing in front. Even Jiang Han is like this, so Sun Wenbin and others are even more unbearable. Li Yang's face was even paler, and it was unknown whether it was because he had not yet recovered from the previous injury. Even the voice was trembling. Boss, can we really kill that strange beast? Sun Wenbin's is not much better. When facing an intermediate lord, there is actually not much difference between a martial artist and a great martial artist. It can all be dealt with just one claw. Fortunately, Sun Wenbin's psychological endurance is much stronger than Li Yang's, and he knows that he cannot panic now. After taking a deep breath, he grabbed the handle of the laser turret and aimed the barrel at the entrance of the mine. Now it's not a question of whether we can kill it, but that we must kill it. After hearing what Sun Wenbin said, Li Yang also realized the seriousness of the problem. In his hand was a battery the size of a basketball. After I fire this shot, you replace the energy block. Li Yang didn't say anything, but cold sweat broke out on his forehead. As if in response to Sun Wenbin and the others, another beast roar sounded. The next moment, 3 embarrassed figures rushed out from the mine entrance, followed closely by a white tiger with strange eyes on its forehead. Chapter 68. Is this the human heart? The white tiger is not big in size, at least it is much smaller than other lord-level beasts. But the pressure it puts on people is not less than that, on the contrary it is even greater. When Jiang Han saw the white tiger with strange eyes on its forehead, he couldn't help but tense up. This is the subconscious muscle reaction of a warrior when facing a powerful enemy. Just a glance from a distance made Jiang Han tense up, which was enough to prove how much pressure this golden monster brought to Jiang Han. Jiang Han is like this, Sun Wenbin and others will be even worse. As expected, Jiang Han turned his head to take a look at Sun Wenbin and the other person on the rooftop in the distance. Li Yang was already frightened, with cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He stood there blankly, looking at the white tiger not far away, not knowing what he was thinking. Sun Wenbin was not in a much better condition either, but fortunately he was not frightened by the white tiger. He held the laser turret with his hand and fine-tuned the direction of attack. As for the 3 people who entered the mine to lure the white tiger, they were now running forward desperately. There was no way. The white tiger behind them was much faster than them. As long as they were caught up by the white tiger, with the sharpness of its claws, it would not be difficult to break them in half. They had no doubt about the strength of the mid-level lords. It is precisely because of this that the speed at which these 3 people burst out is much faster than usual. At this time, what determines whether you will die or not is not whether you can outrun the white tiger, but whether you can outrun your teammates. Fire! The 3 of them ran and shouted loudly. But the next moment, one of them was caught up by the white tiger behind him. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and the man flew directly forward diagonally. After rolling on the ground for a few times, he lay on the ground motionless. Even though he was covered in dust, Jiang Han could still see the blood flowing from the corners of his mouth and nostrils. As for the protective gear on his body, it had been shattered into pieces by the white tiger's claw and scattered all over the ground. Dead. A martial artist, without high-level armor, would have absolutely no chance of survival when facing a powerful blow from a mid-level overlord. If Jiang Han guessed correctly, the lifeless martial artist's internal organs were shattered by this blow. In this case, even the healing medicine could not save him. Oh my God! The remaining two people heard the noise behind them and subconsciously looked back. After seeing this scene, they were so shocked that their hair stood on end. An electric current spread from the back to the whole body, and the speed of the explosion was increased by a few more times. Fire! Sun Wenbin, fire! The one who roared was the martial artist who had awakened his gift of perception. But Sun Wenbin had no intention of firing. The gun barrel was already aimed at Baihu, but the trigger was never pulled. Boss, fire! Li Yang, who was standing by, saw that Sun Wenbin was reluctant to take action, so he couldn't help but remind him. His voice was trembling, and he was obviously shocked by the scene where the white tiger had just killed a person with one claw. That man's strength was not weaker than Li Yang's. It was not difficult to imagine that if Li Yang faced this attack himself, he would not be in a good situation either. In order to avoid the same situation, he could only hope that Sun Wenbin's attack would be able to kill the white tiger in the distance. However, Sun Wenbin still had no intention of firing, and didn't even say a word. How fast is the intermediate lord? It was so fast that Jiang Han couldn't get close enough to see it. All he could catch was a white silhouette, but he couldn't see the specific image clearly. This was enough to explain everything. Faced with such a speed, the two surviving martial artists were caught up by the white tiger before they could even run 100 meters. Another claw was thrown out, and another person died. Sun Wenbin was slow to act. Jiang Han frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong. Are you afraid that the attack will be ineffective? This shouldn't be the case. Although this white tiger is a mid-level lord-level monster with top-notch offensive capabilities, its own defense is definitely not strong. The laser cannon is instantaneous. The speed of the laser cannon's attack is as fast as the speed of light. As long as it successfully hits the target, breaking through its defense is not difficult. Does he want to get closer before hitting? But in this way, the three people who went to lure the white tiger became the real bait. Whether Baihu can catch the big fish is another matter, but the bait will definitely be eaten. No, when this thought came to Jiang Han's mind, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Perhaps, Sun Wenbin's purpose was to let the white tiger eat the bait. For some reason, when this thought popped into his mind, Jiang Han felt a chill down his spine. Because he felt that this was a very likely thing, otherwise it would be impossible to explain why Sun Wenbin did this. As expected, when this thought popped up in Jiang Han's mind, Sun Wenbin on the roof of the dormitory building suddenly loosened his hand holding the laser turret, and the next moment a long knife appeared in his hand. Li Yang, who was standing aside, didn't even react, and was still looking at the white tiger not far away with a nervous expression. But the pain in his waist made his eyes widen instantly. He lowered his head to look at the painful spot on his waist, and found a long knife inserted in his bandaged waist, with a small part of the blade embedded in his body. Blood gushed out along the blade. Forehead. There was a muffled sound in Li Yang's throat, and there was a deep sense of doubt in his eyes. He couldn't understand why the captain who had fought alongside him for more than 10 years would stab him at this time. He stretched out his hand to grab the long knife that was stabbed into his waist, but Sun Wenbin twisted the handle with force, and the long knife turned along with it. Li Yang's eyes gradually became blurred, and then he fell down limply. It is difficult to cause fatal injuries to the waist, but it depends on the situation. Sun Wenbin's knife spun and crushed Li Yang's internal organs, causing heavy bleeding inside. There was no hope of survival. However, as a warrior with strong vitality, Li Yang has not died completely, but he has no ability to fight back. He stared blankly at Sun Wenbin who was standing beside him. Li Yang, don't blame me. People die for money, birds die for food. The Creek gold mine involves tens of billions of alliance coins. Why should I divide it among the four of you? Sun Wenbin's voice came over and fell into Jiang Han's ears. It was not until now that Jiang Han clearly realized what Uncle Long and the others meant when they said not to trust anyone in the wilderness. For some reason, Jiang Han suddenly felt a little lucky. It was Uncle Long and his men who brought him into the wilderness. Even when faced with black-veined bamboo worth tens of millions, Uncle Long and his companions were not tempted at all. If it was someone like Sun Wenbin who led him into the wilderness, his ending would not be much better than Li Yang and the others. Is this the human heart? Jiang Han felt that all his three views were shattered by Sun Wenbin. Chapter 69, one shot, the intermediate Lord Beast died. The moonlight had already spread over the earth without anyone noticing. Sun Wenbin, who was on the roof of the dormitory building, put the laser cannon back on. Next to him was Li Yang, who had lost his life and never closed his eyes until his death. Blood was flowing all over the ground, as well as the long sword held in his hand that had not been swung out. It's funny to say that Sun Wenbin saved Li Yang's life in a life and death arena a few days ago, saving Li Yang from the fate of dying at the hands of Uncle Dao. A few days later, Sun Wenbin pointed his long sword at Li Yang. Everyone is busy seeking profit. Li Yang is useful to Sun Wenbin, so he is willing to protect Li Yang. But now, Li Yang's existence will only take away his interests, so there is no need for Li Yang to survive. Jiang Han unconsciously tightened the Taihan in his hand, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. Now is not the time to act. The white tiger's hunting continued, but the man who had awakened his perception talent already looked as pale as death. He witnessed with his own eyes the scene where Sun Wenbin attacked Li Yang. None of those who have been able to survive in the wilderness for so long are fools, because all the fools are dead. When he saw Sun Wenbin attacking Li Yang, he was horrified, but then he figured out the key point. The gold vein in the river is really valuable. There are at least more than 2 tons of gold ore in the river, worth over 1 billion. Even if the information about the location of the Shi gold vein is contributed to the country, Sun Wenbin can still obtain 10% of the profits without doing anything. This 10% profit alone is a full 100 million. With Sun Wenbin's current strength, even if he worked hard in the wilderness for his entire life, he wouldn't be able to save even 100 million. Since you can't save 100 million even if you work hard all your life, why not just be ruthless and kill everyone who knows the news? In this way, the gold vein in this creek belonged to him alone. The profit of 100 million is enjoyed by him alone, and he can retire directly after getting the 100 million. It was precisely because he knew this that the man who was chased out of the mine by the white tiger and barely survived was now completely disheartened. A white tiger was chasing him from behind, and in front of him, on a tall building, Sun Wenbin was pointing a laser cannon at him. There was no hope of his survival. Sun Wenbin! You are a beast! He cursed loudly, but it had no effect at all. It didn't even dispel the fear in his heart. He regretted telling Sun Wenbin the news about the Shi gold mine. At first he just wanted to spread the risk. A martial artist alone cannot defend the gold vein in the river. But who knew that Sun Wenbin would stab everyone in the back? Even the person guarding next to him was Li Yang, who was injured and not very strong. Recalling the scenes just now again, he understood one thing. After hearing the words, Shi gold vein, Sun Wenbin already had the answer in his heart, but he hid his greed so deeply that no one noticed. Sun Wenbin, who was on the roof of the dormitory building, naturally heard the roar, but did not move at all. He is still waiting. Wait for the white tiger to catch up with his teammates, and wait for the white tiger to raise its claws to attack. Any creature will have a brief period of stagnation when attacking. For example, if a warrior swings his weapon with all his strength, he cannot restrain his strength to change his body shape. Sun Wenbin seized this opportunity. 2 seconds later, the afterimage of the white tiger successfully caught up with the man who was running desperately in front. After a roar, it raised its huge tiger claws and slapped the man on the back. It was like a heavy hammer falling on it. Before the sound was heard, Jiang Han saw the man being knocked heavily to the ground by the white tiger's claw, raising a cloud of dust. But the next moment, a red laser shot out and also hit the white tiger's forehead. There was no earth-shattering sound, nor any brilliant fluctuations. With Jiang Han's eyesight, all he saw was a red light. Then the white tiger, which was originally extremely ferocious, flew backwards straight away. Only half of the huge tiger head was left, and the right half completely disappeared under the high temperature of the laser cannon. No blood flowed out because the high temperature directly burned the wounds together. Not sure if it was a psychological effect, but Jiang Han felt the smell of burnt meat in the air. Dead? All dead. No matter how strong the vitality of a mid-level lord is, he can never survive with half of his head gone. This means that the only ones who can still move here are Jiang Han and Sun Wenbin. Get started! After witnessing the white tiger flying backwards, Jiang Han took action instantly. He didn't even have the thought of going around the wall. He swept the Taihan in his hand, and the half-collapsed wall collapsed like tofu, and the next moment it was violently smashed apart by Jiang Han. Taking a detour was too troublesome, so Jiang Han chose the most direct way and pushed forward all the way. Before Sun Wenbin replenished the energy for the laser turret, he sent the Taihan in his hand into his body. On the rooftop of the dormitory building, Sun Wenbin, who was extremely excited to see that he had successfully hit the white tiger, subconsciously turned his head to look to the other side. The sound hadn't arrived yet, but the warrior's awareness of danger alerted him. Then his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Because in his eyes, there was only the figure rushing towards him and pushing down the bungalows one by one. Military commander! This thought emerged in Sun Wenbin's mind. The next idea was to recharge the laser cannon with energy blocks. He didn't even bother to consider how the other party got so close to him. Similarly, he didn't bother to think about how long the other party had been there or whether he knew about the She-Gold vein. Because Sun Wenbin knew very well that if he could not deal with this general, he would not be able to take over the She-Gold mine alone. He couldn't be the man's opponent in a head-on confrontation. Sun Wenbin was very sure of this just by looking at the man's running speed. The only thing that can threaten the enemy is the laser cannon. But how can things be that simple? After the laser cannon fires an attack, the barrel needs to cool down and energy blocks need to be replenished. Just these 2 points will take Sun Wenbin a long time. Even for the sake of the Creek Gold vein, he could ignore the damage to the gun barrel and forcefully fire this attack. But will Jiang Han give him a chance? Ninefold Thunder Blade! As the roar sounded, Jiang Han's speed soared several times again. Originally, Sun Wenbin could barely catch a glimpse of Jiang Han's figure. But at this moment, clang! There was a sound of metal clashing, but the next moment, there was the sound of a man wailing in pain. The long sword in Sun Wenbin's hand had broken into 2 pieces. But Jiang Han showed no mercy and swung his sword again. Sun Wenbin's 2 arms flew up and fell far away. Blood was pouring out. Under the pale moonlight, Jiang Han held Tai Han in one hand. 2 steps away was Sun Wenbin, who was lying on the ground and wailing. Sun Wenbin, who lost both arms, no longer had the strength to fight. Chapter 70: A Rich Harvest. The battles between masters are often ever-changing. It started from when Sun Wenbin killed Li Yang, then he fired that shot at Baihu, and then Jiang Han took action. From beginning to end it took no more than a minute. The only difference is that a minute ago Sun Wenbin felt that he had won the game, and fame and fortune were beckoning him. As long as he has exclusive access to the She-Gold vein, a rich life awaits him for the rest of his life. But things did not go as planned. The appearance of Jiang Han dealt him a heavy blow and shattered all his unrealistic dreams. Sun Wenbin's wailing simply couldn't stop. Both of his arms were cut off. At this moment, he couldn't even cover the wounds with his hands. He could only watch the blood continue to flow out. Who the hell are you? Sun Wenbin collapsed to the ground, and all he could see was Jiang Han's back. A warrior wrapped in pitch-black armor, holding a blue-tempered long sword in his hand. Sun Wenbin didn't remember having provoked an existence of this level. Low-level warriors seldom dare to provoke being stronger than themselves, because after entering the wilderness, this kind of hatred may very well be the key to their own destruction. Sun Wenbin has always been cautious. If he has an enemy, he will try to kill the enemy as quickly as possible. Even when he just took action against his teammates, he waited until the situation was completely under his control before taking action. It is precisely because of this caution that Sun Wenbin has been able to survive to this day. But now, hearing Sun Wenbin's frightened words, Jiang Han turned his head and looked over. The armor covering his entire body slowly faded away, revealing Jiang Han's face. Sun Wenbin, do you still remember me? There was no expression on Jiang Han's face, and his eyes were full of coldness. Sun Wenbin's series of actions just now gave Jiang Han a deeper understanding of the wasteland. Compared to the horror of strange beasts in the wilderness, human hearts are actually more terrifying. Sun Wenbin is willing to harm Jiang Han and his group for the sake of his teammates, and is also willing to kill his teammates for the sake of greater benefits. This was a path Jiang Han had never imagined before. Is it you? It had only been a few days since the life and death arena, so Sun Wenbin naturally remembered Jiang Han. However, when he saw Jiang Han's face, some doubts emerged in Sun Wenbin's mind. Aren't you supposed to be dead? How could you possibly stop the Steel Bristleboar King? No, aren't you a martial artist? Why did you become a military commander? Jiang Han could hear that there was a strong sense of surprise in Sun Wenbin's words. It's you who did it. Hearing this, Jiang Han took a long breath. Although he had guessed that it was Sun Wenbin who was behind this, there was still a difference between his guess and Sun Wenbin saying it himself. Sun Wenbin knew what Jiang Han was talking about, and was also aware of his current situation. Just as I was about to open my mouth to say something, I saw a light blue light passing by. The next moment, Sun Wenbin collapsed to the ground, and a faint bloodstain on his neck was gradually expanding. Since it's confirmed to be you, there's no problem. Jiang Han murmured, not sure if he was talking to Sun Wenbin or to himself. Speaking of which, this is Jiang Han's first time attacking a human. The hunting of strange beasts before was because both sides stood on different standpoints. As for the strange beasts that threaten human safety, Jiang Han had no burden at all in killing them because of the education he had received since childhood. But Sun Wenbin. Jiang Han forced himself not to look at Sun Wenbin's tragic death, and instead turned his gaze to the laser turret on the side. After taking a closer look, Jiang Han realized how sophisticated this weapon, which was the culmination of human technology, was. A fluorescent screen showed the direction the gun barrel was pointing. There is an aiming mark in the middle of the screen, which keeps moving around the screen as if it is looking for an enemy. This thing doesn't aim automatically, does it? This idea inexplicably popped up in Jiang Han's mind. He placed his right hand on the laser turret. The next moment, there was a flash of light, and the laser cannon was stored by Jiang Han into the system space. This is a good thing. Jiang Han just witnessed the power of this laser turret with his own eyes. Even a mid-level Lord-level monster could not be defeated by its attack. This is enough to show how powerful it is. In terms of attack power alone, this laser turret is definitely Jiang Han's strongest means of attack at present, without a doubt. The only problem may be that this thing is a bit slow to reload ammunition, and the energy block needs to be replaced after a full-strength shot. No, after I go back, I have to find the instructions for using the laser cannon. At least I have to know how to use it. Even though laser cannons have many disadvantages, they seem insignificant in the face of their powerful force. In the future, when Jiang Han encounters a powerful monster, he can just fire a shot at the opponent from a distance, and then get close to it for a fight. It's a fruitful harvest. Jiang Han took a deep breath and then walked towards the two arms of Sunwenden that were cut off. The battle is over, and all that remains is to clean up the battlefield. The warrior's gains in the wilderness are basically stored in their alien space rings, and Sunwenden's alien space ring is worn on his right hand. After the warrior dies, the alien space ring becomes ownerless. Jiang Han only needs to communicate with this alien space ring with his consciousness to take it out. The only problem is that when a warrior's strength is too low, his mental power is still too weak to bind multiple alien space rings at the same time, otherwise he will suffer from mental breakdown. There were few things in Sunwenden's alien space ring. There were 2 corpses of beast general-level alien beasts, and some emergency medicines. In addition, there were 2 bank cards and a few energy blocks that looked like red bricks. There was nothing particularly valuable. There might be money in the bank card, but Jiang Han acted too quickly and forgot to ask for Sunwenden's bank card password. It was sloppy. With a sigh, Jiang Han transferred everything in this alien space ring into the system space. Then he did the same thing again and emptied Li Yang's alien space ring. There were also 3 people's bodies and the corpse of a mid-level lord monster. After making sure that Sunwenden and Li Yang didn't have anything valuable on them, Jiang Han turned around and wanted to go downstairs. But after turning around, Jiang Han suddenly froze. His brows frowned unconsciously, and at the same time, his insight began to emerge. The moonlight reflected on the earth, but there were only 3 corpses and a deep pit created by a laser cannon. However, the body of the intermediate lord-level monster disappeared. For some reason, Jiang Han suddenly felt a chill on his back and subconsciously dodged to the side. A light flashed in his hand, and the Taihun that had been collected into the system space appeared in his hand again. The blade was pointed towards the direction where Jiang Han had just stood. Where he was originally standing, the guardrail on the roof was broken by a claw, and a white tiger with half of its head missing was staring at him coldly. Chapter 71, Invincible. The white tiger's cold eyes looked like a beast that was desperate, and had nowhere else to go. In fact, this is indeed the case. Half of its head was shattered by the laser cannon, and its strength was greatly reduced. Jiang Han didn't know why this thing could survive even though it had lost half of its head, but there was one thing that he didn't need to doubt at all. This white tiger has already regarded Jiang Han as his mortal enemy. Even though it wasn't Jiang Han who fired at it. The Lord-level alien beasts only have simple intelligence. Apart from being able to do the same as other low-level alien beasts, they generally act according to their instincts. Once Jiang Han is identified as a mortal enemy, they probably will not give up on hunting him down. He lowered his head, bit Sun Wenbin's body, and then raised his head and threw it into his mouth. The scene was terrifying, at least it was a little too terrifying in Jiang Han's opinion. Because the white tiger has half of its face missing, its mouth cannot be completely closed. When Jiang Han bit down with the slender fangs, all he saw was blood flowing out from between the teeth, staining the white fur bright red. Call! Jiang Han took a deep breath and resisted the urge to vomit. Most people would not be able to accept this kind of scene. Fortunately, Jiang Han is no longer an ordinary person now. Even though I felt nauseous, I was able to hold it back if I wanted to. But now there is another problem facing Jiang Han. The white tiger in front of him was hit by the laser cannon and was inevitably injured. But the question is, after being injured, how much of its strength is left? The strength of intermediate lord-level monsters generally ranges from 40,000 to 70,000. Based on the combat power it had demonstrated before, Jiang Han estimated that the combat power of this white tiger was not lower than that of the steel bristle boar king in its prime, and might even be slightly better. This means that its own combat power is at least more than 50,000. Fortunately, the injuries it suffered were real. With a quick glance, he saw that the wound on the white tiger's head was marked with a huge golden flaw. This situation only represents one possibility: this area is all white tiger's flaws. No matter how much strength it has left, you will know if you try it, right? Knowing that the other party devoured Sun Wenbin's corpse in order to replenish his energy and restore his strength, Jiang Han did not dare to delay any further. With Taihan in his hand, Jiang Han rushed straight towards the white tiger. Ninefold Thunder Blade! A critical hit! The liquid-like armor spread to Jiang Han's whole body again, wrapping up his exposed head, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. Although wrapped so tightly, I didn't feel any discomfort and my breathing was not disturbed at all. Jiang Han didn't dare to hold back at all, because the white tiger in front of him put too much pressure on him, far surpassing the previous steel bristleboar king. One has to use all his strength to fight a rabbit, let alone a tiger. The full force of the 9-layer Thunder Blade and the critical strike made Jiang Han's strength points reach more than 5,000 points in an instant. More than 50 tons of force were applied to Taihan's blade, creating a wave of air and a buzzing sound of breaking through the air. This sword is enough to cut through gold and iron. The white tiger that was eating Sun Wenbin showed no intention of retreating when it saw Jiang Han's powerful and heavy sword attack, but there was a hint of doubt in its one eye. It seemed as if it was wondering why Jiang Han, a tiny human being, could burst out with such power. However, despite his doubts, Baihu's men were equally quick. The huge tiger claw was raised and slapped towards Taihan, who was slashing down from above. Bang! Buzz! A huge force came from the Taihan's sword. Jiang Han felt a numbness in his palm and Taihan was about to fly backwards. Snort! With a muffled groan, Jiang Han did not withstand the force head-on. Instead, he fell backwards, as if he was knocked away by the white tiger's claw. The faster he rushed forward, the faster he flew backwards. Jiang Han looked quite embarrassed. But this is not important. What is important is that, although the fight between the two sides only lasted for a moment, Jiang Han understood one thing just from the huge force transmitted from the Taihan's sword. The strength of the white tiger in front of him was definitely beyond his ability to match. The power is at least twice as much as his full power. Even though seriously injured, it could still burst out with a force of over 100 tons. Jiang Han felt that he had made a serious mistake in his assessment of the white tiger's strength. The strength of this white tiger is probably not just that of a mid-level lord. It is very likely that it has reached the level of a high-level lord, or is even already a high-level lord. Run! This thought inexplicably popped up in Jiang Han's mind. There is no other reason, it is just because the combat power of the high-level lords is so terrifying. With a combat power of at least 70,000, against Jiang Han, a general with a combat power of just over 10,000, even if it is not a complete crushing victory, it is almost the same. Even though it was seriously injured, the combat power of this white tiger was still at least 20,000, so there was no way to fight it. With this thought in mind, Jiang Han's actions were naturally decisive. As his feet touched the ground, Jiang Han's body twisted at an incredible angle, and he was already running wildly in the direction away from the white tiger. Where is the demeanor of a powerful military general? But for Jiang Han now, how could the demeanor of a strong man be more important than saving his life? Knowing that you cannot defeat the enemy, the best thing to do is to run away. As for the she-gold vein, it is better to stay here for the time being. Even if we let this white tiger continue to suck the gold from the creek vein, it won't be able to absorb much in a short period of time. When I get back to the city and pass on the news of the she-gold vein, the country will have to send out at least one Wu-Ho-level warrior. Baihu, a mere high-level lord, will not be able to escape death. Not to mention that he is seriously injured now. Even if he was not injured and at the peak of his combat power, he is still no match for a Wu-Ho-level strongman. Roar! Seeing Jiang Han running away so decisively, the white tiger behind him couldn't help but roar and chased after him. Are you crazy? Even Jiang Han couldn't help but quicken his pace after hearing this roar. The exotic beasts all have their own territorial attributes. As long as you run a sufficient distance, the white tiger behind you will basically not chase you anymore. What's more, Baihu is now seriously injured and needs to return to the mine to recover by sucking the gold ore from the stream, so it is even more impossible for him to keep chasing. The 9-layer Thunder Blade is intended to burst out forcefully, increasing not only strength but also agility. With the quadruple agility of the 9-layer Thunder Blade, Jiang Han's short-term burst agility reached 880 points, which was definitely not slow. Even though Baihu is much faster than Jiang Han, it would be difficult for him to catch up in a short period of time. It was also because of this that, under the moonlight, two figures were running wildly on the ground, raising clouds of dust, but there was no further follow-up. In order to ensure absolute speed, Jiang Han didn't even bother to avoid those dilapidated buildings. He simply held the knife across his body and rushed straight into them. Anyway, with his current physical condition, these red brick houses that were built decades ago and have long been dilapidated are no different from tofu. The mining area has a wide radiation range, about 20 to 30 kilometers across. But with Jiang Han's current speed, he can run back and forth in just over 10 minutes. The white tiger behind him seemed to realize that it could not catch up with Jiang Han for a while, and its top priority was to go back and heal its wounds. Therefore, they only chased him for more than 10 kilometers before turning back to the mine. Chapter 72, 2 Paths Before Jiang Han. Hoo! Number 157 is located in the urban area of the fallen city, on the rooftop of a 6-story building. Jiang Han's breathing was like a bellows, heavy and rapid, and a dry sound came from his throat. This is the sequelae of a long-term explosion. There is insufficient oxygen in the body, and you need to take deep breaths continuously to relieve the feeling of hypoxia in the body. In order to escape from White Tiger just now, Jiang Han forced himself to maintain the agility bonus of the 9-layer Thunder Blade. At this moment, both physical and mental strength were severely overdrawn. He took out 4 bottles of water from the system space, unscrewed the bottle caps, and drank from them in small sips. You cannot drink large gulps of water after such intense exercise, otherwise it will cause vomiting. This white tiger is really crazy. The key is that it is too strong and cannot be defeated. But fortunately I managed to escape. But this injury is a bit serious. Jiang Han drank 4 bottles of water in a row, and the severe feeling of dehydration was relieved a lot, and his throat was not so hoarse anymore. Panting heavily and lowering his head slightly, the liquid-like protective gear slowly disappeared and turned into a bracelet worn on Jiang Han's wrist. Lifting up his clothes, Jiang Han's waist was covered with purple and blue scars. These are the injuries caused by the white tiger. The explosive agility of the 9-layer Thunder Blade supported Jiang Han, preventing him from being easily caught up by the white tiger. But after all, the white tiger was still a step faster than him. Occasionally, it would catch up with Jiang Han and claw him with its hand. Even if Jiang Han raised his sword to block, with the help of his protective gear to absorb the force, a lot of the force would still fall on Jiang Han in the end. Jiang Han knew that the human body's defense level was very weak and that protective gear was needed to help with defense, but this was too weak. Compared with Baihu, Jiang Han's ability to withstand blows is extremely poor. The white tiger had half of its head knocked off, but it was still alive and well, while Jiang Han was only hit by a few claws, and even after releasing the force several times, he still felt pain in his waist. This feeling is especially obvious after the whole person relaxes. But this is enough, after all, it's still not strong enough. Jiang Han murmured to himself as he took out the medicine spray that he had prepared before coming in from the system space. The medicine was specially used to treat this kind of bruise and he sprayed it on the scar. The cool feeling made Jiang Han breathe a sigh of relief, and the burning sensation in the scar also subsided a lot. A bottle of the trauma spray is worth 8,000 alliance coins and it is indeed effective. After treating the wound, Jiang Han finally had time to take out the meat that had been roasted earlier and started chewing it in big mouthfuls. After a long period of explosiveness, the overdrawn physical strength will eventually need to be replenished. This white tiger is quite powerful. Its combat power in its prime is at least 70,000. Even if it is seriously injured, its combat power is still at least 20,000. There are only 2 paths before me. Either we go back to the city and spread the news about the she-gold mine, let the government take care of the white tiger, and then take the 10% profit from the government. Or find a way to improve your strength, and then kill the white tiger yourself. However, according to the strength of this white tiger, Jiang Han's own combat power must be at least more than 20,000 points before he can kill it. The first one has no risk and you can get 10% profit without doing anything. In the second option, Jiang Han has to bear the risk himself, but the advantage is that after he kills the white tiger, he can get 20% or even 30% of the profits of the gold vein. The risks and benefits are always equal. After all, the country has to pay a price when it sends high-level warriors to clean up the mining area. Of course, there is another way to go. After Jiang Han's strength has improved to a certain level, he will start a company and develop this gold vein on his own. In this way, Jiang Han's profit can reach 50%. However, this approach is basically impossible to achieve. If Jiang Han wants to expand his company's business to the wasteland area, his strength must at least reach the Wuhou level. Otherwise, he can only do business honestly in the urban area. Jiang Han is currently just a military general. It is basically impossible for him to leap 2 major levels and become a military marquis in a short period of time. The higher the level, the stronger the strength, and the more difficult it is to improve further. We need to think about this matter carefully. The wealth hidden behind the she-gold vein is not a small amount. Every extra percentage point represents over 100 million in wealth. We have to find a way to maximize the benefits. But it can't take too long. If Sun Wenbin and his team can find the gold vein, then others can definitely find it too. Don't let someone else get there first and lose even 10% of your profits. 1 week. If you are not strong enough to defeat the White Tiger in 1 week, return to the city and sell the news of the Shi gold vein to the authorities. After a while, Jiang Han sickened set a time limit for himself. A week was enough time for his strength to improve significantly, and in such a short time, even if Baihu relied on absorbing the gold or from the stream, he would not be able to heal his injuries. But before that, I have to go back to the iron line and sell everything in the system space. Otherwise, the remaining space will not be able to accommodate the exotic beast materials we will need to hunt in the fallen city next time. With this thought in mind, Jiang Han was unwilling to rest any longer. He simply packed up his things, spread the armor all over his body again, and rushed towards the direction of the steel defense line. As for the remaining beast general level monsters in the fallen city number 157, Jiang Han no longer had any intention of continuing hunting. Leaving behind some high-level exotic beasts could have a certain deterrent effect and prevent too many warriors from pouring into the city. Jiang Han now somewhat regrets that he had hunted too many beast general level monsters before. But now is not the time to regret these things. Go early and come back early. Jiang Han has to make good use of this week to improve his own strength. It is actually very troublesome to make a long-distance raid under the cover of night, because many exotic beasts actually come out to hunt at night. Some of them are highly poisonous. Fortunately, Jiang Han had deployed his protective gear along the way to protect his whole body, so he was not afraid of any strange beasts attacking him. He stopped and walked along the way, and hunted many beast soldier-level monsters, barely filling up 80% of the system space. The harvest is definitely not small. We reached the iron line before daybreak. However, the special materials market would not open until 8 o'clock, so Jiang Han had no choice but to book a room and have a sleep first. From yesterday morning till now, Jiang Han has not slept for nearly 24 hours. During this period, he was chased by the White Tiger and suffered some injuries. His mental state is very bad. I even lost the thought of meditating and practicing. Jiang Han slept until after 10 in the morning. After ordering breakfast, he finally found the building of the exclusive exotic materials market. Since there is no high-value animal material, there is naturally no need to look for other channels. The exotic materials market is just right for people like Jiang Han who sell animal materials in large quantities. The price is fair. Chapter 73 Crazy Killing. There are a total of 36 beast commander level beasts and 28 beast soldier level beasts. Among them, there are 7 high-level beast generals, 12 mid-level beast generals, and 17 low-level beast generals. The beast soldier level beasts are all high-level beast soldiers, and they are very expensive. This one is worth 220,000. This one is worth 160,000, this one. One of the floors of the exotic materials market, specifically used for counting animal materials. An old man in work clothes and rubber gloves walked in front. Every time he passed a strange beast, he would reach out and flip through the materials to check the integrity of the materials and then give a price. Following behind him was Jiang Han, and a middle-aged man in a suit. The old man must have been a warrior in the wilderness before. He knows all kinds of exotic beasts very well and their prices clearly. Some exotic beasts weighing several thousand pounds are like a chair in the old man's hands, and he can flip them effortlessly. Before coming out of the wilderness, he was at least a great general-level expert. Jiang Han watched the old man's movements, thinking secretly in his heart. Mr. Jiang, the quantity has been counted. Here is the material price list. Please take a look. It took nearly half an hour to count all the exotic animal materials that Jiang Han brought. The middle-aged man in a suit handed Jiang Han a paper form, which recorded the name, level, material condition and price of each exotic beast. After a quick glance and making sure there were no problems, Jiang Han signed his name at the end. Okay, Mr. Jiang, the total value of this batch of animal materials is 8.37 million. The purchase money will be transferred to your account later. Jiang Han nodded to indicate that he understood. After clearing out the things in the system space and the alien space ring, Jiang Han could set out again into the wilderness. As for other things, water and medicine, what was purchased before was enough for Jiang Han to survive in the wilderness for at least a week, and there was no need to replenish them at all. As for food, we have entered the wilderness. Are we still short of food? Coming out of the special materials market and passing through the alloy gate with steel defenses, the bank transfer text message arrived. Another 8.37 million was added to Jiang Han's account. There is still a long way to go. We can't even pay back the money we owe to Uncle Long and the others. Fortunately, this is only Jiang Han's income for one day. Jiang Han took out the map with the route already planned. But this time we can't go deeper as planned. If you have to choose, you can only choose the fallen city near the steel defense line. Because Jiang Han had to frequently return to the Iron Line to clear out the harvest, but at the same time he could not be too far away from the fallen city number 157. Although Jiang Han's plan gave himself a week, it did not mean that he had to wait until a week. In fact, according to Jiang Han's current calculations, if he raises his level to level 10, and his talent and martial arts are upgraded by one more level, his strength will most likely directly increase to more than 20,000. However, it is quite difficult to improve these things. According to Jiang Han's current efficiency, it will take about a week. This is the purpose of Jiang Han setting himself a week. Continue, next city! Jiang Han's eyes were fixed on a city on the map. After determining the route, he put the map back into the system space. Jiang Han's strength at the moment is not weak, but it is quite difficult to improve it further considering the experience required for upgrading. He still needs 32,000 experience points to upgrade. Assuming that a general level beast can bring him at least 500 experience points, he still needs to kill at least 16 more general level beasts. Talents are similar to martial arts, although the proficiency required to upgrade is less, but the amount obtained is also very small. After having a rough estimate in his mind, Jiang Han felt full of energy. In fact, his upgrade speed is already far beyond that of warriors of the same level. If ordinary warriors want to improve their combat power, they need to practice hard and persevere. Many warriors will never reach the combat power of a general in their entire life. For Jiang Han, all this is just a matter of how many exotic beasts he can kill. For the next 4 days, Jiang Han spent his time hunting exotic beasts and traveling back and forth between the steel defense lines. There are only so many general level beasts in a city. Even if Jiang Han occasionally picks some high-level beast soldiers to hunt, he still cannot achieve the upgrade achievement by relying on just one city. Fortunately, the harvest of these few days was rich. Except for the time wasted on traveling back and forth, Jiang Han's upgrade speed was definitely not slow. On the evening of the 4th day, it was not yet completely dark. Originally, at this time, all the general level beasts in the entire city would start going out hunting. But today the whole city seemed to have fallen into silence. Occasionally, there were sounds of fights between strange beasts, but they were only low-level beasts. At most, they would knock down street lamps and break glass. The last one! Jiang Han swung the Taihan in his hand, and it was like an arrow shot from a bow, easily piercing the chest of the gray-backed eagle in the air. The gray-backed eagle, whose wingspan was 5 or 6 meters long, never imagined that it just saw a dead beast general level monster and came down to hunt, but was caught by a human. The sharp Taihan penetrated straight into the bird monster whose defense was already weak. The gray-backed eagle in the sky let out a sharp scream and flapped its wings vigorously, as if it wanted to leave this place of trouble. But the stopped heart made it clearly feel that its vitality was rapidly fading away. But after a few seconds, the originally unruly gray eagle fell straight to the ground. Bang! There was a muffled sound, which raised a cloud of dust and attracted a group of low-level exotic beasts to eat it. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Jiang Han's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the intermediate beast General Tsangbei Eagle and gaining 765 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent Insight Proficiency +1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent Critical Hit Proficiency +196. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Martial Arts 9-fold Thunderblade Proficiency +182. Experience value is full, automatically upgrade. The talent Critical Hit Proficiency has reached full level, automatically upgrading. Huh! Jiang Han let out a long breath, and then called up the attribute panel. Host Jiang Han. Combat Power Rating, 20,586. Level 9. Strength, 237 Agility, 225 Constitution, 233 Spirit, 231. Available free attribute points, 100. Experience points required to upgrade to the next level, 324/128000. Current talent, A-level talent, Insight LV3, B-level talent, Critical Hit Max. Insight, automatically triggered when entering combat mode, can see through the weaknesses of everything. Critical Hit, attack has a 70% chance of triggering a critical hit, causing damage equal to Strength *7. Current talent proficiency, Insight 254/6000, Critical Hit Max. Currently available talent slots remaining 0. Current martial skill, Earth level top grade, 9-layered Thunderblade LV3. 9-fold Thunderblade LV3, when attacking with a sword, Strength *6, Agility *6. Current martial arts proficiency, 9-fold Thunderblade LV3, 836/8000. Currently available props, none. The current system space remaining is 785/1000. Current mission, kill 1,000 people. Stored energy that can be used explosively 0. Chapter 74 Upgrade, Combat Power 22,000. After taking a glance at the attribute panel, Jiang Han added the 100 attribute points gained from the upgrade to the 4-dimensional attributes. The 4-dimensional attributes all added another 25 points, all exceeding 250 points. Jiang Han's combat power increased by another 1,700 points, reaching 22,000 points. Killing the gray-backed eagle was just enough to reach the maximum experience and critical hit proficiency. However, the original proficiency of Insight and 9-layer Thunderblade was much higher and upgraded faster. It was upgraded last night. So far, Jiang Han's improvement in strength is definitely noticeable. Let's not talk about the 100 attribute points awarded after upgrading. Although no new capabilities were added after the Insight upgrade, the range of dynamic capture was increased from 10 meters to 50 meters. This is definitely a qualitative change. The range of 10 meters is still a bit small after all. After the level of the exotic beast is increased, the bodies of many of them are more than 10 meters in length. In this case, by the time the opponent is completely within the range of dynamic capture, the attack has often already reached Jiang Han. After the range is increased to 50 meters, Jiang Han will be able to respond earlier. At this moment, Jiang Han, relying on the upgraded motion capture, is absolutely invincible in close combat among his peers. After upgrading, the critical hits triggering probability and amplification effect will be increased. Counting the explosion of the 9-fold Thunderblade, Jiang Han now has 2 levels of blessings exploding at the same time. The force of one blow can easily exceed 100 tons. But there is a serious problem. After the critical hit is upgraded to level 5, it will be prompted that the level has reached the maximum and the suffix will become max. Jiang Han didn't know whether only the B-level talents had an upper limit of level 5, or whether this was true for all talents. This cannot be verified at this time. However, the critical hit ability could not be improved any further, which made Jiang Han sigh in his heart. It would be great if he had another talent upgrade card. However, Jiang Han just sighed. If Jiang Han really obtained a talent upgrade card, he would only improve his Insight. Insight is an A-level talent. If it is upgraded to an S-level talent, it will become an S-level talent. The bonus that the S-level talent brings to Jiang Han is obviously far higher than that of the A-level talent. He shook his head and threw away all the unrealistic thoughts in his mind. After hunting exotic beasts for 4 consecutive days and 4 nights, it is finally time to reap the rewards. Jiang Han is now in Fallen City number 235, which is 400 kilometers away from Fallen City number 157. He must first go to the nearest defense line supply point and then drive back. Jumping down from the tall building, Jiang Han slowly walked towards the gray-backed eagle that had been torn to pieces. When the group of low-level beasts that regarded the gray-backed eagle as food saw Jiang Han coming, they couldn't help but bare their teeth in an attempt to scare Jiang Han away. In response, Jiang Han simply snorted coldly, releasing his aura. With a combat power of over 20,000, he is completely able to crush this group of low-level monsters. Feeling the powerful pressure emanating from Jiang Han, this group of low-level beasts knew that if they didn't leave, their lives would be in danger. They whimpered with their tails between their legs and ran outside, but they had no intention of going away and watched Jiang Han from 100 meters away. Jiang Han didn't think there was anything wrong with this. He pulled out the taihan that was stuck on the chest of the gray-backed eagle and put it back into the scabbard. He then plucked off the 4 golden feathers on its wings and put them into the system space. The gray-backed eagle itself is not worth much. The most valuable parts of its body are these 4 golden feathers. As for the rest, they are not important. After harvesting the spoils, Jiang Han turned and left. The low-level monsters behind him that had been waiting for a long time, upon seeing Jiang Han leave, swarmed over him again, and some even started fighting on the spot. However, Jiang Han didn't care much about these. The city is only 100 kilometers away from the nearest steel defense supply point. Although it is troublesome to travel back and forth, it has to be done. After returning to the supply point, Jiang Han processed all the materials in his hands and earned another 8.7 million alliance coins. Then he took a car to the next supply point. On the way, I took a look at the harvest of the past few days. On the first day, Jiang Han earned 8.37 million, on the second day he earned 8.56 million, on the third day he earned 8.21 million, and today, the fourth day, his income is the highest, at 8.7 million. In other words, Jiang Han's total income in these 4 days reached 33.84 million. Adding the remaining 8 million, Jiang Han's account balance reached 41.8 million. Well enough. If he continues to earn this much, it won't be long before Jiang Han pays off all the money he owes to Uncle Long and the others. The combat power of more than 20,000 is the reason why Jiang Han is not panicked at all even though he owes 45 million. Of course, there is a more important reason. If we can take over the She Gold mine, 45 million will seem like nothing. The several hours' journey passed in a flash. Fallen City number 157, mining area. It was still the rooftop of the dormitory building where Jiang Han had stood before. Jiang Han held Taihan in one hand and looked around. 4 days passed, and the mining area was still as quiet as ever, as if nothing had happened. As for the bodies of Sun Wenbin, Li Yang and others, they had long disappeared. Perhaps it was eaten by some strange beast. The bloodstains on the ground were shallow, and were largely obscured by the wind and sand. Judging from what Jiang Han saw before him, no one should know about the She-Gold vein. At least Jiang Han did not find any traces that anyone had been to this place in recent days. There are quite a few mines in the mining area. A large mine that can support a city naturally has more than one mine. Even if someone ventured into the mine to lure out the strange beasts for hunting, the probability of finding the mine was very small. Call! After making sure that no one had noticed, Jiang Han breathed a sigh of relief, turned his hand slightly, and a bundle of round tubes appeared. This was purchased by Jiang Han before entering the wilderness. It's not very powerful, but it can easily blow up a mine. Jiang Han planned to repeat the actions of Sun Wenbin and others before, and find a way to lure out the white tiger and take action outside. It's just that last time Sun Wenbin and his team acted on impulse, but this time Jiang Han was extremely well prepared. This thing in your hand is a very important part. He jumped off the dormitory building, then drove into the mine entrance with his telescope. About 10 meters inside the entrance, he used Taihan to dig a small hole, and then stuffed the things in his hand into it. He then turned around and retreated, and did the same thing, burying 6 more sites around the entrance of the mine. After doing all this, Jiang Han returned to the roof of the dormitory building and moved out the laser turret in the system space. Jiang Han has been reading the instruction manual of the laser turret these days. This thing is something that ordinary people will never be able to get in their lifetime, but for a general-level warrior like Jiang Han, it is not a secret, not to mention that it is just buying an instruction manual. During these 4 days, Jiang Han would take it out and take a look at it whenever he had a break. For Jiang Han, who has top talent in learning, it is extremely easy for him to study and learn how to use the laser turret. Shaking the laser turret, Jiang Han stuffed another energy block into it. When everything was ready, Jiang Han pressed a button in his hand. Boom! Smoke and dust rose up instantly, and the ground shook. Chapter 75, Innate Divine Power. The vibration above the ground would not make such a big noise. But because the objects caused by the first round of explosion were placed in the mine by Jiang Han, the vibrations caused by the explosion were all absorbed by the ground, and the vibrations caused were naturally greater. The mine tunnel, which was reinforced with cement and red bricks but had not been maintained for decades, was already dilapidated and in danger of collapse at any time. Being treated like this by Jiang Han at this moment, it collapsed naturally without any surprise. Standing in Jiang Han's position, he could clearly see that the mine tunnel extending downwards had collapsed a full 50 or 60 meters. The sky was filled with smoke and dust, but when the breeze blew, the smoke and dust were blown away into the distance. Roar! About 2 or 3 seconds after the first round of explosions, Jiang Han heard a roar. A roar came from the collapsed mine entrance. Here we come! Jiang Han's heart was filled with anxiety. Success or failure depended on this one move. The white tiger's strength is definitely not weak. Even if it is seriously injured, its combat power is no less than 20,000, and it can restore its strength by absorbing the gold veins in the stream. Jiang Han had no idea to what extent Baihu's strength had recovered now. But fortunately, Jiang Han prepared a big gift for it in advance. The thing buried deep in the mine was just an appetizer to lure the white tiger out, and the 6 things buried around were cold dishes. As for the main course, Jiang Han tightened the armrest of the laser turret in his hand and aimed it at the smoke rising from the mine entrance. During these few days, Jiang Han not only learned how to operate the laser cannon, but also figured out the level of the laser cannon in his hand. The level 5 laser turret is enough to cause fatal damage to lower-level monsters. This is one of Jiang Han's final trump cards. Relying on more than 20,000 combat forces and laser turrets, Jiang Han was not afraid at all even if Baihu's injuries had almost recovered. Even when Baihu was in his prime, he was still seriously injured by Sun Wenbin's attack. The only thing you need to be wary of is that after the white tiger suffers a loss once, it will be on guard. In this case, if you want to hit the opponent again, you must make sacrifices. Boom! Not far away from the mine entrance, the figure of the white tiger emerged in the smoke and dust. As its figure appeared, the rubble that had collapsed and blocked the mine entrance was broken apart and crashed into the sky. His strength has recovered a lot. With this much, I'm afraid his combat power won't be less than 30,000. Jiang Han had his insight function activated, so his eyesight could easily penetrate the smoke and dust and see the shape of the white tiger. The huge wound on the white tiger's head has now formed a scar, and the blood formed by the blood makes the white tiger even more ferocious, far more intimidating than in its previous heyday. Even Jiang Han couldn't help but tremble when he saw the appearance of the white tiger at this moment. But the next moment, Jiang Han pressed the button in his hand again. Boom, boom, boom! A series of explosions sounded, with the intervals between each explosion being so small that they were barely noticeable. Fires lit up almost at the same time, and the shock waves from the explosions swept towards the white tiger in the middle. They interfere with each other, yet complement each other. The white tiger in the center had no way to dodge and could only withstand the bombardment. A terrifying explosion wave came, and waves of this level could be felt even more than 10 kilometers away. Roar! Another roar sounded from the flames, suppressing the aftermath of the explosion. However, Jiang Han could clearly feel that this roar seemed to lack strength. Obviously, the explosion just now had a significant impact on the white tiger, which has extraordinary combat power. But this is not enough. Jiang Han's eyes were fixed on the white tiger several hundred meters away. The originally smooth and shiny white hair was now burnt a lot in the flames of the explosion, making it look quite disheveled. The next moment, Jiang Han pressed the button in his hand. Buzz boom! As the button was pressed, the entire laser cannon trembled slightly, as if it was storing energy. However, the energy storage time was extremely short, only about 0.1 second. The next moment, a red laser was shot out. Last time, they were far away, so Jiang Han didn't have any obvious feelings. But this time, after experiencing the laser cannon with his own hands, Jiang Han could clearly feel that when the laser cannon muzzle fired this laser cannon, the temperature of the surrounding air suddenly rose. Originally, the breeze felt somewhat cool, but now it seemed somewhat hot. Without thinking too much, Jiang Han could feel that the temperature at that moment was at least around 60 degrees. With Jiang Han's current physical condition, the temperature brought by this aftermath naturally would not affect him at all, but Baihu would be in trouble. If the laser cannon were to hit the white tiger, the instantaneous high temperature generated would be at least 3,000 degrees. Even steel would melt in an instant. Jiang Han's eyes fell on Baihu, and seeing that the other party didn't move at all, he couldn't help but feel happy. It's done! Jiang Han murmured something, but the next moment, he saw Baihu move. The white tiger's entire body seemed to be stiff, and it seemed not to notice the laser at all. But the next moment, the white tiger hair next to the wound on its forehead stretched out, revealing a vertical eye hidden under the fur. The vertical eyes have no pupils, but are golden in color. As his eyelids opened, a ray of golden light shot out from his vertical pupils. It collided directly with the incoming laser. There was no fluctuation, but it emitted a dazzling light, even though it was broad daylight. Jiang Han still felt a flash in the distance, and was temporarily blinded. Innate magical power? Although there was only darkness in front of him, with only the light from the collision, Jiang Han's mind was not restricted in any way. When this thought popped into my mind, I was just surprised. Aren't innate magical powers something that only Overlord-level beasts can awaken? Moreover, even for the Overlord-level monsters, only a few with extraordinary talents can awaken. Why can this white tiger awaken? Isn't it Lord-level? It's no wonder that Jiang Han was surprised, because the fighting styles of the strange beasts with innate magical powers and those without innate magical powers are completely different. The strange beasts, without any innate magical powers, can only rely on their own sharp claws and fangs to attack. However, the strange beasts with innate magical powers have more varied means of attack. Just like at this moment, the golden light shot out from the white tiger's vertical pupils. The fact that it collided with a laser cannon that was powerful enough to kill a Lord-level monster in one blow, but the two cancelled each other out, was enough to prove the power of this golden light. If Jiang Han were to withstand this attack of golden light head-on, he would probably suffer fatal injuries. Moreover, the speed of this golden light is not much slower than that of a laser cannon. If it shoots towards Jiang Han cannot guarantee whether the motion capture can be effective. It was also because of this that Jiang Han felt his heart palpitating after seeing Baihu use his innate magical powers. If the laser turret fails to hit the target in the first attack, it will definitely be guarded by the white tiger if it wants to attack again, and it will be difficult to be effective. No, if white tiger uses his innate magical powers, there will also be certain side effects. For a Lord-level beast to obtain a natural magical power is already an extremely evil existence. It is definitely impossible to use it multiple times. Seize this opportunity and there might be a chance to kill the opponent. Chapter 76. As long as you get close, you have a chance. Any powerful attack will have a certain amount of attack after swing. For example, if a laser turret fails to fire a shot, it needs to reload the energy block to cool down the barrel. For example, if Jiang Han swung his sword with all his strength, with a critical hit and the 9-layer thunder sword exploding at the same time, he would fall into a state of temporary weakness and would be unable to swing again instantly. Now this point can be applied to the white tiger, and it is equally effective. It's like opening a vertical pupil on the forehead and unleashing an attack weaker than a level 5 laser cannon. It's impossible that there won't be any side effects at all. Jiang Han even suspected that the reason why this guy didn't use his innate magical power of vertical eye golden light last time was probably because there were too many restrictions. Even if he was as strong as Baihu, he would not dare to use it casually unless he encountered any life-threatening danger. If this is true, then after White Tiger launches this attack, it will either fall into a weakened state, or will not be able to use this move again for a short period of time. In this way, the threat posed by his awakened innate magical power to Jiang Han was greatly reduced, almost to nothing. But even so, Jiang Han still felt shocked in his heart. I am extremely glad that I had made full preparations before coming here. If it weren't for the 2 consecutive rounds of explosions that lured out the white tiger and caused him a certain amount of damage, and then used laser cannons to force the opponent to use his innate magical powers, Jiang Han would most likely have to stay here this time. Faced with the white tiger's innate magical powers, Jiang Han would not be able to resist it even if his strength reached over 20,000. But now, Jiang Han knew clearly that he had no chance to fire a second laser cannon. The 10 seconds in between were enough for the white tiger to reach him. Therefore, after firing this shot, Jiang Han, while feeling surprised, waved his right hand and put the set-up laser turret into the system space. Then the whole person rushed straight towards the white tiger in the distance from the roof of the dormitory building. The Taihan in his hand flashed with light and was thrown out by Jiang Han. The light blue Taihan left a blue afterimage in the air and rushed straight towards the vertical pupil on the white tiger's forehead. When the power is strong enough, even if the Taihan escapes from the hand, it can still cause enough damage. Jiang Han followed closely behind, drawing an arc in the air, and then increased his speed a little bit. Kill! The distance from the roof to the front of the white tiger is only a few hundred meters. With Jiang Han's current speed and full strength, it will only take a few seconds. Taihan arrived first, and Jiang Han clenched his right fist and struck out with all his strength. However, the white tiger, which had been standing still, also moved at this moment. Ever since the vertical pupil on its forehead burst out with golden light to offset the attack of the laser cannon, the white tiger has been frozen in place. As Taihan's attack was about to work, the white tiger opened its eyes and raised its claws to attack. The Taihan that rushed over was slapped away by a claw and did not cause any actual damage. And in the blink of an eye, Jiang Han's fist came over with a sound of breaking through the air. Bang! The tiger claw and Jiang Han's fist wrapped in protective gear collided with each other, making a dull sound. Then Jiang Han flew backwards and landed steadily next to the Taihan that was stuck in the ground. He reached out and pulled the Taihan out. It seemed to be powerful, but in fact it was just a test move by Jiang Han. The head-on collision just now allowed Jiang Han to understand Baihu's true abilities. The explosion of the golden pupil on Baihu's forehead was indeed a heavy burden for Baihu, so much so that he was paused for a few seconds and was caught off guard by Jiang Han. Otherwise, given Baihu's temperament, how could he wait for Jiang Han to take the initiative to attack? Although he was still no match for the opponent, Jiang Han could clearly feel from that punch that Baihu's strength was not much stronger than his. We are still a level above the rest, but we are not completely without chance. Jiang Han murmured, but his eyes were full of fighting spirit. He is not afraid of fighting, especially this kind of high-intensity fighting. After all, it's because I have enough confidence. The critical hit and the 9-layer Thunder Blade gave Jiang Han enough burst of power. If he hit the vital point, it would be enough to cause fatal damage to the white tiger. With insight and motion capture, Jiang Han's every attack went straight to the white tiger's vital points, infinitely narrowing the gap in strength between the two sides. That's enough. The reason why Jiang Han worked so hard to improve his strength was just to have the strength to deal with the white tiger. But now, Baihu's injuries have not recovered, and his strength has improved. The gap in strength between the two sides is not unbridgeable. It all depends on how Jiang Han plans. The white tiger shook its head violently, looked at Jiang Han with murderous eyes, then opened its mouth and roared, and a sound wave that seemed to materialize rushed towards Jiang Han. If one is weaker or more timid, he would probably be frightened to death by the roar of the white tiger. Jiang Han had never seen this aura in any other exotic beast. Even if it was the steel bristle wild boar king, the pressure he put on Jiang Han could not be so great. Holding Taihan tightly in his hand, Jiang Han took a deep breath. He murmured something, seemingly speaking to Baihu, but also as if speaking to himself. You're yelling so loudly, are you trying to show off your loud voice? I'll peel off your skin and make a tiger skin hat. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Han took the initiative to attack again. When fighting against a monster like the white tiger, it is best to take the initiative into your own hands. Otherwise, if the opponent seizes the initiative, Jiang Han will be exhausted from defending and it will be difficult for him to organize an effective attack. This is what they mean by strike first, gain the advantage. Ninefold Thunder Blade. A heart-thumping blow. A hot current rose from Jiang Han's lower abdomen, and then surged throughout his body. His waist tightened instantly, and all the strength of his body was concentrated on his right arm. It seemed like a swing, but it also felt like a straight stab. After reaching the top level of proficiency in critical hit, Jiang Han was able to control his strength more precisely. He chopped with all his strength, and the sound of the sonic boom became even louder. Jiang Han just felt his blood boiling. I couldn't help but roar. Die! Roar! It seemed as if it was a response to Jiang Han's knife. The white tiger, which was much taller than Jiang Han, opened its mouth wide at this moment, and roared inwardly from within. Its originally burnt white hair now stood up one by one. Boom! The two attacks, carrying enormous force, collided with each other, and the aftermath spread from the point where Taihan and Tiger Claw collided to the surrounding areas. Jiang Han had no intention of relieving the force this time. He took the recoil force head-on and changed to holding the sword with both hands. He swung the light blue Taihan more than 10 times in the dust. The continuous attacks were like waves, overwhelming the opponent with their force, forcing Baihu to do the same as Jiang Han, enduring the recoil force that spread after each collision. Roar! Jiang Han had no intention of increasing the distance between the two sides. After each swing of the sword, he would take a step forward to accumulate strength before swinging the next sword. He pressed forward step by step. What he wanted was to fight with the white tiger in close combat and bring his ability of motion capture to the extreme. The white tiger is huge in size, and it is extremely difficult for it to move around in a very small area. In Jiang Han's opinion, this is the white tiger's biggest flaw. Chapter 77, Deep into the Mind. Any living creature that is too large will have certain limitations in its movements. Especially for exotic beasts, their general weight is over several tons. In the case of instantaneous explosive force, the inertia is large to a certain extent. Even if you can ignore the inertia once or twice, you cannot ignore it in a very short period of time because that will put too much strain on the body. By that time, Jiang Han would no longer be needed to do anything, and the white tiger's body would collapse. However, after Jiang Han's critical hit ability reached the top level, he was able to control his physical strength at will. He could clearly feel the force of every muscle in his body. In this situation, Jiang Han can decide at any time whether to burst out with his punch or to retract his force to dodge. In this way, the close combat between him and the white tiger became very dramatic. The white tiger wanted to fight Jiang Han head-on, but Jiang Han just didn't want to fight it head-on. When he saw that the white tiger was about to explode, he would retract his strength to dodge, then continue to stick to it, and then add 2 more hits when he found an opening. Occasionally, a full-strength blow would make the white tiger roar in pain. If there was a health bar above the white tiger's head at this moment, hundreds of blood points would be deducted continuously, and occasionally there would be 2 red critical hits, deducting tens of thousands of blood points. When scraping, just scrape hard. Such a high-intensity battle would definitely be full of dangers for others. But for Jiang Han, who had motion capture technology, everything was slowed down. Although it was thrilling, it was still within an acceptable range. More importantly, Jiang Han felt that this strong pressure was very helpful in honing his physical skills. Dodge the white tiger's attack within the limit, then turn around and attack. Jiang Han would occasionally do this when fighting with low-level monsters, but in the final analysis, low-level monsters could not put enough pressure on him, and Jiang Han could not truly experience the test of life and death. For some reason, Jiang Han felt that he was caught in a very strange feeling. Although he was facing life and death, he felt very enjoyable. Enjoy the feeling of having your body tense and operating at the limit. But when Jiang Han was like this, the one who felt uncomfortable was Baihu, who was fighting with him desperately. Jiang Han was like a loach, making all of the white tiger's attacks miss, and he even found time to bite it. Frustrated. If Baihu could speak, he would probably roar at Jiang Han for being unsportsmanlike. But it can't speak. The white tiger was anxious. More than 10 attacks in a row had failed, which made it furious. It knew that it would still be unable to do anything to Jiang Han if it continued like this, so it simply gave up on holding back its strength and pounced on Jiang Han with all its might. The original balance between the two sides was broken by the white tiger's desperate attack. Jiang Han's strange feeling was broken. He frowned slightly, knowing that Baihu had no way to retreat, and decided to fight him to the death. He raised Taihan in his hand and took the white tiger's claw head-on. It is absolutely terrifying to see high-level monsters fighting to the death. Even a rabbit bites when it is cornered. If Baihu were to let him fight Jiang Han's life without any scruples, even if Jiang Han could kill the other party, he himself would definitely not be in a much better situation. No, we must find a way to silence the other party. He swept the Taihan in his hand, and the critical hit plus the huge force of the 9-layer thunder blade offset the white tiger's claw. Then Jiang Han forcibly offset the recoil force, took a few steps, and the whole person was under the white tiger. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Since the white tiger wants to fight to the death, hide in a place where it can't fight to the death. Jiang Han's purpose was very simple. The white tiger was huge, so as long as he hid under it or on its back, there would definitely be places that it could not reach. After all, the tiger's claws are only this long, just like Jiang Han can't rub his own back when he takes a bath. If you grab the burnt tiger hair in your hand, it will turn into charred powder with just the slightest force. Fortunately, the white tiger's fur was long enough for Jiang Han to hold on tightly. With the force of his left hand, Jiang Han turned over and straddled the white tiger's back. Then Taihun was raised high and thrust fiercely into the back of the white tiger. The blade turned and got stuck directly between the white tiger's spine. Roar! Such intense pain caused the white tiger's huge body to jump violently in an instant. He raised his claws and wanted to slap Jiang Han off his back, but with one hand holding Taihun, who was deeply inserted into him, and the other hand tightly grasping the white tiger's hair, how could Jiang Han be shaken off so easily? Hot blood flowed out madly from the wound caused by Taihun. The smell of blood was so strong that it made Jiang Han feel a little nauseous, but he forced himself to hold it down. The white tiger felt pain but couldn't get Jiang Han down, so it simply rolled on the ground. The sky was filled with smoke and dust as its huge body tossed around. Jiang Han, who was pressed down, endured the pressure of his whole body and released his left hand that was grabbing the hair. There was a flash of light in his hand, and a kitchen knife appeared on Jiang Han's left hand. The Taihun was inserted into the body of the white tiger and could not be pulled out, but this did not mean that Jiang Han had no power to counterattack. Although the kitchen knife in the left hand was not sharp enough, it was tough enough and could cause much more damage than Jiang Han's fist. Die! A heart-thumping blow! 9-fold thunder blade! It was impossible to break the white tiger's fur defense, but the blunt knife still caused the white tiger to suffer a lot of pain by cutting its flesh. Roar! Baihu, who originally wanted to kill Jiang Han, no longer had the will to fight. Facing Jiang Han, all its means of attack were ineffective, and its strongest attack was even offset by the laser cannon in order to save its life. If you can't catch Jiang Han, you will be worn down to death by him. In a battle between evenly matched forces, if one side shows cowardice, the balance will tip. In addition to the excessive blood loss, the white tiger felt that its whole body was in a state of weakness. If it didn't find a way to heal its wounds, it would probably have to stay here today. After a roar, the white tiger carried Jiang Han and rushed straight towards the collapsed mine entrance. It needs to suck the gold ore from the stream to heal its wounds, and the underground mine is more suitable for it to fight. Jiang Han also saw what Baihu was thinking. But there was no way to deal with it, so he could only increase his strength and get rid of the white tiger as soon as possible. The entrance of the mine that had been blown down was knocked open by the white tiger when it rushed out. Even though there were some rubbles at the entrance at this moment, it could not stop the white tiger's footsteps. The white tiger rushed all the way and went straight into the mine. Before the disaster, the mines were generally not very large, as long as they could accommodate a conveyor belt and a track to send workers down. But this mine has obviously been widened. The deeper you go, the wider the mine becomes. Once you go deeper into the mine, there is no sunlight, and it seems dark. Fortunately, Jiang Han had his insight on all the time, so even without light, he could still see and sense his surroundings clearly. Roar! The roar of the white tiger echoed in the mine, and then another faint roar was heard, but it was not an echo because the sound seemed very childish. It seems like a response. Chapter 78, Kill the White Tiger, System Upgrade. There is no sunlight entering the deep mines, so without any lighting, it is naturally extremely dark. However, as Baihu led Jiang Han deeper and deeper, more and more spots of fluorescent light appeared on the surrounding mine walls. The faint golden fluorescence makes the entire mine look a little more mysterious. River Gold Vein! Jiang Han glanced at the golden fluorescent spots around him, and understood. Judging from the distribution of fluorescence, the reserves are definitely not small. If it can spread over 100 meters, the reserves will be at least more than 2 tons. As long as he can kill this white tiger, Jiang Han will be able to reap the huge profits. The only problem was that at the same time Jiang Han saw these spots of fluorescence, they were also spreading outwards and then pouring into the body of the madly running white tiger. He didn't know if it was Jiang Han's illusion, but he always felt that the white tiger, which had absorbed these fluorescent lights, was rapidly recovering its vitality, because Jiang Han could clearly feel that the white tiger was trying to throw him off with increasing force. It shouldn't be like this. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Jiang Han knew that he could not let his guard down in the wilderness. When he felt that the white tiger's strength was recovering rapidly, he had already made a decision in his mind. The taihan that was originally tightly inserted into the white tiger's neck was pulled out, leaving a streak of scarlet. Having lost Taihan's support point, Jiang Han suddenly felt unstable and simply turned over and jumped off the white tiger's back. Roar! The roar of the white tiger echoed in the mine. Sensing Jiang Han jumping off its back, the white tiger stopped running madly, then turned around and slapped him with its claws. In the darkness, all Jiang Han could see was a huge tiger claw with sharp nails shining coldly. He took 2 steps back and barely avoided the white tiger's claw. Bang! A dull slapping sound was heard, and gravel flew all over the walls of the mine. The force of the white tiger's claw is at least 50 tons. Things have come to this point, and both sides have actually no way out. The biggest trump cards were all used in the first round of confrontation, and the only thing left was to fight to the death. It's a fight to see who can stand to the end and who has stronger vitality. Jiang Han naturally wouldn't stand there stupidly and fight against Baihu, but that didn't mean Jiang Han had no way to deal with Baihu. After being injured several times in succession, the white tiger's body was covered with golden weaknesses. And these weaknesses are Jiang Han's targets. Jiang Han didn't know how this beast recovered its vitality so quickly, but one thing was clear. The damage Jiang Han inflicts on the white tiger must be greater than its recovered vitality. Otherwise, when the white tiger's combat power recovers to the point where it can crush him, the result will be that Jiang Han will be trapped in the mine with nowhere to escape. Knowing that his situation was not good, he simply rushed forward, completely ignoring the flying stones, and rushed straight towards the white tiger. Seeing this, Baihu showed no intention of backing down. It has sufficient confidence in its own combat capability. If the slender fangs bit Jiang Han, he would definitely not be able to withstand it even with the level 5 armor for close protection. Jiang Han ignored it, and only had eyes for the scarred wound on the white tiger's head. In Jiang Han's eyes, the golden flaw is the only target. In fact, before coming here, Jiang Han analyzed why Baihu could survive even after having nearly half of his head cut off by a laser cannon. After evolution, the body structure of the alien beast will undergo a certain degree of mutation and become different from before. The laser cannon that Sun Wenbin fired before seemed to have cut off half of the white tiger's head, but in fact, if the white tiger's brain moved a few inches to the side after the mutation, this seemingly fatal wound might not be so fatal. What Jiang Han has to do now is to insert Taihan into the wound and let the tip of Taihan's knife crush the white tiger's brain. Jiang Han's figure rushed out from the smoke, dust, and rubble. Then the kitchen knife in his right hand was hit hard. The white tiger subconsciously raised its claws to slap it away, but the next moment, it saw a light blue afterimage coming straight towards its head. The sound of Taihan breaking through the air was not loud, but it sounded like a death-threatening sound. A heart-thumping blow! 9-fold thunder blade! Die! The white tiger realized something was wrong and slapped back with its tiger claws, trying to force Jiang Han to use more strength to block the attack. At the same time, its huge body retreated repeatedly, trying to avoid Jiang Han's knife. But Jiang Han had finally seized this opportunity. How could he let Baihu just dodge it? As for the claw that was slapped out, Jiang Han seemed to have not seen it at all, and had no intention of avoiding it. The force of the white tiger's claw was definitely not small, at least 50 tons of force. If it landed on Jiang Han, only one claw would be enough to cause Jiang Han serious injuries. But Jiang Han still chose to take it head-on, because the opportunity for this attack was too good. If you can block the claw attack and avoid being hit by the knife, then just do it. The agility boost provided by the 9-layer Thunder Blade allows Jiang Han to burst out at a speed no slower than that of the white tiger. Especially in the narrow mine, it is extremely difficult for the white tiger to avoid it with its huge body. In just a blink of an eye, the Taihan in Jiang Han's hand sank into the wound of the white tiger. The scarred wound could not block the sharp Taihan at all. A trace of blood was brought up, and a slight puff sound was drowned out by the white tiger's roar. Bang! A dull collision sound was heard, and Jiang Han felt a piercing pain on his left waist. The next moment, his whole body fell heavily on the wall of the mine, and the hard stone was smashed to pieces. There was a slight sweetness in his throat. The muffled claw of the white tiger made Jiang Han's blood surge. The blood reached Jiang Han's throat but was forcibly suppressed. The pitch-black protective gear helped Jiang Han block most of the impact, but the remaining small parts still caused Jiang Han to suffer serious injuries. In his current state, if he was hit again, he would probably die here today. After all, I underestimated the strength of the white tiger. This claw actually has a force of at least 70 or 80 tons. Struggling to stand up from the rubble, Jiang Han held the wall of the mine with one hand and covered his left waist with the other, quietly looking at the violent white tiger in the distance, with the Taihan, whose head was almost pierced by a knife, already sunk into it. The huge body kept colliding with the walls around the mine, and the slight vibrations were transmitted to Jiang Han's palms. But doing so will have no effect on it. The Taihan had penetrated his brain, and even though Jiang Han didn't have time to make the next move before being slapped away by the white tiger's claw, it was enough. Death is only a matter of time. Just a dozen seconds later, the white tiger, which had been extremely violent, now lay limply on the ground, and even its breathing gradually became weak. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the high-level Lord-level beast Golden-Eyed White Tiger, and gaining experience points of 124,572. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Talent Insight Proficiency +1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Martial Arts Ninefold Thunderblade Proficiency +1,682. Experience value is full, automatically upgrade. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 10. The novice period is over. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the pet module and the mission module. The new module will be online after the system is upgraded. This system upgrade will take 600 seconds. Experience cannot be gained temporarily during the system upgrade. Chapter 79 Unlocking the Pet Function. A series of prompt sounds made Jiang Han a little dazed. He walked over slowly, pulled out Taihan and held it in his hand, then put the white tiger's body into the system space. The pain in his waist was piercing, and he slowly sat down, holding onto the wall of the mine. The system upgrade takes 10 minutes. Anyway, Bai Hu is dead now and there is no one in the mine who can cause him any harm. The she-gold vein is right here, there's no rush. Jiang Han took out a bunch of bottles and jars from the system space, all of which were healing medicines. He picked and chose, took out 2 bottles, and put the rest of the medicine back into the system space. 1 bottle is for external application to treat bruises, and 1 bottle is for internal use to temporarily numb the pain of broken ribs and enhance cell activity, which can temporarily keep Jiang Han in peak condition. The protective gear slowly retreated to the wrist and turned into a bracelet. Jiang Han gently lifted the clothes around his waist, then poured out the mucus-like ointment and slowly applied it on his waist. Hiss! When I was first injured, my nerves were numb for a moment and the pain was not so obvious. But now that I have relaxed, the pain surged up instantly. Jiang Han could clearly feel the broken ribs poking at his muscles, and his ribs moved as he applied the medicine. I couldn't help but take a breath, and then slowly exhaled. This was definitely the most serious injury Jiang Han had ever suffered since entering the wilderness. In this state, I can't engage in high-intensity combat for the time being. I have to go back to the city or Iron Line for treatment first. At least we need to fix the ribs first. I drank the medicine and felt the pain relieved. With his eyes slightly closed, Jiang Han leaned against the wall of the mine, feeling the medicine repairing his body while waiting for the system to upgrade. In the dim mine, the fluorescence of the gold vein could not cover up the strong smell of blood. After a long time, the system voice in my mind sounded again. Ding! System upgrade completed. The pet module and task module have been unlocked, and the system panel has been refreshed. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the pet module and being rewarded with the initial pet slot. Jiang Han's consciousness sank slightly. He called out the system panel, and then evenly distributed the 100 attribute points obtained after the upgrade among the 4-dimensional attributes. Host Jiang Han. Combat Power Rating, 23,485. Level 10. Strength, 287 Agility, 275 Constitution, 283 Spirit, 281. Experience points required to upgrade to the next level, 142/256000. Current talent, A-level talent, Insight LV3, B-level talent, Critical Hit Max. Current talent proficiency, Insight 356/6000, Critical Hit Max. Current martial skill, Earth level top grade, 9-layered Thunderblade LV3. Current martial arts proficiency, 9-fold Thunderblade LV3, 3210/8000. The current system space remaining is 527/1000. Current mission, kill 1000 people, 532/1000. Bindable pets, 1. After the system upgrade, it seems that there are many upgraded functions, but in fact, the taskbar is just more detailed and a pet column is added. However, Jiang Han was extremely curious about the new pet column. Judging from the settings of the online games he had played in the past, the bound pet would, to a certain extent, become one of his greatest helpers. I don't know if there will be more mount modules or something like that later. Jiang Han murmured to himself, then stood up with the help of the wall. With the help of medicine, he is much better now. At least he can endure the pain in his waist and move around without worries. The protective bracelet on his wrist spread to his whole body again. He clenched Taihan in his hand and walked slowly towards the depths of the mine. Although the white tiger was killed, Jiang Han still didn't know whether there were other strange beasts in there. Jiang Han needs to explore deep into the mine, and it would be best if he could roughly estimate the reserves of the gold vein in the stream. Fortunately, after the death of the white tiger, there should be no other high-level exotic beasts in the mine. Even if there are, they should be food for the white tiger, and they should be dead. Facing the fluorescent spots, Jiang Han's pace was not fast, but as he went deeper, Jiang Han could vaguely hear a faint breathing sound accompanied by a low roar. There are also strange beasts. Hearing this sound, Jiang Han subconsciously clenched his taihun, but when he listened carefully, he felt that the roar did not sound like that of a high-level monster. Even if the roar of a high-level exotic beast is not shocking, it is at least powerful. And the roar just now seemed to be a bit cowardly. With the insight turned on, Jiang Han lightened his steps and slowly explored inside. The mine is not very deep, with the deepest point probably only about 1,500 meters underground. Before that, Baihu carried Jiang Han and ran wildly for a few seconds, and they were almost reaching the deepest part. The deeper you go, the wider the mine becomes. After Jiang Han walked slowly for more than a minute, he came to a corner. Facing a pair of dark blue pupils in the darkness, Jiang Han subconsciously took a step back, held taihun in his hand, and was ready to chop with a knife. But the next moment, after seeing clearly the owner of the pair of dark blue pupils, Jiang Han couldn't help but laugh. Because in front of him, a white tiger that looked like a smaller version was staring at him closely, revealing its tiny fangs, as if threatening Jiang Han not to get close. Jiang Han has seen this little guy. I had encountered him before, on the outskirts of the city, when I entered Fallen City number 157. But he was scared away by Jiang Han's kingly aura. He didn't think there was anything wrong before, but when he saw this little guy again, Jiang Han realized that although this little guy is weak now, he still has some of the charm of the white tiger before. The originally tense body relaxed a lot. This little guy was at most at the level of an ordinary alien beast. Even if Jiang Han was seriously injured, this little guy could not cause any harm to him. He waved his hand, signaling the little guy to go away. Jiang Han inserted the taihun in his hand into the wall of the mine, and then cut off a piece of ore. After a few cuts, it was split into fist-sized pieces of stone. I held it in my right hand and then applied a little force. Although the hardness of the ore is high, it is not that high. With Jiang Han's current strength, he could barely crush the ore with a full grip. Several tiny amounts of liquid flowed out from the broken ore, gathered together and turned into a golden drop of water. With a slight movement of his fingers, the gravel was pushed out of his palm, leaving only the drop of stream gold. The gold content of this creek gold vein seems to be quite high. From a basketball-sized ore, 1 drop of stream gold can be extracted. According to this gold content, the reserves of the she gold vein in the main vein should be more than 4 tons. It's sent! Jiang Han had a look of joy in his eyes, and then he saw the little white tiger slowly approaching him. Her eyes stared at the shijin in his hand with a bit of desire. You want it? Jiang Han looked at the eager little white tiger, and his heart couldn't help but move. Chapter 80, Pet Xiao Bai. The little guy seemed to be able to understand what people said. When he heard Jiang Han talking, the desire in his eyes became even stronger, and he even nodded slightly. Jiang Han didn't think there was anything wrong and threw the drop of gold in his hand to the little guy. He jumped up with a body about 1 meter tall, swallowed the shijin thrown by Jiang Han into his mouth, squinted his eyes slightly, and looked very enjoyable. At the end, it smacked its lips, still feeling unsatisfied. It looked at Jiang Han expectantly, as if it wanted Jiang Han to give it some more. The young guy, who was not very worldly wise, was well protected by the white tiger before and had never been beaten by the society. He didn't know that Jiang Han and him were opponents. Maybe in its eyes, as long as you give it delicious food, you are close to it. He waved to the little guy, and seeing that he was being cautious, he slowly approached and touched its head, wanting to please Jiang Han. The hair is soft, and feels great. Maybe because he is young and has never hunted exotic animals, there is no smell of blood on the little guy, but instead a faint scent of milk. Jiang Han used to have a cat, and because it had all white fur, he named it Xiao Bai. But later the cat got lost, and he never kept it again. Fortunately, he still knew how to pet a cat. He touched the top of its head and then scratched the fur on its chin. The little guy felt comfortable with Jiang Han's touch. He squinted his eyes and simply lay on the ground. The scene before him made it difficult for Jiang Han to connect this little guy with the ferocious white tiger from before. Is it really a breed? Jiang Han shook his head with a dumb smile, but his mind was extremely active. Jiang Han muttered to himself that the white tiger he had fought with before was definitely not bad in strength. With its golden vertical pupils, it was definitely invincible in its class. The reason why it was hunted down by Jiang Han was purely because it withstood a laser cannon attack and was engaged in a close fight by Jiang Han, who possessed motion capture and dual talents. With dual talents and a minor accomplishment in the 9th level Thunderblade, Jiang Han's combat power cannot be evaluated by a string of numbers. Being hunted by Jiang Han doesn't mean that Baihu is not strong. On the contrary, Jiang Han was very eager for the white tiger with vertical pupils on its forehead. After he reached level 10, the system was upgraded to gain a pet module. If Jiang Han could bind this little guy in front of him as a pet. As if in response to Jiang Han, the system voice in his mind rang out. Ding! Pets can only be bound to creatures with lower spiritual power than the host. After binding, a spiritual connection will be established between the host and the pet. The pet is the host's most loyal combat partner. Please choose carefully. A creature with lower mental power than him? Jiang Han muttered something after hearing the system's explanation, and then looked at the white tiger lying at his feet, waiting for him to touch it. This little guy's mental strength doesn't seem to be very high. Can it be bound? Just give it a try. He didn't know how to bind the master-pet relationship between him and the white tiger, but the system knew. After Jiang Han had this idea, a pop-up window popped up in front of him. Do you want to establish a master-pet relationship with the golden-eyed white tiger? Yes. Jiang Han did not hesitate at all. After making the choice, the next moment, Jiang Han felt as if a part of his thoughts was torn out. His brain ached slightly, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment. The little fellow who had been lying quietly at his feet let out a painful roar from his throat, as if in pain. The next moment, the system prompt sounded again. Checking the spiritual power value of the golden-eyed white tiger. The golden-eyed white tiger's spiritual power value is 258, which is lower than the host's. It can be bound to the master-pet relationship. The master-pet relationship is binding. The master-pet relationship is successfully bound. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pet golden-eyed white tiger. Host, please name your pet. After the system prompt sounded, Jiang Han slowly opened his eyes. Now he could clearly feel that he seemed to have established some kind of connection with the little guy in front of him. If Jiang Han is willing, he can even influence the little guy's behavior to a certain extent. This is a connection that goes beyond blood ties. Not only Jiang Han had this feeling, even the little guy lying at his feet had a much happier look in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Han. Roar! Roar! He roared softly, conveying to Jiang Han a feeling of joy. He could simply feel the little guy's dependence on him. Raising his hand to stroke the little guy, Jiang Han's attention was focused on the system prompts. Name the little one? Why not just call him Xiao Bai? There's no difference between a white tiger and a white cat anyway. Jiang Han's mind moved, and the golden-eyed white tiger in the pet column at the bottom of the attribute panel turned into Xiao Bai. Noob? Jiang Han called out tentatively, and the next moment, the little guy looked up at him, then rubbed Jiang Han's leg affectionately with his tiger head. Wow, after a trip to the mine, I not only harvested so much stream gold, but also got a pet with a very high growth limit. Judging from the fighting power that the white tiger had unleashed before, Jiang Han could already foresee what Xiao Bai would be like when he grows up and kills everyone in his path. The white tiger that had previously caused severe injuries to Jiang Han had obviously not yet reached its growth limit. Apart from anything else, the lower-level beasts are gifted with magical powers, and their peak combat power is definitely more than just the lower level. However, after accepting Xiao Bai, another problem was placed before Jiang Han. Exotic animals can be fed. Before, Xiao Bai had been living in the Shijin mine cave, living on sucking Shijin. But after Jiang Han returns to the city, the Shijin mine will definitely be sold. At that time, Xiao Bai will naturally not be able to stay here any longer. How to feed Xiao Bai became the problem Jiang Han faced. If you want to improve Xiao Bai's combat power to the same level as Jiang Han, it will definitely require a huge investment, hundreds of millions. Fortunately, as long as Jiang Han sells the information about the Shi gold vein and gets a certain share, he will no longer be considered a poor man. Since you have decided to train Xiao Bai well, you can't be stingy with money. The scientific combination of metals allows novices to grow faster and lay a more solid foundation. Let's go outside first. Jiang Han touched Xiao Bai's tiger head again, but saw Xiao Bai lying down again, shaking his head slightly and growling at him. You want me to ride on it? Feeling the emotions conveyed in Xiao Bai's roar, Jiang Han didn't worry about it anymore. He turned over and rode on it. In this way, Jiang Han could be considered a man who had ridden a white tiger. However, the problem was that Xiao Bai was a male tiger. Although Xiao Bai was a little smaller in size, fortunately Jiang Han was not heavy either. The man and the tiger rushed out from the depths of the mine. Jiang Han reluctantly looked back at the mine, gently touched the tiger's head, and comforted him. Don't worry, I will give you better metals in the future, and I guarantee that they will be better than this stuff. Roar! Xiao Bai responded to him, then carried Jiang Han on his back and ran wildly in the direction he pointed. Chapter 81, Ruthless Monster Breaking Tool. Ding, your pet killed the red monkey and gained 158 experience points. You gained 79 shared experience points. Ding, your pet killed the strange red-haired monkey. A series of system prompt sounds rang out, making Jiang Han feel dazed. This is a function that Jiang Han discovered by accident. It turns out that Xiaobai can level up by hunting exotic beasts, and he will also share half of his experience points at the same time. Focus on the attribute panel, pet module, and the attribute panel will change. Pet Xiaobai. Race, golden-eyed white tiger. Level 1, 632/1000. Combat power, 1253. Innate magical power, melting golden eye, not activated. Gold melting eyes. When used, the vertical pupil on the forehead will emit extremely high temperature rays, softening the metal. Growth potential, A. It was a very brief introduction, but it made Jiang Han feel like he had opened the door to a new world. If Xiaobai's growth can be achieved by hunting exotic beasts, then he can save a lot of money on buying metal for Xiaobai. This ability should have been given to Jiang Han after he bound Xiaobai to become his pet. Jiang Han didn't know how this growth potential was estimated, but according to the human classification of talents, A-level growth potential should be equivalent to A-level talent. With this level of potential, one can at least grow to the level of Wu Ho or Overlord. Jiang Han didn't know how many of this level of combat power there were among the group of exotic beasts, but in the entire Celestial Empire, there definitely wouldn't be many. If you can become a Wu Ho, you will be qualified to be a teacher in a top university like Shuimu. For example, the reason why Jiang Ji was admitted to Shuimu University in advance was because of his awakened S-level talent. As long as he doesn't die halfway, there is a great chance that he will grow into a Wu Ho level strongman. If Xiaobai can really grow into a dominant beast, it will definitely be one of Jiang Han's greatest helps in the future. But that's all for the future. Jiang Han felt helpless as he looked at Xiaobai, who seemed to be having a hard time fighting with an ordinary alien beast, the red-haired monkey, not far away. If Xiaobai wants to grow to that level now, he still doesn't know how far he has to go. Fortunately, Xiaobai has Jiang Han behind him. Feed Xiaobai metal and let it hunt exotic animals. It is very easy to upgrade it. Bang! A loud noise was heard not far away, and then Jiang Han saw a giant red-haired monkey standing more than 2 meters tall, clenching its fists and hitting Xiaobai hard. Xiaobai flew backwards in pain, turned over and got up, whimpering and jogging towards Jiang Han. There was a lot of red monkey's blood on the white hair, and there was a bit of grievance in his eyes. Fortunately, Xiaobai had thick skin and tough flesh, and the strange beast that looked like the red-haired monkey king did not cause any substantial harm to Xiaobai, but only made it feel painful and scared. Judging from its size, the red-haired monkey king is no more than a mid-level beast soldier. Even if its combat power is high, it is not much higher than Xiaobai. You knew to come back to me after being beaten? Go and give your place back yourself. A monkey can hit you, why don't you fight back? You are a tiger after all, the king of beasts. Jiang Han looked at Xiaobai, who wanted to rub against his trouser leg, and asked him for help, but he had no intention of comforting it at all. He pushed it away and scolded it. Xiaobai felt aggrieved, but after hearing what Jiang Han said, he did not force Jiang Han anymore. He knew that Jiang Han would not help him, so he simply turned his head, roared at the red-haired monkey king not far away, and ran away. Monkeys are social animals, and this remains the case even after the mutation. There were more than 10 common red-haired monkeys, both male and female, with several cubs, and a red-haired monkey king. In this situation, if the red-haired monkey king does not take action, Xiaobai will not have no chance to kill this group of red-haired monkeys. But if the red-haired monkey king takes action and is besieged, Xiaobai's combat power of just over 1,000 is really not enough. Jiang Han naturally couldn't just sit there and watch Xiaobai get beaten by a group of monkeys. He slowly pulled out the Taihan in his hand, and then swung out with a knife. The blue-tempered blade of Taihan flew out, past Xiaobai, and then stabbed into the right shoulder of the red-haired monkey king. Most of the blade went in, leaving a trail of blood. With Jiang Han's current strength, if he threw the sword with all his strength, it would be enough to kill the red-haired monkey king. However, Jiang Han did not use his full strength, and even the place he was aiming at was not a vital point. The purpose is to cripple one of the red-haired monkey king's arms. In this way, the threat posed by the red-haired monkey king to Xiaobai is greatly reduced. As for the other red-haired monkeys, at most they will hurt Xiaobai but will not cause any fatal damage. The reason why Jiang Han did this was, firstly, to let Xiaobai hunt exotic beasts by himself to gain experience points for upgrading, and secondly, to hone Xiaobai and stimulate its wildness. Xiaobai had been protected too well before, and he didn't have the wildness that comes from growing up in the wilderness. If Jiang Han wanted to enter the city, he naturally couldn't bring Xiaobai with him. Otherwise, he would not even be able to get close to the iron defense line and would be killed. Xiaobai, who lost his shelter, must learn to survive in the wilderness. Otherwise, no matter how high its growth potential is, it would be funny if it became food for other strange beasts. Jiang Han plans to stay in the wilderness for another 2 days to train Xiaobai and help it upgrade and improve its strength. Jiang Han will only feel at ease if Xiaobai at least has a certain ability to protect himself. When Xiaobai realized that Jiang Han was helping it, it turned around and growled at Jiang Han, then turned around and rushed towards the red-haired Monkey King. The tiger opened its head and bit the red-haired Monkey King's injured right arm. Although Xiaobai has very little combat experience and his fighting skills are extremely poor, his advantage is that his combat instinct is very accurate. The red-haired Monkey King's right arm is injured, so let's tear off his right arm first. In this way, there is truly no threat. The red-haired Monkey King was half crippled by Jiang Han's sudden attack, and was then violently pounced on by Xiaobai. He didn't even have time to fight back before his right arm was bitten off by Xiaobai. Xiaobai threw the bitten right arm aside, without giving the other party a chance to fight back. Xiaobai jumped away and pounced on the group of ordinary red-haired monkeys. Jiang Han stood aside, watching quietly.